Audience. Recently, unprecedented bright lights have appeared over major cities, attracting widespread attention. At 6 a.m. on March 21st, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, a sudden intense light enveloped Nanli City, turning the entire city as bright as day. Around 8 p.m. on April 15th, when night had already fallen, a similar strong light appeared in Behu City, causing residents to complain bitterly about sleeplessness. In the early hours of June 7th, Yangqing City was also hit by a blinding light, waking everyone from sleep. Some even grabbed their bags and left for work. As these lights appeared, daylight hours gradually extended, with some cities experiencing nearly 3 hours of darkness. Unable to sleep, and to keep people occupied, some companies have already switched to a 966 work schedule. To reassure the public, our channel has specially invited expert Wang Zhuanjia, who will provide a scientific explanation. Li Xiaofeng lay on the sofa drinking cola, watching the news. He paid no attention to the televised reports, as his own city, Wanning, had not experienced such lights. The events on the news seemed too distant to matter. Li Xiaofeng was more concerned about the upcoming college entrance examination. That was what truly mattered now. Hello dear audience, I am Wang Zhuanjia. I have been studying astronomy and geography for decades. From the moment the first strong light appeared, I led my team in conducting research. After day and night study, I have found that this intense light is merely a normal solar reaction. I call it the solar outburst period. There is no need for panic, it is all natural. Some may ask, how long will this light last? I want to say that since the appearance of the light in Yangqing City on June 7th, it is now September, and no other city has reported any further strong lights. I have concluded that the solar outburst period has ended completely. The last city affected was Yangqing City, meaning the sun's excitement is over. Rest assured, everyone. This expert solemnly declares the solar outburst period is truly over. What is this? Who turned on a spotlight? I can't see a thing. Li Xiaofeng watched the TV as Wang Zhuanjia finished speaking, and after 3 months the strong light appeared again. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. What perfect comedic timing. He got up to throw away the trash and start his weekend homework, letting out a slight sigh as he thought of another Monday and another day of school tomorrow. As he turned off the TV, panicked voices emerged from the program, but unfortunately, he didn't hear them. Li Xiaofeng's parents had left him when he was young due to an accident, leaving behind only this apartment and enough money to see him through college. All these years he had lived alone and was completely used to it. College entrance exam. Li Xiaofeng muttered as he slowly stood up. But at that moment, a sudden intense light appeared outside the window, so blinding it was hard to keep his eyes open. He hurried to the window, shielding his eyes with his hands, squinting to see what was happening. In that moment, his mouth fell open and his heart pounded. The searing light poured over every part of the city like a divine descent, yet it heralded not an era of prosperity. Because of the blinding light, car accidents occurred one after another on the streets. Cries of pain and curses filled the air. This time the light was many times stronger than any before. On that day, everyone turned into light. Li Xiaofeng quickly pulled the curtains shut. If the light continued, his eyes would be blinded. He turned back and turned on the TV to see what was happening. Dear audience, this station will continue. The moment the TV came on, there was a crackle of static. The signal seemed to cut out, and the picture was fragmentary. Monsters! Oh my God! Help! Save me! From the TV came screams and cries for help, voices filled with despair and agony. Li Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. No way! No way! Could something catastrophic really be happening? That sounded ominous. Before he could think further, a sudden excruciating pain struck his mind, as if a worm had burrowed into his brain, gnawing at his marrow. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced, and he instantly fainted. Even in unconsciousness, Li Xiaofeng's body twitched violently, foam oozing from his mouth. His eyelids rolled back, as if he were on the verge of death. His convulsions grew stronger, as if he were performing a Thomas flare, kicking over the stools around him. He remained completely unconscious. After a few minutes, Li Xiaofeng's solo performance finally came to an end. His consciousness slowly returned to him, and he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? But he instantly froze. No sound came out, only hoarse growls. He felt a pang of fear and tried to slowly get up. But his body felt stiff and unresponsive, and he fell to the ground again. After repeated attempts, he finally managed to stand up. Though his posture was strange, he was at least on his feet. By now he had realized that something was wrong with him. He slowly lowered his head, hearing a faint crack from his neck. Is it going to break? Finally, he managed to look down, a simple action that had become incredibly difficult. Li Xiaofeng looked at his hands, pale with sharp nails. Strange veins bulged, and his skin was like wrinkled tree bark, terrifying to behold. Li Xiaofeng wanted to find a mirror to see his own face. His body twisted as he slowly made his way to the bathroom. The bathroom was not far from the living room, just a few steps away. But those few meters proved difficult for him. His body felt out of control, his legs couldn't bend, his joints seemed broken, and his gait was grotesque. He even thought to himself, if he entered a fashion show, would he become an overnight sensation? No ordinary person could imitate this walk. A few minutes later, Li Xiaofeng practically dragged himself to the bathroom. Fortunately, he lived alone and never closed the bathroom door. If he had to open it, he'd have struggled even more. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for that virtue. He slowly approached the mirror and stared at his reflection, stunned. Pale face, sparse hair, bloodshot eyes devoid of emotion. His mouth was slightly open, saliva seeping out and dripping continuously. A perfect zombie image. I've turned into a zombie. And his body was way too stiff. And those sparse hair, just like a programmer who had been coding for decades. Not only were his eyes bloodshot, but they were bulging as if about to pop out. Even he was scared by the sight. And his mouth was like a beast drooling everywhere. At this moment his heart was twisted and complicated. Ding! Li Xiaofeng was marveling at his own appearance when suddenly a cold electronic voice sounded in his mind, detecting host life status. Detecting host race. Detection complete. All conditions met. Initiating changes. Zombie evolution system binding. 1. 50. 99. Binding complete. System activation in progress. System. As expected, even as a zombie, I'm still the protagonist. Li Xiaofeng wanted to look up at the sky and show off his lonely superiority. Crack. A crisp bone sound made his body instantly stiffen. Damn it, I forgot I was a zombie. Li Xiaofeng slowly lowered his head and gently straightened it with his hand. He wasn't sure if he could survive losing his head. Suddenly an interface appeared in his mind with only one option, host information. He touched it gently with his mind, and an interface appeared before his eyes. Host Li Xiaofeng. Rank First Order Common Zombie. Evolution points 0-100. Talents broken, nerves viral infection bloody evolution. Broken nerves due to the zombie virus infection multiple nerves have been destroyed, granting you the following zombie traits. 1. Your body movements are sluggish joints stiff, making it hard to catch up with ordinary humans. 2. You have lost pain sensation, your vision and hearing are greatly impaired, but your sense of smell is acute, allowing you to easily detect fresh flesh from hundreds of meters away. 3. As a zombie, you never tire, given time you could walk around the planet. 4. The zombie virus enhances your strength to over 3 times that of an adult male. Viral infection. The zombie virus in your body is highly contagious, any human you bite will become your kind. Bloody evolution. Each additional infected strengthens the virus within you, granting you evolution points. Skills none. Evaluation. A thoroughly ordinary little zombie. Even odds against an average adult male, provided you can catch them. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. So many lines of text looked impressive, but on closer inspection, it all seemed so weak. Aren't apocalyptic zombies supposed to chase and slaughter humans crazily? Why is it just even odds for me? Li Xiaofeng felt frustrated. He thought he was about to rise up, but he turned out to be a weakling. Suddenly Li Xiaofeng seemed to hear a faint scream, as if a mosquito were buzzing nearby. He slowly approached the window, gazed at the scene outside, and was abruptly stunned. The intensely blinding light had vanished, replaced by a crimson glow that bathed the earth, adding a sinister, bloodthirsty atmosphere. Outside, people were screaming and fleeing, with slow-moving zombies trailing behind them. Though the crowd was terrified, few were actually bitten by the zombies. Their movements were far too sluggish. Only a few with fragile mental fortitude collapsed in despair, sitting and weeping on the spot, only to be seized by a zombie that tore away a large chunk of flesh, plunging them into unconsciousness. But Li Xiaofeng knew that person was likely already infected and would soon become a new zombie. The streets were dominated by the undead, proving the virus' formidable infectiousness. He sighed softly, realizing he had once again sided with the masses, and grasped the truth. Some people had already reached the base of his building, and he watched the terrified crowd below. Suddenly Li Xiaofeng felt an instinctive urge to tear into them, his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot, and a wild agitation consuming him. Was this the instinct of a zombie? Li Xiaofeng sniffed lightly, sensing a delectable aroma, and felt an overwhelming impulse to leap down from the building. Yet he forcibly suppressed the thought. If he killed himself by falling right after becoming a zombie, how could he ever hold his own among the horde? Recalling his innate talent, bloody evolution, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. It seemed he still had a chance to grow stronger. He must seize this moment of panic when people dared not face the zombies to complete his next evolution and become a formidable existence. Once people regained their composure, the zombies would likely no longer run rampant so easily. Moreover, the military might step in, and bullets and cannons were not something he could withstand in his current state. Evolve. Evolve. Delicious humans, here I come. Wasn't I human? How could I have such terrifying thoughts? Li Xiaofeng's heart jolted with alarm. Though he had turned into a zombie, his mind should still be human. Yet the surge of excitement from his very soul abruptly cut off his train of thought. Roar! Li Xiaofeng let out a hoarse cry, brimming with a domineering aura. Bang! The moment he turned, he lost control of his body and tumbled to the floor again, his head striking the toilet bowl, shattering the imposing presence he had just mustered. Damn it! 1,000 mythical beasts stampeded through Li Xiaofeng's mind. This was too hard. He twisted his body in an awkward gait, shuffling and scraping until he finally reached the door. He tried to bend his fingers, but this simplest of actions proved impossible. His digits could only curl slightly, unable to form a fist. Fortunately, opening the door wasn't complicated. He slammed his right hand against the handle, thrust his body forward, and the door swung open. Bang! But unable to stop his momentum, he collapsed again at the threshold. Up! Run! A zombie! Not far away, panicked people were fleeing down the emergency stairs. Catching sight of Li Xiaofeng's grotesque posture and eerie arms, they let out terrified screams. Li Xiaofeng emitted a beastly roar, and the crowd scattered, too frightened to remain on that floor. He rose slowly, indifferent to the fleeing people. Not only were they far faster than him, but even the staircase itself was an insurmountable chasm. Instead of heading for the stairs, he made his way to the elevator. Since he couldn't catch the fleeing humans, he would lie in wait here. Though he had become a zombie, his intelligence remained intact. He slowly extended his pale right hand and pressed the elevator button. Pressing himself against the elevator doors, he could almost smell the fresh flesh. Living on the 9th floor, he watched the elevator ascend, trembling with excitement. This was a primal bodily reaction like blinking or a knee jerk, utterly uncontrollable. Inside the elevator were a couple, 2 young men and an elderly man with a child. 6 people in total, their faces twisted in terror, pale as ghosts. The old man even had beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This apocalypse had struck too suddenly. Who could have imagined that the light carried such an incurable zombie virus? Grandpa, I'm so scared, boo-hoo. The child kept crying, his face etched with sheer terror. He clung tightly to his grandfather's hand, his small body trembling uncontrollably. The little boy had witnessed monsters pouncing on people in the street, tearing at them with their teeth, the splattering blood staining his own shoes. This sight would likely haunt him for life. Shut up. Stop your damn crying. A young man who looked like a college student roared in fury. He wore glasses, and his once clean face was now twisted with fear and rage. The scene of the apocalypse had frayed the student's nerves, making him fragile and volatile. The child's incessant wailing only fueled his mounting anger. Young man, you are educated. How can you be so uncivilized? The elderly man beside the little boy immediately scolded him upon seeing his grandson being yelled at. The few people inside the elevator immediately began to argue with 2 young men, even showing signs of starting a fight. The couple also joined in, and the scene began to descend into chaos. The arrival of the apocalypse had brought changes to everyone. None of the 6 realized the elevator had stopped on the 9th floor. As the doors slowly slid open, a zombie pressed against the entrance, its bloodshot, ruthless eyes fixed on them all. A zombie. Run. The girl caught a glimpse of Li Xiaofeng out of the corner of her eye, her eyes widening with sheer terror. The quarrels and shoving among the crowd ceased abruptly, as if time had frozen at that moment. Everyone's expressions stiffened as they all turned to look at the elevator entrance. Those bloodshot, indifferent eyes held a feral glint. Its mouth was slightly open with drool continuously dripping down. Its pallid face looked as ghastly as a demon. Surprise. Li Xiaofeng opened his mouth and let out an inhuman roar. The 6 people inside the elevator trembled in fear. None of them could have imagined that a zombie would be waiting specifically at the elevator entrance, but even more unimaginable was the fact that this very zombie had pressed the elevator button. The man in the elevator let out a startled cry, first, then actually shoved his girlfriend out of the elevator, sending her crashing into Li Xiaofeng. Wang Zhuanjia, you beast. The young woman's face was filled with utter despair. She never imagined that her boyfriend, who usually doted on her so much, would push her into the abyss to save his own skin. The woman was dressed lightly, her exposed long legs as fair as jade, and her features were quite beautiful. She was now held in Li Xiaofeng's arms. But at this moment he had no other thoughts. Driven by pure instinct, he opened his mouth wide and bit fiercely into her neck. A large chunk of flesh was torn away. The intense pain caused the woman to lose consciousness, almost instantly collapsing limply in his arms. The other 5 took advantage of this golden opportunity to scramble out of the elevator in panic. The woman's boyfriend was the first to flee, and no one spared her another thought. After injecting the virus into the woman's body, Li Xiaofeng felt a profound sense of relief that seemed to emanate from his very soul. He had thought that having once been human, he would feel disgust and nausea from tearing into the flesh of his own kind, but he had been completely mistaken. The zombie virus seemed to have changed more than just his body. Infecting more people and achieving evolution was an innate instinct of the virus. It felt less like Li Xiaofeng's consciousness was controlling his body and more like the virus was manipulating his consciousness. Before he could ponder this further, a cold electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully infected 1 human. Evolution points 10. The evolution points on Li Xiaofeng's panel changed to 10,100. He carried the unconscious young woman out of the elevator, preparing for his next hunt. At the same time, he threw her down at his feet, wanting to see how long it would take for the virus to turn a person into a zombie. The elevator doors kept opening, but inside was empty each time. It seemed that only a few people dared to use the elevator in such a time of crisis, but Li Xiaofeng now had all the patience in the world. The woman lying beside him began to undergo visible changes. Her pretty features turned pale and veins started to throb violently, as if they might burst. At the same time, her once smooth and lustrous skin became dry and wrinkled, gradually taking on the characteristics of a zombie. A few minutes later, she slowly stood up, her eyes bloodshot and vacant, her mouth slightly open, emitting a hoarse roar. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected the virus to be so terrifying, capable of transforming a person into a zombie in such a short time. But that zombie simply turned and walked away as if seeking fresh flesh and blood. Li Xiaofeng's roars were to no avail. He even ran in front of her, raised his arms, opened his mouth, and made a face, trying to see her reaction. But she seemed completely unresponsive. No soul or consciousness. It seemed he was a special case. But damn it, she was infected by me. Why doesn't she listen to me? Ding. Host's rank is too low to command zombies. Li Xiaofeng was stunned, not expecting the system to answer his question. He thought silently, wondering if he could gain evolution points if she infected other humans. Ding. The host zombie virus rank is too low. Secondary infections yield no evolution points. Damn. He had used his brilliant strategy and superior intellect to infect one person only to find it earned him a mere 10 evolution points and nothing else. But the system had only told him it was impossible due to his current low rank. If his rank were to rise. Li Xiaofeng let out an evil laugh, but only a hoarse roar escaped his throat, sounding utterly chilling. Fueled by newfound motivation, he resumed his hunt. His current pace was far too slow, forcing him to rely on this passive method of waiting. Though inefficient, it was still faster than other zombies. On the 9th floor, where Li Xiaofeng resided, there were 4 households. The one adjacent to his belonged to a young couple. The husband was Lin Quan, and the wife was Shun Yi. Newlyweds still striving for their careers, they believed their fulfilling and sweet life would last forever. But who could have foreseen the apocalypse striking so abruptly? It was a weekend, their rare day off. As Lin Quan was engrossed in a computer game, an unprecedented blinding light erupted outside, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly. Fortunately, the intense glare faded, quickly replaced by an eerie crimson glow that blanketed the earth. Before Lin Quan could ponder further, a piercing scream echoed from the kitchen. He rushed to the kitchen to see what had happened. His wife Shun Yi lay on the floor, convulsing violently as her body underwent a grotesque transformation. Panic-stricken, Lin Quan tried every method to no avail. Just as he was about to call an ambulance, his wife stood up. Staring at her horrifying, blood-curdling visage, so utterly different from his beautiful wife of everyday life, Lin Quan stood frozen. A guttural roar escaped her throat. The woman who had been preparing lunch now saw him as her meal. "Help!" Lin Quan screamed in terror, dodging frantically around the house. Fortunately, his wife moved sluggishly, unable to catch him easily. Finally, he flung open the door and bolted out, desperate to escape. He headed straight for the elevator. To his astonishment, someone was already waiting by the elevator. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a student, though slightly hunched. Seeing the elevator doors open while the other person didn't enter, Lin Quan rushed inside. Just as he was about to call the person in, he froze. Li Xiaofeng was equally stunned. Disappointed that this hunt had failed yet again, he was surprised to find a prey willingly stepping into his trap. They locked eyes, a single glance that felt like an eternity. If not for the blood dripping from Li Xiaofeng's mouth and the pallor of Lin Quan's face, it might have been a poignant scene. "Oh my God!" Lin Quan's voice was hoarse with utter terror. He could never have imagined a zombie waiting for the elevator. What the hell was this thing? Li Xiaofeng's lips curled into a sinister grin, making him look even more ferocious. He raised his hands, completely blocking the elevator doors. Watching the zombie slowly advance, Lin Quan's survival instinct peaked. He lunged forward, hoping to knock the creature down and escape. But Li Xiaofeng was faster. Seizing the moment of Lin Quan's hesitation, he pounced like a ravenous wolf. Lin Quan screamed, but it was futile. Those zombies moved slowly and stiffly. Their strength was more than triple that of an ordinary human. Once caught in their grip, the outcome was sealed. A similarly bloody scene unfolded in the elevator. Blood gushed from Lin Quan's neck, and his screams gradually faded into silence. Li Xiaofeng spat out the flesh from his mouth. The instinct of the zombie virus seemed not to consume flesh, but to spread the infection to others. Ding! Host successfully infected one person. Advancement points 10. Li Xiaofeng dragged Lin Quan out of the elevator, carelessly tossed him aside, and closed the doors again. Meanwhile, a female zombie slowly emerged from one of the doors. Li Xiaofeng guessed she was the man's wife who had scared him out. Little did Lin Quan expect that escaping the tiger's den would only lead him into the wolf's lair. Li Xiaofeng made a face at the female zombie, but she ignored him, beginning her slow patrol in search of humans to infect. The next day passed slowly for Li Xiaofeng as he waited. He thought it was a flawless plan, but others weren't foolish. In times of crisis, no one took the elevator. It was often said that in emergencies one should avoid the elevator and use the stairs instead. It turned out to be true. In a day, he infected 2 more people, bringing his advancement points to 40,100. To reach the next stage, he needed to infect 6 more, a troubling prospect. As survivors retreated to their homes, fewer would take the elevator. The blood-stained interior would deter even the most careless. He had to devise new hunting strategies. Li Xiaofeng approached the window where a crimson glow still pervaded the outside world. Slowly lifting his head, he attempted to gaze at the sky. What struck him with awe was that the familiar sunlight had vanished, replaced by a blood-red sun hanging high above. Its eerie radiance blanketed the earth, lending an even more macabre atmosphere to this apocalyptic scene. The streets, once bustling with crowds, now appeared desolate and broken. Countless private cars clogged the roads with no living soul in sight. Only the staggering zombies roaming aimlessly. Dried patches of blood stained the car windows, the asphalt, and the railings. A gentle breeze swept by, sending newspapers and leaves fluttering through the air. This tableau of doom was profoundly heart-wrenching. This was humanity's apocalypse, yet the zombies' golden age. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the blood-red sun, propping his chin with his hand, assuming the pose of a thinker. He could swear that today's hunt had lasted at least 10 hours. Surely, it must be deep into the night now. This was a blood sun that would never set. Bang! Just then, the security door beside Li Xiaofeng suddenly burst open. A figure rushed toward him in panic, letting out terrified screams. Another one delivering itself to my doorstep. Li Xiaofeng rejoiced inwardly. With a staggering gait and cold, bloodshot eyes fixed on the person, he parted his lips, slightly ready to pounce. But in an instant, a yellow-furred dog burst out, tackled the person to the ground, and with saliva still dripping from its fangs sank its teeth into the flesh. Blood gushed forth in torrents, yet the yellow dog savored the feast, its eyes blazing with brutality and frenzy. Li Xiaofeng stood frozen for a moment, then turned around with a nonchalant grace that was surprisingly fluid. What the hell? A dog the size of 2 meters. Was that a monster? So besides zombies there were mutated beasts too. Judging by its strength and build it was in a completely different league from the zombies. With Li Xiaofeng's frail frame, he probably couldn't even withstand a single swipe. Luckily the yellow dog was only interested in fresh flesh. To it Li Xiaofeng's body was no different from a corpse. It gave him a glance, and then paid him no more heed. Li Xiaofeng staggered back to his home with an awkward gait. Cautiously he glanced at the yellow dog, and with great effort managed to close the door. I never expected this world to be so dangerous. I must evolve as quickly as possible. I still need 60 evolution points to advance to the next tier. My strength will definitely increase. I have to think of other ways. Li Xiaofeng began to ponder. Despite a full day of hunting, he felt no trace of fatigue. Evidently this was one of the advantages of being a zombie. If I could have a second chance, would you love me? A melody rang out. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. Was that his phone ringing? He shuffled over slowly. After becoming a zombie his vision had deteriorated significantly, but he managed to make out the caller ID. 12,138 marked as suspected scam by 74360 people. He stood there dazed and disoriented. Wasn't that a bit too dedicated? What time was it even? This was absolutely ridiculous. After ringing for a while the call was hung up. The absurd call ended, and Li Xiaofeng snapped back to reality. There's still a signal now. He leaned closer to the phone screen and saw a faint single bar of signal at the top. Has the global communication network not collapsed yet? Staring at the phone in his hand, a sudden idea struck him. A brilliant plan. He tried to open the browser, but his fingers were stiff and unable to bend. Fortunately, by using both hands together, he eventually managed to accomplish it. A recording for help. Download. Half an hour later, he finally completed what would have taken mere minutes before. Gazing at the recording on his phone, he couldn't help but marvel at his own genius. At the very least, he was the foremost genius among zombies. A zombie held a phone in its outstretched right hand and staggered out slowly. A bizarre sight that regrettably no one was there to witness. Li Xiaofeng shook his head slightly and looked around. Not seeing the yellow-furred monster, he breathed a sigh of relief. On his floor there were 4 apartments. 3 had already fallen, leaving only the last one. Li Xiaofeng arrived at that door, and after much effort finally managed to press the play button on his phone. Help! Someone please save me. The recorded voice came through sounding a bit distorted, but at this moment no one would likely notice. After all, no one would be playing a recording at a time like this. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng began to tap his head lightly against the security door. Since his arms couldn't bend, normal knocking was out of the question. A bizarre scene unfolded. A zombie kept banging its head against the door, producing rhythmic knocking sounds. Its raised arm conveniently blocked the peephole, while the phone continuously played panicked cries for help. Had one not seen it with their own eyes, they would truly believe someone was pleading for assistance. Who is it? Who's out there? A man's voice rang out, filled with confusion. But the outside remained unresponsive, repeating the same 2 lines of the distress call. Only the rhythm of Li Xiaofeng's knocking suddenly quickened. The man harbored no suspicion, for zombies were incapable of speech. Yet a flicker of caution remained, prompting him to peer through the peephole to ascertain the visitor's identity. Disappointment greeted him. The peephole appeared obstructed by a hand revealing only pallid skin. The pleading voice belonging to a woman dispelled further doubt. He slowly unlatched the door, but the instant it swung open, a ghastly arm seized the edge, sending a jolt of dread and a surge of foreboding terror through him. The arm's fingertips were sharp, still stained with dried blood. Li Xiaofeng cast aside his phone and yanked the security door wide open. Panic seized the man. A woman's cry for help, yet a zombie had emerged. A voice changer. In his terror, his mind wandered wildly, forgetting to flee. Li Xiaofeng lunged at him. A strength far surpassing any ordinary human left the man utterly helpless. Ding. Host successfully infected 1 person. Evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng rose slowly, gazing at the fallen man, his conscience untroubled. The zombie virus was transforming him. Without swift evolution, death would claim him. From the moment he became a zombie, everything had irrevocably changed. This was no battle of morality, it was a struggle for survival. No right or wrong, only life and death. Li Xiaofeng stepped over the man and ventured deeper into the room, only to find the man lived alone. Leaving the room, he expended great effort to retrieve his phone. To his surprise, it still functioned. A knockoff phone indeed. Li Xiaofeng took the elevator, continuing his evolutionary journey. This building had 24 floors, 4 apartments per floor, housing hundreds. Survivors must exist. Tonight he had to evolve to the 2nd tier. He chose not to start from the 1st floor, but from the top. Typically survival rates were higher on the top floors, as ordinary zombies couldn't operate elevators. That night a sinister event unfolded within the building. A zombie knocked its head against doors while playing a recorded voice from a phone, the crimson light of the blood-red sun, casting an even more malevolent glow upon its face. Time passed slowly. Though the sky remained unchanged, the phone displayed the exact time. 0642. The dead of night had passed, giving way to early morning. But unlike before, there were no early rising commuters, only tireless zombies roamed. Throughout the night, Li Xiaofeng had brought unspeakable terror to the building. A zombie ceaselessly knocked its head against doors, playing eerie recordings, relentlessly hunting for survivors. Ding. Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Current advancement points 100,100. Host is advancing. Advancement complete. Current tier second tier, ordinary zombie. Host strength has doubled, speed slightly enhanced, vision and hearing marginally improved, and physical agility increased. Ding. Host ascension to second tier detected. Mission system is now activated. Generating missions. Mission generation complete. Host, please review. Li Xiaofeng stood frozen, sensing a mysterious force coursing through his rigid body, dissipating swiftly. Yet he clearly felt his strength increase, his body grow more agile. The most notable change was his ability to walk with relative normalcy. Though still somewhat odd, he was now distinguishable from ordinary zombies. If seen, people might simply think he had a leg ailment, perhaps even urging him to take a few more steps. He attempted to curl his fingers. Though still unable to form a tight fist, he could bend them to a moderate degree. He had grown considerably stronger. Recalling the system's prompt about the mission system, he delved his consciousness into his mind. Indeed, the system interface now featured a mission option alongside his host information. Ding. System missions are categorized into weekly missions and random missions. Weekly missions are issued based on the host's strength each week, offering generous rewards, but high difficulty. Random missions are automatically triggered by the system according to the host's environment with random rewards and difficulty. Daily mission: redeeming dignity. Slay a first-tier mutated beast. Synopsis: in the apocalyptic world, you as a zombie seem to have become the overlord, with all humanity fearing your virus. Yet everything has its natural enemy. A tiny mutated beast could easily snap your neck. Go forth, zombie youth. Redeem the dignity of your zombie race. Difficulty 2 stars. Time limit within 7 days. Reward: random enhancement of one of your physical abilities. Random mission: none. Li Xiaofeng stood still, gazing through the window at the blood-red sun in the sky, immersed in a faint melancholy. What dignity do I have to redeem? That monstrous yellow dog could crush my head with one swipe. That mission is unreliable. It's better to focus on infecting humans, gaining evolution points, and enhancing my abilities. That's the true path. After banging on the security door all night, Li Xiaofeng felt his forehead swelling slightly, but without pain it didn't matter much. Though dawn had arrived, the outside world remained unchanged, with a faint red glow still permeating the corridors. Li Xiaofeng continued his knocking without any alteration. Due to his sluggish movements and immense patience, it took him an entire night to reach the 14th floor, infecting 7 survivors in total. He had barely completed the basic objective. The path of evolution was long, and he still needed to strive. But when he reached the 11th floor, he gave up. Not only did no one open the door, but his phone had also run out of battery. He casually slipped it into his pocket. He began contemplating his next move. Everyone had their doors tightly shut. As a zombie, there was no way to get in. He could only wait for them to come out on their own. The apocalypse had erupted so swiftly that most residents couldn't have stockpiled food. They wouldn't last more than a few days. The threat of death would drive them out. Though his speed had been enhanced once, he still couldn't outrun an ordinary human. I need to find a spot to lie in wait and let them come to me. Li Xiaofeng returned to his home, grabbed a clothes pole, and took the elevator to the first floor. The ground was splattered with chaotic bloodstains, evidence of a struggle that had occurred there. He placed the clothes pole at the elevator entrance, preventing the door from closing completely. For other residents to go downstairs, they would have to take the stairs, a path they couldn't avoid. He spotted a few zombies roaming the first floor like beasts hunting for prey. He raised his hands and shoved them all out. Roar. Though the zombies lacked consciousness, they still let out a few growls. Why are you roaring so loud? Li Xiaofeng roared back, without backing down. After a while, the few zombies were no longer in that building, and Li Xiaofeng closed the building's main door as well. If humans came down looking for food, they wouldn't be scared off by those zombies. He slowly moved to the back of the emergency staircase, pressing close to the steps. The shadows concealed his body. Without a careful look, no one would notice such a sneaky zombie lurking there. If anyone came downstairs, they would head straight for the stairs, never imagining that a zombie was hiding behind them. When people let their guard down completely and turned their backs to him, he would slowly emerge, and then... Hee. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh, though it only came out as a few hoarse growls, sounding especially terrifying. Time passed slowly. It was an excruciatingly boring wait that most people couldn't endure without breaking down. But the zombie virus had made Li Xiaofeng exceedingly patient, like a beast stalking its prey, fully focused on his sense of smell. No fresh flesh could approach without his nose detecting it. This was currently the best way to gain evolution points, as his speed was far too slow. Pitting an 80-year-old against a young man in a race. Isn't that just torture? Li Xiaofeng had considered lying in wait at the supermarket, but there were too many zombies there, and the competition was too fierce. Moreover, in peacetime, anyone who could safely reach the community supermarket would surely be a true elite, someone he might not encounter even in a week. After all, zombies were now roaming everywhere in the community, but this building had very few. There would definitely be plenty of survivors making it down to the first floor. The second day of the apocalypse passed quickly, and he gained nothing, but it was within Li Xiaofeng's expectations. Most residents had enough food in their refrigerators to last 2 days. More importantly, if a person didn't eat for 2 days, their life wasn't in danger. But going out to search for food certainly would be. Smart humans could clearly weigh the risks. Yet they forgot that if they were starving and weak, the risk of finding food would multiply. Or perhaps they hadn't forgotten, but deliberately ignored it. Living one day at a time, that was the mindset of the vast majority. The third day of the apocalypse quickly arrived. Li Xiaofeng leaned against the safe staircase, not moving at all throughout the day, feeling no discomfort. This was one of the advantages of being a zombie. Listening to the continuous roars outside, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace, as if he had completely become one of the zombies. Suddenly a series of slow and orderly footsteps echoed, but Li Xiaofeng's hearing had been greatly diminished, making it difficult to hear. The sounds here were merely his own imagination. He sensed several fresh scents of blood and flesh slowly approaching, getting closer and closer. Finally someone was coming. A surge of excitement coursed through Li Xiaofeng. The long wait of the day had not been in vain. As he expected, no one took the elevator down. Although they could encounter each other, the element of surprise was lost. He feared being accidentally killed. As they drew nearer, Li Xiaofeng discerned that there were 3 people descending. At last he could clearly hear the footsteps. The 3 must have reached the 2nd floor. Their steps were slow, clearly filled with vigilance, as this was a matter of life and death for them. With just 2 flights of stairs totaling 20 steps, the 3 took a full 3 minutes, their steps slightly dragging. But Li Xiaofeng was more patient than they were, remaining perfectly still, pressed against the staircase, completely concealed by the shadows. The 3 finally arrived on the 1st floor, glancing back and forth, confirming that no zombies were lingering. They sighed in relief and began to approach the door, preparing to rush out. What they did not know was that a zombie was stealthily following them, making not a single sound. If discovered, it would surely frighten them out of their wits. Each of the 3 wielded weapons, the one at the front holding a power stick. If swung suddenly, the zombie's fragile neck could snap in an instant. The person in the middle held a frying pan, ready to deliver a crushing blow to any approaching zombie. The last person brandished a kitchen knife, its blade gleaming, clearly sharpened before setting out. But did anyone still have a whetstone at home? What left Li Xiaofeng speechless was that all 3 were dressed in leather jackets, looking like characters from the Matrix. Yet it was September, he couldn't help but admire their endurance. However, this attire did provide some measure of protection. The zombies' claws were sharp, and even without being bitten, if their nails pierced flesh, there was still a risk of infection. Li Xiaofeng slowly approached, his heart trembling at the scent of blood and flesh emanating from the 3. Looking at the throat so close at hand, he suddenly bit down, his sharp fangs tearing through flesh, injecting terrifying zombie virus into the body. Help! Save me! The sudden searing pain caused the man to scream, while the other 2 reacted, their faces filled with terror. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? The person in the middle, terrified, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, never expecting a zombie to be behind them. Seeing the last man lose his resistance due to the excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground, desperately clutching his wound, trying to save his own life, Li Xiaofeng opened his mouth, hands raised, suddenly lunging at the man in the middle. Although the man was terrified, he still put up a strong resistance, swinging the frying pan directly at the zombie's head. Li Xiaofeng felt his neck twist at a 90-degree angle. Although there was no pain, it still left him feeling uncomfortable. I'm falling apart. Li Xiaofeng's neck was crooked, but his body still lunged at the man, hands tightly locking him down, trying to turn his neck back. A faint cracking sound. He finally straightened his neck, opened his mouth, and with the man's eyes filled with panic and despair, he bit down fiercely. Blood sprayed forth, and an indescribable sense of pleasure surged within Li Xiaofeng, nearly intoxicating him. The last remaining person, in a state of extreme panic, abandoned the power stick and smashed through the door, rushing outside. Hero! They'll let you go this time. Li Xiaofeng knew he could not catch up, feeling a sense of admiration for the other's courage as he charged unarmed into the community, which was far more dangerous than this building. Ding! Host successfully infected 1 person, evolution points 10. Ding! Host successfully infected 1 person, evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points increased to 20,200, and the points required for the next upgrade had increased. Would it be 300 or 400 next? This meant he would need to infect dozens of people to achieve it. The road ahead was still arduous. Roar! Just as Li Xiaofeng was pondering, 2 zombies he had infected began to rise slowly, the virus having completely transformed them into undead creatures. Get out and find the monsters. Li Xiaofeng shoved the 2 zombies out of the building entrance, once more returning to his original position to continue his next hunt. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, no one dared to descend the stairs anymore. It seemed they could still endure hunger, but the following days would be Li Xiaofeng's harvest time. The weakened humans would surely risk a desperate struggle, but how could they, drained of strength, contend with Li Xiaofeng? The young man who had discarded his arm strength bar never returned. On the 4th day, some began attempting to descend again. Li Xiaofeng remained motionless, like the most cunning hunter waiting for prey to fall into his meticulously laid trap. It was a middle-aged man who came down clutching an iron rod. Yet despite his former high status, he was now filled with fear, his hands trembling slightly. The iron rod seemed to grant him courage as he slowly reached the 1st floor. His eyes darted about in terror, and when he saw no zombies around, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the bloodstains on the ground made him shudder violently. It was the blood of the 2 infected by Li Xiaofeng yesterday splattered across the stairs. Gripping the iron rod tightly, the middle-aged man reached the 1st floor and approached the entrance, intending to search for food outside. Yet a sudden unease washed over him. Why was there a cold draft on the back of his neck? Just as he was about to turn, a sharp pain struck him. He spun around, swinging the iron rod fiercely at Li Xiaofeng's head. Bang! The two collided, but Li Xiaofeng paid no heed, pouncing again and grabbing the middle-aged man tightly. Due to the zombie virus infection, the man's vision blurred, consciousness faded, and he collapsed limply. Minutes later, a new zombie rose again, only to be pushed out by Li Xiaofeng. The infectious power of the zombie virus was too terrifying. If humanity did not act swiftly, this planet would soon become a paradise for zombies. Li Xiaofeng returned to his usual spot, continuing his hunting plan over and over. In the following 3 days, more and more survivors attempted to venture out for food, even forming groups. This bolstered their courage, but more importantly, if zombies appeared, they didn't need to outrun the zombies, just their teammates. A crowd of starving people embarked on a suicidal journey, but they were nothing more than a rabble. Overwhelmed by Li Xiaofeng's domineering aura, some exhausted fainted instantly. When they awoke, they had become zombies. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value surged wildly. He had infected dozens, and another advancement brought a modest boost to his physical attributes. Li Xiaofeng's status panel had become as follows. Host Li Xiaofeng. Rank 3rd tier common zombie. Evolution value 150300. Talents collapsed, nerves viral infection bloody evolution. Skills none. Evaluation: this is an ordinary advanced little zombie, possibly on par with an average adult male provided you can catch him. He no longer walked awkwardly. If not for his ghastly face, one might mistake him for a young programmer from behind. His running speed had also improved. He could now easily compete in a senior citizens race, and he was confident of at least winning a silver medal. Don't ask, it's just innate confidence. His agility had likewise increased. Simple movements like bowing his head or bending at the waist were now fluid, without the constant worry of organs dropping out. His strength had doubled, making him a veritable strongman among humans. An ordinary adult would struggle to defeat him in combat. Li Xiaofeng had truly escaped the basic struggle for survival, far more powerful than when he first became a zombie. Hands on his hips, he gazed at the sky, a faint melancholy of the strong settling upon him. It was lonely at the top. Roar! A zombie's howl rang out as a wandering zombie accidentally bumped into him. Li Xiaofeng stumbled, nearly falling. Damn, interrupting my reflection on zombie life again. It seems it's time to leave this building and head for broader horizons. Li Xiaofeng sighed softly. Few people came out today. He had infected dozens, about 1/10 of the building's occupants, including those who failed to return home safely or were not permanent residents. After his meticulous calculation, the infection rate was likely around 80 to 90. This planet had 10 billion people, meaning 80 to 90 billion zombies. A terrifying number. Li Xiaofeng returned home, preparing to pack his belongings and leave this building to embark on his journey of evolution. His body had already undergone significant changes in agility, enough to wield ordinary weapons for self-defense. An hour later, a zombie with bloodshot eyes and a pale complexion stood beneath a building, his mouth slightly agape, revealing traces of blackened dried blood. His gaze swept into the distance. This zombie carried a peculiar weapon, an iron rod about a meter long with a frying pan taped to its top. A pink curtain torn from somewhere unknown was tied around his neck. A gentle breeze caused it to flutter, slightly resembling a cape. With his hands in his pockets, the zombie began to roam the residential area in a flamboyant manner, as if patrolling his own domain. As he wandered, Li Xiaofeng pondered how to infect more people. Help! Help! A faint cry for help reached his ears. With his enhanced hearing, Li Xiaofeng turned to see that the sound came from the small supermarket in the complex. The complex was small, with only 5 buildings. Near the exit stood a small supermarket. Ordinarily, it was a popular spot, and after the apocalypse, people favored it even more, though circumstances made it less accessible. A group of young people had risked their lives to reach the supermarket, and luckily they encountered no zombies along the way. However, as they packed various food items and prepared to leave, they ran into 2 wandering zombies. The scent of fresh blood and flesh immediately attracted the zombies. The supermarket's entrance was narrow, and the 2 zombies blocked it together, leaving the group with no escape. Even if there had been a gap, they dared not pass through. At such close range, a single swipe from the zombies would spell their doom. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement. Letting out a howl, he dashed forward with an airy stride, swinging his arms. A breeze caught his pink cape, making it billow steadily. Running with the wind, freedom was his direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. He saw that the group had been forced deep into the supermarket, hidden behind shelves, and they hadn't noticed his arrival. A plan formed in his mind. He turned around and walked into the supermarket with stiff, awkward moonwalk steps. His speed far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Quickly overtaking one of them, he raised his hands and shoved it hard, knocking it to the ground. It would take a while for it to get back up. The 3 college students inside the supermarket stared at the newcomer in astonishment. A bizarre figure draped in a pink curtain, carrying a black frying pan on his back, moving with strange steps, his hair alarmingly sparse, had just knocked down a zombie with incredible bravery. In that moment, the 3 were moved to tears. In their despair, they felt as if a savior had descended, even if their savior's fashion sense was that of a madman who cared. Warrior! Hero! Save us! The 3 shouted. Li Xiaofeng, still with his back to them, gave a slight nod and continued approaching them with his flamboyant, graceful steps. Tears glistened in their eyes. A true savior. Finally, the 2 sides drew close. With trembling hands they grabbed their benefactor's pink curtain, clinging to it like a lifeline. Benefactor, we are so moved. Woo-woo. A bespectacled college student shed tears witnessing true kindness in the apocalypse. Benefactor, I also. Oh. Another student began, but when he saw Li Xiaofeng's turned face, he let out a terrified scream. Li Xiaofeng lunged and bit down hard, instantly infecting the student with the zombie virus. Dare to move. I Li the zombie am here. Who dares? The other two were frozen in shock, never expecting that the one who saved them from hell was a zombie. And such a bizarre one at that. Damn. Has biological evolution reached this level? Ding. Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Another 30 evolution points added to the tally. How satisfying. Li Xiaofeng pushed the 5 zombies out of the supermarket, sending them to roam elsewhere, ready to begin his strategy of waiting by the trap once more. This was a supermarket. Survivors from all 5 buildings would come here. With such a large number, many lucky ones would surely arrive safely. While they were busy hauling food, he could quietly approach. Then they would encounter the true zombie overlord, he. Thinking this, Li Xiaofeng tightened the pink curtain around his neck and pressed himself against the inner shelves where the dim light made him nearly invisible unless one looked closely. That day passed quickly, and Li Xiaofeng encountered no survivors. However, on the following day, he suddenly heard the cacophony of zombie roars rising and falling. Roar. Roar. What's happening? The zombies are in danger. Li Xiaofeng approached the supermarket entrance, eager to see what was unfolding. A young girl in a white dress, her complexion sallow, slowly approached the supermarket. It was evident she had been starving for days and was forced to venture out in search of food. Wandering zombies continuously lunged at her with outstretched arms. Though terror flickered in her eyes, she remained unharmed. By her side was a massive white dog, its fur as pure as snow, measuring over 2 meters in length. With a single swipe of its paw, it dispatched a zombie. In mere moments, 4 zombies lay fallen, their severed heads rendering them unable to rise again. Oh my god. Realizing that his own speed would never outpace that colossal white dog, Li Xiaofeng made a graceful turn and retreated back into the supermarket. He ventured deep inside, lay down with practiced ease, and draped a pink cape over himself. Thus a corpse abruptly appeared. The girl patted her chest, a look of relief washing over her face. She hadn't expected to arrive here safely after all. Goodbye, I owe it all to you. She affectionately stroked the head of the great white dog. After pausing to survey the scene outside, she noticed the supermarket was devoid of zombies save for a single corpse lying on the floor. Presumably it was another survivor who had come out searching for food. Yet his weapon was peculiar, fitted with a frying pan at its end. She paid it no mind, and began to scavenge for food: chocolate, compressed biscuits, bread. As she gazed upon these precious provisions, a smile crept across her face. Oh! A sudden shriek escaped her lips. Her exposed ankle had been scratched, as if stung by a bee. Li Xiaofeng, however, was brimming with smug satisfaction. A zombie with intelligence was indeed different. As the girl passed by, he simply extended his arm, and his fingertips instantly grazed her smooth ankle, drawing blood. The girl noticed her foot had been scraped, but assumed she had merely bumped into something. She paid it no heed, and continued to pillage the shelves for food. Suddenly her vision began to blur, and she could no longer maintain her balance, crashing directly into a shelf. Roar! The great white dog, alarmed by its owner's distress, rushed inside. Seeing her lying on the ground, it paced back and forth anxiously. Its intellect was too limited to comprehend what had transpired. It simply wagged its tail, incessantly circling around its owner. Soon the girl slowly rose, but she was no longer human. She had become a living zombie. The scent of the mutated beast's flesh and blood quickly lured her in. Her face pale, she lunged forward with outstretched arms. The great white dog stood frozen in place, unable to understand why its owner of so many years had suddenly begun to attack it. Yet loyal Dabai chose not to retaliate, only barking incessantly in a desperate attempt to awaken its master. But the zombie retained no memories of its past life. The fresh blood and flesh of the mutated beast held an irresistible allure for her. In no time the great white dog's body was stained crimson, and the girl continued to tear at its flesh with tireless ferocity. The great white dog's pupils began to glaze over. With such massive blood loss, even a powerful creature could not hold on. Its colossal form crashed to the ground, yet its eyes glistened with tears as it gazed at its owner. As gentle and docile as ever, it had lost the strength to resist, and quietly awaited death. Suddenly, within its field of vision beneath the pink curtain ahead, a corpse slowly rose to its feet. That corpse walked toward it, kicked the zombie girl away with a single blow, and then began to gnaw upon it. This was of course Li Xiaofeng, who had been playing dead all along. The scene before him had moved him deeply, prompting him to rise decisively. Let the dignity of the zombie clan be upheld by me, the zombie overlord. The light of life slowly faded from the great white dog's eyes. It closed them and sank into eternal slumber. Dogs truly are humanity's best friends. If he had owned one before the apocalypse, he might even have a mount by now. Li Xiaofeng continued to gnaw tirelessly. He now understood why zombies were inclined to attack mutated beasts. Its body contained an even more advanced zombie virus. Li Xiaofeng felt a wave of spiritual euphoria wash over him, even more intense than when infecting humans. Ding! Host is devouring the flesh of a first-order mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ding! Host is devouring the flesh of a first-order mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ding! Host has completed the weekly quest Redemption of Dignity. Slay a first-order mutated beast. Rewards are being distributed. Random selection in progress. Reward locked. Host's physical agility has been moderately enhanced. A new weekly quest will be issued tomorrow. Please check in time. Ding. Host advancement points have reached 300,300, meeting the advancement conditions. Host is advancing. Host advancement complete. Current rank 4th order, ordinary zombie. Host strength has doubled, speed slightly increased, vision and hearing mildly enhanced, and physical agility has been strengthened. A series of electronic tones echoed in Li Xiaofeng's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He never expected that killing a single mutated beast would yield so many rewards. A mysterious surge of power coursed through him, and he felt that he had truly grown stronger, especially in agility. The advancement boost combined with the weekly quest reward made him feel as if every joint in his body had come alive. Snap! He raised his right hand and actually snapped his fingers. In his mind, his advancement points had now reached 50,400. A single mutated beast had brought him 200 advancement points, equivalent to infecting 20 humans. No wonder zombies actively attacked mutated beasts. But why didn't he feel that surge of excitement when he saw the mutated beast? Ding! Because the host is too weak, the zombie virus instincts have been suppressed to prevent foolish behavior like seeking death. The system even provided an explanation. How thoughtful. But what did it mean by seeking death? Hadn't it seen how swiftly and gracefully he fled when he first encountered that big yellow-haired beast? Li Xiaofeng tied the pink curtain into a bow around his neck, instantly feeling more refined. A true demon king must look the part. Li Xiaofeng drove the female zombie out and dragged the corpse of the white dog deep into the supermarket, afraid it might frighten any survivors. This time he had truly tasted the sweetness of success. He hadn't expected to complete the weekly quest at such a critical moment. Lucky ones come. Submit to me, the zombie demon king. Li Xiaofeng howled wildly at the supermarket entrance, then abruptly turned, gently flicking his pink cape as he strode back into the shadows of the supermarket, beginning his next round of waiting. The day passed quickly and no more survivors arrived. It seemed that humans who were both capable and fortunate were few. When Li Xiaofeng's gaze fell upon the supermarket clock, the time had already struck noon. Ding! A new weekly quest has been issued. Please check host. Weekly quest Divine Bestowal. Obtain 1 talent. Quest brief: the arrival of the apocalypse has stained humanity's future with blood, but in all things there remains a glimmer of hope. 7 days after the apocalypse begins, countless rays of multicolored light will fall from the sky. Anyone who obtains a ray will receive a random talent. This is humanity's turning point. But zombies are equally eligible to obtain them. Difficulty 2 stars. Time limit within 7 days. Reward: the talent you obtain will be directly upgraded by 1 rank. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected such a twist. 7 days later, humanity was finally getting a chance. It seemed he would have to accelerate his evolution. Only by becoming a true zombie overlord could he hope to stand firm in this chaotic world. Roars. Roars. At that moment, the undead outside began to emit a cacophony of howls, their voices seeming to envelop the entire city, bringing with them an even deeper sense of despair. All the zombies were howling. Li Xiaofeng slowly walked to the supermarket entrance, wanting to see what had changed. Wouldn't it be unsociable if I didn't join in? Watching the zombies outside howling at the sky, he began to roar along as well. But then something happened that shocked him. The blood-red sun in the sky, which never set, suddenly emitted a powerful radiance, shining upon every single zombie. The zombies seemed to be absorbing the red light. This phenomenon lasted for 10 minutes before the crimson glow of the blood sun dissipated. Li Xiaofeng also received the red light, but he noticed no difference. As usual, what were these mindless zombies making such a fuss about? Truly creatures without intelligence. A flicker of superiority arose in Li Xiaofeng's heart, but then another shocking event occurred. After the zombies stopped howling, their bodies seemed to become much more agile, resembling his own state when he had just stepped into the 2nd rank. Had all the zombies advanced? This blood sun possessed such an ability. This wasn't just a single zombie advancing, billions of zombies across the planet had all evolved. But why did he feel nothing at all? System. Ding. Since the blood sun could provide energy for the system, I have absorbed it. You really are quite honest. Li Xiaofeng curled his lips slightly. He hadn't expected the system to be so straightforward in admitting it. No wonder he hadn't felt anything. However, with the system in hand, his advancement speed was far faster than that of ordinary zombies. Outside, everyone was a 2nd-rank zombie, but he was already a 4th-rank zombie. Li Xiaofeng suddenly shivered. Truly, it's lonely at the top, so lonely. The countless roars of the zombies also startled the survivors in the high-rise buildings. Everyone trembled in fear, their faces filled with utter despair. Some people looked out the window and saw that the zombies had grown even stronger. They began to wail loudly. The pressure of this apocalypse was enough to drive many to insanity. Li Xiaofeng returned to the supermarket, preparing to wait for the final 12 hours. When the sky was adorned with colorful rays of light, he would set out to seek his talent. This weekly mission wasn't to challenge mutated beasts, so it posed no great danger to him. The outside world was impassable for humans, but for him, it was truly unimpeded. Time passed, slowly reaching 6 in the morning. After the evolution of the zombies last night, it seemed no survivors dared to come out. But in the final 2 hours, someone finally ventured cautiously into this supermarket. It was two young men and a woman. The trio tiptoed their way there, encountering no other zombies along the path. One man, looking haggard but wearing an excited expression, blurted out, "Through my meticulous calculations and analysis, I skillfully avoided every single zombie. Trust me, it's foolproof." The other two completely ignored him. Seeing the scattered food in the supermarket, a wolfish green glint practically shone in their eyes. They tore open a bag of chips and began to wolf it down, frantically stuffing food into their backpacks as they ate. Only after the apocalypse did one truly appreciate the preciousness of food. That man also started packing food from the outermost shelves, while the woman ventured deeper into the supermarket to gather supplies. As Li Xiaofeng watched the humans drawing nearer, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He felt every cell in his body trembling, a sensation stronger than ever before. The advancement of the zombie virus was changing him more and more thoroughly. The place was dim, the red light of the blood sun barely penetrating. The woman was still crazily loading food, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. The food had driven her to lose all reason. With a thud, the woman seemed to have collided with someone. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind as she turned her head, only to behold a flash of pink fluttering in the darkness and a pair of scarlet indifferent eyes. This eerie sight sent a jolt of terror through her heart. Her mouth fell open and she let out a blood-curdling scream. Li Xiaofeng flicked his pink cape, enveloping the woman. His right arm swiftly coiled around her neck, pulling her into his embrace, and he leaned in to press his lips against hers. Outside the supermarket, the two men immediately caught the woman's scream. In such times, everyone's nerves were on a razor's edge. They cautiously ventured inside, one of them pulling out his phone and activating the flashlight, casting a beam into the depths of the store. To their shock, they discovered a balding man draped in a pink cape committing an indecent act upon the woman. "Damn it, let that woman go. Let me rescue her." The two men, seeing a human perpetrating violence, felt their fury surge. With humanity already struggling to survive, how could they tolerate such a scoundrel? And a pervert with such atrocious fashion taste. That was absolutely unforgivable. The two men charged forward, each brandishing a wooden stick, aiming directly for the scoundrel's head. But who would have guessed? The figure suddenly lifted his head, revealing bloodshot eyes and a mouth smeared with blood, letting out a guttural roar at them. Oh my God! The two men felt their minds go blank, never imagining that a zombie was the one committing the indecent act. One stood frozen, utterly forgetting to flee, merely staring dumbly as the zombie lunged, seizing him and sinking its teeth in. "Our apologies." The other man reacted swiftly, executing a graceful turn, grabbing his backpack and stumbling out of the supermarket, his soul already scattered by terror. Disturbing this lord's pleasure. Knowing he couldn't give chase, Li Xiaofeng bellowed in frustration and let it go. After his recent evolution, even the fittest young man could not outrun him. Yet the fleeing man, with his agile stride and muscular build combined with that elegant turn, almost seemed a match for him. Clearly no ordinary mortal. Ding. Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Ding. Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points had reached 70,400, still a long way from the next stage. He began another round of waiting, but no survivors arrived. Bored, Li Xiaofeng pulled out his phone, found a working charger, and attempted to juice it up. To his disappointment, the power was completely out. He rose and retrieved a phone from the backpack of the newly infected female zombie. The signal was entirely blocked there as well. Had the communication system collapsed too? Li Xiaofeng walked outside the supermarket, casually picked up a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. His cold scarlet eyes gazed into the distance as the crimson sun's rays bathed him, plunging him once more into a philosophical reverie. He recalled the sprint under the sunset of yesteryear. That was his fleeting youth. By now the time had struck high noon. Suddenly, countless multicolored rays began to appear at the horizon, filling this despairing apocalypse with a dreamlike allure. The rainbow-hued light fell upon every corner of the globe like countless shooting stars. Some even began to make wishes, praying for this doomsday to end swiftly. Li Xiaofeng abruptly stood up, spat out the cigarette, and peered into the distance, trying to spot the nearest beam of colorful light. Unfortunately, his vision was a blur. His sight still couldn't compare to what it once was. He felt an urgent need to get himself a pair of glasses right away. Li Xiaofeng strode straight out of the residential complex, attempting to locate the nearest position of the multicolored auspicious light. The once bustling streets were now devoid of any human presence, with only zombies wandering aimlessly. The ground was covered in dried bloodstains, and the air was oppressive and stifling. He walked amidst the horde of corpses with an air of leisurely ease, his unconventional attire making him stand out conspicuously. If an ordinary human caught sight of his silhouette from behind, they might have mistaken him for a person, albeit one with a mental affliction. He arrived on the street and spotted a clothing store not far away, feeling the need to spruce himself up. One must not be careless with one's talent. Perhaps there was a stroke of luck that would grant him a divine ability. Entering the clothing store, he saw several zombies, former shop assistants in their past lives, still wandering aimlessly inside. Roar! Li Xiaofeng let out a guttural growl, but the zombies remained indifferent. What kind of service was this? A few minutes later, he emerged from the store, now clad in a bright red down jacket with the hood pulled tightly over his head, wrapping himself up snugly. He then casually grabbed a pair of sunglasses from the adjacent eyewear shop and put them on. However, the residual bloodstains around his mouth still betrayed his identity as a zombie at first glance. But finding a mask proved difficult, so he picked up a black plastic bag from the ground and tied it around his mouth. He also donned a pair of white work gloves meant for carrying bricks. Now Li Xiaofeng was completely distinguishable from the zombies, appearing as nothing more than an oddly dressed human. The great white dog had served as a warning in this post-apocalyptic world. Even zombies faced peril. If the mutated beasts had not grown aggressive and still obeyed their masters, they could have run rampant in this new world. He did not want to walk down the street only to have a stray cat or dog monster pounce on him. And, well, docile mutated beasts listened to their owners, and in the early days of the apocalypse few people would attack others on sight. Thus his human-like disguise would still afford him a certain degree of safety. The descent of the divine talent was very slow. By the looks of it, it would take at least another half-hour to fully land on the ground. Li Xiaofeng was in no hurry. He roughly calculated the landing position of the divine talent, deducing it would fall in the eastern part of the city. He sauntered forward leisurely, his nostrils twitching slightly, as he tried to sniff out any survivors. The path of evolution continued. Suddenly, as he passed by an internet cafe, he detected the scent of fresh flesh and blood mingled with a faint, unpleasant odor. It was the very internet cafe he used to frequent. He entered with practiced ease. The interior was bathed in a red glow, casting eerie light upon the computers. But no living souls were to be seen, only zombies. Some zombies staggered about in a crooked manner. Others remained slumped in their seats, unable to rise, still wearing their headphones, likely infected while still in the middle of a game. Their teammates were probably still cursing them for going AFK. He slowly made his way to the restroom at the back of the cafe, where the door was shut and bolted from the inside. The scent of flesh that Li Xiaofeng had detected came from here. There were actually 2 survivors inside. Bang! Bang! He tried knocking on the door, but there was no response from within. However, even with his weakened hearing, he could discern the terrified gasps of breath coming from the other side. Bang! Bang! He tried again. Unable to speak, he could only knock to inform them that someone had come to help them. Yet they remained unmoved. It seemed the past few days had thoroughly terrified them. Li Xiaofeng began to ponder other solutions. Unable to speak, and with knocking proving useless, he needed another way to convey a message to them. As he lowered his head in thought, he suddenly noticed a gap beneath the restroom door, large enough to slip a piece of paper through. But where in this internet cafe would he find paper and a pen? Unless some student had come on a weekend to copy homework. Surely no one would actually do something like that, right? Except for Li Xiaofeng before he turned into a zombie. He wandered around for a bit, and sure enough found no one so bored. He also checked the second floor of the cafe, but found no paper or pen there either. However, the restroom door on the second floor was open and it was empty. A plan formed in his mind. He entered the second floor restroom and tore down several small advertisements from the wall. He crept stealthily to the restroom door on the first floor. He dropped the small ads on the ground, and using his feet kicked them one by one through the gap under the door. Inside were 2 middle school students enjoying their weekend together at an internet cafe. But their blissful weekend was suddenly shattered by a catastrophe. The apocalypse had erupted, and it came so abruptly. They had once fantasized about how they would save the world if Doomsday struck. Now they were trembling in fear. Fortunately, they had grabbed some food while fleeing into the restroom, or they wouldn't have survived until now. But it was futile, merely delaying their demise. Outside, zombies roamed freely, making escape impossible. Only now did they realize that only the protagonists of novels could save the world, while they were just ordinary people struggling to survive. Despair had gradually consumed them. Hunger even blurred their vision. Brother Chi, I'm hallucinating. I think I see someone slipping in flyers. A gaunt, sallow-faced student said. I thought I heard someone knocking earlier. Could someone actually be coming? What are you thinking? With all those zombies outside, who would dare to come to an internet cafe? But Brother Chi, it really looks like someone is slipping in flyers. They saw flyers sliding in under the door. Staggering to their feet, they approached. Door-to-door service phone number. Staring at the flyer's content, they paused. Wasn't this the same ad plastered all over the restroom walls? Xiaowei, lift me up. The top of the restroom door has a glass panel. Let me see outside. A spark of hope ignited in their hearts, making their bodies tremble. Could someone truly be coming to rescue them? Zombies wouldn't slip in flyers. Unsteadily, one student climbed onto the other's shoulders. They were ravaged by hunger, but the sudden surge of hope sent adrenaline coursing through their veins, summoning a fresh wave of strength. Finally, the student pressed his face against the glass, trying to peer outside. Li Xiaofeng had heard the noise and knew exactly what they were doing. He had already shoved the wandering zombies out of the first floor. Seeing the boy observing the outside, he stepped back to give him a clearer view and even waved in a friendly manner. The student's face lit up with excitement. He saw a man wearing sunglasses, a black plastic bag tied around his mouth, a bright red down jacket, and a pink curtain draped over his shoulders. Though the figure looked utterly bizarre, the friendly wave he gave was enough to fill the student with immense relief. The strong always have their quirks. He could understand that completely. How else would they stand out from ordinary people? Xiaowei, let me down. Someone really came to save us. Tears glistened in the student's eyes, moved by the kindness he had witnessed amid the apocalypse's cold indifference. This selfless heroism, risking his own life to rescue strangers, was a lesson they would cherish forever. He staggered down, nearly falling. Creak. The door swung open, revealing 2 haggard students. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Their voices quivered with overwhelming gratitude. Li Xiaofeng's expression stiffened. Sir. Bro, before I became a zombie, I was just a high school junior, okay? How dare you disrespect me like this? Li Xiaofeng stepped forward and patted their heads gently. An inexplicable sense of safety washed over them, and they threw themselves into his arms sobbing. Wasn't this a bit too bold? Throwing themselves into a zombie's embrace. Li Xiaofeng hugged them back, slowly lifting his black plastic bag with his right hand, like a beauty unveiling her veil in a drama. But what emerged was a mouth smeared with blood. It hurts so much. They screamed as a sharp pain tore through their necks. They shoved Li Xiaofeng away, staring at him in terror, noticing the fresh blood staining his lips. Ew. Clutching their bleeding wounds, their eyes brimmed with disbelief. In their horrified gaze, the zombie calmly adjusted his black plastic bag, shook his head with a flourish, and turned away with a swagger. What the hell was that thing? Before they could even cry out, their vision blurred, and their consciousness began to fade. Ding. Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng flicked his pink cape abruptly and strode away with a flourish. His task complete, he retreated into obscurity, hiding both his merit and his name. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were cold and ruthless, gazing into the distance as a gentle breeze, swept by an air of solitary elegance, arose. Damn, too caught up in showing off. Suddenly, he spotted a multicolored radiance descending nearby, already close to the ground. Don't let humans beat me to it. He spotted a small green bike nearby, and using his immense strength tore off the lock before mounting it with a flourish. He lowered his head, eyes focused, desperately swerving to avoid the wandering zombies ahead. The wind, stirred by his ride, billowed his pink cape behind him. A handsome zombie sped through the streets with style. Bang, bang, bang. With poor eyesight, abysmal cycling skills, and stiff joints, he crashed into zombies the entire way. If the zombies had any awareness, they would have beaten Li Xiaofeng black and blue. After 10 minutes of cycling, he finally reached his destination. When he dismounted, the front wheel of the green bike was already bent at a 90-degree angle. He looked up slightly and saw the multicolored radiance just ahead, shimmering with dreamlike beauty. It had landed on a five-story building with an open rooftop. It seemed he'd have to find an entrance to go up. Li Xiaofeng began to scout the area and soon spotted an iron door on the left side of the building, likely the entrance. Clang. Locked. Good grief, judging by the sturdiness of this iron door, brute force won't open it. Li Xiaofeng soon noticed a few zombies nearby. Two of them were seated on stone benches with a chessboard set between them. They must have been elderly people playing chess before turning into zombies. Perhaps their legs were already weak, for they had never risen. From a distance, it truly looked as if they were still engaged in a game. Li Xiaofeng walked over and slyly patted down their pockets. He quickly found a set of keys, likely for the iron door. Glancing at the chessboard, he used one player's advisor to capture the other's general, ending a game that would never have finished. The advisor is a traitor. You lose. Li Xiaofeng turned around and crept stealthily to the iron door. He began trying the keys one by one, a thrill of excitement building within him. After repeated attempts, he finally found the right key and unlocked the iron door. The interior was dim and the motion sensor lights didn't turn on. Li Xiaofeng stared at the staircase before him, a bit disheartened. This old-style building had no elevator. He'd have to climb each step. Each floor had 2 apartments housing 8 families in total, though 4 doors stood wide open. To his surprise, he saw zombies lying inside. Their limbs were clearly broken and they struggled incessantly, but couldn't get up. Had humans been inside? That was the only explanation. But Li Xiaofeng paid them no mind and headed straight for the top floor. Heaven sent talent. Incoming. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found the door locked again. This time from the inside with no keyhole at all. Someone's up there. Has the talent been taken? A wave of worry washed over Li Xiaofeng, but he soon heard voices arguing. Brother Song, brother one. Though I don't know what this multicolored glow is, I'm willing to risk my life to try. Brother Xiong, let me do it. I'm young and unafraid of death. You must survive in this apocalypse. What are you two pretending for? As soon as you get close, there's a prompt. Even an illiterate can understand it. Receive a random talent to enhance your survival in the apocalypse. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. From the voices, there were 3 people on the rooftop, and they were bickering. It seemed the talent hadn't been absorbed yet. Bang bang bang. A slow knock echoed through the room, startling the 3 youths. Someone was here. In the midst of this apocalypse, who would dare to come? The trio were not residents of this building. They had merely come to the rooftop for a weekend barbecue when the unexpected struck. Fortunately, none of them had mutated. Yet, gazing at the zombies roaming the streets, biting everyone in sight, they quickly bolted the iron door shut. All 3 were hardened individuals. Soon their food ran out, and they mustered the courage to descend and scavenge for supplies. They discovered that the so-called zombies were nothing formidable, stiff-limbed and sluggish. As long as they weren't tackled, survival was possible. The few zombies downstairs were swiftly taken down by the trio, who then hauled up all the food they could find. But today a streak of multicolored radiance slowly descended from the sky. At first they thought it was a meteorite, but it proved harmless. Upon closer inspection, they found it was a random talent reward. They fully believed it. If an apocalypse could happen, why not this? The 3 brothers, once bound by blood and camaraderie, were instantly divided over a single talent. This was a chance to survive, and no one would relinquish it. The knocking interrupted their quarrel. Who is it? A burly man, bare-chested with a tattered dragon tattoo on his chest, wore a savage expression. The knocking persisted steady and rhythmic. Irritated, the three muttered, "What the hell? Big brother, something's been slipped under the door." A wiry monkey-like youth with glasses spoke. The burly man approached cautiously and peered down. "Door-to-door service. Damn it. What is this? Which bastard dares to mock me?" The burly man roared, yanking open the iron door. A strangely dressed person stood outside, leaving the trio dumbfounded. Black sunglasses and a plastic bag, a pink curtain draped behind a bright red down jacket, white gloves, and, unbelievably, a frying pan strapped to his back. What the hell was that? A lunatic? Li Xiaofeng ignored their stares, strode inside, and fixed his gaze on the multicolored halo in the corner, his heart ablaze with fervor. He turned his bloodshot eyes coldly fixed on the trio. These mere mortals dared to curse me. Li Xiaofeng was about to reveal his true form to give them a thorough surprise. "Brothers, grab your weapons. He's probably a psycho," the burly man barked. The three seized gleaming machetes and advanced. Li Xiaofeng halted abruptly. Damn, were these all hardened bandits? Why did the script feel off? He intended to take down the burly man first, lunging forward. But the burly man swung his machete, thrusting it at him with even greater speed. Schlick! The sound of blade-piercing flesh stunned him. Despite being a fourth-tier common zombie, Li Xiaofeng found himself outmatched by the armed brute. He quickly devised a plan, clutching his abdomen with his right hand while pointing at the burly man with his left, feigning disbelief as he crumpled to the ground. The burly man withdrew his blade and spat. "Damn it! What's with this poser? Playing crazy in this heat, wearing a damn red-down jacket." He turned the faded dragon tattoo on his chest, appearing more menacing, his face twisted with rage, and addressed the others. "Brothers, it's no longer safe here. If we want to survive, these talents must be the key. You all know my character. He'll take this talent, and if there are others elsewhere, he'll lead you to there as well. How about that?" The burly man thumped his chest, speaking with an air of bold generosity. "Brother Xiang, I feel my combat prowess is stronger. I'd be more assured if I took the talent." Another similarly robust man spoke up. On his chest was tattooed a lazy sheep, especially the pile of dung atop its head, which echoed comically with his chest hair. "When I got my tattoo, I didn't utter a single cry. Big brother, your incomplete dragon was left unfinished because you couldn't bear the pain. Let your younger brother take this talent instead." "Since the three of us can't agree, let the victor claim the talent, shall we?" A flash of anger crossed the big man's eyes. This was his shame now dredged up once more. "Today this incomplete dragon of mine shall devour you, this fat sheep." "Fine, but we're brothers after all. No weapons, just bare hands." "Agreed." The man tattooed with the lazy sheep tossed aside his machete, his eyes equally fierce. "Good. Brother Wen, stay out of this. You're too frail. Your elder brother and brother Song, whichever of us wins, will take care of you." The slender young man wore a calm expression, stepping back to show he would not join the brawl. The eldest brother discarded his machete and strode forward barehanded, his muscles swelling with intimidating power. The second brother's eyes glinted. He stood motionless, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he watched the approaching man. "Forgive me, big brother." Suddenly, he bent down, snatched the machete from the ground, and thrust it forward without the slightest hesitation. The eldest brother seemed momentarily stunned, but then a grin spread across his face as he addressed the brother charging at him. "You forgive me too." A machete suddenly pierced through the second brother's abdomen. His face twisted in disbelief as he slowly turned around. It was the frail third brother clutching the blade, his expression savage and cold. "Brother, when you..." The big man let out a laugh and praised Xiao and well done. But the moment the words left his mouth, seizing the chance, while the eldest brother was momentarily unarmed, the third brother charged forward again, machete in hand. "The talent is mine," the slender youth snarled viciously. The big man hadn't expected this either, but he reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging the first strike. Then they became locked in a struggle. Xiao, when frail and slight, failed to land the first blow, and was quickly overpowered once the big man closed in. "Damn it! You dare betray me!" The big man threw Xiao into the ground, his face twisted with cruelty, raining down punch after punch. He seemed intent on beating him to death. Never had he imagined that the brothers who usually respected him would turn against him. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp impact struck the back of the big man's head. His vision blurred, and he struggled to turn around. Bang! As the big man spun around, he saw only a frying pan hurtling toward him. It was the strangely dressed lunatic from before, now on his feet. "You!" Bang! Before he could finish, the frying pan struck him again, sending him crashing down. He never expected that the freak who had seemed incapacitated would rise once more. "Three idiots. Playing your little game of betrayal right here." Li Xiaofeng slowly peeled off his black plastic bag as he gazed at the three fallen men. With a roar, he revealed his true identity as the zombie overlord, lunging at them with a ferocious bite as terror and despair filled their eyes. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that a zombie would play dead and lie low, and its skill with a frying pan was far too practiced. Ding! Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution points had reached 120,400. To evolve into a fifth-order ordinary zombie, he still needed to infect 28 more people. "I need to speed up." Li Xiaofeng pondered on the spot, utterly unconcerned about his wounds. No blood flowed from his abdomen, it had no effect on him. He slowly approached the multicolored radiance. The light was as tall as an ordinary person, its colors resplendent. As he drew closer, a prompt appeared, the voice a neutral electronic tone, much like his system's voice. Randomly acquire a talent. It will enhance your survival ability in the apocalypse. He stepped directly into the glow and another notification followed. Absorbing talent. Duration 10 minutes. He now understood why the three brothers hadn't entered but had fought each other instead. It required time to absorb. Leaving the glow, he pushed the three new zombies off the rooftop and locked the iron door tight. This way no one should disturb my absorption. Li Xiaofeng howled with excitement and began absorbing the talent. Talent absorption in progress. Absorption complete. Talent bystander aura. Rank unknown. Description skilled in disguise, you can instantly become an unnoticed bystander, completely reducing your presence. This is a perfect yet clumsy deception. Effect 50 chance to drastically reduce your presence. He stood frozen, not even noticing the multicolored glow fading away as if lost in deep thought. What the hell kind of talent is this? Not only is it unrelated to combat, but even the success rate is only half. I didn't expect a talent to become a super zombie, but at least something to enhance strength or speed. Ding. Host has completed the weekly quest Divine Bestowal talent. Obtain 1 talent. Reward is being distributed. Upgrading the rank of Bystander Aura. Ding. Bystander Aura has no rank. Upgrade failed. Reward redirected. Beginning to derive a new talent. Ding. Host has comprehended a new talent, Protagonist Aura. Talent Protagonist Aura. Rank unknown. Description skilled in disguise, you can instantly become the protagonist, radiating brilliance and attracting the attention of other beings. This is a perfect yet clumsy deception. Effect 50 chance to drastically increase your presence. A new weekly quest will be issued in 7 days. Please check it. Host. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle as a gentle breeze blew, causing his pink cape and black plastic bag to flutter slightly. He was utterly speechless. He hadn't expected that after the bystander aura the system would reward him with a protagonist aura. The effects were diametrically opposed. What the hell was the use of this? Having held great expectations for the Divine Bestowal talent, he now fully realized his mistake. So this was the Divine Bestowal talent. A zombie wearing sunglasses gazed into the distance, pulled a cigarette from his down jacket, lit it, and wore a melancholic expression. Despite suddenly acquiring 2 talents, his combat power remained utterly unchanged. Rather than talents, they felt more like amusing gimmicks, completely different from what he desired. Talents were unreliable. He might as well stick to the path of evolution. Thankfully, it was a zombie that obtained them. What if a survivor had gotten them? No matter how much you blended into a zombie, you were still fresh flesh. They'd pounce on you without hesitation. Li Xiaofeng tidied his disheveled hair and thoughts, put on his black plastic bag, and left the rooftop. In this old building, several other households had their doors tightly locked, yet Li Xiaofeng could still smell the scent of fresh flesh. He arrived at a door on the 3rd floor, clearly sensing 3 people inside, and knocked politely. Knock. Knock. The household consisted of a family of 3, a couple, and their child in elementary school, all huddled together in the bedroom. Their faces were pale, clearly having gone hungry for a long time, with tear stains still fresh on the little boy's cheeks. Damn it. How could this suddenly happen? The man was equally mentally drained, yet he still couldn't accept the reality. The apocalypse had arrived so abruptly. Just the day before, he had been working tirelessly at his company, holding hope for the future, finally taking a rare break over the weekend to spend time with his family. But after a flash of light, the sun never rose again, replaced by a blood-red orb that hung eternally in the sky. The woman's face was etched with despair, her eyes vacant, devoid of any remaining hope. Every day through the window they saw nothing but zombies roaming the streets. Not a single living soul remained. The world had changed. They had hoped for rescue, but with such widespread infection, even the military was likely overwhelmed, especially in this small city. The shadow of death loomed over them. Suddenly, a slow, measured knock at the door jolted the 3 of them, disbelief flickering across their faces. Were they hallucinating? Knock. Knock. Li Xiaofeng remained patient. Oh, as a zombie, he had all the time in the world, a hunter's most basic virtue. Is someone really knocking? The man's voice trembled with excitement. Could hope arrive so quickly? The woman's once lifeless eyes also regained a glimmer, but she quickly grew cautious. Could it be those thugs from upstairs a few days ago? Days earlier, 3 brothers had gone door to door. Seeing their fierce looks, the family had been too afraid to open up. The man struggled to his feet, shook his head, and said slowly, "Let me go check." The man approached the door and peered through the peephole. From such close range, Li Xiaofeng could fully sense his fresh, bloody scent, and a flicker of excitement stirred within him. He stepped back 2 paces so the man could see him clearly, then raised an awkward peace sign. The man froze, staring at the sunglasses paired with a black plastic bag, the frying pan on his back still stained with blood, and that bizarre peace sign. He didn't look like a good person at all. Could he be another thug? Perhaps even a deranged one? Despair flooded the man's heart again, and he had no intention of opening the door. In the apocalypse, despair and fear had brought out the darkest side of humanity, letting someone like this in would only hasten their doom. Li Xiaofeng grew anxious, sensing the man's reluctance, and activated his protagonist aura. Protagonist aura activation failed. He paused, momentarily stunned. Of course it was unreliable. Activate protagonist aura again. Cannot use on the same target within a short period. What the hell? Activate passerby aura. Activation successful. Your presence has been greatly reduced. Li Xiaofeng's heart leaped with joy. The odds of both auras failing were thankfully low. The man glanced outside, then turned and walked away without a second look, completely ignoring the door. Li Xiaofeng stood frozen, realizing that activating the passerby aura might not have been a wise choice. The other party had no intention of acknowledging him at all. Has he completely ignored my existence? Li Xiaofeng stood frozen in place, stunned that the other party had walked away so decisively and with such nonchalance. It seemed the effect of the bystander halo was quite overbearing. If the protagonist's halo succeeded, he continued downward. There were still survivors on the first floor waiting for him to lure. On the first floor in one of the apartments, there was an elderly man who sustained himself daily on a small amount of rice porridge. His eyes were vacant, occasionally gazing out the window. The wandering zombies made the old man's expression complex, especially when he saw his two old friends still sitting, as if playing chess on the stone bench below. The world had changed, yet he had no power to change it. The moment his food ran out would be his death. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a knocking sound jolted the old man from his thoughts. Is it those three damned thugs again? The old man couldn't help but curse. Get lost. He stomped to the door and bellowed. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. My knocking is so polite, and you still curse. Bang, bang, bang. He persisted, knocking slowly and steadily, trying to make the survivor think he was a good person. The old man was also puzzled. Could it be that it wasn't those three? He peered through the peephole and saw a person dressed like a mental patient standing outside. Rescue, or a refugee. For a moment the old man was intimidated by the costume, unable to determine the stranger's identity. Protagonist halo activate. Activation successful. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected it to be so smooth. In that instant he felt as if his entire being was radiating brilliance. Descending to the mortal world with God's decree, he stretched his arms out to the sides, as if welcoming the baptism of holy light. The old man's eyes were also dazed. For no reason, he felt that this person had come to rescue him. In that moment he felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Though he didn't know why the stranger had suddenly spread his arms, he felt he could be trusted. Are you here to save people? The old man slowly opened the door, a hint of excitement on his face. Worship me, mortal. This is the radiance of the zombie overlord. Li Xiaofeng still held his arms out horizontally, waiting for the other to come to him. The protagonist wouldn't deign to move himself. The protagonist was worshipped wherever he went. The old man would probably come over soon to tug at his down jacket, his eyes welling with tears, excitedly begging the protagonist to take him away. Bang! A sound rang out, and he froze. The door had closed again. Was the protagonist so lacking in prestige? I thought he was here to rescue, but it turns out he's just a lunatic. The old man sighed. The other party just stood there like an idiot. He must have been overthinking it. How could such a person be a savior? Bang! 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 Li Xiaofeng was getting anxious. This protagonist's halo wasn't working very well. The old man remained unmoved, even starting to turn away. Fortunately, Li Xiaofeng had a flash of inspiration and shoved a flyer further inside again. In-home services, hey. The old man picked it up and was instantly filled with rage. He turned and flung the door open, cursing, "You son of a..." Before he could finish, Li Xiaofeng pounced on him, tore open the plastic bag, and began to bite and gnaw. This old man opening and closing the door like it's a game. Couldn't he show a little respect? The old man, already weak from hunger, was completely unable to resist an ordinary fourth-tier zombie. This was actually a zombie. The old man had never once considered that possibility. Ding! Host has successfully infected one person. Evolution value 10. Li Xiaofeng turned and left one step closer to advancing to the 5th rank. It seemed the protagonist's aura was still useful, easily luring survivors out into the open. Li Xiaofeng tried his luck at the remaining 2 households, but the protagonist's aura failed him this time. They didn't even bother to respond. Could it be that his outfit was too dashing? He muttered to himself with a sigh before leaving the old apartment building. Trying door by door was too slow, and as time passed the efficiency of infection would likely dwindle. Time to head to a crowded place. With his mind made up, Li Xiaofeng soon hopped onto a little green bike and began pedaling toward the city center. A school. He still needed to infect over 20 more people to advance, and a place like that should make it easy. Whistling, Li Xiaofeng kept cycling, his gaze wandering as if he were carefree in a prosperous era. Private cars were clogging the roads, leaving only bicycles to move freely. But suddenly he noticed a yellow bus in the distance, surrounded by a horde of zombies. They howled incessantly, their eyes a bloodshot red. Could there be people inside the bus? He saw the doors tightly shut as zombies clawed and bit at the bus exterior, drawn by something within. Li Xiaofeng's interest peaked, and he began moving closer to the bus. If there was an opportunity, he would claim it. It would be a waste to leave it to these lowly common zombies. As he drew nearer, he realized the zombies weren't trying to get into the bus, but were instead attempting to climb onto its roof. It should be on the roof, not inside, shouldn't it? Li Xiaofeng's gaze shifted upward, and he finally saw what was on the roof. His hands trembled violently, and a shiver ran through his entire body. He jumped off the bike, letting it speed forward on its own until it collided with a zombie and slowly came to a halt. Li Xiaofeng threw himself to the ground, his down jackets had tightly covering his head as he began crawling forward stealthily. The series of movements was not only practiced, but also dashing. Activating bystander aura. Activation successful. He let out a huge sigh of relief. What the hell was this joke? On the roof of the yellow bus lay a massive orange cat its size nearly matching the bus itself, looking utterly languid. Because its color blended so well with the bus and Li Xiaofeng's eyesight wasn't great, he had overlooked this monstrous creature. The zombies below were drawn by the high-level virus emanating from the cat's body. The big orange cat was basking in the sun, its enormous eyes blinking with confusion as it glanced toward a spot where something seemed to have rushed past. Li Xiaofeng was extremely cautious. This cat was far too huge. He guessed it had likely reached the second rank of mutated beasts, far surpassing the strength of that white dog and yellow dog. Suddenly the big orange cat seemed bored. It slowly rose to its feet, and with a leap bounded off the bus. Bang! A private car was crushed flat beneath it. With a casual swipe of its paw it tore several zombies apart. How dare you disturb this kitty's rest, you lowly monsters. The big orange cat turned its attention to the horde gathered near the bus. Its claws moved with incredible speed, each strike claiming several zombies. In an instant arms, legs, and heads flew in all directions. Bang! An arm even smacked Li Xiaofeng on the head. Damn it, what rotten luck. He kept crawling forward, his bystander aura active to avoid drawing attention. Like a red caterpillar, he swiftly slithered out of the area. Behind him, a massive number of zombies were being slaughtered, unable to harm the orange cat in the slightest. Soon a quiet zone was cleared, and the fat cat returned to the bus roof, stretching lazily before settling back to rest. Slaughtering the zombie race so mercilessly. Just wait until I get stronger, then I'll settle the score with you. Li Xiaofeng rose gracefully, cast a glance back at the fat cat, and hurriedly departed. After weaving through several streets, he finally arrived before a school gate. The city's sacred ground of education, Wang Institute of Education. It was also the school Li Xiaofeng had dreamed of, though it paled in comparison to prestigious universities. But it had its strengths, just as I have my weaknesses. Stepping into the school, he saw various teaching buildings and dormitories standing tall, yet they had lost their former vibrancy. Along the Xiaolin Road, on the playground, and before the sports center, only hordes of zombies roamed. Li Xiaofeng arrived at the school's playground, where even more zombies in camouflage wandered about. What luck! I perfectly dodged military training. He mused softly, grateful that this year's freshman had been spared. As he strolled leisurely across the campus, his nostrils twitched slightly, as if he had caught the scent of food. He flicked his pink cape and looked ahead, spotting a 6-story building. The entire structure was divided into hundreds of small rooms, each balcony adorned with various clothes. A male dormitory. He judged instantly from the hanging garments. But why were there a few pieces of women's clothing as well? What was this world coming to? Li Xiaofeng sighed inwardly, though he had to admit they looked rather nice. With a howl, he strode directly into the student dormitory. Several zombies roamed the hallway of the dormitory completely naked. Such uncivilized zombies. His flamboyant attire stood out starkly, and he secretly took pride as he passed each one. His keen sense of smell told him the scent of flesh and blood didn't come from the first floor. Finding the stairs, he struggled up one level, grumbling inwardly about why a 6-story building had no elevator. Where did all those expensive tuition fees go? Reaching the second floor, his body jolted. Found it. Adjusting his sunglasses, he swaggered to the end of the second-floor corridor and stopped before a dormitory door. A sign above read, 218. The door was tightly locked with dried bloodstains on it. He struck a pose and was about to knock when a conversation suddenly erupted from inside. Son, should we head to the activity center? A weak voice asked. Li Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback. A father and son at school. What was going on? Had the father spent decades trying to get into the education institute? That was absurd. Call me dad, you ungrateful brat. Another voice, though feeble, retorted with unwavering determination. Li Xiaofeng quickly realized they must be roommates. Going to the activity center is useless even though it's gathered over 100 people. But haven't you noticed that every 2 days some guys go out for food and water? How many make it back alive? Li Xiaofeng's knocking hand froze midair. He hadn't expected to overhear such inside information. Over 100 people. That meant over 1,000 evolution points, enough to elevate him 2 ranks. At that point, even a grown man wielding a weapon would be no match for him. A red glint even flickered in his eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a growl. Who's there? One of the students inside blurted out in terror. Both were uncertain. It sounded like a zombie, yet something felt off. Why did it seem so twisted? Li Xiaofeng wondered if had been discovered, but now he had no choice but to try knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Inside there was still no response, of both dared not make a sound. He knocked again, trying to signal that he was also a survivor. 10 minutes passed. The knocking continued, and Li Xiaofeng stood there awkwardly. Wasn't this a bit too rude? At last he received a response. Is there a password? Li Xiaofeng's body stiffened, his hand hovering in midair. Now zombies knocked on doors and needed a password. Were they filming a movie? What was going on? He snapped out of it and continued knocking while a flyer was slipped under the door. Unfortunately, the university door had no transparent glass, so they couldn't see each other. Otherwise, with his dashing appearance and protagonist's aura, dealing with 2 college students would be a piece of cake. Door-to-door service. One college student cautiously picked up the flyer, his expression strange. Son, it doesn't seem like a zombie. Probably a pervert. Open the door, another student asked warily. Open my ass. Now that the apocalypse is here, some people are more dangerous than zombies. Especially this kind of person, still thinking about services even at the end of the world. How could they be good? A quick judgment says they're an old pervert. Li Xiaofeng tilted his head, slightly frozen in place, feeling as though had been insulted. Wasn't this a male dormitory? Why was his flyer campaign having such a bizarre effect? He knocked again, but the two gave no response, having no intention of acknowledging him further. What kind of world was this? As a zombie, not only had he failed to infect anyone, but had also been gratuitously insulted. If only he could speak, he wouldn't have to resort to flyers. He'd need to find some paper and a pen. Though his dexterity was limited, and he couldn't write elegantly, drawing symbols would suffice. Knowing they'd taken him for a pervert, and would likely never open the door, he silently departed. His silhouette veiled behind pink curtains appeared desolate and forlorn. Li Xiaofeng left the dormitory building directly. Out of the entire building, only this one room had 2 people. Was the survival rate really this low? He wanted to find the activity center they'd mentioned, home to over 100 people. His nose twitched as his keen sense of smell began to search. The scent of 100 humans' flesh and blood must be quite strong. Though it was just an education institute, the area was still vast, located on the outskirts rather than a bustling district. An hour passed quickly, yet he still hadn't sensed anything. Shouldn't an activity center be in a very conspicuous spot? He looked ahead and saw the words West Cafeteria in large letters. Were student canteens this upscale now? But soon he wandered to another cafeteria, East Cafeteria. What nonsense was this single canteen playing at? Had actually thought a student canteen could be that fancy. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng's body convulsed violently, his sunglasses falling off as if in a fit of excitement. Not because Head reached the canteen, but because beside it stood a 2-story building with the sign Activity Center. He smelled a strong aroma of flesh and blood. A few minutes later, Li Xiaofeng tidied his appearance, adjusted his sunglasses, straightened his frying pan, and dusted off his black plastic bag. He strode forward confidently. Bro is here. The Activity Center was only 2 stories tall, but not small, an area with 2 trees in front of the main entrance. He didn't recognize one of the trees, nor the other. With a slight flick of his cape, he stepped forward slowly, trying to make his knock sound alluring. Bang! Bang! Just then a cold electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Random quest triggered. Generating quest. Ding! Random quest issued, efficient infection. Quest briefing: there are over 100 survivors in the building ahead. For you, this is a tremendous temptation. Go. Infect more humans, gain more evolution points, and become a stronger zombie. Difficulty: unknown. Time limit: none. Quest reward: graded rewards, 3 tiers. Infect 50% of the survivors, 3rd tier reward. Infect 80% of the survivors, 2nd tier reward. Infect 100% of the survivors, 1st tier reward. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, never expecting not only a bounty of evolution points, but also a random quest to be issued. The system was indeed remarkably considerate. Inside the activity center, numerous seats were arranged and a stage stood at the front. All student events were held here. But the activity center had lost its former festivity. Now only a group of students with soiled clothes and pallid faces crouched in various corners. Each face was filled with the pallor of death, devoid of the vitality and energy they once possessed. Everyone, there's no need for such despair. A portly middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. His name was Chun Qinsho, the college's dean. Unlike the other students, he was neatly groomed and dressed in a suit and tie. As the dean of this college, I will lead you all out of here alive. The middle-aged man relished speaking on stage, his face full of authority and righteousness. Believe me, the army will soon suppress this anomaly. As the city's only university, we will undoubtedly be the first target for rescue. Trust that the government will not abandon you, the elite talents. We must hold on to hope. Strive to survive. In the days to come, each of you will become true elites. The world still needs you to save it. The middle-aged man was full of righteousness, believing his speech to be fervent and stirring, yet the response was sparse. Yes, everyone, do not let the dean down. We must trust in his leadership. Isn't that right? A bespectacled, refined-looking student tried to rally the crowd. As the student council president, he had naturally latched onto the dean from the start. And indeed, his choice proved correct. Apart from the 2 female students, he was the only one who didn't have to venture out to search for food. Every excursion was like walking a tightrope over a chasm, nearly a 9 in a million chance of survival. Especially now that the supermarket in the East Cafeteria had been nearly emptied. To continue finding food, they had to go to the supermarkets of other cafeterias. What was once a short distance was now fraught with peril. One careless move would draw the chase of countless zombies. The outcome was too gruesome to imagine. The students remained listless, completely unmoved. In the past, they might have mustered some response. But now, with empty stomachs, how could they summon any zeal? The middle-aged man felt somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat, ready to continue his encouragement. Soon he would have to send people out to find food again. Without a bit of motivation, who would willingly go? Just as he was about to speak, a sudden knock echoed. Bang! 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 Chun Qinsho froze for a moment, then his face filled with confusion. The others also snapped to attention. Since the apocalypse broke out, they had never heard a knock from outside. No students had gone out to search for food today, so it could only be other humans. As for zombies, no one entertained that possibility. What zombie would knock on a door? And with such politeness? Hearing the sound of knocking, a hint of excitement appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Whether it was someone coming to save them or the remaining survivors fleeing to him, it would only bring him benefits. At the very least, he could gain someone to fight for him. Despite Chin Chin's trembling figure, he still tried to maintain an imposing demeanor. He gave a subtle glance to the student council president, who immediately understood. The refined student hurriedly approached the door, peering through a small glass pane. However, he instantly froze, his expression stiffening as he stared blankly outside. Outside stood a person wearing sunglasses that obscured their eyes. Even more bizarrely, they had a black plastic bag over their mouth with a frying pan on their back, draped in a pink curtain. Zhang Xingming was taken aback. The other's attire truly shattered his understanding. He had never seen anything like this, even in peacetime. He never expected that in the face of the apocalypse, all sorts of strange beings would emerge. What made him more twitchy was that the person had raised their hand above their head, giving him a gesture of a heart. What in the world is this person? What's wrong? Xingming, what's happening? The middle-aged man grew puzzled at the prolonged silence. Zhang Xingming came to his senses, his eyes still filled with deep bewilderment. He shook his head and replied, "Dean, it seems like a mental patient has escaped." "What do you mean by a mental patient?" Li Xiaofeng's hands suddenly stiffened, feeling a bit embarrassed. What did it mean to be a mental patient? He had only made a heart gesture to make them feel close, yet he was considered a mental patient. Activate the protagonist's halo. Mortal beings, prepare to receive my holy light baptism. Ding. Activation failed. A mental patient, huh? Then don't open the door. The middle-aged man approached the entrance and was equally stunned by Li Xiaofeng's appearance. Coming to his senses, he decisively refused. Allowing a mental patient inside would not only endanger everyone, but also make him impossible to command. Letting him in would be inviting disaster. Li Xiaofeng felt somewhat hurt, his legs bending slightly. He made the heart gesture once more. Yet they all looked disappointed and left the door, not expecting that the apocalypse would allow mental patients to wander freely. Damn it. Li Xiaofeng felt as if 1,000 divine beasts were howling past him. What was going on? I need to change my outfit. These people might find it hard to accept my dazzling brilliance. I need to reflect on myself. Li Xiaofeng began to think, ultimately concluding that the humans inside had too vulgar a taste. Clothing store, clothing store. Li Xiaofeng silently chanted in his heart, preparing to change his appearance. Mortal beings, prepare to welcome my new form. As he was about to leave, he took advantage of everyone stepping away from the door, not looking outside. Kindly piling 10 zombies at the entrance. He even used 2 trees in front of the door and found a rope to tie the 10 zombies in place. Looking at his carefully crafted work, Li Xiaofeng let out a howl. This should ensure that no one dares to come out. As the zombie king, he naturally aimed for the highest rewards. If someone were to go out to find food and got infected while he was gone, who would he hold accountable? He slightly turned his head, glancing at the pink curtain behind him, which seemed even brighter, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. The crimson light of the blood-red sun shone upon him, and Li Xiaofeng straightened his posture, striding away. Is this the light of the righteous path? The people inside, however, remained utterly oblivious to Li Xiaofeng's good deed. The middle-aged man continued his speech, lost in self-admiration. Before the military arrives to rescue us, we must first save ourselves. We all know well the scarcity of food and water, but fortunately we have brave and responsible college students of this new era. The times need them, and we need them even more. Let us now bless our heroes Xiao Wei and Ji as they venture forth to secure food. As the portly middle-aged man finished his words, 2 students with pale faces and fear in their eyes stood up. To remain here, one had to go out every 2 days to search for food and water. Such were the rules Qin Qinshu had established. Initially, reaching the supermarket in the East Dining Hall was not difficult as the distance was short. But as the supermarket was gradually emptied, the students were forced to go farther afield, multiplying the danger. The last 2 students had returned empty-handed, with one even turning into a zombie, which only deepened everyone's fear. Listening to the dean's encouragement, the 2 students only grew more terrified, their legs trembling slightly. Yet they made their way to the door, each carrying a large backpack and gripping an iron rod. Roar! Just as they were about to push the door open, a zombie's face pressed against it. They saw its wide, blood-red eyes, the dried blood at the corners of its mouth, and its pallid complexion. Oh! The 2 screamed, losing control of their bodies and collapsing to the ground. What's this? You're like this even before stepping out. The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger as he strode to the door, disgusted by their cowardice. Who the hell did this? Looking outside, the man saw a dense horde of zombies clogging the entrance, lingering without leaving. With over 100 people inside, zombies occasionally roamed near the building. But it was the first time so many zombies had gathered at the door. Because of them, everyone's plan to go out for food today was foiled. Everyone's food rations will be halved today. The man announced, his face full of fury and eyes dark. Many students were angry but dared not speak. The first to rebel had been thrown out the door. Everyone had witnessed his fate. A swarm of zombies pouncing on him, a brutally cruel end. After eating the meager portions, the people lay down where they were. To conserve energy, they didn't move a muscle, lying like corpses. The eternal blood-red sun outside had erased the distinction between day and night, yet humans still needed sleep. The students gradually drifted off to sleep, finding only in dreams a glimmer of illusory hope. Lu Yuan looked around, slowly stood up, and pretended to go to the bathroom in the corner, but instead slipped into a small room. This was the dean's private room, off-limits to other students. Lu Yuan pushed open the door and entered directly. Looking at the middle-aged man inside, a flicker of disgust and hatred passed through his eyes, yet he stood there respectfully. The man patted his obese belly, a satisfied smirk on his face. Not bad at all. Hey, race a can for you. The dean took a can from the corner of the room and casually tossed it to the female student on the floor. That student had a pure face and a good figure, but her eyes were dead and numb. Seeing the can, a spark of life returned to her face. She had no choice but to take the can and leave the room. Lu Yuan watched as the former class beauty sold her body for a can of food and couldn't help but feel a surge of irony. Yet when he saw that can, a wild wolfish glint ignited in his eyes. If the dean showed interest in him, he too would not hesitate to offer himself. When the apocalypse arrived, countless people lacked the courage to take their own lives, preferring to live like the walking dead. A mere morsel of food was enough to make them abandon all dignity. Lu Yuan is here. The principal slowly dressed himself, maintaining an air of authority as he spoke calmly. No one wants to resist. Lu Yuan shook his head. He was the mole the principal had planted among the students. If anyone dared to rebel, he would report it to the principal immediately. A group of naive students, even in the apocalypse, were as docile as lambs. How could they ever outmaneuver him, Qin Qinshu? Even Lu Yuan didn't know how many other informants like him there were. The principal casually tossed out a sausage, signaling for him to leave. Lu Yuan's hands trembled slightly as he carefully tucked the sausage away. He couldn't help but glance at the corner of the room at the massive backpack stuffed with food, deep greed flickering in his eyes. Qin Qinshu watched Lu Yuan leave, then took out some beef jerky from the backpack and savored it slowly. Even in the apocalypse, his life remained so carefree. He couldn't help but marvel at his own cunning. In peacetime, he had effortlessly climbed to the position of principal, and now, in the end times, he was still a man above others. The next day arrived quickly. Everyone stirred awake, driven by hunger, and a single absurd thought echoed in their minds. They had survived another day. Qin Qinshu rose slowly, fetched milk and bread, ate, and drank his fill, tidied himself up, and stepped outside. Had the zombies at the gate finally left by now? He nodded at every gaunt, starving student, putting on a show of being approachable and benevolent. He reached the entrance, about to peer outside, when a sudden knock at the door startled him. He couldn't help but look out. A figure stood outside, clad in a black leather jacket, wearing sunglasses, and a black mask with a long sword sheathed in a golden scabbard slung across his back. This appearance seemed bizarre in the apocalypse, but Qin Qinshu sensed that this person possessed formidable strength, likely a rescuer. Li Xiaofeng wore a cold expression, having activated his protagonist halo, feeling an instant surge of radiance. He had the 100 or so people inside completely under his control. A leather jacket was clearly the attire of an expert, especially with that long sword he had taken from a children's toy store. Truly oozing with dominance. Qin Qinshu looked at the expert outside, then shifted his gaze and noticed that the horde of zombies from yesterday had all vanished. Could it be that he had eliminated them all? Qin Qinshu instantly put on a fawning, ingratiating smile and eagerly opened the door. Li Xiaofeng's heart burned with excitement, his body trembling slightly, but he did his best to maintain his composure as he walked in slowly. "May I ask, hero, have you come to save us?" Qin Qinshu stood beside him, slightly stooped to make himself shorter than Li Xiaofeng, and asked with a gentle smile. Li Xiaofeng did not reply, but turned his back, wiping the drool that had seeped through his mask. He felt he had compromised his image a bit, but he simply couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted nothing more than to transform into a demon right then, infect everyone, and gain over 1,000 evolution points. Yet he restrained himself. If he lashed out now, a large number of the 100 people would surely flee, and he alone couldn't stop them all. He had to use strategy. He was an intelligent zombie. How could he resort to brute force so easily? That would be so uncivilized. After all, elegance never goes out of style. Li Xiaofeng wiped away his drool, adjusted his black mask, and gave a slight flick of his non-existent bangs. He shook his head at the middle-aged fat man who seemed to be the leader. He had no intention of admitting he was here to rescue them. Unable to speak, he would surely be exposed. Activating the bystander aura. Ding! Activation successful. A surge of joy rose in Li Xiaofeng's heart as he immediately launched into his performance. He crouched down, covered his face with his hands, and shook his head wildly, feigning overwhelming grief. Qin Qinshu felt a twinge of confusion. Earlier, he sensed an intangible aura from the other man that made him dare not act rashly. Yet now this person seemed as ordinary as any random passerby. Especially his demeanor. It was utterly that of a survivor who had barely escaped. Could he have misjudged? Qin Qinshu straightened his back, donned an air of authority, and cleared his throat with a pretense of importance. This student. Before he could finish, everyone saw Li Xiaofeng growing increasingly agitated, his movements becoming more and more exaggerated. Finally, he rolled back and forth on the ground, kicking his legs wildly, clutching his sparse strands of hair tightly, as if mourning a death. Qin Qinshu's mouth twitched slightly. He had never seen such a lively student. "Could you tone down the drama a little? Student, don't be so sad. You must live on for your loved ones. As long as you follow the rules here, we won't drive you away." A faint smile appeared on Qin Qinshu's face as he spoke gently. Yet inwardly he was somewhat pleased. Another free laborer had been gained. Li Xiaofeng seemed to gradually calm his grief, nodded, and obediently crouched in a corner to devise a strategy. How could he infect everyone? The door couldn't be locked from the inside. Either, if he acted suddenly, some would surely escape. The greater challenge was that he had to infect everyone in a short time. If someone else got infected first and spread it further, those infections wouldn't count as his. Not only would he lose evolution points, but the mission reward would also be reduced. Everyone paid Li Xiaofeng no mind. Another refugee was just another person waiting to die alongside them. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man walked to the front again and began a speech. Today we are fortunate. Not only do we have a new student joining us, but the zombies at the gate have also disappeared. I believe today will bring us even greater gains. Tomorrow will be even brighter. Chen Xinshu cleared his throat, then suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Xiaofeng, his eyes deep and even glistening with unshed tears as he spoke with emotion. This student, are you willing to go out with 2 others to find food and save us all? Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. Find food. And with others. What a golden opportunity. He looked at the middle-aged fat man before him. Damn, you're quite the genius. Li Xiaofeng nodded frantically, his expression one of wild excitement. The others stared blankly. Were there really people who weren't afraid of death these days? Chen Xinshu was also a little stunned. Had this man's ideological awareness reached such heights? He nodded slightly, his face full of admiration. Good. The new era needs talents like you. You are the backbone of society. Xiao Wei, you'll go with this new classmate. I'm sure today will bring you great rewards. The 2 students rose slowly, their faces pale, their eyes still filled with terror. There was no escaping it. Chen Xinshu specially took out a ham sausage and handed it to Li Xiaofeng as encouragement. Previously, incentives were given to those venturing out for food, but as supplies grew scarce, the rule was no longer enforced. In Chen Qinshu's eyes, a human life wasn't worth a ham sausage. Since Li Xiaofeng was new, he needed something to buy his loyalty. Everyone's eyes gleamed, barely restraining themselves from snatching the ham sausage. Li Xiaofeng was a bit dumbfounded. What use did a zombie like him have for this? The 3 eventually walked out of the activity center, their hearts still filled with terror, as a single misstep could lead to death. Li Xiaofeng, however, was vigorous and spirited, even patting their shoulders to offer encouragement. Xiao Wei and Ji were also infected by his demeanor, their minds slightly relaxing. Could this new student be so calm because he harbors extraordinary skills? The apocalypse had arrived, perhaps saviors or psychics would emerge among humanity. Yet when they approached him, they always felt a tremor in their hearts, as if facing a natural predator. The crowd looked on with anticipation at the departing trio, even waving their hands. They hoped the group would bring back ample food, allowing them to survive a few more days. Li Xiaofeng was completely at ease, tightly wrapping his arms around their shoulders like a true brother. In reality, he was merely preventing them from escaping. It would be a loss if they were infected by other zombies. Brother, where are we going to find food? Xiao Wei's voice still trembled with fear, and seeing wandering zombies in the distance only deepened his terror. Li Xiaofeng, with his arms around both, headed straight for the restroom in the nearby playground. Brother, we're going out for food, not to the restroom. Both were puzzled. Could this big brother have some peculiar hobby? Sending them for food while he rushed to the restroom. What kind of act was this? Li Xiaofeng shook his head, even adjusting his sunglasses, striking the pose of a transcendent master. He led them directly to the restroom entrance, signaling them to wait in peace. He entered alone, scanning the restroom for zombies. There were none, it seemed. Even zombies disliked the stench. He flashed an OK sign to the 2 and ushered them inside, cautiously closing the restroom door behind them. Brother, we're starving every day. How can we afford to use the restroom? With nothing in their stomachs, what use was there for a restroom? The 2 looked at their reflections in the restroom mirror, haggard and gaunt, their former vitality nowhere to be found. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Wei suddenly saw Li Xiaofeng lock the restroom door and approached directly, wrapping his arms around his neck. What made him tremble even more was Li Xiaofeng leaning in his head. A wave of dread washed over him. Was this man a pervert? Ji also witnessed Li Xiaofeng's actions, but didn't intervene, instead shuddering. Was this so thrilling? Just as Xiao Wei was about to push him away, a sharp pain struck his neck and blood spurted out. Li Xiaofeng had pulled down his mask, revealing his fangs with traces of blood visible at the corners of his mouth. You? Xiao Wei clutched his neck, his eyes filled with utter terror. He never imagined this was a zombie. A zombie whose behavior was nearly identical to a human. Ji's eyes were also frantic as he screamed, but no one outside would come to his rescue. Li Xiaofeng dropped Xiao Wei and slowly advanced toward Ji. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will hear you. Throat out. Ding. Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Evolution points had reached 150,400. According to his estimate, infecting the 100 or so people in the activity center would allow him to advance directly to a 6th-order ordinary zombie. Li Xiaofeng tidied his hair, feeling increasingly dashing. He thought he ought to get a folding fan to match his outstanding temperament. Li Xiaofeng swaggered with an arrogant gait, wandering while pondering his next move. Wouldn't it be too obvious to go back now? In less than an hour he had lost the people. It would be hard to explain. Suddenly he twitched his nose slightly and lifted his head to look at the building ahead. The school's sacred library. He smelled the scent of books. Know the aroma of fresh flesh and blood. Li Xiaofeng walked towards the library. Since he couldn't go back now, he might as well use this time to infect the other survivors around the school, treating it as a side profit. In the ocean of knowledge, let me indulge freely. As Li Xiaofeng entered the library, his spirit trembled. The library was indeed different, beautifully decorated with a solemn and sacred aura. Numerous zombies wandered beside the bookshelves, resembling university students from peaceful times. But unfortunately, the scene was completely different from before. Hey, that zombie, don't gnaw on the bookshelf. Show some decency. Li Xiaofeng raised his right hand, his expression stern. How could a new race lack any manners? At the entrance of the library were barriers similar to those in the subway requiring a student card to pass. But how could that possibly stop Li Xiaofeng? He pushed with his left hand and stepped forward with his right foot, as if leaping over hurdles in a movie from peaceful times. The series of movements flowed like water, extraordinarily graceful. Bang! Snap! Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Li Xiaofeng supported himself with both hands, rising calmly, brushing the dust off his leather coat, as if nothing had happened. His nose twitched slightly as he surveyed the first floor, decisively heading upstairs to continue searching. Li Xiaofeng's figure trembled as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and slowly drew out the toy sword from his back. In an instant, a chilling aura emerged, and the surrounding dust swirled as his presence became overwhelmingly powerful. Like an ancient swordsman, he slowly walked towards the women's restroom. Zhang Zishan's face was pale, her petite body trembling, evoking feelings of pity. As the class top student, she was studying in the library even on the weekend. She had been swimming freely in the sea of knowledge. But after a sudden burst of bright light, a blood-red sun hung high. Without a shred of defense or concern, the apocalypse simply arrived. Fortunately, though she was a top student, she liked to bring snacks to the library since there were hardly any people on weekends. After all, it was one of her hobbies, but she never expected this hobby would save her. She witnessed a male top student nearby suddenly collapse, his legs twitching violently, knocking over several chairs. She thought he had taken up dancing during his study break just to grab her attention. But when she saw the male top student stand up, she was startled. His zombie appearance made her run towards the last stall of the women's restroom, too scared to come out. Time passed slowly as she thought someone would come to rescue her since tomorrow was Monday and students would eventually come to the library. But she was disappointed. The sounds outside were like the roars of beasts, gradually engulfing her in despair. She looked through the window and saw the blood-red sun and the alumni wandering around the campus. The world had changed. Zhang Xiaofeng was fortunate enough to have enough snacks to last her for a while, and the restroom still had running water. It was the 10th day of the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaofeng had completely lost hope. Nothing had changed except for the dwindling food supplies. Tap! Tap! A faint sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by something scraping against the floor. Li Xiaofeng's nose twitched slightly as he dragged the toy sword along the ground, heading straight for the last stall of the restroom. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound echoed. Zhang Xiaofeng was startled but forced herself to remain silent. The knocking continued, yet no one spoke. This strange situation made her tremble slightly, but the knocking persisted. She finally couldn't hold back and whispered, "Is someone here to save me?" Li Xiaofeng glanced at the restroom door, realizing he probably couldn't crawl in, especially after just falling at the entrance. There was a considerable gap at the bottom of the restroom door. In peaceful times, out of a sudden whim, he had once bent down in the restroom to peek at the guy next door. But that was the most embarrassing moment of Li Xiaofeng's life. The past was too difficult to look back on. Li Xiaofeng collected his thoughts and with his gloved right hand reached into the restroom, making an okay gesture. The other party should understand. Zhang Xiaofeng was thrilled but hadn't lost her senses. At the end of the world, zombies were always zombies, but humans might not be human anymore. Can you say something? Do you have any identification? Li Xiaofeng froze, his mind struggling to process. Identification. A legal certificate for infected humans. There was nowhere to get one. He knew the other was too cautious to open the door easily. He turned and left, needing to find something to prove his identity. He thought finding paper and pen in the library would be easy, but after circling around, he realized the fact there were only phones on the desks. Not a single person carried a pen. The ocean of knowledge has been polluted by you all. He picked up a phone and pressed it casually. The screen actually lit up. A phone that could last 10 days into the apocalypse. He noticed the logo on the phone was a plump pear. A knockoff. Truly impressive. Opening it, he found no password set ready to use. No paper or pen, but it would serve the same purpose. He opened the Notes app to type some information for the survivor in the restroom. But the pre-existing content on the screen made him pause. 8:00 a.m. to 1:10 a.m., play King of Glory. 2:00 p.m. to 5:00 p.m., play League of Legends. 6:00 p.m. to 1:00 p.m., play PUBG. 1:00 p.m. to 1:10 p.m., study. What a fulfilling and happy day. Li Xiaofeng decisively deleted the original text. If others saw it, they'd think he wasn't a proper zombie. "Hello, I'm here to save you." He handed the phone into the restroom and started his luring plan. Soon the phone was thrown back out. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. So cautious. Truly a top student, seeing through his plan instantly. He had planned to crouch down and bite when she reached out. After all, biting the neck or hand would transmit the infection. "Are you a student here? Why don't you speak?" 10 minutes passed. Zhang Xiaofeng began to regret. Had she been too cautious and the other party simply left in impatience? "Although I'm very handsome and mute, I came specially from the school activity center to save you." Li Xiaofeng handed the phone in with his left hand while his right hand twitched uncontrollably like a chicken claw. Typing as a zombie was pure torture. Zhang Xiaofeng read the words on the phone and relaxed slightly. A narcissist maybe, but not a bad person. Creak. The restroom door opened, and Zhang Xiaofeng froze. On the ground crouched a figure wearing sunglasses and a mask clad in leather with a toy sword lying nearby. The strangest thing was his right hand, which kept twitching uncontrollably. "Is your Parkinson's acting up?" Zhang Xiaofeng crouched down too, looking at his hand with concern. "Parkinson's? Damn it. If I hadn't been typing on the phone, would I be like this? Seeing her delicate face so close, Li Xiaofeng let out a strange roar and lunged forward. Pervert. Rapist. Shout. Shout. Li Xiaofeng roared inhumanly, his trembling right hand finally tearing off the mask. Trembling with excitement, he bit down directly. Up. The sharp pain hit her, and she seemed to realize he's not a pervert. She finally saw Li Xiaofeng's face. Though he still wore sunglasses, his mouth was covered in blood, and he kept roaring. A zombie. Zhang Xueshan had no time to think further as her consciousness faded. Just before collapsing, she murmured softly. You lied to me. You're not handsome at all. Upon hearing the dying words of the other, Li Xiaofeng's dashing movement came to an abrupt halt. His entire body suddenly stiffened, leaving only his right hand twitching uncontrollably. How the hell am I not handsome? Li Xiaofeng entered a contemplative mode, as if grappling with a world-shattering conundrum, until he finally reached a complete realization. What terrifying zombie virus? It had made her spout nonsense so quickly. He shouldered his toy sword, shook his twitching right hand, and left the women's restroom. The library had 5 floors, and he continued his inspection upward, but found no more survivors. Before leaving, he grabbed a book to bring back for those at the activity center. Because books are the true nourishment for the soul. Though the title was Postpartum Care for Sows. At the University Activity Center, everyone waited with bated breath, yearning for the sound of a knock. Whether the 3 could bring back food was a matter of life and death. Chen Qinsho also lingered by the door, having lost all heart for his speech. Suddenly, he spotted a figure approaching in the distance. The toy sword on the person's back instantly revealed their identity. That new student. But why was he the only one returning now? Chen Qinsho sensed something was amiss. Where are Xiao Wei and Aji? Everyone seemed to grasp the implication. Some were numb, others grief-stricken. Li Xiaofeng clutched his head, took off his backpack, and went directly to crouch in a corner, looking utterly heartbroken. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chen Qinsho's face as he realized the other was completely ignoring him. Something in the backpack. A hint of excitement glinted in Chen Qinsho's eyes, as long as there was something to show for it. The loss of people didn't matter, a one less mouth to feed could even reduce food consumption. When he saw the book in the backpack, his expression suddenly froze. You send them out to find food, and they bring back a book. And it's postpartum care for sows. Chen Qinsho's face darkened as he shot several glances at Li Xiaofeng, but the latter, wearing sunglasses, completely ignored him. 5 people go out to find food tomorrow. That new student, since you brought back nothing today, you're going too. With that, he tossed the book directly onto the floor and retreated into his small room without looking back. Li Xiaofeng, however, trembled with joy at the words. What a great leader. From then on, Li Xiaofeng embarked on his path of hunting, his evolution process far easier than that of other zombies. 5 days passed swiftly, and it was soon the 3rd weekend since the apocalypse erupted. Li Xiaofeng was ecstatic thanks to Chen Qinsho's kind cooperation. His evolution value had reached 390,400. A total of 23 new people had been infected. 16 of them had gone out with him to find food, only to be led into the sinful restroom. The remaining 7 were survivors found in various parts of the school, lured out by his masterful acting. Li Xiaofeng sat on the playground, a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing at the blood-red sun in the sky, a flutter of excitement in his heart. Tomorrow he would successfully advance to a 5th-tier common zombie. Time quickly arrived at midnight. A new week had come. The blood-red sun in the sky once again emitted a crimson light, shining down on every zombie. Suddenly, wild roars echoed one after another, reverberating across the entire campus, making it seem exceptionally terrifying. His body was also enveloped in red light. He secretly congratulated himself on his cleverness for not returning to the activity center. Otherwise, while everyone else appeared normal, he alone would be bathed in red light, just like the zombies outside. Wouldn't that have been an awkward scene? Li Xiaofeng's scarlet, indifferent eyes observed the anomalies among the surrounding zombies. Evolving again. The crimson light lasted only a few minutes before quickly dissipating. Yet all zombies had seen a certain enhancement in their basic strength. They had all successfully evolved into 3rd-tier common zombies. Wasn't this all a bit too easy? System. Do zombies evolve every week? Ding. The energy of the blood sun can only advance zombies to 5th-tier common zombies. To advance further, they must devour mutated beasts or infect humans. That's reassuring. Otherwise, I'd be exhausted and still end up as the bottom of the zombie heap. What good is intelligence alone? Ding. A new weekly quest has been initiated. Host, please check it. Weekly quest: path of advancement. Successfully evolve into an elite zombie. Quest description: in this apocalyptic world, the radiance of the blood sun drives every zombie to evolve. As the only zombie with intelligence, how can you allow them to catch up? Strive to evolve. Become the sovereign of the zombie race. Quest difficulty: 3 stars. Quest duration: within 7 days. Quest reward: a random rare talent. Li Xiaofeng was somewhat stunned. An elite zombie. Ding. Common zombies can reach at most 5th tier. Advancing further will make them elite zombies with a significant boost in basic strength and a randomly learned skill. No wonder the Blood Sun's energy could only elevate zombies to 5th-tier common zombies. Any further would mean elite-level zombies. At that point, zombie strength would likely see a major surge, unlike now, where they couldn't even catch up to an ordinary human. Thanks to Li Xiaofeng's relentless efforts, the college students at the activity center, originally 108, now numbered only 90. No one could sleep that night. Even Chen Qinshu was troubled. The zombies' howls outside were bone-chillingly eerie, and having experienced this before they knew what it portended. Damn this apocalypse. Chen Qinshu smoked a cigarette, an absolute luxury in this world, one he usually couldn't bear to part with. His face was grim. Not one of the 5 who had gone out today to search for food had returned. Over 6 days only once had everyone come back. On the other 4 days, only Li Xiaofeng had returned. Today, even Li Xiaofeng hadn't shown up. Little did he know that on that one day Li Xiaofeng had deliberately spared them to avoid suspicion. Chen Qinshu had never suspected him, as their interests didn't clash. Everyone crouched on the ground trembling. The zombies' night of revelry plunged humanity into deeper despair. The night passed quickly. Morale was at rock bottom. They were silent, their food dwindling, the specter of death drawing ever nearer. Today another 5 would venture out for food. What had been a food run every 2 days was now a daily necessity. The 5, their faces ashen and numb, shouldered their backpacks and approached the door. Just then someone knocked. Li Xiaofeng had come from the sports field to the activity center early in the morning, just in time. Had the 5 gone out, infection would have been disastrous. A flicker of joy crossed Chen Qinshu's eyes as he hastily opened the door, his gaze repeatedly darting to Li Xiaofeng's backpack. Though he often returned alone, his backpack always held food. It could be said that everyone's survival over these many days was thanks to Li Xiaofeng. He had gradually built a certain reputation among the students. Back? Chen Qinshu asked with a smile, already accustomed to the mute before him. As long as he brought back food, everything else was trivial. Like offering comfort, he amiably took off Li Xiaofeng's backpack. Opening it, he found it stuffed with food, bottled water, potato chips, compressed biscuits. Classmate, you've worked hard these past days. No need to go out today. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. With evolution points to earn, who cared about hardship? He shook his head frantically, looking as if he would fight anyone who tried to stop him. Classmate, please stay here today. We are all so grateful to you. A female student stood up, tears glistening in her eyes. Yes, we are all deeply thankful. Everyone rose, their grimy faces filled with emotion. To possess such selflessness in the apocalypse, Li Xiaofeng deserved everyone's respect. He himself hadn't realized he had earned such renown. He raised his hands, trembling slightly, signaling for silence. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze swept over each person, then he slowly shook his head. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he resolutely left the activity center with the 5 students, leaving behind only a towering, determined silhouette. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts as Li Xiaofeng's eyes passed over them. Yet his actions moved them so deeply that they overlooked that strange sensation. A true hero. An unsung hero. Chen Qinshu exclaimed with feigned excitement, though a barely perceptible shadow lurked in his eyes. A student gaining such prestige was detrimental to his rule. He had to find a way to eliminate him before Li Xiaofeng usurped his position. Li Xiaofeng, however, was oblivious and indifferent. Wasn't scheming against a zombie like courting death. The 5 companions saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes, inspired by this righteous student. Half an hour later, the 6 gathered in the restroom. The 5 students stared in shock at the food piled inside, their eyes brimming with disbelief. There's really food in the toilet. Am I dreaming? Li Xiaofeng silently lingered behind them, deftly closing the restroom door. Of course, it wasn't a dream. He had hauled it all from the supermarket himself. He had set this up deliberately to lure them, and the effect was remarkable. All the students had fallen for it. Minutes later, a few zombies wandering near the restroom were drawn by the scent of humans scratching incessantly at the door. Bang! Li Xiaofeng opened it from inside and drove the 5 new zombies out. He stretched slightly, feeling himself grow stronger. Ding! Host successfully infected 1 person. Evolution points 10. Ding! Host successfully infected 1 person. Evolution points 10. Ding! Host's advancement points reached 400,400, meeting the advancement conditions. Host begins advancement. Host advancement complete. Current rank 5th stage, ordinary zombie. Host strength enhanced, speed slightly enhanced, vision and hearing slightly enhanced, body agility enhanced. Ding! Host promoted to 5th stage, ordinary zombie. System unlocked, new feature inventory. Items can be transferred to the system's exclusive inventory. Current inventory slots 6. Li Xiaofeng was delighted that the system had an inventory feature. Now he could retrieve his former battle armor. Down jacket, plastic bag, the high-class zombie. Frying pan, pink cape, a stunning sight on the streets. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value panel now read 40,500. He still needed 460 points to reach the next stage, the elite zombie. The college students at the activity center were more than enough for him to evolve. The weekly quest only lasted 7 days, and he had to secure that rare talent. Judging by the daily infection progress, it would be difficult to infect everyone. He needed to think of other ways. A zombie sat on the playground wearing sunglasses and lighting a cigarette, lost in thought. An hour later, Li Xiaofeng let out a howl and suddenly stood up, having conceived a flawless plan. Without searching for other survivors, he returned directly to the college student activity center. Chen Qinshu's face darkened as he saw that another 5 people had been lost and no food had been brought back. Li Xiaofeng appeared utterly lifeless, even pounding his own head with his fists. I hate my uselessness. He dropped his empty backpack and walked straight to a wall. Bang! Bang! Li Xiaofeng began repeatedly smashing his head against it, putting on a show of guilt and collapse. This sight left everyone stunned. Wasn't this a bit too self-aware? No one could bring themselves to utter a word of blame. Look at the state he was in. Classmate, it's okay, don't blame yourself. That's right, you've risked your life going out for so many days. It's not your fault you didn't find food. Though deeply disappointed, everyone stood up to console Li Xiaofeng. The sound of his head hitting the wall even made them wince. To possess such integrity in the apocalypse was truly rare. Li Xiaofeng slowly stopped gripping his head with both hands. Seeing the gratitude in everyone's eyes, some girls even began to sob. He walked dejectedly to a corner, his body trembling uncontrollably, which only made him more pitiable. Yet in his heart, Li Xiaofeng rejoiced. Tomorrow he could execute his plan. The next day arrived quickly, the 17th day since the apocalypse broke out. Everyone had barely survived another day of hunger. Li Xiaofeng once again took the lead and left the place with 5 others. As they watched his receding figure, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Chen Qinsh's desire to frame Li Xiaofeng grew even stronger. If he kept winning people over like this, what would become of things? 3 hours later, Li Xiaofeng entered a supermarket alone. The 5 who had accompanied him had already turned into 50 evolution points for him. The supermarket was well stocked, but too many zombies lurked outside, so no survivors dared to come here. He began hauling out various supplies. An electric tricycle was parked outside. Soon it was loaded with supplies, plenty of drinking water and food. He also deliberately took over 100 paper cups. After searching left and right, he finally grabbed 3 lollipops. Li Xiaofeng opened all the bottles of drinking water and dipped his blood-stained fingers into them. The water turned slightly murky but quickly diluted, the color faint and hard to discern under the red glow. Have a good meal, then hit the road. Li Xiaofeng silently praised his own genius for coming up with such a brilliant plan. Poisoning. Mortals prepare to face the judgment of the zombie overlord. Li Xiaofeng pulled out a toy sword with his right hand, pointed it at the blood-red sun in the sky, and let out a spine-chilling roar, wicked to the core. Bang! The electric tricycle crashed straight into a tree. His body lurched forward, and his head smacked against the handlebars. Chen Qinshu was still scheming in the activity center. He had decided to send a few trusted followers out with Li Xiaofeng tomorrow, and then blame everything on the zombies. Beep beep. A sudden honk interrupted his thoughts, followed by the exclamations of many students. Holy crap! So much food! How did he do it? A hero! You're my savior, my big brother. Chen Qinshu's expression shifted as he stepped out of the small room. In an instant, he saw Li Xiaofeng clad in leather returning on an electric tricycle. Was he so carefree in the apocalypse? Wasn't he afraid of zombie infection? But soon he stopped dwelling on that because the vehicle was laden with a massive amount of food and water. The students, no longer listless, found new hope in the food. Chen Qinshu's eyes blazed with intense joy as he hurried forward, beckoning the crowd. This food would all belong to him soon. Quick! Everyone help our hero bring everything inside. Dozens of students, suddenly infused with an inexplicable strength, carried the vast supplies of food and water inside, an entire cartload. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time they had felt such joy. Fearful of attracting zombies, everyone worked swiftly, moving everything indoors in no time. Everyone has worked hard. Today each person gets a bread roll. Chen Qinshu smiled, instructing Zhang Xingming to distribute small bread rolls. Tears glistened in everyone's eyes, their gratitude towards Li Xiaofeng growing ever stronger. It was time. Li Xiaofeng stepped to the front, adjusted his sunglasses, and ran a hand through his hair. Activate the protagonist's halo. Ding! Activation successful. He raised his hands, signaling for silence. In an instant, the entire activity center fell into absolute stillness. Everyone looked forward, inexplicably feeling an awe-inspiring aura radiating from Li Xiaofeng. Their faces were flushed with excitement, and some couldn't help but shout out loud. A man like this is our true leader. Big bro, I Xiao Long will follow you from now on. And me Xiao Dong. Xiao Chong pledges his allegiance too. With the sudden bounty of food and Li Xiaofeng's protagonist halo, everyone was swept up in the fervor. Their expressions were moved, eyes glistening as they gazed at Li Xiaofeng. Chen Qinshu, however, wore a dark scowl, never expecting such a swift turn of events. Yet he maintained a gentle facade, betraying nothing. Li Xiaofeng himself hadn't anticipated such smooth sailing. His heart surged with excitement, his entire body trembling. With trembling hands, he brought out paper cups, distributing one to everyone present, and filling them with the water he had brought back. Everyone, likewise trembling, clasped his hand tightly. This was a rare scene, one for the history books. As they shook hands, even through gloves, they felt an overwhelming warmth and reassurance. Soon someone discerned Li Xiaofeng's intention, and one by one they picked up their cups, pouring the drinking water. Not a single person drank. They all waited silently for Li Xiaofeng's next move. Chen Qinshu too maintained a gentle demeanor, holding a paper cup, though hatred flickered in his eyes from time to time. Seeing everyone with a cup in hand, Li Xiaofeng's excitement mounted, his body beginning to quake. Hundreds of evolution points, here I come. He took out a small bread roll, stuck 3 lollipops into it, and used a lighter to set the wrappers ablaze. Gazing at the 3 burning lollipops, he felt a profound sense of ceremony. Everyone was deeply moved. Was he going to swear brotherhood with all of them? Li Xiaofeng slowly swept his gaze across every face, his expression solemn and dignified. He raised the paper cup in his hand, and everyone followed suit, lifting their cups in unison. Li Xiaofeng drained his cup in one gulp. After finishing, he turned the empty cup toward the crowd. Everyone drank up as well, feeling a sense of ancient brotherhood in this apocalyptic world. From now on, we'll rank ourselves from front to back, left to right. Zhang Xingming declared with excitement, deeply immersed in the atmosphere. Second brother, third brother. Fourth brother, fifth brother. 32nd brother, 79th brother. Li Xiaofeng watched the touching scene, his body trembling as he removed his sunglasses, revealing his blood-red eyes. Big brother, your eyes are red. Stop crying. Yeah, big brother, your eyes are abnormally red. Everyone looked at his eyes and tried to console him. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched slightly as his scarlet eyes scanned, each person devoid of tears, only wild indifference. Big brother's eyes seem a bit strange. I feel. They're exactly like the zombies outside. A sense of wrongness dawned on everyone, snapping them awake. Extreme fear began to spread slowly. Countless paper cups fell to the ground, and everyone felt disbelief. Roar. Li Xiaofeng let out a roar, his heart surging with excitement. Struggle in the abyss of blood and darkness. Suffer in the hell of hatred and vengeance. Screams of terror rang out continuously, even attracting nearby zombies. But soon some began to feel their consciousness fading. We actually swore brotherhood with a zombie. That was the only thought in everyone's mind. It was like a play, but one ending in tragedy. Chen Qinshu was terrified. No matter how much he schemed, he never imagined Li Xiaofeng was a zombie. Now he understood why those who went to find food with Li Xiaofeng had vanished. Wasn't this simply courting death? His consciousness began to blur too. Though he only took a sip, he was still infected. Li Xiaofeng ignored the panicked crowd, focusing instead on the 3 burning lollipops ahead. This first sworn brotherhood in his life had given him such a surprise. Ding. Host successfully infected 1 person, evolution points 10. Ding. Host successfully infected 1 person, evolution points 10. Ding. Host successfully infected 1 person, evolution points 10. Roar. A bountiful harvest. Li Xiaofeng howled with joy, listening to the electronic tones echoing in his mind. The cold electronic voice felt incredibly familiar to him at this moment. After days of lurking, he was finally reaping the rewards. Ding. Host advancement points reached 500,500, meeting advancement conditions. Host begins advancement. Host advancement complete. Current rank first tier elite zombie. Host strength, speed, vision, hearing, and all other aspects enhanced. Li Xiaofeng clenched his fists, feeling immense pleasure. Now his speed, power, and agility far surpassed human limits. Forget the silver medal in senior games. He could easily win gold even in the most elite human athletic competitions. An unprecedented sense of power surged within him. A student, his mind growing hazy, charged at Li Xiaofeng with intense hatred. Li Xiaofeng extended his right hand, grabbing the student's neck, staring at him with cold scarlet eyes. Bang! With a casual toss, the student flew several meters, knocking down others. Such strength was something he had never possessed before. The gap between an elite zombie and an ordinary one was immense. But the surprises weren't over. The cold electronic voice continued to ring out. Ding! Host has completed the daily quest, path of advancement successfully evolved into an elite zombie. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards locked. Congratulations, host has acquired the rare talent Domination. Domination upgradable as the Zombie King. You can dominate 2 zombies of the same rank. You will gain a derivative skill, will transfer. Will transfer, you may choose to transfer your will into a dominated zombie, thereby controlling it. Note 1, to protect your original body. Note 2, the zombie you control can still utilize certain system functions and its own talents and skills. Note 3, 25% of the evolution points earned by dominated zombies belongs to you. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with ecstasy. He had thought it was merely simple command over zombies, but he could actually transfer his will. More importantly, he could still use some system functions and his own talents, meaning he now had 2 powerful avatars. As long as he hid his original body in a safe place and used the avatars to fight what was there to fear, and the word upgradable was appended. This was a true life-preserving divine skill. It suited him perfectly. Li Xiaofeng howled with joy, or as the Zombie King, he could not personally partake in any risky endeavors, gaining evolution points while lying down. This was the true kingly demeanor. Ding! Host has advanced to elite zombie and randomly comprehended a skill, hardened skin. Hardened skin, your skin can instantly become as tough as iron, weakening or even nullifying various attacks. Note, activating this skill will affect your speed. Ding! Host has completed a random quest, efficient infection. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards locked. Congratulations, host has acquired Insightful Eye. Ding! Insightful Eye allows you to perceive the information panel of any creature. The greater the disparity in strength, the more detailed the information. Random quest completion at 80%, reward upgraded. The range of Insightful Eye is significantly increased. Random quest completion at 100%, reward upgraded. Insightful Eye ignores any obstacles between you and the target. 2 more skills acquired, both highly practical. His meticulous planning had not been in vain. Li Xiaofeng's status panel now appeared as follows. Host Li Xiaofeng. Rank First Order Elite Zombie. Evolution points 390-2000. Talents: Collapsed Nerves, Viral Infection, Bloody Evolution, Domination. Background character: Aura, Protagonist Aura. Skills: Insightful Eye, Enhanced Hardened Skin. Evaluation: this is a rare elite zombie whose evolution speed far surpasses other zombies, even capable of contending with powerful mutant beasts. The evolution points required for an elite zombie had greatly increased, but his infection efficiency had also soared, allowing him to even hunt formidable mutant beasts. A single large white dog had once provided him with a full 200 evolution points. Indeed, the future was promising. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the bloody sun, feeling a sense of peerless solitude. Not only had he obtained a rare talent and 2 skills, but his basic strength was also enhanced. Was this the feeling of being a powerhouse? He threw a punch at the main door of the activity center. Bang! Seeing the door remain unmoved, he put on his sunglasses, calmly unlocked the door, and stepped out. Forget it. No wonder these people had stayed safely inside for so long. Li Xiaofeng first went to retrieve his former battle suit. A red down jacket, pink curtains, black plastic bags, bricklaying white gloves, a black frying pan. After counting them all, without missing a single item, he directly stored them into his system backpack, which surprisingly only took up 1 slot. Passing by the male dormitory, he intended to infect the 2 students who had mistaken him for a pervert. The moment he stepped onto the 2nd floor, Li Xiaofeng's body trembled, and an unprecedented surge of excitement washed over him. His eyes grew even more crimson, filled with greed and frenzy. A mutated beast. Due to his increased strength, the system had lifted its original suppression, allowing him to also sense the more advanced virus within the mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng did not act rashly. He simply raised his head. Insightful eye. In an instant, Li Xiaofeng's vision was engulfed in pitch blackness. But as his gaze shifted, a red phantom abruptly appeared, shaped like a rat. The enhanced Insightful Eye had greatly increased its range and could ignore obstacles, making it truly a divine skill that easily granted the upper hand. Name: Mutated Rat, a rank 1st order strength equivalent to a 1st order elite zombie. Talent: Evil Evolution, a skill's bite swiftness. Li Xiaofeng stood still. No wonder the mutated beasts he had encountered before were so abnormal. They all started at the strength of an elite zombie. It actually had 2 skills, both likely combat-oriented. But what made Li Xiaofeng pause was the mutated rat's talent. Only a single evil evolution. And unlike the zombie's bloody evolution, it did not possess the virus infection talent. Were the viruses within the 2 hosts not the same? Or perhaps due to the different hosts, the virus had evolved in divergent directions? Just then the mutated rat also seemed to grow frenzied, constantly moving as it tried to locate the source of the scent that excited it. Had it detected him? The elite zombie virus within Li Xiaofeng was equally irresistible to it. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, he directly withdrew from the male dormitory, planning to make other arrangements. He had not yet used his Dominion talent. He would first command 2 zombies. Since his opponent was of the same rank, 3 against 1 offered better odds. Li Xiaofeng arrived at the playground and repeatedly used Insightful Eye, intending to dominate 2 stronger zombies. The uniform identical status panels left Li Xiaofeng somewhat disappointed. Name: Common Zombie, a rank 3rd order, talents: Nerve Collapse, Bloody Evolution, Virus Infection, a skills: None. At a glance, all were 3rd order common zombies, truly worthless. Even with 3 against 1, they would likely be mere cannon fodder. Finding high order zombies now was too difficult. His eyes shifted as he suddenly spotted 2 obese zombies, and an idea struck him. They might just be able to counter the rat's swiftness skill. Although their strength was unreliable, their weight could still be useful. Ding! Successfully dominated a 3rd order zombie. The zombie's rank is too low, it can only execute simple commands. The status panels of the 2 zombies he dominated remained unchanged, but they both gained an evolution value 10300 and 0300 respectively. Common zombies could also evolve by devouring mutated beasts and infecting humans. Both zombies had likely advanced through the blood sun, and one had successfully infected a person. Li Xiaofeng, accompanied by 2 imposing obese zombies, prepared to first seek a suitable weapon. But finding one on short notice proved difficult, so he simply grabbed 2 kitchen knives and stored them in his system backpack. When he passed by the supermarket beneath the dormitory, he unexpectedly spotted glue traps. In Peaston, the male dormitory must have had quite a few rats. No wonder a mutated rat had emerged. Li Xiaofeng covered both hands of the 2 obese zombies with glue traps. Although the effect was minimal, it was better than nothing. The 3 zombies entered the male dormitory. The 1st floor remained as usual. According to the Insightful Eye's guidance, the mutated rat should be on the 5th floor. He stayed on the 1st floor, casually entering a dormitory, and ordered the 2 obese zombies to continue upward. If he went any further, it would inevitably agitate the mutated rat. He would join the fight once the obese zombies had it occupied. A distance of 4 floors was nothing for his agile body. He could cover it in the blink of an eye. Useful transfer. A peculiar sensation washed over him, as if he was manipulating a body anew. The body was stiff and utterly incomparable to his own. A slight downward glance revealed a protruding belly. He had officially taken over the body of the obese zombie. Activate Dominance Talent. Ding. Talent unavailable. As expected, the system forbade him from nesting his abilities. If there were no limits, given enough time, he could dominate every zombie, amassing billions of avatars. Activate Hardened Skin. Ding. Activation successful. The obese zombie's skin instantly turned tough, and its movements slowed as if clad in heavy armor. When he shifted his consciousness again, that zombie's hardened skin remained active. This delighted him. The skill was remarkably formidable. Two obese zombies with hardened skin shambled forward. Activate inside eye. Ding. Activation successful. A massive red phantom abruptly appeared at the end of the corridor. The fifth floor was littered with corpses, the mangled remains of dozens of zombies lay there. Squeak squeak. Countless large rats were feasting on the bodies. Each rat was about 3 decimeters long. Though not yet first-tier mutated beasts, they had become equally ferocious and bloodthirsty. The two obese zombies ignored them and trudged straight ahead. The light was dim here, and zombies' eyesight was already impaired, making it hard to see. But with inside eye, the mutated rats were fully exposed to, in truth, they hadn't moved at all. Only when they drew close did Li Xiaofeng deactivate inside eye and see the full form of the mutated beast. It was a giant rat, its head and body alone over a meter long, coiled there like a small monster. Its eyes were equally crimson, and its meter-long tail twitched unconsciously. It paid no heed to the two approaching zombies, showing utter indifference to such lowly creatures. The two zombies continued pushing forward. When they crossed a certain threshold, the mutated rat suddenly lunged. With the zombie's vision, it was nearly impossible to track. A massive black shadow swept in, knocking one zombie to the ground. Yet to the mutated rat's bewilderment, its claws failed to rend the zombie open. The other zombie didn't idle. Its hands wrapped in sticky traps seized the rat's hind leg. The mutated rat went berserk, activating its bite skill. The obese zombie pinned to the ground was wounded instantly, but not fatally. The hardened skin effectively reduced the damage from the mutated rat's attack. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng commanded the two zombies to hold the creature tight, then withdrew his consciousness. His agile, swift body arrived at the 5th floor of the dormitory and sprinted toward the end of the corridor. In a short time, the obese zombie on the ground was severely injured. Li Xiaofeng leaped high, raising a frying pan, and smashed it directly onto the mutated rat's head. Bang! The frying pan dented deeply, completely ruined. The mutated rat lifted its head, glaring fiercely at Li Xiaofeng, the virus within the zombie, before it was an irresistible temptation. Roar! The grievously wounded zombie received the order and tightly hugged the rat's head. Li Xiaofeng stowed the ruined pan and pulled 2 sharp cleavers from his system inventory, hacking at the beast. The mutated rat tried to dodge, activating its swift skill, but its once formidable speed now felt sluggish. With 2 obese zombies clinging to it, anyone would be hampered. Li Xiaofeng swung his arms wildly as if chopping pork. Though he lacked combat technique, his strikes carried a fierce momentum. Schlick! The sharp cleaver sank into the mutated rat's flesh, and crimson blood sprayed out, spattering onto Li Xiaofeng's face. He paid it no mind, his arms swinging faster and faster. Squeak! A piercing cry rang out. Mutated beasts were nothing like zombies. Their nerves remained intact. The zombie virus only made them stronger and more ferocious, with no other side effects. A surge of agony instantly drove it into a frenzy. Squeak squeak! Countless huge black rats on the entire 5th floor swarmed and determined to tear Li Xiaofeng and his companions to shreds. Like a black tide, they filled the entire corridor. This scene would drive anyone to despair. But at that moment, the power of hardened skin manifested, capable of weakening or even nullifying various attacks. The attack power of the huge black rats was far inferior to that of the mutated rats, no matter how many. It was futile. In gaming terms, ordinary rats simply couldn't break through the defense. The mutated rat shrieked, shrilly, madly biting and tearing at the obese zombie beneath it. Even with the enhancement of hardened skin, it was difficult to withstand. Finally, that obese zombie made the ultimate sacrifice. But the mutated rat's flank was already covered in wounds, with blood gushing out. A wave of weakness washed over it. Even with the swift skill activated, its speed could no longer be brought to bear. Li Xiaofeng's cleaver had become chipped and dull from all the hacking, much more satisfying than chopping pork. The mutated rat's defense was not outstanding. It turned its head to look at Li Xiaofeng, ignoring the obese zombie on its hind leg. Now utterly frenzied, its eyes bloodshot, it lunged straight at Li Xiaofeng. I must kill this zombie, wielding the cleaver first. Activate hardened skin. Li Xiaofeng was clad in a layer of tough armor. Although his speed was affected, he had no intention of moving. At the same time, he took a red motorcycle helmet from his backpack and clamped it onto his head. Just go for it. Raising the cleaver with both hands, he let out a roar and relentlessly hacked at the mutated rat before him. Meanwhile, the remaining obese zombie kept gnawing on the rat's hind leg. Although the mutated rat was much stronger than that big white dog from before, it was still only a first-tier mutated beast. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, but it was clear the mutated rat was at its last gasp. Squeak! A despairing cry rang out, and the mutated rat died, completely falling silent. Countless huge black rats scattered in an instant, retreating like an ebbing tide. Li Xiaofeng was about to crouch down and devour the mutated beast's flesh. It was all evolution points. A figure suddenly darted out, lunging straight for the mutated rat's corpse. Li Xiaofeng was stunned and furious. How dare someone brazenly steal my hard-earned spoils? He kicked out with his right foot, sending the figure flying into the wall. It turned out to be a zombie. How ungrateful, daring to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. But soon Li Xiaofeng froze. There was still a zombie on the 5th floor. This was the mutated rat's territory. Sensing something amiss, he activated his inside eye, and the zombie's information came through. Common zombie. Rank tier 4. Talents: neural collapse, bloody evolution, viral infection, camouflage. Skills: none. This zombie before him had an extra talent and had reached tier 4. A true powerhouse compared to other zombies. Use talent domination. Ding. Talent on cooldown. Damn it. Li Xiaofeng ordered the obese zombie to get up and restrain that zombie while he crouched down and began feasting on the mutated rat. A wave of soulful pleasure surged through him again, and Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but tremble. Ding. Host is devouring flesh of a Tier 1 mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ding. Host is devouring flesh of a Tier 1 mutated beast. Evolution points 10. In the end, Li Xiaofeng successfully harvested 200 evolution points. When he continued to devour the mutated rat, he no longer gained evolution points. Li Xiaofeng stood up directly, had a sudden inspiration, and ordered the obese zombie to continue eating. Ding. The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 2. 5. Ding. The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 2. 5. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed, now truly grasping the monstrous nature of his command talent. It was an experience accelerator. An extra 50 evolution points out of nowhere, greatly accelerating his evolution speed. If he commanded 2 zombies, he would gain 100 evolution points. On the 19th day of the apocalypse, it was already the early hours of the morning, and a crimson glow still permeated the outside. Li Xiaofeng's command talent could finally be used again after 24 hours. The status panel of that 4th-tier zombie appeared before his eyes. Name: Common Zombie. Tier 4th. Evolution value 120400. Talents: Neural Collapse, Bloody Evolution, Viral Infection, Camouflage. Skills: None. Note: this zombie has developed intelligence. Camouflage upgradable. Actively using it allows you to conceal your aura, blending into the environment and making it hard to be detected. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. This zombie's camouflage talent was actually upgradable. More importantly, it had developed intelligence. This was the first intelligent zombie Li Xiaofeng had ever encountered. He immediately commanded it to dance. Go catch a mouse. Take off your clothes. In the end, Li Xiaofeng confirmed that this intelligence wasn't quite what he had understood it to be. Compared to the obese zombie, it could accept slightly more complex commands, but still very limited. The reason this 4th-tier zombie had survived on the 5th floor, aside from its camouflage talent, was another factor. That was its instinct to avoid harm. It didn't actively attack the mutated rats. This already made it stronger than countless zombies. Advancing to the 4th tier proved it had infected dozens of people. This was a zombie with considerable potential. Since it was a 4th-tier zombie, he named it Xiao Si, and the 3rd-tier zombie was called Xiao San. Li Xiaofeng ordered Xiao Si to devour the mutated rat's flesh and blood, but there was no expected notification sound. Had the command talent failed? Or had the virus inside the mutated rat disappeared? Li Xiaofeng threw the mutated rat's corpse downstairs, and passing zombies indeed ignored it. Did the virus disappear shortly after a mutated beast died? Li Xiaofeng pondered continuously. As a zombie prodigy, this information was essential to gather. He led his 2 zombies out of the boys' dormitory, contemplating his next move. His evolution value had now reached 640-2000. To advance again, he needed to hunt 5 first-tier mutated beasts or infect hundreds of people. But either condition was quite harsh. Mutated beasts were scarce and extremely powerful, making hunting them inherently risky. As for humans, finding hundreds was also a massive undertaking unless he could locate a human settlement. The Wanting city where Li Xiaofeng found himself was just a small, obscure city in the country, making it hard for a large human population to survive. Unless he went to a truly large city. Although the apocalypse struck suddenly, instantly claiming at least 80% of humanity. Li Xiaofeng didn't believe a single viral outbreak could completely eradicate humanity. Given a little time to develop, they would soon stabilize the situation. Now humans, mutated beasts, and zombies each seem to have their own advantages. Human intelligence, the sheer numbers of zombies, the strength of mutated beasts. Although on the surface humans were at a disadvantage while zombies and mutated beasts held the upper hand, the future was uncertain. When humans gained power, or when mutated beasts and zombies acquired intelligence, the balance among the three would instantly collapse. Though Li Xiaofeng was a zombie, he wasn't blindly optimistic. Now zombies were besieging and infecting humans, but in the future humans might hunt zombies in turn. The speed at which hunter and prey could switch roles sometimes defied imagination. He had to evolve as quickly as possible. His own power was the foundation for survival in this apocalypse. If he could break through from an elite zombie to an even higher existence, even if humans turned the tide, he would have the capital to survive. The terrifying number of zombies now bought him the best time. Li Xiaofeng left the campus with Xiao Si and Xiao Peng. He first dressed the 2 zombies in a peculiar manner. The trio of zombies wearing sunglasses and suits swaggered down the street with cigarettes in their mouths. From a distance they appeared just like humans. Li Xiaofeng planned to head to the city center first, as it was the most prosperous area of the city and should present plenty of opportunities for evolution. 2 hours later they arrived at a crossroads just 1 street away from the city center. This place was once bustling and was one of the few spots in Wanting City prone to traffic jams. But now it lay desolate. The traffic lights long ceased to function, the road barriers were damaged, and bloodstains had congealed on the white crosswalk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange sound echoed, and Li Xiaofeng's hearing had drastically improved. He turned his head, his heart suddenly racing. In the next moment he abruptly turned around, and the 3 zombies elegantly fled the scene, hiding into a shop by the street. Not far from the crossroads, mutated beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. One side consisted of a swarm of giant green mosquitoes constantly flitting through the air, and the bizarre sound was produced by their wings. The smallest of the green mosquitoes measured a full decimeter in length with a proboscis as sharp as an iron needle. If an ordinary human were to be pierced, they would likely be drained of blood in no time. At the forefront of the mosquito swarm, there were 3 giant mosquitoes measuring a full meter in length, presumably the leaders of the swarm. Such a group of mutated beasts would instill fear in any creature. Yet at this moment, the terrifying swarm of mosquitoes was being continuously slain, their green blood spraying through the air. The mutated beast engaging them was a single entity, but its size reached several meters, resembling a monster from a movie. Li Xiaofeng instantly recognized it as the orange cat that had lain on the bus that day. Its fur was now even more golden, resembling a giant tiger, and its claws could easily rip apart the giant mosquitoes. The situation was completely one-sided. Insightful eye. Name mutated green mosquito. Rank first rank. Talent evil evolution flight. Skills bloodsucking. The 3 leaders of the mosquito swarm were all first-rank mutated beasts and possessed the talent for flight, making them stronger than the mutated rat. However, the information panel of the orange cat left Li Xiaofeng utterly shocked. Name mutated orange cat. Rank second rank. Talent evil evolution keen senses. Skills claw/intimidation extreme berserk. The mere second-rank orange cat possessed 3 skills and 2 talents, all appearing to be incredibly powerful abilities. It seemed that revenge for the zombies of that day would have to wait. Although the orange cat faced the mutated mosquito swarm, it remained remarkably composed and did not exert its full strength. Seemingly feeling impatient, the orange cat let out a soft meow. Meow. Its claws instantly emitted a faint glow, moving at an incredibly fast speed, transforming into countless afterimages that enveloped the entire mosquito swarm. Claw/. Countless green mosquitoes were instantly killed, their green blood covering the ground, and their corpses fell in disarray. Even among the 3 mutated green mosquitoes at the front, one fell dead instantly, while the other 2 were seriously injured with their wings sliced off halfway. With just a single skill, the entire mosquito swarm was routed, and the 2 leaders fled in panic, dragging their wounded bodies. The orange cat did not pursue, but opened its large mouth and swallowed one of the mutated green mosquitoes whole. Meow. It let out a thunderous cry, its fur transforming into a golden hue, appearing incredibly majestic, as if it had completed an evolution. And through Li Xiaofeng's insightful eye, the orange cat's rank had surprisingly risen to 3rd rank. This was undoubtedly the strongest mutated beast he had ever encountered. The orange cat ceased to pursue the fleeing green mosquitoes. First-tier mutated beasts no longer held any allure for it. It turned its gaze toward the city center, its massive body surprisingly agile as it vanished after a few bounds. After confirming the orange cat had left, Li Xiaofeng cautiously emerged, utterly astounded by witnessing its advancement. He seemed to grasp the essence of evil evolution. The virus within mutated beasts evolved not through infection, but through devouring. In contrast, the virus in zombies could achieve evolution via both infection and devouring. The zombie virus appeared more potent, yet, without observing the tangible effects of evil evolution, it was impossible to judge. If mutual devouring were the case, a terrifying notion took root in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Mutated beasts were scarce within the city, but what of the deep forests and mountains? Countless mutated beasts locked in mortal combat, evolving through predation. What tier had the strongest among them already reached? Li Xiaofeng shuddered as the boundless oceans of the planet dawned on him. That was the true paradise for mutated beasts. The pinnacle of their evolution had surpassed his imagination. Li Xiaofeng, despite being among the fastest evolving zombies, remained merely a first-tier elite zombie. Even that fat cat could effortlessly slay him. He gradually reined in his thoughts, dwelling on such matters was futile. At least he possessed a system, an advantage no other creature could rival. Gazing at the 2 fleeing mutated green mosquitoes in the distance, his heart swelled with greed. Their shattered wings could no longer sustain flight. They could only lurch through the air, their speed sluggish. Li Xiaofeng and the plump and skeletal zombies immediately gave chase. Such an opportunity to exploit their weakness could not be squandered. However, the 2 ordinary zombies were far too slow. Li Xiaofeng surged ahead, unleashing his astonishing speed to the fullest. Seeing that the orange cat had not followed, the 2 mutated green mosquitoes slowed, seeking out wandering zombies on the streets. The nearby zombies had been annihilated earlier, but luckily zombies were everywhere. Finally spotting a few roaming zombies, they prepared to use their blood-sucking ability. A tremor ran through their bodies, accompanied by a flicker of excitement. Yet this familiar thrill now instilled fear. Was a creature of the same tier approaching? They turned to see mere tens of meters behind a zombie in a suit brandishing 2 cleavers sprinting at breakneck speed. Forced to abandon their chance to feed, they continued their hovering flight. Li Xiaofeng, staring up at the mutated green mosquitoes 3 or 4 meters above, could only grip his cleavers in helpless frustration. A tense stalemate ensued. Li Xiaofeng was in no hurry. The 2 mosquitoes were gravely wounded, and prolonging the standoff only favored him. Perhaps he might even claim 2 mutated beasts without a fight. A victory without battle was his preference. The mosquitoes, equally aware of the crisis, fixed their compound eyes on Li Xiaofeng. Buzz. The whir of wings resumed as they charged at him, a desperate gamble. Come on. Li Xiaofeng's heart surged with excitement. Gripping his cleavers tightly, he swung them directly at their abdomens. Simultaneously, he activated hardened skin. The mosquito's proboscises proved futile, clanging against his skin like metal unable to pierce it. Joy surged within Li Xiaofeng. They couldn't breach his defense at all. Slish! The cleaver sliced into a mosquito's soft abdomen without resistance. Their defense was even inferior to that of a mutated rat. Flight and bloodsucking were their true strengths. Mutated green mosquitoes excelled at hunting the weak, but were often no match for creatures of the same tier. One mosquito's injuries worsened until it could barely fly, ultimately meeting its end. Seeing its companion perish so swiftly, the other frantically beat its wings, attempting to hover again. But the plump and skeletal zombies finally arrived. Leaping together, they seized the mutated green mosquito. Its body lurched, dropping instead of rising, a fierce glint in its compound eyes. It stabbed its sharp proboscis toward the plump zombie. If it couldn't break the defense of that same tier zombie, could it not kill these lesser ones? Li Xiaofeng instantly activated will transfer, and hardened skin appeared on the plump zombie. The mosquito's assault failed again, and its blood-sucking ability was rendered useless. In its simple mind, it could not fathom why this low-tier zombie also possessed such formidable defense. It turned to attack the other, but the result drove it to utter despair. It couldn't breach the defense of either low-tier zombie. Had even the lowest zombies evolved to such a degree? Li Xiaofeng approached, cleaver in hand, though under the encirclement of the three zombies the mosquito met its swift demise. Gazing at the corpses of the two mutated green mosquitoes, Li Xiaofeng was ecstatic, crouching down to begin devouring. Ding! Host is devouring first-tier mutated beast flesh. Evolution points 10. Ding! A zombie under your command is devouring first-tier mutated beast flesh. Evolution points 2. 5. In a mere moment, his evolution value had increased by 600. The value now stood at 124020000, bringing him closer to becoming a second-tier zombie. Even more astonishing, after the fat and thin zombies finished devouring, they too advanced, evolving into 5th-tier and 4th-tier zombies respectively. For now, the fat and thin zombies could only assist in combat. However, once they evolved into elite zombies, they would play a far more significant role. No sooner had Li Xiaofeng and the fat and thin zombies left the area than the nearby ordinary zombies swiftly swarmed in. They continuously devoured the carcasses of the mutated green mosquitoes, gaining evolution value, and perhaps a few more advancing zombies would emerge. Li Xiaofeng abandoned his plan to head toward the city center. He had witnessed with his own eyes the orange cat, after completing its advancement, charging ferociously into the heart of the city. There was only one reason a mutated beast would be so excited: a creature of the same tier. Li Xiaofeng speculated that a third-tier mutated beast lurked in the city center, and his guess was highly likely true. He couldn't even handle a second-tier mutated beast. Rushing in would be nothing short of suicide. He continued down the street, which was not far from the city center, where first-tier mutated beasts were likely more abundant. If there were any survivors, that would be ideal, true risk-free evolution. The three zombies no longer swaggered openly. Instead, they moved cautiously, scanning their surroundings, paranoid of a sudden mutated beast attack. The orange cat and the mutated green mosquito made him realize that the city center was no longer a zombie-dominated zone. As the three zombies passed by a shopping mall, a cold electronic voice suddenly rang out in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding! Random quest triggered. Generating quest. Ding! Random quest released. Annihilation of the ant colony. Quest briefing: ahead lies a shopping mall harboring an ant colony. Though perilous, it brims with temptation. Isn't this the very essence of evolution? Difficulty: unknown. Time limit: none. Reward system unlocks new functions. Li Xiaofeng was startled. He hadn't expected a quest to appear, and the reward promised a new system feature. The system's current functions included host information quests and an inventory. Both the quests and the inventory had proven immensely useful to him. Li Xiaofeng did not enter directly. Instead, he activated his insightful eye. He raised his head, constantly shifting his gaze, trying to ascertain the number of mutated ants in the colony. Name: mutated ant queen. Tier 2nd. Talent: energy devouring, rapid reproduction. Skills: none. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Although it was a second-tier mutated beast, the ant queen seemed to lack offensive capabilities. Even the virus only enhanced its reproductive abilities. He shifted his gaze again, attempting to locate other mutated ants. Name: mutated soldier ant. Tier 1st. Talent: immense strength. Skill: mandible bite. In a short time, Li Xiaofeng had assessed the colony's combat strength: one first-tier mutated beast and a useless ant queen. A true paradise for evolution. If he could devour them, it would surely propel him directly to a second-tier elite zombie, instantly boosting his power. He cast hardened skin on the fat and thin zombies, sending them ahead as they entered the mall. According to the feedback from his insightful eye, there were only 2 mutated ants, both on the 5th floor. He could choose to sweep through floor by floor. Hardened skin was a skill that bullied the weak and cowered from the strong. It couldn't withstand even a single claw from the orange cat, but against creatures below first-tier mutated beasts, it was effortlessly effective. The mall was not large, comprising nearly 8 floors, each dedicated to selling different wares. Usually this place bustled with people, yet today the first floor lay eerily empty. Originally a venue for jewelry and ornaments, it now saw necklaces and rings scattered across the floor. The glass counters were shattered, bearing clear signs of looting. He found nothing amiss on the first floor and proceeded to the elevator. However, the power had been cut off, forcing him to climb the stairs slowly. Upon reaching the second floor, traces of black ants began to appear. Fortunately, they were few in number, with only dozens scurrying to and fro. The black ants were about 2 decimeters in length, each carrying various foods: human arms, thighs, flesh of mutated beasts, and more, moving toward the higher levels of the mall. Beside the black ants, 2 even larger ants stood out. They measured around half a meter in size, with formidable mandibles and an aura of ferocity emanating from them. Li Xiaofeng surmised that the ones carrying food were worker ants, while the fierce ones were soldier ants. The virus of his elite zombie instantly provoked hostility from the 2 soldier ants. The 2 soldier ants charged directly at him, their powerful mandibles quivering incessantly. Li Xiaofeng stood his ground, activating hardened skin to engage them in battle. In a short time, he annihilated the 2 soldier ants, whose strength was at most comparable to a 5th-tier ordinary zombie. His elite zombie power was utterly overwhelming. This was the kind of fight Li Xiaofeng excelled at. The remaining worker ants fled in panic to the upper floors. Li Xiaofeng, brimming with confidence, strode ahead of the fat and thin zombies, taking the lead as he ascended to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, dozens of soldier ants were already poised for battle. The 3 zombies remained unstoppable, crushing everything in their path. Thanks to hardened skin, even the 4th-tier fat zombie emerged unscathed. An hour later, the 4th floor of the mall was strewn with corpses, pale yellow bodily fluids flowing incessantly. At last, they reached the 5th floor, the lair of the 2 mutated ants. As Li Xiaofeng set foot on the 5th floor, a massive black soldier ant awaited him. Its size was twice that of an ordinary soldier ant, reaching about 1 meter in length. Its colossal black mandibles opened and closed continuously, a genuine 1st-tier mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng abruptly stepped back, positioning himself behind the fat and thin zombies. "Go get it, bro." The 2 zombies, clad in hardened skin, charged forward valiantly. Though the soldier ant possessed immense strength, the zombies clung to it like stubborn plasters, holding it tightly. Unable to kill them or shake them off, the 2 ordinary zombies proved a relentless headache for the ant. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng's cleaver came crashing down. Though slightly blunted, it could still inflict damage on the mutated ant. The 2 sides exchanged blows, dragging into a prolonged stalemate. Li Xiaofeng lacked diverse attack methods, but boasted formidable defense. As long as his cleaver could breach the ant's defenses, it sufficed. Given enough time, he could completely wear it down. The fat and thin zombies kept gnawing at the mutated soldier ant. And so a mutated beast was slowly ground to death by 3 zombies. However, the fat zombie was severely injured, with one arm severed on the ground. Fortunately, zombies possessed tenacious vitality, so it did not perish. Li Xiaofeng chose not to devour it, but instead looked toward a colossal ant not far away. It measured over 2 meters in length, with an enormous abdomen that made up most of its body. The colossal ant was none other than the mutated queen. Even as danger loomed, it continued to leisurely devour the various foodstuffs around it. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but admire its composure, a transcendent poise in the face of peril that rivaled his own. With a few swift strikes of his blade, he effortlessly slew this utterly feeble 2nd-tier mutated beast. Was this the sensation of fighting above one's rank? Li Xiaofeng's confidence surged instantly. Cross-dire combat was the hallmark of a genius. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh of a 1st-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh of a 2nd-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 20. Ding! The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh of a 1st-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 2. 5. Ding! The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh of a 2nd-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 5. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 2000-2000, meeting the conditions for advancement. The host begins to advance. The host's advancement is complete. Current rank 2nd-tier elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and all other aspects are enhanced. The skill hardened skin has been strengthened. Ding! The host has comprehended the skill heavy strike execution. Heavy strike execution, when actively used, the host's strength is increased by 300, with a chance to inflict a heavy blow on attack. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. A surge of joy filled Li Xiaofeng's heart. At last, a powerful offensive skill. 5 minutes of dominance, 2 hours of cooldown. More importantly, this skill paired with will transfer allowed even the fat and thin zombies to pose a threat to 1st-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng gathered his thoughts, slightly puzzled. Why hadn't the task completion prompt appeared yet? The queen ant was dead, so had the ant colony not been annihilated. He lifted his head, gazing toward the 6th floor of the mall. He ordered the fat and thin zombies to take the lead and ascend to the 6th floor. There, instead of the expected mutated ants, lay a sea of massive white eggs. So this was the ant colony's incubation chamber. Li Xiaofeng was about to destroy them when he noticed the fat and thin zombies beyond his control had begun to devour them. Could these be something good? He commanded the 2 zombies to stand still. How unruly. Did they not understand their place? Ding! The host has devoured a mutated ant egg. Strength slightly enhanced. Ding! The host has devoured a mutated ant egg. Strength slightly enhanced. Li Xiaofeng eventually consumed a little less than half of the incubation chamber's ant eggs, and the system's chimes finally ceased. He let the fat and thin zombies begin their feast while he tested his surging strength with a slight flex. He estimated his power had at least doubled. Who knew mutated ant eggs held such benefits? With this terrifying strength paired with heavy strike execution, most second-tier mutated beasts were likely no match for him. When the two zombies had devoured every last egg in the chamber, the system's prompt finally rang out. Ding! The host has completed the random quest, the ant colony's annihilation. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! The system has unlocked a new function, gathering and crafting. Gathering, the host can gather materials from the corpses of deceased mutated beasts with random yields. The rarity of materials correlates with the beast's rank. Crafting, by synthesizing various arbitrary materials, the system will forge different equipment. Note, materials from high-rank mutated beasts yield the best results. Crafting equipment. This system was almost absurdly powerful, but he loved it. Li Xiaofeng turned and descended the stairs. He arrived beside the mutated ant queen and soldier ant, whose flesh had already been mostly devoured. Collection successful. Obtain the mandible of the mutated soldier ant. Collection successful. Obtain the crystal core of the mutated ant queen. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected to collect a crystal core. Mandible of the mutated soldier ant, a material from a first-tier mutated beast, extremely hard. Can be used to forge weapons or armor. Crystal core can only be formed by a second-tier or higher creature. Has wide applications. Currently usable as an auxiliary material in forging to enhance the effect. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. This crystal core could only be formed by a creature of at least the second tier. He himself had also advanced to a second-tier elite zombie and possessed one within him. He touched his abdomen. Was it a gallstone? After the system completed the collection, it stored the materials in a dedicated crafting space. The materials didn't occupy his backpack. It was remarkably user-friendly. With a thought, besides host information quests and backpack, a new crafting option appeared in his mind. Please add materials, host. 3 large frames appeared in his mind. The first 2 were empty, while the third frame had a symbol indicating that multiple materials could be combined for crafting. Above the large frames was a small frame specifically for placing the crystal core. Below were the materials he currently possessed. A black mandible and a white diamond-shaped object. He placed both inside, then glanced at his backpack. Finally, he added the dented frying pan. He selected the frying pan model as well and began crafting. A flash of light and a brand new frying pan materialized, instantly appearing in his backpack. Li Xiaofeng took it out and found the frying pan had doubled in size. It was completely pitch black, its material entirely transformed, reinforced, as it was by the 2 mutated beast materials. Was this the upgraded frying pan? Li Xiaofeng weighed it in his hand, finding it extremely comfortable to wield. Could this frying pan be my destined weapon? With this frying pan in hand now, he felt he could crush the head of that mutated rat directly. He put the frying pan back into his backpack, his heart surging with battle spirit. Li Xiaofeng returned to the spot where the mutated green mosquito had been, intending to collect it. But when he got there, he was dumbfounded. Not a single hair remained. With no choice, he had to continue forward, still opting not to approach the commercial district. A third-tier mutated beast was not something he could handle now. Hunting first and second-tier mutated beasts for steady evolution was the true path. He continued along this street, planning to first clear out the entire perimeter of the commercial district. His evolution points were now at 140,4000. Each advancement seemed to double the required points, making evolution significantly harder. He now needed to hunt 7 second-tier mutated beasts, and that was even factoring in the bonus from his domination talent. Evolution was truly arduous for an ordinary zombie. Unless he could infect a large number of humans. Infecting 400 people would allow advancement, and the risk was minimal. Li Xiaofeng's current strength meant ordinary doors could no longer stop him. He could force them open easily. He no longer needed to live the miserable life of stuffing flyers into door cracks. Unfortunately, he hadn't found any human settlements. For now, hunting mutated beasts was the more reliable path. Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye at intervals to survey the surroundings. Based on his experience, he concluded the maximum range of the inside eye was about 1 kilometer. As long as he didn't encounter a creature with exceptionally high speed, his safety was entirely assured. The fat and skinny zombies took the lead while he followed cautiously behind. This street was quickly traversed, bringing him to the eastern side of the commercial district, an area that had once been equally bustling. Li Xiaofeng suddenly halted, standing still. In his field of vision, a massive red phantom hovered in midair. Name: Mutant Venom Spider. Rank: second tier. Talent: Swift Crawling. Skills: Neurotoxin Web Binding. It was a second-tier mutated beast, but not as freakish as the orange cat. Li Xiaofeng looked ahead and spotted a restaurant. The building was only 1 story, yet the mutant venom spider floated in the air, presumably clinging to the ceiling. If any human survivors came seeking food, the image of a giant spider watching them from the ceiling was chilling. Li Xiaofeng did not rush in recklessly. The second-tier beast matched his own rank, and his combat abilities were not exceptional. By his estimate, 3 zombies against the second-tier beast would have only about an 80% chance of victory. How could he risk himself so easily? Near a large supermarket close by, he picked up 2 cleavers with razor-sharp edges, clearly finely honed. Presumably some survivors had come before, but unfortunately fell to infection, leaving their weapons behind. The fat and thin zombies wielded the cleavers, coordinating a heavy strike, which would deal considerable damage to the second-tier beast. He also found some alcohol and a lighter, storing them in his backpack as a precaution against the spider's web. The once bustling restaurant now stood desolate, its glass doors shattered and scattered across the floor. The fat and thin zombies activated hardened skin, charging ahead in suits with cleavers in hand, exuding immense presence. Though the fat zombie had lost an arm and wobbled as it walked, it did nothing to diminish its dashing demeanor. Yet the mutant venom spider remained utterly indifferent to the zombies. Its multiple eyes of varying sizes shifted back and forth, seeing the low-tier zombies as unworthy prey. Thus the two sides stared at each other awkwardly, the spider clinging to the ceiling while the zombies could not attack. From a distance, Li Xiaofeng grew puzzled. Why was there no movement at all? He directly used will transfer, taking control of the fat zombie's body. Looking up, he saw the mutant venom spider on the ceiling. Its body was over a meter long, with 8 legs stretching more than 3 meters, a reddish-black hue, and a faintly twitching mouth that sent chills down one's spine. Realizing the awkward standoff, he inwardly cursed both sides for being foolish. He hurled the cleaver in his hand, though his aim was poor, only striking the spider's massive leg. Still, it provoked the mutant venom spider, which let out a strange screech. Like a crow diving from the sky, it pounced, directly pinning the fat zombie to the ground. Li Xiaofeng ordered the two zombies to hold it off, then withdrew his consciousness, seized a giant frying pan, and charged forward with determination. By now the fat zombie was in peril. Though hardened skin had been reinforced, it still struggled to withstand the mutant venom spider's attacks. Its venomous fangs pierced the fat zombie's body, injecting neurotoxin. Meanwhile, its multiple eyes locked onto Li Xiaofeng, a surge of excitement, driving its desire to devour the zombie before it. Its 8 legs skittered, ready to strike again. But the fat zombie beneath it clung tightly with both arms and legs. Was the neurotoxin ineffective? The spider's tiny eyes brimmed with bewilderment. The zombie's decayed nerve talent was its nemesis. Yet Li Xiaofeng would not give it time to ponder. Gripping the oversized frying pan, he exuded an imposing aura. Heavy strike execution. A surge of immense power coursed through him as he slammed down. Bang! A loud noise rang out, and the spider's eyes instantly glazed over, its mind buzzing. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng also activated the heavy strike kill for Xiaoxi. The chopping knife directly slashed at a spider leg, unexpectedly triggering a heavy strike, and effortlessly severed it. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. Damn, it was a head chop. The excruciating pain jolted the mutated venom spider awake, emitting a strange, piercing shriek. Yet the cry abruptly ceased. For Li Xiaofeng swung his arm once more, the massive flat pan slamming down. Bang! The venom spider felt an overwhelming agony, its fury barely containable. How could it endure being struck on the head twice in a row? Just as it was about to spew a web, it saw the colossal flat pan descending again. Trembling all over, fear seized it, and it directly dragged the obese zombie back, retreating, daring not to clash further. The flat pan had already cast a shadow over its heart. Its mouth writhed continuously, and a lump of white substance shot forth instantly. But Li Xiaofeng was prepared, having Xiao Peng block its mouth, neutralizing the attack. The mutated venom spider also sensed the dire situation. Both its innate talent and skills were countered. Coupled with its injuries, including a severed leg, its will to fight had dissipated. With a sudden thrust of its spider legs, its figure abruptly left the ground, leaping upward. It even carried Xiao Peng as it climbed onto the ceiling. Its eyes glared venomously at Li Xiaofeng, activating the innate talent of rapid crawling, intent on fleeing this place. Li Xiaofeng sneered inwardly. He would not let it succeed. Consciousness transfer. He instantly took control of Xiao Peng's body, whose face was now covered in white spider silk. Yet the obese zombie's legs remained tightly entwined around the venom spider. He opened the system's backpack, dousing both bodies with copious amounts of alcohol, even pouring a fair share into the venom spider's mouth. Then, pulling out a lighter, he decisively ignited the alcohol, choosing mutual destruction. Blazing flames instantly spread. The venom spider convulsed incessantly, letting out agonized screams, its body plummeting from the ceiling. Li Xiaofeng kept retreating to avoid being caught in the fire. The venom spider's legs flailed wildly, toppling tables and chairs around it. Finally, it uttered a despairing shriek and perished completely. Only then did Li Xiaofeng unhurriedly extinguish the flames with a fire extinguisher. Though he had lost an obese zombie, eliminating a second-tier mutated beast was entirely worth it. He began devouring the flesh and blood of the mutated venom spider. Although raw or cooked meat made no difference to him, the roasted spider flesh still had a certain appeal. Ding. Host is devouring second-tier mutated beast flesh, evolution value 20. Ding. The zombie under your command is devouring second-tier mutated beast flesh, evolution value 5. Ding. The evolution value of the zombie under your command has reached 500,500. Beginning advancement. The zombie under your command has advanced to a first-tier elite zombie. Strength, speed, vision, and all other aspects enhanced. Camouflage talent upgraded. Randomly comprehended skill swiftness. Swiftness doubles speed and grants a chance to dodge attacks. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Xiaoxi had finally evolved into an elite zombie. What a pity that Xiao Peng met an untimely end. Li Xiaofeng recommended a female zombie from the street, ordering her to devour the mutated venom spider's flesh. He gained another 100 evolution points. The flesh and blood of the mutated venom spider were devoured clean, leaving a white diamond-shaped object on the ground. It was the second-tier mutated beast's crystal core. He suddenly remembered he hadn't used collection yet. Ding! Collection failed. So collection wasn't about creating something from nothing, it merely helped him swiftly obtain the most valuable materials. He should have collected first then devoured. He stored the white crystal core into the system's crafting space. He had a premonition that this crystal core surely had other uses far from being so simple. After devouring the flesh of the mutated venomous spider, the newly subjugated female zombie also reached the 4th tier, howling incessantly. A single second-tier mutated beast sufficed to add 300 evolution points. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of pride. Following my lead, indeed one feasts on the finest. An ordinary zombie could devour a second-tier mutated beast. At this moment he completely ignored the charred obese zombie beside him. His nose twitched slightly. Was that the scent of a survivor's flesh? Previously drawn by the flesh of the mutated venomous spider, he hadn't noticed. Could there be an unexpected surprise? Li Xiaofeng turned around and strode into the restaurant. The spider's lair was in the main hall, which led to numerous private rooms. He walked in slowly, discovering that above the rooms hung massive eggs, all wrapped in white spider silk. Li Xiaofeng distinctly smelled flesh and blood. Were there humans inside? He stepped onto a table and carefully tore open the cocoons one by one. Inside were humans, but many had already perished, mere corpses. Likely the mutated spiders stored provisions. As Li Xiaofeng opened a cocoon, a sound emanated from within, and his heart leaped with joy. A pale-faced girl rubbed her eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. She must have been captured by the mutated spider not long ago. The girl had delicate features and a lovely appearance. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized she was in someone's arms. Due to hunger and being suspended upside down, her vision was blurry, as she could only sense that her rescuer was human. Believing herself doomed, she never expected anyone to come to her aid. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her. Suddenly recalling a classic line, she murmured softly, "My beloved is a heroic warrior. One day he will come for me clad in golden armor and riding on colorful clouds." Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, observing her hazy eyes and intoxicated expression. "I can't believe this. Even in the apocalypse, she's still dreaming of such things. I did come specially to take your miserable life." Li Xiaofeng leaned down, sinking his teeth into her neck, injecting the zombie virus. Ding! Host successfully infected one person. Evolution points 10. Li Xiaofeng searched every private room in the restaurant, ultimately infecting 12 people and gaining 120 evolution points. He was now brimming with confidence, stowing away his frying pan and continuing on the path of evolution with his 2 zombies. Xiaoxi had also evolved into an elite zombie, mastering a new skill. The trio's strength had greatly increased. Li Xiaofeng already felt a hint of invincible solitude. Even that fat cat seemed worth a showdown. Meow! A cat's cry echoed from afar. Li Xiaofeng shuddered violently, dropping to the ground and activating his inside eye. Damn, no way, I was just kidding. To the right he indeed saw a massive red phantom charging toward him. Activate bystander aura. Ding! Activation failed. Why does it always fail at critical moments? With a flash of inspiration, Li Xiaofeng activated will transfer. He took direct control of the newly subjugated female zombie. Activate protagonist aura. Ding! Activation successful. He directed the female zombie away from the spot, hoping to lure away that massive fat cat. He and Xiaoxi both lay flat under a table in the restaurant, praying they wouldn't attract attention. He had no desire to be torn to shreds by that fat cat. Through the female zombie's perspective, he saw the fat cat approaching at breakneck speed, so fast it was terrifying, arriving in the blink of an eye. But to his astonishment, the fat cat was covered in blood, its golden fur completely stained crimson. It was chewing on something, its large eyes squinting with excitement. Suddenly, it turned its head and glanced at the female zombie with curiosity. What a peculiar little thing. The orange cat cast a few more glances at the female zombie, but ultimately ignored her, engrossed in savoring the morsel in its mouth, with an expression of pure bliss as it moved away from the city center. Li Xiaofeng looked around repeatedly, confirming that the orange cat had left the area. Only then did he slowly rise and step out of the restaurant. A thought crossed his mind: could that fat cat have been devouring a 3rd-tier mutated beast? Having just advanced, it could slay a mutated beast of the same rank. Was it perhaps a prodigy like himself? Li Xiaofeng shook off his musings and continued onward with his 2 zombies in tow. On another street near the city center, a group of fully armed humans moved forward, cautiously scanning their surroundings with utmost vigilance. There were 8 in total, 7 of them clad in leather jackets, gloves, and helmets, leaving no skin exposed. Such attire offered a degree of protection against ordinary zombies. Leading them was a man in his 20s, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and holding a tang saber, his expression calm and composed. The other 7 looked at him with a mix of reverence and envy. What was even more astonishing was that distant zombies did not converge on them. They seemed to have masked the scent of blood from their bodies. Only zombies within 10 meters would swarm toward them. But the leader would swiftly sever a zombie's head from its body with a single stroke of his blade, his moves decisive and ruthless. A group of humans walking through the city center was glaringly conspicuous. This was a stronghold of mutated beasts and zombies. "Brother, why do we really have to go to the city hospital?" Among the crowd, a lean man spoke with fear in his eyes, looking at the young leader. "We must go. Professor Liang's condition cannot be delayed." The young man nodded slightly, his expression resolute. "But I've heard there's a terrifying monster in the hospital, those who went looking for medicine before. They'll handle the mutated beasts. Just protect yourselves." The young man frowned slightly as he struck again, dispatching a zombie that had drawn near. His strength seemed extraordinary. Severing a zombie's head with a single slash required more than just a sharp blade. The group slowly approached the city hospital. Li Xiaofeng, however, came to an abrupt halt. His inside eye had revealed a humanoid red silhouette. Name Human Awakener. Rank first tier equivalent to first tier elite zombie. Talent strength enhancement. Skill blade mastery. This was the first time he had encountered a human with a status panel. And this person was an awakener possessing one talent and one skill. Though not particularly powerful, it was significant. Humanity was beginning to see a turning point. An awakener's strength could rival that of elite zombies and mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng deactivated his inside eye and realized that a cluster of buildings still separated them. If they continued on their current path, they would meet at the street corner. His mind stirred slightly, he tidied his appearance and put on his mask. 3 humanoid zombies thus slowly approached that group of humans. A flicker of excitement stirred within Li Xiaofeng. What would it feel like to infect an awakener? Finally, both sides reached the street corner. Having advanced to a second-tier elite zombie, Li Xiaofeng's vision surpassed that of ordinary humans. He spotted the group first. The leading awakener, cold and indifferent, gripped a tang saber. The 7 behind him were also fully armed. Those who had survived this long, aside from luck, possessed abilities far beyond the average human. Li Xiaofeng was sizing them up when in an instant he froze, his face stiffening, and he darted into a nearby shop. Standing behind the awakened ones, the 2 men wore cold expressions, unmoved even in the face of zombies. More importantly, a police pistol was holstered at each of their waists. This was the first time Li Xiaofeng had ever seen a gun. This was merely a small city. There was no possibility of military forces arriving. If it truly came to that, it would mean the nation's situation had stabilized completely. But in less than a month, that was utterly impossible. The world was still dominated by zombies and mutant beasts. The 2 pistols must have been obtained from a police station. It was still the early days of the apocalypse, and firearms remained immensely powerful. According to Li Xiaofeng's judgment, first and second-tier mutant beasts would find them hard to withstand. It would just take a few more shots. However, against third-tier mutant beasts, the threat of firearms would be greatly diminished. At the very least, that orange cat could not be eliminated by a pistol alone. Yet zombies were no less resilient than mutant beasts. Even a third-tier elite zombie would likely struggle to resist. He had originally planned to surround the group aggressively and infect them directly. This was to showcase his dominance, but it seemed he had overthought it. The 3 zombies quickly hid inside a shop. The awakened Wang Hua looked puzzledly down the street, as someone had been spying on them. "Be careful, it feels like something is watching us." Wang Hua warned, his body slightly tensed, his vigilance heightened. Upon hearing this, the 7 people behind him all changed expression slightly. Though they envied the awakened, they trusted him implicitly. Li Xiaofeng and the female zombie had concealed themselves deep within this shop. "We'll transfer." He chose to take control of the zombie Xiaoxi. After advancing to an elite zombie, Xiaoxi's strength had also undergone a qualitative enhancement. Combined with the camouflage talent and swift skill, his survival ability was even greater than Li Xiaofeng's own. Xiaoxi put on a mask and sunglasses and stowed the cleaver into his backpack. He slowly approached the group, intending to blend in first before making a move. The awakened Wang Hua had the keenest perception. When they were still over 100 meters apart, he suddenly turned and shouted, "Who goes there?" Xiaoxi shuddered, seemingly startled, his reaction identical to a normal human's. He raised his hands, signaling that he was merely a survivor. But to Li Xiaofeng's surprise, Wang Hua directly barked, "Get lost if you don't want to die." Why was the script not going as planned? He manipulated Xiaoxi's body, his raised hands trembling continuously, trying to evoke their sympathy. Wang Hua's tang sword was suddenly drawn from its scabbard. The crimson sunlight glinted off the blade, adding to its sharpness. Li Xiaofeng decisively turned and left, prioritizing Xiaoxi's survival. Having finally advanced to an elite zombie, he could not be sacrificed lightly. He also realized that this group seemed different from ordinary humans. They had undergone a transformation, making them utterly distinct from the people of peacetime. This transformation might not increase their strength, but it could greatly enhance their survival rate. He had to find another way. "Brother Hua, isn't this display a bit excessive?" A man who looked like a college student in the group asked in confusion. In the apocalypse, humans should support each other. Wang Hua seemed to value this student. He shook his head, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face. First, that man walked with steady steps and was fully armed, so he must be capable. Someone like that wouldn't find it hard to get food, yet he deliberately acted like a victim. Second, his feigned fear seemed real, but the expression on his face never changed. It was pure self-deception. Most importantly, a survivor walking in the most dangerous part of the city center without a single weapon in hand. Xiaoqin, remember this, in the apocalypse, the only one you can trust is yourself. Wang Hua had instantly analyzed Li Xiaofeng's suspicious points. Such keen insight was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The college student was suddenly enlightened. They are certainly not here with good intentions, but I don't want to stir up trouble. Finding the medicine is the top priority. The 8 of them grew more cautious, slowly making their way toward the city center. Li Xiaofeng felt frustrated. He never expected that his usual tricks would fail. He and the female zombie found a tall building, searched it thoroughly, and found no mutated beasts inside. Finally, they concealed themselves on the rooftop, a spot secure enough for his main body. Based on his analysis, the virus sensing range between beings of the same rank did not exceed 100 meters. He manipulated Xiaoxi, intending to use his camouflage talent to secretly follow the group. But to his surprise, the scent of their flesh seemed to be masked. He simply couldn't lock onto them. This method of masking the scent of flesh was not so simple. Even if you covered yourself in feces to a zombie's sense of smell, you'd still be wrapped in it. They must have used some special means. Perhaps it was a scientific breakthrough or the talent or skill of an awakener. However, if this method became widespread, the survival rate of ordinary humans venturing out for food would greatly increase. Li Xiaofeng activated his insight eye and pursued them in the direction they were heading. That awakener carried a panel like a firefly in the night, constantly guiding the way. Xiaoxi followed from about a kilometer away, far enough that even an awakener couldn't sense him. Li Xiaofeng quickly realized their destination. The city center hospital. The 8 of them arrived safely at the hospital entrance, the zombies on the road posing no threat. Any one of them could easily take down an ordinary third-rank zombie. Clearly, they were all seasoned veterans, well-versed in dealing with zombies. Their leader Wang Hua stood at the hospital entrance. He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at what was once a bustling hospital. Now the crimson sunlight bathed its facade in an eerie glow, and the surroundings were silent, not even a single zombie in sight. But this silence made everyone's hearts tremble. In peacetime, as the best hospital in Wanning City, it had been thronged with people. When the apocalypse broke out, it would have gathered a massive horde of zombies, perhaps even the densest concentration in the city. Yet everything here was the complete opposite. Brother Hua. A burly man, his voice tinged with fear, couldn't help but speak. Wang Hua waved his hand, slightly gripped his tang saber tightly, and strode into the hospital, taking the lead. The others hesitated briefly, but followed close behind. The main building of the hospital had 9 floors, luxurious in both decor and facilities. But as the 8 stepped inside, they sensed something amiss. The faint crimson light from outside crept in weakly. The hospital was dim and gloomy, a strange atmosphere spreading around them. The first thing they saw was the registration area where long queues would have formed in the past. Wang Hua suddenly stopped, slowly crouching down. The floor was littered with scattered medicine boxes and torn consultation slips. But at his feet there was a pool of green liquid and a few strands of beast fur. A contemplative look crossed his eyes, and after a long moment, he slowly rose. Stay alert. Wang Hua continued to take the lead, heading straight for the corridor ahead. They needed to reach the hospital pharmacy to find the special medicine. After the group disappeared into the corridor, a scrawny zombie crept in stealthily. Wang Hua, the awakened, was not a local and was unfamiliar with the hospital's layout. Fortunately, the college student knew the way and guided them. Using the dim red light, the group ascended the emergency stairs to the 2nd floor. The hospital's pharmacy was on the 5th floor, designed for the convenience of patients throughout the building. Upon stepping onto the 2nd floor, Wang Hua found himself in a small hall. 4 corridors branched out, each lined with various departments. But as they looked ahead, they spotted 2 glowing green orbs in a dark corridor. A figure slowly emerged. It was a gigantic insect. Its shell was pitch black, its eyes emitted a profound green light, and its mouth parts quivered incessantly, as if it was intensely interested in its prey before it. With a buzz, the mutant insect spread its wings and pounced. Wang Hua remained calm, realizing the cramped space actually hindered the mutant beast's flight. He drew his pistol and aimed directly at the airborne beast. A gunshot rang out, and a wound appeared on the creature. But what furrowed Wang Hua's brow was that no blood flowed, and the beast seemed utterly fearless. Everyone fire. The 2 others carrying pistols obeyed and opened fire without hesitation. The 3 were no ordinary men. At this range, missing was nearly impossible. Several bullet wounds instantly appeared on the mutant insect, and even one of its legs was blown off. It seemed to realize that its opponents were not to be trifled with. In the next instant, it abruptly turned and vanished into the dark corridor. From start to finish, the mutant beast made no sound. Wang Hua's pupils contracted. As the beast fled, he distinctly saw a green tendril about 5 centimeters thick pierce through its body. He vaguely sensed that these mutant beasts were being controlled. But finding medicine was the urgent priority. Even if it was dangerous, they had to try. The group bypassed the 2nd floor and continued upward. The 3rd floor was eerily quiet, devoid of any mutant beasts. However, they saw more green fluid and animal fur. The surrounding glass was shattered, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Just as they were about to ascend to the 4th floor, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared. Wang Hua gripped a tang saber in his right hand and a pistol in his left, his expression vigilant. A mutant hornet had appeared, blocking the stairway to the 4th floor. None of them expected another mutant beast in the hospital, which explained the absence of zombies. The 3 opened fire rapidly, the sound of gunshots echoing through the hospital. The mutant hornet's defenses were weak. The pistol fire quickly riddled it with holes. Still, no blood flowed from the hornet, and it made no sound. But Wang Hua noticed that after the hornet died, a vibrant green tendril retracted from its body. Just as the group relaxed, thinking the mutant beasts were nothing special, a swarm of shadows emerged from the depths of the 4th floor corridor. Everyone's faces twisted in terror, their legs trembling. Dozens of mutant hornets were slowly flying toward them, their eyes glowing with a sinister green light. Wang Hua fired first, his marksmanship unmatched by the others. In an instant he precisely hit a mutant hornet's head. Go! Wang Hua urged, letting the others flee first while he looked for an opportunity to escape himself. The hornets were swift, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Wang Hua instantly holstered his pistol. With his strength enhancement and blade mastery, wielding the Tang sword was more suitable for close combat. The remaining 7 fled in panic, attempting to return to the 3rd floor of the hospital. Yet the mutated venomous bees seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Over a dozen of them swiftly darted out, charging straight at the fleeing group. The other 2 armed men fired rapidly, trying to block the bees. But it was futile, their numbers were overwhelming. Relying solely on pistols could not turn the tide decisively. The mutated venomous bees swooped in, instantly scattering the formation of the 7. Meanwhile, Wang Hua found himself besieged by 4 of the creatures. Though he had become an awakened, he was merely at the 1st rank. Facing 4 adversaries of the same rank, the situation seemed equally precarious. All 7 wielded various cold weapons. But for ordinary humans, the disparity in power against mutated beasts was far too vast. Split up and run. One of them, equally decisive, made the call in an instant. He broke away from the group and headed toward a corridor on the 3rd floor. The other 6 did the same, panicked and scattering in different directions. Xiaoxi, controlled by Li Xiaofeng, halted on the 2nd floor. Shock flooded his mind. Within the vision of his inside eye, a crescent-shaped red phantom appeared. The phantom was not large and could easily be missed in a blink. Yet the information it conveyed was astonishing. Name: mutated evergreen vine. Rank: 4th rank. Talent: mental enhancement, regeneration. Skills: corpse manipulation, vine strangulation. It was Li Xiaofeng's first encounter with a 4th rank creature and a mutated plant at that. He had not ruled out the possibility of plants mutating, but plants were inherently inferior to animals. They possessed only instinct, no intelligence. Such beings, even mutated, should lack lethal capability. In his mind, he leaned toward the idea that plants served to aid humanity. After all, with the apocalypse upon them, threats were not limited to zombies and mutated beasts. Food and water were equally pressing survival issues. Many plants from the peaceful era relied on sunlight. The current blood-red sun made normal growth impossible. Mutated crops could sustain human survival needs. But today the mutated evergreen vine served as a warning. Mutated plants could also pose a threat. He crouched down, picked up a strand of animal fur, and recognized its owner almost instantly. That mutated orange cat. To contend with a 4th rank mutated plant and even gain the upper hand, the fat cat was no ordinary creature. Gazing at the fragmented red phantom, he vaguely understood what the orange cat had been chewing on earlier. This mutated evergreen vine must have been severely wounded. Suddenly a whiff of fresh blood and flesh snapped him back to reality. Urgent footsteps echoed from the 3rd floor. The group was likely in danger. 3 people fled in panic, their expressions freezing at the sight of Xiaoxi. That strange survivor from before had also come to the hospital. They had no time to dwell on it, their eyes gleaming with excitement. One of them, a black-clad man with a pistol, wore a cold expression and decisively fired at Xiaoxi. In an instant he made the most correct yet ruthless decision: cripple Xiaoxi to divert the mutated venomous bee's attention, buying time for the 3 to escape. Li Xiaofeng, however, was already prepared. He activated his swift skill, his speed surging instantly. But even with the surge, he could not dodge a bullet. He felt a foreign object strike his right knee joint. Yet astonishingly, Xiaoxi remained unharmed, his speed still extraordinary. The evasion effect of Swift had successfully triggered. It was a phenomenon difficult to explain by science. The bullet had clearly struck his body, yet caused no damage. The other 3 were equally stunned, their movements faltering. Yet Li Xiaofeng remained unmoved. His explosive speed left even the mutated venomous bees in the dust. He closed in on the trio. Removing his mask, he revealed his true visage, twisted with ferocity. A zombie! A zombie! One of them, seeing the blood around Xiaoxi's mouth, was seized by an overwhelming dread. It brought to mind the zombie's earlier attempts to approach them. Had it not been for the awakened Wang Hua driving him away, the consequences would have been dire. Perhaps everyone would have been infected before even reaching the hospital. A zombie had evolved intelligence. This was a bitter truth to swallow, one that would make humanity's plight even more arduous. Yet they were unaware that Li Xiaofeng was merely an anomaly among countless undead. Xiaoxi bared his sharp fangs and lunged at one of them. A leather jacket might fend off an ordinary zombie's attack, but Xiaoxi was an elite zombie, his strength elevated in every aspect. The virus was injected instantly. With his swift talent, none of the 3 could escape. Ding! The zombie under your command has successfully infected 1 person. Your evolution points too. 5. All 3 were infected, granting Li Xiaofeng 5 evolution points. More importantly, he had acquired a pistol. This was a formidable threat, even to 2nd-tier mutated beasts. But he had no time to rejoice, as several mutated venomous bees had set their sights on him. The buzzing of wings struck a chill into his heart. Yet with his incredible speed, 1st-tier mutated beasts could hardly get close. Fleeing into a corridor, he activated his camouflage talent. The mutated venomous bees lost track of him and soon left the floor. Li Xiaofeng also noticed the green vines within the mutated bees' bodies. A sudden realization struck him, a skill of the aberrant ivy. Corpse manipulation. The mutated beasts before him were mere corpses, and no wonder the inside eye revealed nothing. Their strength was also inferior to first-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng prepared to leave, seeking another chance to infect the survivors. Turning slightly, he found himself at the hospital's elevator. What astonished him was that the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor now showed a downward arrow. Someone was using it. He hurriedly pressed the call button. Inside the elevator was a man clad in a black leather jacket, a pistol in his right hand. He had initially avoided the elevator, but the stairwell was overrun by mutated bees, making descent impossible. Believing he could escape safely, he was now gripped by terror. The elevator stopped at the 2nd floor. Could it be a teammate? He speculated, silently tightening his grip on the pistol and aiming it at the elevator doors, ready for any danger. Li Xiaofeng watched as the elevator slowly came to a halt on the 2nd floor. But he didn't stand at the entrance, unwilling to reveal himself immediately. The man inside grew suspicious. No one. He didn't step out to check, but pressed the close button, not wanting to invite trouble. Li Xiaofeng kept his finger on the call button, thwarting his attempt. Just as the man was about to press the button again, Xiao Si, with his lightning speed, dashed into the elevator. Caught off guard, the man was tackled by the figure. He quickly recovered. Though the assailant looked human, he couldn't trust anyone in this situation. He aimed the pistol at the figure's head, ready to fire without a warning. But a sharp pain shot through his neck. Li Xiaofeng wiped the blood from his lips and stored the other pistol in his system backpack. He hadn't expected such luck, acquiring 2 pistols. Even in the hands of an ordinary zombie, they could pose a significant threat to 2nd-tier mutated beasts. However, ordinary zombies lack the joint flexibility to use them effectively. At the very least, they would need to evolve to 5th-tier zombies. At that moment, Xiao Si caught sight of a humanoid phantom ascending the stairs once more. The awakened human. Indeed, their strength was remarkable. Although he was unaware of the crisis at hand, everyone was fleeing, yet he advanced instead. Could it be that the crisis had already been resolved? Li Xiaofeng activated his disguise ability again and slowly made his way upstairs. At this time, Wang Hua had already dealt with 4 mutated poison bees, unraveling what appeared to be a precarious situation. He was concealing his strength. Had he slain the 4 mutated poison bees directly, more would surely have swarmed him. Capturing a first-stage awakened one was entirely feasible. However, to extricate himself, he chose to use the remaining 7 as bait. At this moment, he headed straight for the 5th floor. A massive poison bee appeared before him, significantly larger than the others. Wang Hua felt a flicker of shock. The poison bee before him was merely a carcass seemingly sliced by sharp claws. His expression cold, he stepped over the corpse of the poison bee. He continued to search for the pharmacy within the hospital. The corridors were filled with various gigantic mutated beasts, all having met similar fates. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by him, countless green tendrils descended from the 6th floor. Like a wave of green, yet no sound accompanied it. The tendrils swiftly approached Wang Hua. At this moment, he was still searching for the medicine formula, his expression brightening. At last he found it. Whoosh! Countless tendrils shot through the air, intent on strangling Wang Hua completely. Wang Hua sensed the movement as well, and with his rich combat experience, he did not turn around. Instead, he stomped his feet and charged forward, trying to create distance. Simultaneously, he drew his tang knife, its sharp blade slicing back. Countless tendrils were severed. That tang knife seemed specially crafted and comparable to ordinary iron. At this moment, Wang Hua also turned around, seeing the tendrils, his expression shaken. As expected, he was right. The city hospital harbored a mutated plant, yet he couldn't ascertain its precise strength. The severed tendrils continuously oozed green sap identical to the liquid on the ground below. To Wang Hua's astonishment, countless tendrils began to regenerate slowly. The 2 sides clashed once more. Although the mutated ivy had reached the 4th tier, it seemed gravely injured, its tendrils incredibly fragile. The mutated beasts it controlled were reduced to those mutated poison bees, which were now rushing back at high speed. Li Xiaofeng was just about to go upstairs. He saw the countless green tendrils spreading from above. However, thanks to his disguise ability, the tendrils seemed unaware. He turned back, contemplating quietly. The mutated ivy was engaged in battle with the awakened human. He took the elevator, guided by the information from his insightful eye. The awakened one was on the 5th floor, while the mutated ivy was on the 6th. He planned to seize the opportunity during their conflict to steal their base. The 6th floor was indeed safe, devoid of any mutated beasts. In his line of sight, the mutated ivy was situated in the middle of a corridor. The hospital corridors were interconnected. At this moment, he stealthily avoided the numerous tendrils arriving behind the mutated ivy while shutting off his insightful eye. What appeared before him was a sphere of green light, suspended in midair. This should be the core of the mutated ivy. The incomplete green orb was surrounded by countless roots. The roots extended into tendrils leading downstairs. He then drew his pistol. Utilizing his disguise ability, he positioned himself a few meters away from the green light. The mutated ivy was wholly focused on the battle on the 5th floor, completely oblivious to the zombie that had appeared behind it. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed, even reaching Wang Hua on the 5th floor. His expression changed. There was gunfire above, but he had a nagging feeling that it wasn't from his teammates. Had someone else infiltrated? There was no time to think deeply. The green vines ahead became wildly agitated, taking on a hint of ferocity. Most of the vines were retreating at high speed, not wishing to tangle with Wang Hua too much. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was shocked by his own marksmanship. From just a few meters away, he had fired 7 or 8 shots, yet hit only once. Damn, this is outrageous. He saw that the seemingly mutated ivy was unable to counterattack. The green vines were rapidly retracting, but it still took time. He approached, directly pressing the gun's muzzle against the green light cluster. Let me give you a ride. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the green light cluster instantly dimmed. Ultimately, the brilliance faded away, falling weakly to the ground. Countless vines, having seemingly lost their vitality, turned from tender green to a withered yellow. A powerful instinct arose within Xiaoxi, as if wanting to devour that green light. But Li Xiaofeng forcibly suppressed it. He picked up the green light, feeling it was soft, as if holding a large jelly. He stored the green light cluster into his backpack. Such a good thing, of course, he would prioritize enjoying it himself. At this moment, Wang Hua looked at the fallen green vines, equally shocked. The mutated plant is dead. Is there still someone upstairs? He didn't think too much. The death of the mutated plant could only be beneficial to him. Wang Hua quickly entered the pharmacy, found the necessary potions, and prepared to leave the hospital. Who was upstairs did not matter to him. Li Xiaofeng instructed Xiaoxi to use his disguise talent and quietly stay in a corner of the hospital. His consciousness returned as he took out the green light cluster from his backpack and directly swallowed it. It felt similar to jelly, but there was no flavor. He wasn't sure of the exact taste. Ding. The host has devoured the flesh and blood of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding. The host has devoured the flesh and blood of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding. The host has devoured the flesh and blood of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Recovery ability greatly increased. Li Xiaofeng felt immense satisfaction as his evolution value surged by 1600 and his recovery ability also increased. This feels amazing. But although it's a mutated plant, why does the system still refer to it as a mutated beast? After a moment's thought, it seems that after mutation, there is no clear boundary between plants and animals. Could it be that mutated plants are also considered mutated beasts? Li Xiaofeng slightly smacked his lips, savoring the taste. His consciousness returned to Xiaoxi. He contemplated a coordinated assault to eliminate the awakened ones downstairs. However, the other party showed no signs of hesitation. It seemed they had found what they needed and directly ran towards the hospital exit, ignoring even their teammates. Xiaoxi also rushed downstairs, but was still a step too late. He stood at the hospital entrance watching the other party escape towards the north. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Random mission triggered. Interrupt rescue. Mission brief. An awakened individual from Nanyu City wants to take away a professor from Wuning City who is proficient in biological sciences and may play a significant role in resisting zombies. As a member of the zombie tribe, you undoubtedly need to stand up. Mission difficulty unknown. Mission time none. Mission reward acquire new skill ability extraction. Li Xiaofeng did not expect to trigger another random quest. Gazing at the retreating, awakened one, he realized the man hailed from Nanyu City. With the apocalypse now upon them, transportation had likely long since collapsed. The fact that the other had made it here at all meant he must have braved tremendous risks along the way. All that effort just to rescue a professor, it showed how important that person was. Nanyu City was different from Wuning City. It was a famously large metropolis. The military would surely have gathered there. As a renowned major city, using it as a human stronghold to continuously take in survivors and rebuild order was undoubtedly the most sensible decision. Li Xiaofeng led the two zombies out of the city center, heading toward the direction the awakened one had fled. Since the man was a distinguished professor, his residence should be in one of the more upscale neighborhoods in the city. Located in the northern part of Wuning City, only one residential area came to mind that fit the criteria. Chifei Community. It was situated right next to a lake within the city. Because of its scenic beauty and status as the only lake in the city, it had been named Wu Lake. Years ago, developers had built an upscale residential community there. Li Xiaofeng made straight for that place with his two zombies, unwilling to waste a single moment. The other man had come to the hospital for medicine, presumably for the professor. If he delayed even a day, the man might simply take the professor and flee. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng arrived at Chifei Community. He observed the tightly shut community gate. It might keep out ordinary zombies, but to mutated beasts and elite zombies, it was practically non-existent. He slipped into the community with Xiaoxi and the female zombie. His main body and the female zombie hid in a patch of undergrowth. Shifting his consciousness, he once again took control of Xiaoxi. With its swift skill and camouflage talent, Xiaoxi was the perfect scout. The community had 9 buildings, but it covered a vast area and the landscaping was equally impressive. Finding the professor in this community would be a monumental task for Li Xiaofeng. Fortunately, with his insightful eye, he only needed to locate the awakened one. It was like having a radar with a kilometer range, greatly boosting his search efficiency. Though it was an upscale community, when the apocalypse struck, most people would have turned into zombies. Yet now the entire community was devoid of any zombies, eerily silent. However, bloodstains still lingered on the ground, suggesting it had been cleansed by someone. Using his insightful eye, he quickly pinpointed the target. It was a tall building on the north side of the community. But to his surprise, there were 2 humanoid red silhouettes. 2 awakened ones. Name human awakened. Rank first order. Talent none. Skill firearms proficiency. Also a first order awakened, but compared to the other, this one had no talent. Li Xiaofeng speculated that the other man's strength enhancement talent must have been acquired from the multicolored light. The awakened one was on the third floor, presumably where the professor was as well. At the building's entrance, a person in black stood guard holding a gun. Seeing the firearm in the black-clad man's hands, he realized it was a rifle. Li Xiaofeng couldn't even withstand a pistol, let alone a rifle. A direct assault was out of the question. He made an instant decision, maneuvering Xiaoxi away from the building. His mind raced with plans. He had to take out the gunman downstairs by surprise. If he alerted the two awakened ones, he risked total annihilation. Although that other awakened one had no talent, his skill, firearms proficiency, made him a massive threat to mutated beasts and zombies alike. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng piloted Xiaoxi back to the vicinity of that building. The female zombie had vanished, and he had taken command of a hulking zombie. The new zombie bore a striking resemblance to the gun-wielding guard. He and the zombie arrived near the building. 3 zombies lurked nearby, yet the humans inside remained oblivious. On the third floor, 4 people gathered in a room. 2 of them cold-faced and with similar features were clearly brothers, both awakened beings. The third was a middle-aged man, a renowned doctor from Wanning City. In peacetime, he had treated Professor Liang's illness. On the bed lay an elderly man, gaunt and white-haired. Dr. Li, will this medicine truly work? Wang Hua frowned, gazing at the still unconscious professor. He hailed from an ancient martial arts family with a century-old legacy. In peacetime, the family remained hidden, but the apocalypse had arrived. As martial artists, their robust physiques meant only a few within the family were infected. The patriarch, decisive and ruthless, ordered the execution of the infected kin. The family's turmoil was quickly quelled. Nanyu City's swift stabilization owed much to their clan. This mission, too, was issued by the family. This professor was of utmost importance. In the apocalypse, no chance for a turnaround could be squandered. Wait a little longer. Before the doctor finished, the old man on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Professor Liang. A glimmer of joy crossed the 3 faces. As they attended to the professor, Li Xiaofeng had already begun executing his plan downstairs. He commanded the hulking zombie to don the warrior's suit, a red down jacket, sunglasses, a black plastic bag, and pink curtains. A strange sense of security settled in Li Xiaofeng's heart. The hulking zombie moved to the other side of the building, its back to the guard below. The guard frowned, instantly training his gun on the zombie. Who goes there? Unable to see its face, the silhouette made it hard to distinguish zombie from human. Yet innate vigilance compelled him to raise his weapon and issue a warning. Leave now. The hulking zombie remained unmoved, instead flinging its arms wide, the pink cape fluttering. It began clapping and wiggling its hips. The guard's lips twitched. Performance art. The creature showed no sign of approaching, merely dancing in place. He chose not to fire immediately. But with the professor inside, no potential threats could be tolerated. They had even evicted all survivors from the building. Leave now. Before the guard could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth from behind. A sharp pain shot through his neck. Yet his robust physique kept him from fainting instantly. He tried to turn and fire. He couldn't. Xiaoxi, as an elite zombie, had far surpassed his strength. A new zombie soon appeared at the base of the building. Li Xiaofeng ordered Xiaoxi to keep its hand clamped over the zombie's mouth to stifle any sound. After evolving into an elite zombie, Xiaoxi's intelligence had improved. Li Xiaofeng continued to control the hulking zombie, which began changing clothes downstairs. Soon a new guard emerged. Without seeing its face, the silhouette was nearly flawless. Xiaoxi activated its camouflage talent, hiding in the grass. The infected zombie rose and let out a roar. Li Xiaofeng commanded the zombie to fire. Bang! A single gunshot immediately alerted the 4 individuals on the 3rd floor. Wang Hua's expression shifted as he slightly raised his head, casting a meaningful glance at the awakened beside him. The other awakened drew 2 pistols from his waist, twirled them with a flourish, and descended the stairs. The distance from the 3rd floor was but a blink of an eye for an awakened. He soon spotted a zombie clad in a red-down jacket, incessantly howling. Due to its bloodshot eyes, Wang Li failed to recognize it immediately. More importantly, the guard remained standing in place. Without suspicion, he asked, what's going on?" The zombie controlled by Li Xiaofeng still had its back to him, pointing with its left hand at the other zombie to indicate its meaning. Wang Li furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. How could a zombie suddenly appear in the residential area? Before he could ponder further, the zombie lunged straight at him. Bang! Bang! Gunfire rang out as Wang Li precisely shot the zombie's knee joints. Deprived of support, the zombie crumpled to the ground, still crawling forward. With a cold sneer, Wang Li drew a military saber. He stepped forward, ready to finish off the zombie. But as he approached, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted. Bang! 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 Seeing the awakened with his back turned, Li Xiaofeng decisively raised his rifle and opened fire. The immense recoil nearly tore the weapon from his grasp, but fortunately the distance was close enough. Though most bullets missed their mark, 2 struck Wang Li. You! Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Wang Li spun around while firing continuously. Shock painted his face. The guard had turned into a zombie. Had he been deceived by a zombie? And one that could even shoot a gun? In an instant, Wang Li felt his worldview shatter. Li Xiaofeng, however, cared little for his thoughts, merely raising the rifle to continue firing. He harbored no fear of death. This was merely an ordinary zombie under his dominion. To him, as long as he remained safe, anyone else could be abandoned. Though one side wielded a pistol and the other a rifle, the disparity was stark. Li Xiaofeng's bullets mostly flew wide, while Wang Li, with his marksmanship mastery, rarely missed. It seemed the zombie under Li Xiaofeng's control would fall first. Watch out. Up. At that moment a scream and a flash of a blade appeared simultaneously. Wang Hua had already descended the stairs upon hearing the first shots. The simultaneous roar of rifle and pistols signaled a formidable enemy. Yet upon reaching the ground floor he was utterly bewildered. Allies fighting each other. Standing behind Li Xiaofeng, he couldn't discern the other's identity. But as brothers, Wang Hua instinctively sided with Wang Li. Drawing his Tang saber, he swiftly decapitated the zombie under Li Xiaofeng's control. Meanwhile, as Wang Li's focus was locked ahead, Xiao Si had already received orders. Using his camouflage talent, he silently crept close to Wang Li. He opened his mouth and bit down. Wang Hua spotted this and shouted a warning, but it was too late. Damn it. Enraged, Wang Hua dispatched the zombie under Li Xiaofeng's control and drew his pistol, aiming to eliminate Xiao Si. He recognized Xiao Si as the person who had tried to infiltrate their group earlier. But he never imagined it was a zombie. And that it had even made it inside the residential area? Shock coursed through him, a vague sense that this was no random zombie attack, but something orchestrated. Everything had unfolded with an eerie strangeness. Since the zombie's demise, Li Xiaofeng's will had returned to him. Yet witnessing Xiao Si's potential peril, he once again activated his will transfer, seizing control of Xiao Si. Before Wang Li's stunned gaze, a zombie actually drew a pistol confronting him. Neither side fired a shot. The situation seemed deadlocked. Bang! A gunshot broke the impasse first. A bullet pierced Wang Hua's skull, instantly slaying and awakened. But the zombie opposite didn't fire. The shot came from the side. Shock still lingered in Wang Hua's eyes, yet he could never fathom who had pulled the trigger. Li Xiaofeng himself slowly emerged from the nearby underbrush, blowing on his gun's muzzle. He hadn't expected the shot to be a fatal one. Had it failed, he would have had to sacrifice Xiao Si. He wielded the will transfer skill with consummate mastery. First, he used a newly dominated zombie to lure the guard, infecting him silently. Then, disguised as the guard, he gravely wounded and awakened. Leveraging this disguise to draw Wang Li's attention, he commanded Xiao Si to infect him while off guard. Using Xiao Si to divert another awakened's focus, he himself emerged from the grass and eliminated him as well. He stowed his pistol and rifle, retreating back into the brush. Wang Li, now infected and turned into a zombie, was redominated by Li Xiaofeng. To his astonishment, this was actually a 5th-tier ordinary zombie. After infection, an awakened starts at a much higher level than an ordinary person. However, the marksmanship skill wasn't inherited. The zombie Wang Li entered the building, heading straight for the 3rd floor. Dr. Li Quan in his room, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Gunshots rang out, intermittently mingled with the roars of zombies. Were zombies attacking? Bang! Bang! A sudden knock at the door. Li Quan looked out to find it was Wang Li. But at this moment Wang Li was clutching his head with his right hand, inadvertently covering his pupils. His complexion was pale, as if injured. The knocking was urgent, and Li Quan didn't think twice. For one simple reason: ordinary zombies cannot infect an awakened. The level of zombie virus within them is too low. Once inside an awakened's body, it gets expelled by their mysterious inner energy. But Xiao Si was an elite zombie of the same rank as Wang Li, naturally capable of easy infection. It was for this reason that Li Quan never considered Wang Li could be infected. He opened the door without any caution. In that brief moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding! A zombie under the host dominion has successfully infected one person. Evolution points 2. 5. Ding! Host has completed a random quest. Interrupt the rescue. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Ability Extraction. Ability Extraction: when you slay a human, awakened, or mutated beast, you have a chance to acquire one of their talents or skills. Li Xiaofeng was astounded. He hadn't expected to be rewarded with a godly skill. It allowed him to directly plunder one of his opponent's talents or skills. If he had awakened this skill earlier and plundered the corpse manipulation of the mutated ivy, the thought was terrifying. With more mutated beast corpses under his control, Li Xiaofeng could now strut around unchallenged. Yet that corpse manipulation likely had its limits. But Ability Extraction was undeniably a godly skill, perhaps rivaling the dominance talent. Although Li Xiaofeng possessed numerous talents and skills far surpassing others of the same rank, he always knew that any talent or skill was invaluable, directly enhancing one's strength. Without the system, he could never have acquired so many. Only upon advancing to an elite zombie would one be guaranteed to learn a skill, and each subsequent advancement of an elite zombie offered a chance to learn another. For instance, Li Xiaofeng's heavy strike kill, but the probability was certainly not high. Ability Extraction now gave him an opportunity. By slaying more mutated beasts or human awakens, he would gain more skills and talents. The system's reward of this skill was pure temptation, and it was a temptation that no one could resist. As Li Xiaofeng was deep in thought, the zombie king under his command, Wang Li, approached him. The moment the zombie stepped out of the building, an unexpected change occurred. In an instant, a massive black shadow descended from the sky. Wang Li's body was instantly cleaved in two, blood gushing wildly. Li Xiaofeng snapped out of his thoughts, his expression shifting as he looked ahead. It turned out to be a gigantic green mantis. Hidden in the grass, Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye. The mantis information materialized before him. Name: Mutant Mantis. Rank: 3rd tier. Talents: Precise Evasion, Sharp Force. Skill: Decapitation. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected a 3rd-tier mutated beast to suddenly appear in the neighborhood. It seemed to be searching for something. Had the zombie virus inside him attracted it? Li Xiaofeng remained motionless, still concealed within the grass. Simultaneously, he transferred his will, commanding Xiao Si to retrieve the rifle from the backpack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted continuously. The mutant mantis body twisted grotesquely. Its talent precise evasion activated in an attempt to dodge the bullets. But for a marksman like Li Xiaofeng, its talent proved to be of little use. Regardless of the outcome, dozens of bullets always managed to land a few hits. A flurry of strikes defeats the master. Its defense was not strong enough to withstand the rifle's damage, and green blood instantly sprayed out. The mutant mantis grew enraged, unable to believe that such a lowly creature before it could pose a threat. With a single leap, it sought to cleave him apart. Xiao Si activated his swift skill, beginning a masterful game of kiting. The combination of long-range gunfire and Xiao Si's agility allowed them to fight beyond their tier. Rat-a-tat. Though his marksmanship was poor, some bullets always found their mark. Green blood continued to spurt. The mutant mantis grew increasingly savage, letting out a strange shriek as its speed suddenly surged. Being a third-tier mutated beast, it quickly caught up to Xiao Si and pounced. Seeing that Xiao Si couldn't escape, Li Xiaofeng directly activated hardened skin for him. Though it couldn't render the mantis attacks harmless, it at least prevented an instant kill. As the two became entangled, Xiao Si continued firing. With them at close quarters, even Li Xiaofeng's poor aim could not miss. Bang bang bang. In an instant, green fluid sprayed everywhere, and the mutant mantis was severely wounded in no time. Relying on the evasive effects of the swift skill and hardened skin, a third-tier mutated beast was thus slain by Xiao Si, its corpse falling to the ground. Only then did Li Xiaofeng leisurely step out, feeling a sense of triumph, as if he had reduced mighty foes to ashes with a mere laugh. He crouched down and began to activate his newly acquired ability, extraction. Anticipation welled within him. Would it be sharp force or precise evasion? He started to feel conflicted. Ding. Ability extraction failed. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched, not expecting such an outcome. A bad start. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained the forelimb of the mutant mantis. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained the crystal core of the mutant mantis. At least he had gathered materials, which was some consolation. He sighed inwardly, crouching down to begin devouring the mutant mantis. Ding. Host is devouring the flesh and blood of a third-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 40. Ding. The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh and blood of a third-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. The evolution value of a third-tier mutated beast was 800 points. With Xiao Si's share from devouring, he obtained a total of 1200 evolution points. At this moment, his domination talent had entered cooldown, preventing him from dominating a new zombie. Gazing at the remaining carcass of the mutated mantis, he felt a sense of waste. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he stored the mantis corpse into his backpack. He wanted to test whether the system's inventory could halt the virus decay. The next day arrived swiftly. Li Xiaofeng once again dominated an ordinary zombie and retrieved the mutated mantis corpse. The result filled him with elation. Ding. The zombie under your domination is devouring the flesh and blood of a third-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 10. Gaining another 200 evolution points, Li Xiaofeng's total now stood at 38404000. He was merely 160 points away from evolving into a third-tier elite zombie. Staring at the remaining mutated mantis corpse, a new whimsical idea struck him. If he were to dominate another zombie and let it feast, would he continue to gain evolution points? If this theory held true, the evolution points he could amass in the future by hunting massive mutated beasts would be beyond imagination. To verify this hypothesis, he waited another day, but the outcome disappointed him. This exploit had failed. The newly dominated zombie did gain evolution points, but he himself received no share. Was it a limitation of the domination talent, or had he made a misstep somewhere? Suddenly, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind, interrupting Li Xiaofeng's thoughts. Ding. A new weekly quest has been issued. Host, please check it. Weekly quest: Crossdire Battle. Quest brief: as the most intelligent existence among the zombie race, the foolish mutated beasts are no match for you. Mighty power shall ultimately bow before wisdom. Go forth. Slay a fifth-tier mutated beast to prove your prowess. Quest difficulty 4 stars. Quest duration within 7 days. Quest reward system unlocks the initial pet function. Note your own tier must be below 5th tier elite zombie. This system was truly formidable. If he could acquire a pet, his combat power would skyrocket once more. However, completing this quest would not be easy, slaying a 5th tier mutated beast within 7 days. The difficulty lay in 2 aspects. First, he had to locate a 5th tier mutated beast. Given the current evolution landscape, a 5th tier mutated beast was undoubtedly an apex predator. Even the mutated IV at the city center hospital was only 4th tier, making it no simple task to find a 5th tier one. If all else failed, he would have to venture into the wilderness. But the wilderness was unlike the city. The likelihood of mutated beasts moving in packs was higher. Currently, his domination talent could only control 2 zombies, lacking both quality and quantity. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to develop stealthily within the city. He could only head to the city center to investigate. Previously, he had only visited the city center hospital, the library, cinema, and other places remained unexplored. Perhaps he could find a 5th tier mutated beast there. The second challenge of the quest was how to slay such a beast, though he had 2 pistols and 1 rifle at hand. The pistols only had a few rounds left as he had not searched for ammunition earlier. Fortunately, he had discovered several hundred rifle bullets in that third-floor room, enough for some time. However, a rifle would likely struggle to harm a 5th-tier mutated beast. Moreover, his marksmanship was abysmal, unless he could shove the rifle barrel into the beast's maw. He must first acquire evolution points to complete his advancement. If he could ascend to a 4th-order elite zombie within 7 days, and by fortune comprehend 1 or 2 powerful skills, his chances of victory would greatly increase. Li Xiaofeng chose not to search for humans within the residential area. For him, obtaining evolution points this way was far too inefficient. Had it not been for this random mission, he would not have come to the human district at all. Due to the effect of his dominion talent, hunting mutated beasts was the fastest path to evolution for him. Li Xiaofeng once again led his 2 underlings, preparing to return to the city center. The newly dominated zombie was extraordinarily robust, standing at a full 1.9 meters tall, a stark contrast to Xiao Si's gaunt frame. Before heading back to the city center, Li Xiaofeng first activated the forging function. The forging interface materialized in his mind once more. He placed the forelimbs and crystal core of the mutated mantis onto it along with a chopping knife. He intended to forge a new weapon. The model he chose was also a chopping knife. With a faint flash of light, a brand new blade instantly appeared within his backpack. The blade's surface shimmered with a faint green glow, its material transformed, and the edge appeared extraordinarily sharp. He stored the blade in his backpack. Firearms and bullets were consumables best left and used unless absolutely necessary. The 3 zombies prepared to return to the city center. Along the way, they encountered no more humans. Yet within just a few minutes, he came across a 1st-order mutated beast. With his hardened skin and heavy strike, Li Xiaofeng could easily crush it. To his disappointment, the collection failed, and the ability extraction also failed. Fortunately, the evolution points it provided allowed him to advance directly again. Ding! Host is devouring the flesh of a 1st-order mutated beast. Evolution points 10. Ding! The zombie under your dominion is devouring the flesh of a 1st-order mutated beast. Evolution points 2. 5. Ding! Host evolution points have reached 4000. Conditions for advancement met. Host begins advancing. Host advancement complete. Current rank, 3rd-order elite zombie. Host strength, speed, vision, hearing, and all other aspects have been enhanced. Skill heavy strike kill has been strengthened. Heavy strike kill upon active use. Host strength is enhanced by 400, with a higher chance of landing a heavy strike during attacks. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. Li Xiaofeng felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. With each advancement, his strength increased dramatically. Regrettably, he did not comprehend any new skills this time, only the enhancement of heavy strike kill. 3 hours later, Li Xiaofeng gazed at the distant city library, a trace of emotion welling up within him. In times of peace, it was his favorite place to visit, but now it stood deserted, not even a single zombie in sight. No zombies. Li Xiaofeng suddenly stared at the library. There were no zombies around at all. This situation was identical to the city hospital. There could only be one explanation. There were powerful mutated beasts inside as well. Li Xiaofeng did not act rashly. He activated his insight eye, attempting to locate the beasts within. He almost instantly sprang back several steps, his mind shaken. In his field of vision, a vast expanse of red phantoms suddenly appeared. At least several dozen mutated beasts. Name mutated bat. Rank 1st order. Talent flight. Skill venomous bite. Li Xiaofeng realized this was a mutated beast colony. The library had 5 floors. The first floor was filled with 1st-order mutated bats, the most numerous, with a total of 15. On the second floor were 7 2nd-order mutated bats, equally terrifying. On the 3rd floor were 3 3rd-order mutated bats. The red phantom on the 4th floor was enormous, just a single entity, but its rank had reached the 4th order. Such a group of mutated beasts could likely dominate the city center without fear, deterring even 5th-order mutated beasts. If he could devour them all, Li Xiaofeng's heart surged with excitement. Tens of thousands of evolution points would be enough to elevate him to a 4th-order elite zombie. Not only would he himself receive a tremendous boost, but the 2 zombies under his command would also gain tens of thousands of evolution points, transforming directly into 3rd-tier elite zombies, becoming exceptionally formidable assistants. At that time, his overall strength would increase significantly. However, to deal with the bat swarm in the library, he would need to pick them off one by one rather than charging in recklessly. If dozens of mutated bats all attacked at once, that would be a nightmare. Even that fat cat probably wouldn't dare to enter the library. The 3 zombies kept their distance, observing the library without approaching. Li Xiaofeng concealed himself and once again took control of Xiao Si. Xiao Si was a 1st-tier elite zombie, and the virus within his body held a fatal allure for 1st-tier mutated beasts. If Li Xiaofeng himself went to lure them, the entire bat swarm would likely emerge. Xiao Si tiptoed to the library entrance and pushed the door open slightly. Through the vision of insight eye, a mutated bat was seen hanging upside down just above the door. The moment Xiao Si stepped into the library, it immediately stirred up commotion. Several mutated bats were ecstatic, never expecting prey to deliver itself to their doorstep. Drawn by the zombie virus within Xiao Si, they flew straight out of the library. The mutated bats' eyes were bloodshot, driven savage by the virus influence. Xiaoxi activated his hardened skin and swiftness skills. With the two effects counteracting each other, his speed remained unaffected, but his defensive power surged instantly. Li Xiaofeng's hardened skin had been enhanced once when he reached the second tier. First-tier mutated beasts naturally found it difficult to breach his defense. Xiaoxi kept retreating until he finally reached Li Xiaofeng's hiding spot, much like kiting monsters in an online game. Li Xiaofeng leaped out from the bushes wielding a giant frying pan. He simultaneously activated heavy strike execution, multiplying his strength by 4 and increasing the chance of landing a critical blow. Xiaoxi also drew his green cleaver and activated heavy strike execution. As for the burly zombie, he was merely an onlooker. This battle was already beyond his capabilities. As a third-tier elite zombie, Li Xiaofeng possessed 2 combat skills and a giant frying pan. His combat prowess already surpassed that of most mutated beasts of the same tier. However, due to his fear of death, he rarely fought personally. One by one, the mutated bats were smacked to the ground by his frying pan. Though not instantly killed, they were rendered combat ineffective. Xiaoxi's combat ability was equally astonishing. After all, the green cleaver was forged from the forelimb of a third-tier mantis, and every swing made it difficult for the bats to withstand. In a short time, 7 mutated bats lay dead. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained mutated bats, venom fong. Ding. Ability extraction failed. Sure enough, ability extraction never failed to disappoint in its capacity to disappoint. Ding. Host is devouring the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolution points 10. Ding. The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast, evolution points 2. 5. Li Xiaofeng directly gained 210 evolution points, taking another step closer to advancement. To his surprise, however, the zombie he had newly subjugated also evolved, becoming an elite zombie. Ding. The evolution points of the zombie under your command have reached 500,500, meeting the advancement conditions. Advancing. Advancement complete. Current tier, first tier, elite zombie. Talents unlocked: sturdy physique. Skills unlocked: rapid recovery. Sturdy physique, a robust body can mitigate incoming attacks to a certain extent. Rapid recovery upon activation. Recovery ability is greatly enhanced. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 5 hours. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Though it looked ordinary, could it be a prodigy among zombies? The skills and talents the hulking zombie had comprehended were exceedingly useful, greatly enhancing combat effectiveness. It could fully serve as a meat shield for the team. Seeing its burly form, Li Xiaofeng named it Xiao Zhuang. He no longer controlled Xiaoxi, but shifted his will to Xiao Zhuang. The tall and sturdy physique gave Li Xiaofeng a new sensation. After advancing to an elite zombie, Xiao Zhuang stood nearly 2 meters tall. He violently shoved open the library doors. The remaining first-order mutant bats also flew out. Though the bat swarm was terrifyingly powerful, their intelligence was far too low. They were easily lured out. The remaining 8 mutant bats perished as well, with Li Xiaofeng barely exerting any effort. Xiaoxi and Xiao Zhuang could already crush first-order mutant beasts. After devouring the carcasses, Li Xiaofeng gained another 2400 evolution points. He also collected the mutant bat's venomous fangs. Unfortunately, all attempts at the skill extraction failed. He felt the skill was somewhat unreliable. The success rate reminded him of certain online games from peacetime. Was it the skill's fault or his own incompetence? For a moment, Li Xiaofeng even doubted the zombies. Fortunately, Xiaoxi's successful advancement gave him some comfort. Xiaoxi also reached second-order elite zombie status, but regrettably no new skills were learned. However, the swift skill improved, boosting both speed and dodge chance. The remaining mutant bats in the library were tough nuts to crack, at least second-order beasts, not easy to deal with. The 3 zombies were now third-order, second-order, and first-order respectively. After several hours, all skills had cooled down. Li Xiaofeng once again took control of Xiaoxi, cautiously activated the camouflage talent, and entered the library. He aimed to lure only 1 or 2 bats at most. More than that would be overwhelming. Through the inside eye, the information on the second-order mutant bats showed slight differences. Name: mutant bat. Rank: second-order. Talents: flight, tenacious life, evil evolution. Skill: venomous bite. The addition of the tenacious life talent made them far stronger than first-order bats. Because the first-order bats downstairs had not returned, the second-order bats seemed agitated. Despite the camouflage talent, one bat detected him. The bat let out a strange screech. In an instant, countless books scattered as all 7 bats launched an attack, a fearsome sight. Oh my god! Li Xiaofeng commanded Xiaoxi to activate the swift skill. Fortunately, after enhancement, Xiaoxi's speed surged, making it hard for the bats to catch up. Xiaoxi fled for its life with no need to deliberately taunt the bats. The enraged second-order beast showed no sign of relenting. Li Xiaofeng wielded a huge flat pan, activated heavy strike, and execute, and slammed it into a bat. Bang! Though it was a second-order beast, it proved fragile under his immense strength. After the successful strike, Li Xiaofeng retreated and activated hardened skin for Xiao Zhuang. Xiao Zhuang charged into the bat swarm. With rapid recovery and hardened skin, it became incredibly tough. Even as a first-order elite zombie, it could withstand attacks from second-order beasts. Though Xiao Zhuang's offense was lacking, Xiaoxi and Li Xiaofeng kept ambushing from the sides. After advancing to second-order, Xiaoxi's intelligence seemed to improve, allowing it to follow more complex commands, which saved Li Xiaofeng much trouble. However, the second-order bats were not to be underestimated. Xiao Si's green machete often required several strikes to finish one. After rapid recovery ended, Xiao Zhuang began to suffer injuries. Blood flowed freely, yet it stood unyielding, enduring every assault. These mutant bats could fly and possessed an exceptionally grotesque evasive ability. Although Li Xiaofeng's frying pan could instantly kill them, it often missed its mark. After over 10 minutes of combat, 7 mutant bats finally collapsed to the ground, all slain by the 3 zombies. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a second-order mutant beast. Evolution value 20. Ding! The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh and blood of a second-order mutant beast. Evolution value 5. Li Xiaofeng once again harvested 4,200 evolution points. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 8,000, 8,000. Conditions for advancement met. Advancing. Host advancement complete. Current rank 4th order elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and all other aspects are enhanced. Skill hardened skin has been strengthened. Ding! The host has comprehended the skill Battle Frenzy. Battle Frenzy, upon activation your strength, speed, defense, and all other aspects are enhanced by 50. Duration 2 minutes. Cooldown 3 hours. After devouring 22 mutant bats, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value skyrocketed. He gained a total of 8,700 evolution points, allowing him to reach the 4th order elite zombie rank. Throughout the entire Wanning City, he should now be considered an extremely formidable existence. Moreover, he had comprehended another new skill. This type of state-based skill provided the greatest enhancement for him. By virtue of his Dominion talent, the skill he comprehended was also shared by the other 2 zombies. But the notification chime in his mind was not yet over. Ding! The evolution value of the zombie under your command has reached 2,000,2,000, meeting the conditions for advancement. Advancing. Advancement complete. Current rank 2nd order. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and all other aspects are enhanced. Skill Swift Recovery has been strengthened. Swift Recovery upon activation recovery ability is greatly enhanced. Duration 6 minutes. Cooldown 5 hours. The massive amount of evolution value allowed Xiao Zhuang to successfully advance, as well though he did not comprehend any new skills. Nevertheless, his Swift Recovery was strengthened with its duration doubled further, enhancing his tanking capability. The final information for the 3 zombies was as follows. Name: Li Xiaofeng. Rank 4th order elite zombie. Evolution value 86,001,6000. Talents: Collapsed Nerve, Bloody Evolution, Viral Infection, Protagonists: Halo, Bystanders, Halo, Dominion. Skills: Hardened Skin, Insightful, Eye, Strengthen, Heavy Strike, Execution, Battle Frenzy. Note: this is an exceptionally evolved zombie. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it also possesses intelligence. If you encounter it, flee as quickly as possible. Such a luxurious stat panel was likely unattainable by any 4th order being. He had a total of 6 talents, though most of them were not particularly potent. Xiao Si's panel was as follows. Name: Elite Zombie. Rank 2nd order. Evolution value 32, 57, 54,000. Talents: Disguise, Bloody Evolution, Viral Infection, Collapsed Nerve. Skill: Swiftness. Note: this is a zombie with intelligence. He was already very close to the 3rd order elite zombie rank, mainly because Li Xiaofeng's Dominion talent had siphoned off their evolution value. Xiao Zhuang's panel was as follows. Name: Elite Zombie. Rank 2nd order. Evolution value 16004000. Talents: Sturdy Body, Bloody Evolution, Viral Infection, Collapsed Nerve. Skills: Swift Recovery. The strength of the 3 zombies had now surged dramatically, and their capabilities were far more than what appeared on the surface. Not only did they possess 3 firearms, but their weapons were also extraordinary. More importantly, Li Xiaofeng's Hardened Skin, Heavy Strike, Execution, and Battle Frenzy could all be shared with the other 2 zombies. This overall strength was now fully capable of engaging a 4th order mutant beast in direct combat. As for 5th order mutant beast, information about them was still unknown. Li Xiaofeng collected all the bats' venomous fangs and used ability extraction on each one in turn. He had expected all attempts to fail, but one succeeded. Ding! Ability extraction successful. Obtain talent: Tenacious Life. After successful extraction, the talent was not directly acquired. Instead, a small red orb appeared in his hand. Gazing at the red orb in his palm, it felt like a marble, though it was soft to the touch. At the same time, a piece of information was conveyed. Upon ingestion, you will obtain the talent Tenacious Life. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. This could actually be used on others. He tossed the red orb to Xiao Zhuang and ordered him to swallow it. Taking it himself would be of little significance. Ding! The zombie under your command has obtained the talent Tenacious Life. Tenacious Life enhances your recovery ability. The more severe the injury, the stronger the recovery. Xiao Zhuang had become even more resilient. Li Xiaofeng was now very curious. What would happen if ability extraction yielded the talent of flight? After ingestion, would one be able to fly directly even without wings? According to his speculation, there should be limitations. He did not dwell on these thoughts any further. Without the ability to put them into practice, idle speculation was merely a waste of time. However, judging by the probability of ability extraction, he estimated that putting it into practice would be difficult for him, unless this skill could be upgraded or a method to increase its success rate was obtained. The remaining mutated bats in the library were few, with only 3 third-tier mutated bats and 1 fourth-tier mutated bat remaining. Li Xiaofeng continued to command Xiao Si entering the library. He intended to lure the third-tier mutated bats out first. A direct assault would offer little chance of victory, and Li Xiaofeng was unwilling to sacrifice Xiao Si or Xiao Zhuang. Previously, he had commanded ordinary zombies that could be easily replaced, but things were entirely different now. Both zombies had their own distinct roles. Losing either would diminish Li Xiaofeng's combat strength. Xiao Si possessed a camouflage talent, allowing him to avoid attracting the attention of the fourth-tier mutated bat. Moreover, being only a second-tier elite zombie, his viral presence was not particularly strong. Using his camouflage talent, he cautiously made his way to the third floor of the library. Yet the third-tier bats in his line of sight paid him no heed. They actually ignored him. The 3 mutated bats were hanging upside down from the ceiling light fixtures. They merely opened their eyes slightly at the sight of Xiao Si before feigning sleep again. Are they still pretending to be aloof when death is imminent? Li Xiaofeng directly commanded Xiao Si to move to the staircase while drawing his pistol. Bang! The instant the gunshot rang out, Xiao Si activated swiftness and dashed wildly toward the exit. As expected, the shot missed again. Nevertheless, it enraged the 3 bats, who all took flight and charged straight at Xiao Si. Li Xiaofeng had been waiting outside the library for some time. Xiao Zhuang, having acquired tenacious life, had fully recovered from his injuries. Li Xiaofeng activated Battle Frenzy and hardened skin for him. Combined with the skill Rapid Recovery, Xiao Zhuang stood at the forefront. Even facing 3 third-tier mutated beasts, he showed no fear. At least during the duration of Rapid Recovery, Xiao Zhuang could hold his ground. Li Xiaofeng then fixed his gaze on one of the mutated bats. He activated Heavy Strike Execution and Battle Frenzy for himself, feeling a surge of immense power within his body. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng finally felt his own strength. With the giant frying pan, he struck one bat unexpectedly. Bang! The bat's head spun, making it barely able to maintain flight. It had been ambushed. Rage boiled within the mutated bat. As a third-tier mutated beast, its resilience was considerable, and it seemed on the verge of recovering. But before it could fully regain its senses, Li Xiaofeng's frying pan came down again. Bang! The mutated bat once again felt dazed, teetering in the air. Li Xiaofeng grinned savagely, striking blow after blow. With Battle Frenzy activated, all his abilities had greatly improved. Thud! 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 The sound of heavy impacts echoed continuously. Within moments, the bat crashed to the ground, blood gushing out as it lay utterly still. A third-tier mutated bat had been beaten to death. The other 2 bats kept attacking Xiao Zhuang. As third-tier mutated beasts, their venomous fangs could tear through Xiao Zhuang's skin. But with the talents Tenacious Life and the skills Rapid Recovery, Hardened Skin, and Battle Frenzy, every wound healed in an instant. For a time, Xiao Zhuang withstood the 2 beasts' attacks without injury. Xiao Si's assault was equally fierce, wielding a green machete enhanced by Heavy Strike Execution and Battle Frenzy. Each strike sent the mutated bat's blood spraying, gravely wounding one of them. Whenever the bats attacked, Xiao Si would swiftly retreat behind Xiao Zhuang. This infuriated the 2 bats, who launched increasingly violent assaults on Xiao Zhuang, but to no avail. Li Xiaofeng hadn't anticipated Xiao Si being so cunning, a true reflection of his own tactics. He hadn't used will transfer, only issuing a general command. But Xiao Si's intelligence had improved, setting him apart from ordinary zombies. Just by observing Xiao Zhuang, it was clear his counterattacks were mere bites that couldn't break through defenses, yet he persisted tirelessly. It was completely futile. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhuang's role was simply to absorb damage. There was no expectation for him to harm the mutated bats. Under the siege of the 3 zombie brutes, the bats eventually fell one by one. Li Xiaofeng gained another 3,600 evolution points. Meanwhile, Xiao Si successfully advanced, becoming a third-tier elite zombie. He stood at the pinnacle of zombie evolution. Regrettably, he didn't learn any new skills, but instead enhanced the swiftness ability. After 2 reinforcements, the swiftness skill's speed boost reached 4 times, along with a higher evasion rate. Only the final 4th-tier mutated bat remained in the library. Li Xiaofeng was no longer afraid, as he himself was a 4th-tier elite zombie. Without commanding Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang, he strode boldly inside, heading directly to the 4th floor. Roar! Li Xiaofeng let out a ferocious cry, exuding sheer arrogance. I want to fight 10. The zombie virus within him instantly roused the mutated bat of the same rank. Its scarlet eyes burned with extreme excitement. The 4th-tier mutated bat was colossal, nearly as tall as a man. Hanging upside down from the lamp tube, it looked utterly terrifying. Activating the inside eye, information about this giant bat was transmitted to him. Name: Mutated Bat. Tier 4th. Talents: Tenacious Life, Flight, Precise Target Lock. Skills: Pounce, Venomous Fang, Bite, Sonic Wave, Kill. It was completely incomparable to ordinary mutated bats. The Bat King's stat panel was far more luxurious. Its strength and speed were also beyond that of common bats. Li Xiaofeng immediately activated Hardened Skin, Heavy Strike Execution, and Battle Frenzy on himself. With these 3 buffs empowering his body, his power instantly surged by a huge margin. He gripped a black frying pan. Though his speed couldn't match the Bat King's, his strength far exceeded it. Li Xiaofeng stood unmoving, waiting for the Bat King to strike first. The creature's intelligence was low, influenced by the virus within it would surely be unable to resist making the first move. As expected, the Bat King screeched, spread its wings wide like a black curtain, and lunged directly. Li Xiaofeng's expression didn't change as he fiercely swung his frying pan. Bang! The Bat King hadn't anticipated Li Xiaofeng's immense strength. Its head was smacked askew, its mind buzzing. But as a powerful fourth-tier creature, it recovered in an instant. Simultaneously, it distanced itself from Li Xiaofeng. The Bat King whirled around and chose to pounce on Xiao Si, who was behind it. Xiao Si had intended to use his camouflage to launch a sneak attack. However, this was seen through by the Bat King's precise target lock talent. Fortunately, Xiao Si activated swiftness in time, quadrupling his speed. This made him impossible for even a fourth-tier creature to catch. Xiao Zhuang tried to entangle the Bat King, but he miscalculated. The creature could fly, making it impossible to chase. For a time, the three zombies were helpless against the Bat King. The mutated bat hovered in the air, its scarlet savage eyes fixed on the three zombies. It emitted an eerie screech. Although Li Xiaofeng felt no pain, he knew he had been injured. Almost instantly, blood began to seep from his mouth, nose, and ears. Sonic wave kill. The Bat King realized the three zombies were formidable and directly unleashed its killing move. Li Xiaofeng wanted to counterattack, but found it difficult to move. He staggered when he tried to walk. Area control plus massive damage. This move of the opponent was somewhat overpowered. Li Xiaofeng reacted swiftly. If this dragged on while he could endure, Xiao Si might fall first. He took a rifle from his system backpack. Even if he couldn't move, it didn't affect his use of the firearm. The flaw of the Bat King's killing move also appeared. It too was unable to move, flapping its wings to hover in place. Rat-a-tat-tat. Li Xiaofeng immediately raised the rifle and began to fire continuously. The defense of a fourth-tier creature was astonishing. A pistol would likely struggle to harm it. But the rifle had immense power, although it didn't wound it. The impact of the bullets still moved the bat's body. The sonic wave kill was interrupted. At the same time, the Bat King fell to the ground, seemingly suffering backlash from the interrupted skill. Li Xiaofeng's will returned, and he saw this scene before him. He thought it was a golden opportunity. The three zombies swarmed in, launching a group beat down while it was unable to move. The cleaver and frying pan struck in succession, and even the Bat King couldn't withstand it. Especially when heavy strike executions chanced to trigger a heavy blow occurred, the damage multiplied. In a short time before the Bat King could recover, it breathed its last. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained mutated bat's venom fang. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained mutated bat's crystal core. Ding. Ability extraction failed. Ding. Host is devouring the flesh of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 80. Ding. The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh of a fourth-tier mutated beast. Evolution value 20. Ding. The evolution value of the zombie under your command is 40004000, satisfying the promotion condition. Host strength, speed, vision, hearing, etc. are all enhanced across the board. Talent sturdy body has been strengthened. Ding. The zombie under your command has randomly learned the skill tenacity. Tenacity, your resistance to abnormal states like poisoning and bleeding is increased. After devouring the flesh, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value surged by 2,400 points. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Zhuang's further promotion would result in him learning another passive skill. Looking at Xiao Zhuang's burly frame, he hadn't expected this simpleton to have higher talent than Xiao Si, and he had only learned tanking skills. It seemed he could send Xiao Zhuang to explore unknown situations from now on. Li Xiaofeng searched the entire library hoping to find more treasures, but in the end he found nothing. After this purge of the library, the power of the three zombies had all surged significantly. They had also harvested a large number of venom fangs and crystal cores. The three zombies wearing sunglasses swaggered through the city center. They had become the apex predators of Wanning City. Even fourth-tier creatures were no longer their match. Li Xiaofeng began to hunt for mutated beasts, planning to complete the weekly quest. He decided to head to the cinema first. But before he could get close, a cat's meow suddenly rang out. There it was again, that mutated orange tabby. Li Xiaofeng shuddered violently, prostrating himself on the ground. A series of movements driven purely by instinct. But upon regaining his senses, a wave of shame washed over him. Damn it. He was now a fourth-rank elite zombie commanding two third-rank elites. He had every reason to stand up to that oversized feline. Gazing into the distance, he spotted the massive cat as formidable as a tiger. Insightful eye. Name mutated orange tabby. Rank 4th. Talent evil, evolution keen, nerves fighting spirit. Skills claw slash deterrence, limit frenzy, potential burst. The mutated orange tabby had become a 4th-rank mutant beast, yet its stats were terrifying. Compared to the last encounter, it had gained an additional skill and talent. Judging by their names, they were undoubtedly formidable combat abilities. Aside from Li Xiaofeng, no 4th-rank creature could boast such a profile. In terms of pure strength, the three zombies combined might still be outmatched. At that moment, the tabby was locked in battle with another mutant beast. A massive snake, its body a blend of red and black, was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the cat. It stretched an astonishing 10 meters in length, its colossal frame exuding an overwhelming aura. The tabby was actually being suppressed. Li Xiaofeng stealthily slipped into a nearby shop. Without making a rash move, he turned his insightful eye toward the serpent. Name mutated redband snake. Rank 5th. Talent hard carapace, agile body perception, evil evolution. Skills crushing coil bite. It was a 5th-rank creature. Li Xiaofeng's heart leaped with joy. The opportunity for his weekly mission had arrived so soon. However, the serpent's strength was fearsome. Though its stats paled in comparison to the tabby's, it had been dominating the fight. The tabby's claw slash could barely breach its defenses. Fifth-rank creatures boasted significant leaps in strength, speed, and endurance. The tabby was now bloodied, a chunk of flesh torn away. Its defense was not formidable, utterly outclassed by the mutated red-band snake. Meow. The tabby let out an earth-shattering cry. Low-rank mutant beasts and ordinary zombies kept their distance, not daring to approach. Though the tabby was astonishingly fast, it seemed intent on allowing itself to be wounded. Gradually, its injuries worsened, blood soon coating its entire body. Its wounds were graver than those from its battle with the mutated ivy. The red-band snake's eyes gleamed with excitement, a stark contrast to the low-intelligence beasts. Whether due to its fifth-rank status or its inherent nature, both mutant beasts possessed considerable intelligence. The tabby's blood pooled on the ground while the serpent remained unscathed. A flash of ferocity flickered in the red-band snake's eyes. Its speed surged abruptly, its tail whipping with uncanny swiftness. Crushing coil. In an instant, it ensnared the grievously wounded tabby. It exerted its immense strength, intent on finishing off the cat. Facing mortal peril, the tabby remained unflinching, a gleam shining in its large eyes. Its aura skyrocketed, its eyes turning a bloodshot red as if drenched in gore. Limit frenzy. The tabby's claws extended another 3 inches, razor sharp. Shriek. A flash of claws. The tabby's attack power seemed to surge. The red-band snake's resilient defenses were breached, blood splattering the ground. Hiss. The red-band snake raged, the searing pain fueling its frenzy. Its body constricted, aiming to crush its foe. But the tabby's strength had skyrocketed, its claws struck again with a faint glimmer. The red-band snake's body was torn open again, scales scattering everywhere. Fear took hold, it released the tabby, instantly distancing itself decisively. With its intelligence, it couldn't comprehend how a creature it had been suppressing could suddenly unleash such overwhelming power. The tabby's combat prowess had exploded, its eyes savage, more akin to a terrifying mutant tiger. The red-band snake dared not engage, directly retreating to evade the cat's attacks. The two fell into a stalemate. The red-band snake began to sustain injuries, though none were fatal. The tabby grew increasingly frantic. If it failed to slay its enemy swiftly, it would fall into a weakened state. The red-band snake seemed to discern the tabby's weakness. It began to writhe, continuously adopting a purely defensive and evasive stance. Advance when the enemy advances, pursue when they retreat. Meow. The mutated tabby's eyes turned savage, yet it could not land a killing blow. The red-band snake, after all, was a fifth-rank beast, surpassing the tabby in strength and speed. Though it could temporarily boost its power through skills and talents to suppress the snake, it was not sustainable. Li Xiaofeng noticed the tabby beginning to flag. Its speed and strength gradually waned. In the end, its claws could no longer breach the defenses, even shattering against the hard carapace and drawing blood. The mutated tabby attempted to retreat and flee, but the red-band snake would not allow it. To be so dominated by a fourth-rank creature had filled it with fury. Seeing its foe weakened, it naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The snake let out a hiss, its body writhing, blood streaming. Yet it paid no heed, its sole desire to devour the tabby. Li Xiaofeng had been observing for some time, his true body concealed. Simultaneously, he transferred his will to control Xiao Zhuang, launching an attack alongside Xiao Si. Heavy strike slash. Battle spirit blazing. Hardened skin. Empowered by 3 buff skills, his strength surged dramatically. Xiao Zhuang, wielding a massive frying pan, prepared to ambush the Crimson Chain Serpent. The Crimson Chain Serpent, endowed with a perception talent, had already detected the 2 zombies. Yet it dismissed them as mere third-tier zombies unworthy of its attention. The fourth-tier orange cat before it was its true adversary. Seeing the serpent's disdain, Li Xiaofeng directly commanded Xiao Zhuang, who brandished the giant frying pan. Bang! Heavy strike slash and battle spirit blazing amplified Xiao Zhuang's power, and luckily the heavy strike effect triggered. In an instant, the serpent's pupils dilated, its consciousness blurred, a buzzing echo reverberating in its mind. Its assault on the orange cat ceased abruptly. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhuang struck repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xiao Si, wielding a green machete like a ruthless bandit, slashed wildly. A metallic clang resounded continuously, sparks flying in all directions. Yet they couldn't breach its defense. The defensive prowess of a fifth-tier creature gave Li Xiaofeng a newfound understanding. It was far superior to that fourth-tier mutant bat. Xiao Zhuang's subsequent strikes failed to trigger the heavy strike effect again. The mutant Crimson Chain Serpent swiftly regained its clarity. Hiss! It let out a roar, turning its head toward Xiao Zhuang. Its serpentine body shot forth, lunging to bite Xiao Zhuang. Sizzle! Flesh was instantly torn open, its venomous fangs were too sharp. Even Xiao Zhuang, with his formidable defense, could not withstand it, for he was merely a third-tier elite zombie. Swift recovery. Xiao Zhuang activated his life-saving divine skill, coupled with the newly acquired tenacity skill. Any wound would heal at an astonishing rate. Seeing the serpent so close, Xiao Zhuang stowed away the frying pan. He drew a police pistol and thrust the barrel directly into the serpent's mouth. But before he could fire, a crisp snap echoed. Li Xiaofeng's heart jolted in shock. The pistol in his hand had been bitten to pieces. Damn it! The might of a fifth-tier creature defied conventional reasoning. Xiaoxi meanwhile swung his machete frantically, but to no avail. He couldn't breach its defense. Li Xiaofeng ordered Xiaoxi to strike at the wound on the serpent's body where the orange cat had already breached its defense. But before the blow landed, the serpent, catching them off guard, lashed its tail violently. Even the sound of air tearing could be heard. Xiaoxi's body was hurled hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, he had activated his swift skill, negating the damage from this blow. Otherwise, that single strike alone might have been enough to kill Xiaoxi. Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of urgency, but charging in with his true body would be futile. This fifth-tier mutant serpent was utterly monstrous. Glancing at the orange cat lying severely wounded on the ground, it seemed beyond hope. But Xiao Zhuang couldn't hold out much longer either. He was merely stalling with the sheer resilience of swift recovery. Yet even so, the situation was precarious. Once 6 minutes passed, Xiao Zhuang would almost certainly be doomed. Opening his system inventory, Li Xiaofeng spotted the remaining alcohol and lighter. These were leftovers from the last time he incinerated the mutant venomous spider. He commanded Xiao Zhuang to pull out the alcohol barrel and pour it frantically into the mutant serpent's mouth. The serpent bit down, lightly puncturing the barrel, but it proved ineffective. Instead, even more alcohol flooded into its mouth. A whole barrel of alcohol was thus ingested while copious amounts splashed onto the mutant serpent's body. Xiao Zhuang produced a lighter and tossed it directly into the serpent's mouth. Simultaneously, he used another lighter to ignite the alcohol on the serpent's skin. Flames spread almost instantly. The mutant crimson-chained serpent thrashed violently in agony. What caused it even more excruciating pain was the fire within. With a large amount of alcohol in its stomach, the flames followed the trail from its mouth, burning all the way in. The inferno both inside and out made it writhe relentlessly, yet it never loosened its grip. The lethal crisis drove it into a berserk rage. If it was to die, it would take the culprit down with it. Li Xiaofeng's heart sank at that moment. Trading a third-tier elite zombie for a fifth-tier mutant serpent might not seem like a loss. But Xiao Zhuang, having comprehended so many skills and talents, was an exceptionally rare zombie. For Li Xiaofeng, this was a massive loss. He should never have acted so rashly. He had thought that with the fifth-tier creature wounded, he could reap the benefits as a third party. Yet the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. However, everything had already transpired. If they didn't perish together, the mutant Crimson Chain Serpent would not spare Xiao Zhuang either. The result was the same. For Li Xiaofeng, since the outcome was immutable, how to maximize his gains was what he needed to consider. A copious amount of alcohol had also splashed onto Xiao Zhuang's clothes, igniting into blazing flames. But an unexpected event occurred. The newly comprehended skill of resilience demonstrated its effect. The flames barely touched Xiao Zhuang's skin before extinguishing, unable to inflict any harm. With the aid of his rapid recovery skill, the searing flames were surprisingly less formidable than the attack from the mutated red-chain snake. Is burning considered an abnormal state? Li Xiaofeng realized that he seemed to have underestimated this new skill. The mutated red-chain snake emitted desperate howls, but it was already too late. Even as a fifth-tier creature, it could hardly endure such flames. A massive mutated snake was thus burned alive. Ding! The host has completed the weekly task fighting beyond his level. Reward is being distributed. Ding! The system has successfully activated the beginner pet system. The beginner pet system allows the capture of a mutated beast of the same tier or lower as a battle pet. This system enforces capture regardless of the mutated beast's willingness, but there will be an initial favorability rating. If the rating drops below a certain level, the pet may rebel. Note: pets cannot be changed. Li Xiaofeng felt ecstatic and confidently walked out of the shop, nodding in satisfaction at the still vibrant Xiao Zhuang. He had surprisingly endured a great fire. His skin was now pitch black, and with his 2-meter height, he resembled a black tower. At the same time, the pet system startled him. It was indeed an enforced capture. This meant he could instantly turn a mutated beast of the same tier from foe to friend. However, the inability to change pets meant he had only one chance. Otherwise, this pet system could be entirely utilized for combat. Any mutated beast of the same tier would be swiftly defeated by him. He was currently a 4th-tier elite zombie and could capture a 4th-tier mutated beast. Li Xiaofeng glanced at the injured orange cat beside him, pondering. Should he capture the orange cat next to him? Or should he wait until he reaches a higher tier to capture a powerful mutated beast? He possessed the talent of domination and grew rapidly, fearing that the orange cat might not keep up with his pace. After all, the pet system was unlike domination. It could only capture one pet. Meow. The orange cat meowed with tears glistening in its eyes, looking pitifully at Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng patted its chubby head. Looking again at its panel, the ability to fight beyond its tier proved its immense potential. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng chose the orange cat. Ding! You have captured the mutated orange cat as a pet. Name: mutated orange cat, tier 4th tier, potential excellent. Favorability 70. If the favorability drops below 50, it may rebel. If the favorability reaches 100, it will never betray. Evolution value 100, 001, 6000. Talent: evil evolution, keen, nerves, bravery, in battle skills, claw strike, intimidation, limit break, potential explosion. Evil evolution: devouring the flesh and cores of same tier creatures will gain evolution points. Devouring beyond tier will yield more evolution points. Keen nerves possesses extremely quick reaction speed in battle. Bravery in battle. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger your overall abilities in terms of power and speed will gradually become. Claw Strike uses claws to deliver powerful and swift attacks possessing a certain armor-piercing effect. Intimidation can suppress the strength of lower-tier creatures. The greater the disparity in strength, the more pronounced the suppression. Limit Break. Once activated, battle power increases by 300%, and the armor-piercing effect of Claw Strike triples. After its duration ends, it will enter a 2-hour state of weakness. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown time 24 hours. Potential Explosion. A passive skill. The heavier your injuries, the stronger your potential power will be. Li Xiaofeng finally understood the true power of this fat cat. No wonder it could fight beyond its tier. Both bravery in battle and potential explosion would enhance its strength. Coupled with Limit Break, its power would surge dramatically. At full strength, it could easily crush opponents of the same tier. However, the drawback was that the duration of Limit Break was only 5 minutes. If it could not eliminate its opponent in a short period, it would likely fall into crisis. Meow. The mutated orange cat lay on the ground, appearing remarkably docile. Li Xiaofeng approached the charred corpse of the mutated red-chain snake. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained the gall of the mutated red-chain snake. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained the core of a 5th-tier creature. Ding. Ability extraction failed. The extraction of the ability had failed once more, but fortunately the gall was collected. Could this thing really be used to forge weapons? Li Xiaofeng was somewhat bewildered. Without further thought, he gazed at the roasted snake flesh and began devouring it alongside Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang. The evolution value of a 5th-tier creature was 3200. With the bonus from his Dominion talent, Li Xiaofeng gained an additional 4800 evolution points. The electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. The host's evolution value has reached 1600, meeting the advancement conditions. The host begins to advance. Advancement complete. Current tier 5th tier elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other aspects are comprehensively enhanced. The skill Battle Frenzy has been strengthened. Battle Frenzy. Upon activation, your strength, speed, perception, and other attributes are enhanced by 75 for 2 minutes with a cooldown of 3 hours. Though he hadn't learned any new skills, Li Xiaofeng still felt an unprecedented sense of power. The higher the tier, the greater the enhancement from each advancement. Seeing the longing gaze of the mutated orange cat, Li Xiaofeng tossed the mutated red-chain snake at its feet. Meow. The mutated orange cat let out an excited cry and immediately began to devour it. Electronic voices kept sounding in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding. The mutated orange cat's favorability has increased by 1. Ding. The mutated orange cat's favorability has increased by 1. In just a short time, the mutated orange cat's favorability directly reached the maximum of 100. Did its favorability rise this fast just from feeding it? Li Xiaofeng was somewhat stunned, but it was ultimately a good thing. There was no longer any danger of the mutated orange cat betraying him. The orange cat's consumption rate far surpassed that of zombies. The massive snake body vanished by more than half in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaofeng quickly stored the rest into his backpack. How could this thing eat so much? The flesh and blood of the mutated red-chain snake were still useful. After all, it was a rare 5th-tier creature. In the future, his Dominion talent would surely level up, allowing him to command even more zombies. At that time, he could easily feed new zombies to extremely high tiers. After devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, the mutated orange cat's injuries began to recover visibly. It could slowly stand up, but it was still in a weakened state. It let out a dissatisfied cry, staring at Li Xiaofeng with a plaintive look. Li Xiaofeng also noticed that its evolution value had reached 140,16000. Devouring the mutated red-chain snake had granted it 400 evolution points. But based on Li Xiaofeng's experience, the evolution value for a 1st-tier mutated beast was 200, for 2nd tier, 400, and so on. A 5th-tier mutated creature had 3200 evolution points. Mutated beasts seemed to differ from zombies. Moreover, judging by its appearance, continued devouring would still increase its evolution value. Li Xiaofeng took out a 2nd-tier, mutated bat's core from the system's material storage space. He tossed the core in front of the orange cat. The evil evolution talent allowed mutated beasts to gain evolution value by devouring cores. Li Xiaofeng wanted to see how much it would gain. But to his surprise, the orange cat looked at the 2nd-tier core with a face full of disdain. In the end, as if it had no other choice, it reluctantly swallowed it. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected the orange cat to be so dismissive of a 2nd-tier core. The evolution value did increase, but only by 100 points. He tossed out a 3rd-tier core. This time a hint of excitement appeared on the orange cat's face, and it cleanly swallowed it. The evolution value increased by 400 points. That was a full 4 times the amount from the 2nd-tier core. He then threw out a 4th-tier core. The orange cat became ecstatic, its face brimming with happiness and satisfaction. The evolution value skyrocketed by 1200 points. A fierce aura began to emanate from the orange cat's body. It had directly reached the threshold of a breakthrough. Ding! Your pet, the mutated orange cat, has begun to advance. Advancement complete. Current tier 5th tier. Ding! The mutated orange cat's strength, speed, defense, and other aspects are comprehensively enhanced. The skill limit rampage has been strengthened. Limit Rampage. Upon activation, all combat attributes are increased by 400, and the armor-piercing effect of claw strikes is amplified by 4 times. After the duration ends, it will enter a 2-hour weakened state. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. The mutated orange cat's strength had also surged dramatically. Though it didn't gain new skills, its core skill had been enhanced. Although all the orange cat's skills and talents were formidable, Limit Rampage was undoubtedly the most crucial. Upon activation, its strength increased 4-fold, and the armor-piercing effect of its claw strikes was also amplified 4-fold. Even higher-tier creatures would likely struggle to withstand its assault. The mutated orange cat had instantly become the most powerful combatant in the team. With such a formidable pet, the path to advancement became far easier. Even if all 3 zombies attacked together now, they would likely be no match. Of course, that was without considering Li Xiaofeng's cunning tricks. Gazing at the colossal lumbering orange cat beside him, Li Xiaofeng felt he could trick it to its doom countless times without issue. Meow. After its advancement, the mutated orange cat looked up at him with a fawning expression. It savored the memory of the 4th-tier crystal core, wagging its tail incessantly. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. You're a cat, damn it. What's with the tail wagging? Realizing it had caught Li Xiaofeng's attention, the mutated orange cat grew even more excited and lunged directly at him. Holy crap. Seeing its massive, several-meter-long body hurtling toward him, Li Xiaofeng hastily dodged. At the same time, he ordered it to stay put and remain still. Don't you have any idea of your own weight? If that orange cat actually crushed him, at best, he'd be injured and coughing blood, at worst, he'd be knocked flat and unable to get up. Li Xiaofeng looked at the orange cat, now wearing a pitiful expression, and nodded in satisfaction. Though it was heavy, its combat power was astonishing. He could count on it to carry him through tough battles from now on. Unfortunately, his domination skill didn't work on the orange cat. If only he could apply his 3 state-based skills to it, it could probably take on 10 enemies at once. Just then, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest: The Fall of Wanting City. Quest briefing: having reached the level of a 5th-tier elite zombie, you are now one of the supreme beings among the zombie race. However, high-tier mutated beasts still pose a massive threat to ordinary zombies. Hunt down mutated beasts of tier 3 and above, and completely transform Wanting City into a paradise for zombies. Quest time limit: 1 month. Quest difficulty: unknown. Quest reward: unlock the citywide map. All zombies within Wanting City will receive a 10 boost in combat power. To improve quest efficiency, partial functions of the citywide map have been unlocked in advance. All high-tier mutated beasts have been precisely located. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. He hadn't expected to trigger such a random quest. But this reward? What the hell does it have to do with me? If he had already cleared all the high-tier mutated beasts from Wanting City, what use was a combat power boost, unless he could take it outside the city? However, upon second thought, Li Xiaofeng realized the reward was indeed useful for the zombie race. If humans or mutated beasts ever came to attack Wanting City, this reward would be tremendously significant. It would grant a boost to millions of zombies. Moreover, with the citywide map function, it would be virtually impossible for anyone to invade Wanting City. Both a full-scale assault and a stealthy infiltration would be difficult to achieve, turning the city into an impregnable fortress. Combined with his exceptional intelligence commanding from within Wanting City, it could truly become a zombie stronghold. And as the zombie race grew stronger, the effects of this boost would become ever more terrifying. This was a quest that absolutely had to be done. Li Xiaofeng gathered himself and noticed that a map had appeared on the system interface in his mind. He tapped it open, and the map displayed over a dozen red dots. He himself was represented by a green dot. Those red dots were presumably mutated beasts of tier 3 and above, tier 4, tier 5, or even tier 6. Li Xiaofeng wasn't sure if there were any tier 6 beasts. Completing this quest would surely allow him to advance again. Then he would know whether tier 6 elite zombies existed. Once his power surged again, he could consider venturing beyond Wanting City. The world was vast, and he wanted to see it. In times of peace, he never had the chance. The apocalypse ironically had given him the opportunity. Li Xiaofeng decided to start his purge from the city center, gradually radiating outward to all areas. On the map, there weren't many red dots near the city center, just 3 high-tier mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng mounted the orange cat, eager to experience the thrill of a fast ride. Bang! He was immediately thrown off by the orange cat. This damn creature. The orange cat instead looked displeased, and even scratched him a few times with its claws. Wasn't its affinity already at 100? Why wouldn't it even let him ride it? He took out another 4th-tier crystal core and tossed it to the mutated orange cat. While the orange cat was excitedly swallowing the crystal core, he mounted it again. What a shameless cat. It would do anything for food. The trio of zombies and 1 cat officially set out. With the map, Li Xiaofeng's hunting efficiency would skyrocket. The nearest mutated beast wasn't far, and they arrived quickly. Li Xiaofeng looked up and saw a clothing store. Inside, a gigantic red spider was hanging from the ceiling. The spider was enormous and hideous, its appearance rather unsettling. It was also at tier 4 with blood still fresh around its mouth, suggesting it had already devoured many mutated beasts. Li Xiaofeng no longer feared a tier 4 mutated beast. He gave a slight nod to signal the mutated orange cat. But the orange cat remained indifferent, constantly licking its own fur. Then with a sudden jerk, it threw Li Xiaofeng off its back. Li Xiaofeng issued the command once more, and the orange cat finally sauntered into the clothing store with unhurried steps. Within the mutated spider, a surge of immense excitement erupted. Yet it harbored no desire for battle whatsoever. The orange cat had already reached the 5th tier of mutated beasts, an opponent it could never hope to defeat. The mutated spider scuttled along the ceiling, attempting to flee the clothing store. The orange cat let out a faint yawn, and suddenly its paw claws extended. With a single bound, it closed in on the mutated spider and slashed downward with its claw. A sharp sound rang out, followed by a gush of blood. With a heavy thud, Li Xiaofeng watched as the mutated spider's body was cleaved in two, crashing directly to the ground. The orange cat lunged forward, its nose twitching slightly, and directly devoured the crystal core within the mutated spider's body. What a windfall! Li Xiaofeng's heart raced with excitement. After harvesting the spider's venom gland, he led the two zombies to begin devouring the flesh. To gain evolution points without fighting, what bliss! He felt that the mutated spider's flesh was exceptionally tender, perfectly suited to his stomach. The mutated orange cat seemed uninterested in the mutated spider's flesh. It busied itself by licking its own fur, casting a disdainful glance at the three zombies. After finishing his feast, Li Xiaofeng felt utterly despised. The orange cat appeared to have no appetite for the flesh of lower-tier beasts. Who would have thought this plump feline was so picky? Once the devouring was complete, he casually tossed the remaining mutated spider carcass to the zombie horde. Having a few more elite zombies could only benefit him. So far he had yet to witness zombies turning on each other. Though the zombie race was somewhat weak, they remained quite united. The trio of zombies and the cat set off once more on their journey. This random task was extremely time-consuming. Battles could be resolved swiftly, but traversing the entire city would waste a tremendous amount of time on the road. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaofeng had been continuously clearing mutated beasts across all of Wanning City. The apocalypse had now raged for 2 months. In times of peace, 2 months would slip by for humans in an instant, their tranquil lives undisturbed by any upheaval. But with the arrival of the apocalypse, a mere 2 months brought earth-shattering changes. The old order had long crumbled, replaced by an entirely new set of rules. Due to the Blood Sun, all zombies had reached at least the 5th tier. Even elite-level zombies were now a common sight. There were always fortunate zombies that had infected dozens of people or devoured mutated beast carcasses. Nationwide, zombies still occupied the majority of cities. Yet the supreme overlords were the mutated beasts, which held dominion over their territories, keeping even zombies at bay. As for the human survivors, eking out an existence in the cities, their fate was sealed. They would either starve to death or be infected by zombies. With a population of 2 billion in Huaxiao, the instant the apocalypse erupted, 1.8 billion were infected. It was a harrowing purge. The remaining 200 million, after 2 months of arduous survival, were reduced to approximately 130 million. No disaster in history, whether natural or man-made, had ever been so terrifying. Humanity referred to the past as the Golden Age and the present as the Blood Sun era. A new era had dawned. Vast numbers of survivors spontaneously gathered. They began to establish survivor bases. In a short time, thousands of such bases had sprung up across Huaxia. Yet only 2 were truly colossal: the City of Hope in the north and the City of Light in the south. Their total population numbered in the tens of millions. In just 2 months, humanity had leveraged modern weapons from the peaceful era to build these 2 safest sanctuaries. Still, they teetered on the brink of peril. The immense scent of flesh from tens of millions of humans was impossible to conceal. Like a volcano erupting in the dead of night, it blazed with dazzling brilliance. Countless zombies nearby instinctively began to encircle the human bases. The zombie siege from the movies had become a reality. Fortunately, both major survivor bases were founded on Huaxia's most prosperous cities. These cities boasted devastating weapons and numerous well-trained soldiers who repeatedly repelled the zombie tides. However, the collapse of communication systems had rendered many modern weapons useless. That was not the worst of it. Far more despairing were the mutated beasts. High-tier mutated beasts possessed massive bodies and incredibly tough carapaces. The vast majority of modern weapons could hardly inflict lethal damage on them. If the mutated beasts swarmed like an avalanche, overwhelming everything in their path, that would be a nightmare for any survivor base. Every attack by mutated beasts claimed countless lives. These monsters were humanity's true threat. More importantly, the mutated beasts continued to evolve. With each encounter, they faced even more terrifying creatures. Yet hope and despair were always inseparable. The end of the road might be hell, or it might be heaven. But we must always keep walking. Countless talents converged, toiling day and night for the ascension of humanity. Hope began to dawn upon mankind. Top biochemical experts collaborated to study the zombie virus. If they could swiftly develop a zombie serum, or even restore zombies to humans, it would be a study that reshapes human history. But they failed. The zombie virus had completely ravaged the human nervous system, making recovery medically impossible. Yet they still achieved a monumental breakthrough. They created an antidote for the zombie virus. If infected within half an hour, injecting the antidote would purge the zombie virus. However, this antidote only worked on ordinary zombies. If infected by an elite zombie, one would still turn. Yet this remained a significant breakthrough, a stunningly good news for countless civilians. More importantly, the antidote's raw material came from zombie blood, making mass production entirely feasible. Various military talents also worked through the night without rest. They continuously built new defensive fortifications determined to forge the base into an impregnable fortress. This was humanity's hope. Simultaneously, they simulated battle plans to prepare for the occasional visits of mutant beasts. Since the apocalypse, a landmark discovery for humanity was solving the survival problem. The vast majority of crops had withered and died upon the arrival of the blood sun. But there were always exceptions. A few mutated crops yielded astonishingly bountiful harvests 100 times that of peacetime. And certain mutated fruit trees, far from being violent, were willing to coexist with humans. They provided humans with enormous fruits. Humans also carefully cultivated them. And the viruses within some mutant beasts were relatively low-grade, easily eliminated artificially. Their flesh was delicious and highly nutritious, offering humans a rich source of meat. Top-tier talents even designed a zombie virus filter capable of purifying any water source. With these, humanity barely survived. Another hope was the emergence of awakened among humans. The method of awakening was also uncovered by humanity. Killing elite zombies or mutant beasts had a chance to directly become an awakened, yet there were still limitations. First, firearms could not be used, or the awakening chance would drop significantly. But how difficult it was to slay mutant beasts with cold weapons. Moreover, the awakening chance was not high. Thus, awakened remained a minority. Furthermore, only one method for awakened to grow stronger had been discovered so far: consuming the flesh and blood of mutant beasts of the same rank. As awakened, they could already resist viruses of the same rank. Yet the enhancement from mutant beast flesh was minimal, a mere drop in the bucket. So awakened could not yet serve as the main fighting force. Still, this proved that humans could contend with high-level zombies and mutant beasts through their own strength. With the advent of the apocalypse, the beastly nature within humanity was laid bare to the extreme. The brutality of humans was more terrifying than that of zombies and mutant beasts. They were the true demons, turning the world into a hell on earth. Apart from massive survivor bases like Hope City and Light City, there were numerous smaller bases, perhaps with only 1,000 people. As long as their location was safe, they could still scrape by. Yet most of these small bases enforced an ancient slave system. The worst of human evils manifested through them. Within the bases, they were the true kings, seeing everyone else as livestock to be slaughtered at will. They were even more devoid of humanity than zombies. With the apocalypse, the desires suppressed in peacetime were fully unleashed. Given the chance, everyone could become a tyrant. In some large bases where hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people lived, the systems were equally chaotic. Rulers spent their days not thinking about how to repel external threats or establish order, but instead schemed and maneuvered for power, determined to turn the base into their private domain. They reveled in it, utterly oblivious. The bottom-tier survivors of the bases suffered immensely, with even basic survival becoming a problem. There was no hope here. Yet humans were always a union of divinity and bestiality. The radiance of divinity illuminated every dark corner. It did not seek hope, for it was hope itself. In Light City and Hope City, countless scientific research talents overworked and conducting studies day and night tragically collapsed and died in their laboratories. Numerous management talents also worked without rest, constantly formulating and improving new orders to ensure harmony within the survivor bases. Humanity's situation was already precarious. If internal strife occurred, extinction was almost certain. Every defense against zombie hordes and mutant beast attacks cost the lives of countless soldiers. They were humanity's undisputed heroes, all for the sake of guarding the last glimmer of hope. They had no other thoughts. If their deaths could buy humanity even 1 second of time, then it was entirely worth it. The base's walls were not only built of reinforced concrete, but also soaked in the blood of human heroes. Despite the brutal battles, countless civilians remained fervently enthusiastic about enlisting. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but because someone had to die. Besides enlisting, many civilians devoted themselves to various positions within the base. They worked with utmost dedication, caring nothing for rewards, only wanting to emit their own light and heat. A precision machine cannot function without every single screw. In the age of the apocalypse, though the path ahead for humanity was dark, there were still those who marched forward bearing torches. At this time, the most formidable force on the planet remained the mutant beasts. Not to mention the terrifying ocean, where the number of mutant beasts was simply incalculable. Even in major cities, the current overlords were still mutant beasts. Wanting City was merely an exception among countless cities. They entrenched themselves within urban centers, viewing zombies as nothing more than lowly creatures. To the mutant beasts, humans and zombies were fundamentally the same, mere ants. However, what made the situation more dire was that during peacetime, China had placed immense importance on protecting the natural environment. Human destruction was strictly forbidden, and nature was required to remain in its most pristine state. This was also due to past overexploitation, which had led to frequent natural disasters. Thus, there was a strong desire to maintain harmony between humanity and nature. This resulted in the country having 9 vast areas of primeval forests. During peacetime, these forests teemed with countless ferocious birds and beasts. However, due to cordon lines, they did not affect people's daily lives. Moreover, the countless trees within gradually purified the once polluted air. The impact of industrialization was slowly fading away. The extensive greenery even earned China the title of the lungs of the planet. But when the apocalypse arrived, everything changed. The 9 major primeval mountain ranges erupted into chaos from the very beginning, with earth-shattering roars of beasts echoing endlessly. Fortunately, no mutant beasts rushed out at first. However, this respite was short-lived as powerful mutant beasts began to gradually emerge from the mountains and enter the major cities. From the Huada mountain range in the south, a terrifying giant elephant emerged as massive as a small hill. With a single step, it trampled the tall buildings of the city. More importantly, its habitat was near the southern city of Light, causing terror among all survivors. From the Linhai mountain range in the southeast, a white tiger also descended from the mountains. With a single mighty roar, countless zombie bodies were torn apart, and skyscrapers collapsed into rubble. From the Heilong mountain range in the far north, a pitch-black giant python emerged, its body stretching 1,000 meters, a true leviathan. Wanning City was located in the southwest of China, near the central Huajiang River. The nearest primeval mountain range to Wanning City was the Qingcang mountain range, where powerful mutant beasts also roamed. A flock of golden eagles descended from the mountains, their sharp cries echoing through the sky. They eventually settled in a city to the south, though it was still a great distance from Wanning City. Between them lay a large survivor base, the Nanyu base founded on Nanyu City. Across the country, mutant beasts appeared everywhere, in cities, the sky, and the mountains. The mutant beasts on the planet were the undisputed rulers for now. However, fortunately, they were not united. For mutant beasts, devouring creatures of the same rank and continuously evolving was the top priority. If they truly had ambitions for conquest, humanity would be annihilated in an instant. Even the staggering numbers of the zombie race would only prolong their survival by a little. China's situation was merely a microcosm of the global reality, and the same held true for other nations. Li Xiaofeng was now driving a luxury vehicle from peacetime. Its yellow shell exuded an air of nobility, its massive tires were visually striking, and the long arm extending from the front had a telescopic function. An excavator was now driving down the road. 2 zombies sat beside him, while the fat orange cat lay lazily on the excavator's roof. Li Xiaofeng drove the excavator with a stiff smile on his face. The harvest over the past month had been quite bountiful. His evolution value had reached 310,003,2000, just one step away from advancing again. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang had also evolved into 4th-rank elite zombies. Xiao Zhuang hadn't learned a new skill, but had strengthened rapid recovery, extending its duration to 12 minutes. Xiao Si, on the other hand, was fortunate enough to learn a skill called Extreme Break Blade. Extreme Break Blade, a passive skill. Your attacks possess a certain armor-piercing effect. The faster your speed, the stronger the armor penetration. This was a speed-related skill. When combined with Li Xiaofeng's battle fury and his own swift skill, the armor-piercing effect would be terrifyingly potent. The orange cat's evolution value was 240,003,2000, considerably lower than Li Xiaofeng's. The main reason was that this orange cat was a picky eater. It disdained the flesh and blood of 4th-rank mutant beasts, and most of its evolution value came from devouring spirit crystals. Although Li Xiaofeng's evolution speed had slowed, only one red that remained on the map. He was just one step away from completing the random quest. Over the past month, he had also deliberately completed 4 weekly quests. The rewards for the 4 quests were a rare material, an aura skill, a skill enhancement specifically for a pet, an expansion of the system inventory. The rare material belonged to no mutated beast, but was a black stone rewarded by the system. The stone appeared utterly ordinary, and indeed it was. Yet it possessed one trait: hardness, unparalleled hardness. Li Xiaofeng decisively forged it onto a frying pan. The pan, a meter in diameter, looked colossal and gleamed with a deeper black. Any creature would be felled by a single strike from this pan, which could also serve for cooking in special moments. The aura skill was named Attack Speed Aura. Attack Speed Aura provides attack speed enhancement to zombies within 100 meters, boosting it by 20. Though the boost was modest, its passive nature meant a permanent upgrade. More importantly, it could be applied to other zombies, making it a strategic skill. As for the third reward, Li Xiaofeng upgraded the mutated orange cat's core ability, Limit Frenzy. Limit Frenzy, upon activation, all aspects of power increase by 500%. The armor-piercing effect of claw strikes amplifies 5-fold, and after the duration ends, a 2-hour weakness period ensues. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Once unleashed, his power surged 5-fold. This plump orange cat grew ever more terrifying. If Li Xiaofeng fought it, the outcome was certain. He would meet a gruesome death. The system's backpack had also expanded to 12 slots, an unassuming feature, yet immensely useful. Paired with the talent of Dominion, its effect was even better. No matter the distance between him, Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang, they could transfer items via the backpack. As Li Xiaofeng reveled in visions of a bright future, a sudden grunting roar echoed. Before he could react, a peripheral glimpse revealed a black beast charging toward him. Bang! The yellow tractor was toppled onto the road. Fortunately, the 3 zombies were accustomed to such mishaps. Despite the bumps being elite zombies, they were unscathed. During Li Xiaofeng's tractor driving practice, he had overturned countless times. The 3 zombies calmly crawled out from the sideways door. The orange cat had leaped clear as the vehicle crashed. Its gaze at the zombies was filled with disdain, but soon it turned its attention to the charging mutated beast. Its eyes turned crimson, fixated on the opponent with a brimming battle fervor. Li Xiaofeng rubbed his head and also looked ahead. A massive wild boar covered in black bristles pawed the ground with snorts, its face twisted with savagery. The boar was several meters in size, resembling a small dark hut. So I ran into a boar. Insightful eye. Name mutated wild boar, rank 5th order, talents gigantic strength tough hide, skills boar minor charge, boar major charge, boar ultimate charge. Li Xiaofeng's lips twitched not because it was a 5th order beast, but because the boar's skills struck him with awe. A triple fatal charge. Before Li Xiaofeng could command, the mutated orange cat charged straight ahead. The two clashed swiftly. The orange cat, a beast capable of cross-dire combat, suppressed the boar without activating limit frenzy. Its sharp claws repeatedly pierced the boar's hide. Blood spilled across the road. Agonized, the mutated boar grew even more ferocious. Its eyes blazed crimson, emitting a thunderous grunt. Meanwhile, its front hooves swayed back and forth as if gathering power. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the boar's body transformed into a black lightning bolt, its momentum terrifying. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected the charge he mocked to be so formidable. But with keen senses and swift speed, the mutated orange cat dodged instantly. Bang! The boar sent the yellow tractor flying. Li Xiaofeng gaped in astonishment. Good heavens! If that hit me, I'd be sent flying skyward. Yet the charge, though powerful, had a drawback. It struggled to turn mid-charge, advancing almost in a straight line. The dazed boar shook its head, then glared at the cat with murderous intent. Its limbs trembled wildly as it gathered power, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Li Xiaofeng clutched the frying pan and stepped back abruptly. Could this be the boar? Major charge. Seizing the moment as the wild boar gathered its strength, the mutated orange cat activated its blade claw. As the battle dragged on, its fighting spirit began to take effect, amplifying its combat prowess. Yet the mutated wild boar seemed to bolster its defenses while charging. The cat's claws struggled to breach its hide, leaving only a few shallow scratches. The boar's trembling limbs reached a breaking point. With a furious roar, it lunged forward. Boom! The mutated orange cat's eyes gleamed with contempt, flickering aside as if to dodge with ease. But the situation took an unexpected turn. The mutated wild boar swerved with surprising agility, its charge undiminished. Its speed surged, and it was about to crash into the cat. Though the cat's attack power far exceeded its peers, its defense was lacking, and it possessed no defensive skills. If struck by the boar's great charge, it would likely be incapacitated in an instant. As a 5th-tier mutant beast with only 3 skills, their names might seem clumsy, but their power was undoubtedly extraordinary. Meow. As danger loomed, the mutated orange cat triggered its limit rampage, quintupling its strength. Its speed skyrocketed, and like a yellow flash, it evaded the boar's charge. Its speed even surpassed that of the charging boar. The 3 zombies had already retreated hundreds of meters away, and Li Xiaofeng trembled in fear. Truly a clash of titans. The cat's limit rampage could last 5 minutes, while the boar's charge halted after barely a minute. The mutated wild boar now panted heavily, emitting white vapor, utterly exhausted. The cat seized the opportunity, its claws extending several centimeters as a cold glint swept through the air. Roar! Wounds tore across the boar's body, blood spurting out. With the limit rampage active, the cat's blade claw's armor-piercing effect was amplified 5-fold. Piercing the defenses of a peer was effortless. In an instant, the boar was completely overwhelmed, the ground stained crimson with its blood. As the boar neared death, excitement flickered in the cat's eyes. It even licked its lips, drool forming. It had no qualms about devouring the flesh of a peer. The boar sensed its impending doom. Yet it showed no fear, only an overwhelming killing intent. The cat's claw swept again, tearing away a chunk of the boar's flesh. Roar! As if reaching a tipping point, the boar's eyes turned bloodshot, and it let out a guttural snort. Its body trembled and convulsed like a sieve. If only the boar had a fitting BGM right now, Li Xiaofeng mused, his mind wandering as he watched its state. But the cat's meow snapped him back. The boar seemed to be charging again, its tremors intensifying, unleashing a formidable aura. Could this be the legendary boar? Ultimate charge. The cat's eyes flashed with impatience as its blade claw could no longer breach the defense. A white glow enveloped the boar's body, completely blocking the cat's attacks. The defensive power of the ultimate charge's buildup was beyond imagination. Even the cat's boosted claws proved futile. Li Xiaofeng stopped crouching and stood up. He pulled a giant frying pan from his backpack. Gripping it, he charged forward with awe-inspiring momentum. The hundreds of meters vanished in an instant as he closed in. Li Xiaofeng leaped into the air. Heavy strike kill. Battle spirit ablaze. Here I come. The boar's charge seemed to reach its limit, on the verge of bursting forth. An immense aura radiated from the boar, no longer like a wild pig, but a prehistoric beast. Roar! The mutated boar bellowed, ignoring Li Xiaofeng in the air, its sole focus on smashing the fat cat. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted. The boar let out a pained cry. Li Xiaofeng's frying pan smashed its head sideways. The white glow on its body only blocked sharp attacks, offering little resistance against a blunt weapon like the pan. The reinforced frying pan remained pristine. But the boar's head throbbed, its brain feeling scrambled. Its ultimate charge was interrupted at the final moment. The skill's backlash made the boar cough up blood and collapse dead. Li Xiaofeng twirled the pan as a breeze ruffled his stylish hair. Was this the power to slay a peer in one blow? The might of a single pan strike was terrifying. Hiss! Li Xiaofeng gasped sharply. In such a scene, how could there not be the sound of sharp gasps? The mutated orange tabby looked at Li Xiaofeng as if he were an idiot. It turned and approached the corpse of the mutated wild boar, beginning to devour its flesh and blood. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang likewise ignored their leader. Li Xiaofeng was left alone, admiring himself in solitude. Damn it, no respect at all. He scrambled over in a panic and started to consume the flesh and blood of the mutated wild boar. Ding. Collection successful, obtained the mutated wild boar's tusk. Ding. Ability extraction successful, obtained talent super strength. Li Xiaofeng had not held out much hope, but the ability extraction had actually succeeded. He gazed at the small red orb in his hand, pondered for a moment, then swallowed it. His weapon was a frying pan. Of strength was an extremely important enhancement for him. Super strength increases strength by 2 times. The description of super strength was very simple, yet it was an excellent talent not easily found. Ding. The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a 5th-tier mutated beast. Evolution points, 160. Ding. The zombies under your command are devouring the flesh and blood of a 5th-tier mutated beast. Evolution points, 40. The moment Li Xiaofeng had been eagerly awaiting had finally arrived. Ding. The host's evolution points have reached 320,003,2000, satisfying the conditions for advancement. Advancement in progress. A powerful aura suddenly radiated from Li Xiaofeng's body. The tabby cat's large eyes held a hint of envy. Yet it remained vigilantly on guard, ensuring Li Xiaofeng completed his advancement safely. This advancement took a very long time. Li Xiaofeng's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had fallen into a profound and mysterious state. After the enhancement from the Blood Sun, the zombies roaming the streets had all reached the 5th tier. But they still lacked intelligence, not even possessing the instinct to avoid danger. However, these machine-like zombies now halted in their tracks. 1,000 meters away, they stared at Li Xiaofeng. Zombies continuously gathered, soon forming a massive circle of several thousand. Yet none approached within 1,000 meters, and the mutated tabby cat couldn't be bothered with these low-level creatures. The ferocity and bloodlust faded from all the zombies' faces. The red light of the blood sun shone upon their faces, even bringing forth a hint of serene harmony. The beast-like zombies now seemed to be on a pilgrimage. Time passed slowly, but fortunately the apocalypse had blurred the line between day and night. The blood sun still hung high, and the scene remained unchanged, yet more and more zombies were drawn here. Over 10,000 zombies converged, including a number of elite ones. This was a grand assembly of zombies. Ding. The host has completed the advancement. Current rank, 1st tier zombie lord. Ding. The host's strength, speed, and all other aspects have been greatly enhanced. Ding. Talents and skills are undergoing a comprehensive upgrade. Collapse nerve upgrade complete, evolved into an active talent. The host can choose whether to activate it. Viral infection upgrade complete. The host's zombie virus level has increased once more. The following abilities have been added. Ability 1, Infinite Infection. When your virus spreads, you will gain the full amount of evolution points. Ability 2 can infect low-tier mutated beasts. Bloody evolution upgrade complete. Infecting low-tier mutated beasts will grant evolution points. Super strength talent upgrade complete, increases strength by 3 times 2 times. Dominion talent upgrade complete. The number of controllable units increased to 4-2. Hardened skin upgrade complete, will be able to withstand or even be immune to stronger attacks. Ding. Hardened skin has reached max level. Additional effect gain no longer reduces speed. Heavy strike execution upgrade complete. When activated, strength increases by 500-400 and the chance to land a heavy strike is increased. Ding. Heavy strike execution has reached max level. Additional effect gained duration doubled. Battle frenzy upgrade complete. When activated, all combat capabilities increase by 175. Attack speed aura upgrade complete. The attack speed increase is now 30-20. Note the values in parentheses are the pre-upgrade numbers. Protagonist Halo cannot be upgraded. Extras Halo cannot be upgraded. Insightful Eye cannot be upgraded. Ding. The host has obtained the Zombie Lord exclusive skill command. Ding. The host has obtained the high-tier creature exclusive skill Deterrence. Command upgradable, can select up to 100 zombies of a lower rank than yourself as followers. Deterrence, a unique skill for high-tier creatures, has a deterring effect on low-tier creatures. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining the rare skill Ultimate Disguise. Ultimate Disguise cannot be upgraded. You will be able to transform into human form. However, your strength will be suppressed by 90. Li Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes, the continuous electronic beeps leaving him utterly bewildered. The moment he completed his advancement, a mysterious aura emanated from his body. After absorbing this aura, all the zombies began to gradually transform. They let out roars, directly evolving from 5th-tier zombies to elite zombies, but this only happened to a few. The vast majority of zombies merely gained a certain amount of evolution points. Li Xiaofeng felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. A powerful feeling surged within him. Li Xiaofeng never expected such a tremendous boost after advancing to Zombie Overlord. All upgradable skills and talents had been upgraded. His base combat power had also multiplied several times over. Moreover, he had comprehended 3 new skills. The deterrent skill needed no explanation. Even Big Orange Cat possessed it, but Li Xiaofeng's version was far more effective. The most crucial were the other 2 skills. The Overlord's exclusive skill command allowed him to directly acquire 100 fearless minions. Even if they perished, he could replenish them at any time. With the apocalypse upon them, zombies were the least scarce resource. Given his current strength, he could easily accelerate the evolution of 100 ordinary zombies. 100 powerful and obedient zombies could rival an army of thousands. Moreover, the command skill could be upgraded. According to its description, upgrading would inevitably increase the number of zombies he could command. Li Xiaofeng could already envision himself leading countless zombies rampaging through the post-apocalyptic world. He let out a roar of triumph, his expression brimming with smugness. The mutated orange cat, long accustomed to his foolish antics, looked at him with utter disdain and simply turned its head away. After a brief, while Li Xiaofeng snapped out of his reverie. Seeing the cat's contemptuous look, he walked over and pinched its chubby face. The cat meowed in protest, but with Li Xiaofeng's skyrocketing power, it found escape impossible. After a good while of kneading, he finally let go and turned his attention to another rare skill he had comprehended. So far, the system had only deemed two of his abilities as rare. One was his domination talent. The other was the newly acquired ultimate disguise. Li Xiaofeng activated ultimate disguise. In an instant, as if a miracle were unfolding, his appearance began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His eyes were no longer bloodshot, but clear black and white. Color gradually returned to his face. The bloodstains at the corners of his mouth vanished, and his thinning hair grew back. His once wrinkled and withered skin became smooth again. Li Xiaofeng felt a massive change in his body and looked down at his hands. His sharp claws were gone, and his palms regained their healthy color. "Holy shit," he blurted out. But the moment he spoke, his mind shook violently, and his face filled with disbelief. "I can talk." Trembling all over, he began to laugh. This was the first human speech he had uttered since the apocalypse began. Well, that didn't sound right. It should be the first human language he had spoken. He could now disguise himself as a human, which meant he could easily infiltrate human settlements. Once there wouldn't infecting humans be a simple task. Coupled with his newly upgraded virus infection talent, he could single-handedly infect an entire city. He alone was more terrifying than a plague. Countless evolution points. Here I come. Yet Li Xiaofeng failed to notice one crucial thing. In peacetime, he had also been human. Though the apocalypse had turned him into a zombie for 2 months, he was once a man. Now that he had awakened this skill, he could completely return to the human race. As long as he didn't reveal himself, no one would recognize him as a zombie. But his first thought wasn't about rejoining humanity. It was about infecting them. It seemed that ever since he became a zombie, his will had been completely altered. And the most terrifying part was that he himself sensed nothing wrong. Instead, he found everything perfectly normal. That was the most eerie thing of all. He was no longer Li Xiaofeng the human, but Li Xiaofeng the zombie. Just as the rare skill was named ultimate disguise. No matter how real it seemed, it was always just a disguise. Li Xiaofeng remained utterly oblivious to any anomaly. At that moment, he looked at his status panel with satisfaction. The world was vast. Where couldn't he go? But when his eyes fell on the evolution points, the corner of his mouth twitched. His evolution point stood at 380,010,0000. Staring at the 100,000 threshold, he tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, feeling an overwhelming melancholy. It seemed only a little over 3 times the requirement of a 5th-tier creature. But one must not forget that this was merely the evolution points for a 1st-tier overlord. If his guess was correct, a 2nd-tier overlord would require 200,000. And it would keep doubling from there. The evolution points needed in the future would be astronomically horrifying. Still, Li Xiaofeng wasn't in a hurry. He now had the capital to ensure his survival. In the apocalypse, he had already become a formidable existence. Li Xiaofeng looked around at the tens of thousands of zombies gathered nearby, among which were elite zombies. He activated the command skill. In an instant, all information regarding the zombies materialized before his eyes. They all emanated a radiance. The higher their evolution level, the more intense the glow. Li Xiaofeng instantly pinpointed the elite zombies. Out of a total of 10235 zombies, there were merely 32 elites. Moreover, the vast majority of these elite zombies had advanced thanks to him. Using his insightful gaze, he scrutinized the skills and talents of every elite zombie. After meticulous selection, he singled out 2 elite zombies, and leveraging his Dominion talent, took control of them. Then employing his command skill, he dominated 30 elite zombies and 70 ordinary 5th-tier zombies. 100 zombies immediately stepped out from the horde, quietly converging together. The remaining zombies resumed their aimless wandering, reverting to their primal bestial forms. However, not a single zombie dared to approach Li Xiaofeng. Gazing upon his elite vanguard, Li Xiaofeng felt immense satisfaction. It was time to leave Wanting City. He cast out the carcasses of 4th-tier mutated beasts he had hunted over the past month, allowing the 102 zombies to evolve first. Ordinary 5th-tier zombies in the apocalypse were no better than worthless scraps. It was worth noting that the 2 newly dominated zombies possessed the skills of Healing Hand and Frenzy. Healing Hand heals injuries of other creatures. Cooldown 10 seconds. Frenzy increases the attack speed of other creatures by 50. Duration 2 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Both were support skills, yet their utility was immense. They could be applied to Li Xiaofeng or the mutated orange cat, as his squad currently lacked no offensive power. Moreover, with 100 zombie underlings, they would undoubtedly become a formidable force once they matured. 3 days later, atop a skyscraper in the city center, a man wearing sunglasses lay leisurely on a white beach chair with an iced watermelon beside him. On the other side, a massive orange cat yawned lazily. It was none other than Li Xiaofeng and the mutated orange cat. At this moment, he had activated ultimate disguise, appearing completely human, and his collapsed nerve had been deactivated. The long-lost sense of taste had returned, and the coolness of the watermelon brought him immense pleasure. In this apocalypse, he was perhaps the most carefree creature of all. Li Xiaofeng held a map in his hand, contemplating plans for venturing outside. The situation in Huaxiao was dire, mutated beasts reigned supreme, and he dared not provoke the vast survivor bases. Everything required careful planning. He only had one life, and Li Xiaofeng dared not act recklessly. As for Xiao Si, Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Peng, the newly dominated zombie with the frenzy skill, and Xiao Mei, the one with healing hand, they each led 100 zombie underlings, commencing a true purge of Wanting City. The 4 elite zombies each led 25 underlings in the purge. Neither mutated beasts nor humans could escape their fate. Thanks to Li Xiaofeng's month-long efforts, the remaining mutated beasts were at most 3rd tier. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang could easily slay them. Though Xiao Peng and Xiao Mei initially struggled with Li Xiaofeng's will transfer, they too could dispatch their foes with ease. Upon completing the random mission, Li Xiaofeng had fully unlocked the map of Wanting City. No mutated beast could hide. However, there was unwelcome news. After reaching Zombie Lord low tier, mutated beasts no longer granted him evolution points. This meant he had to slay powerful mutated beasts. Exterminating weak creatures would not fuel his evolution. After a month of purging, Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang had reached 5th tier elite zombie status. Xiao Mei and Xiao Peng had also advanced to 4th tier elite zombies. More importantly, all 100 zombies had become elites, with 18 of them reaching 2nd tier. Li Xiaofeng had once again harvested dozens of 3rd tier and 2nd tier crystals. Mutated beasts within Wanting City had become exceedingly scarce. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaofeng, since his ascension to Zombie Lord, many mutated beasts had fled Wanting City. A month later, all the zombies had returned, their strength having improved. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Dressed in a suit and sunglasses, hands clasped behind his back, Li Xiaofeng feigned an air of authority. Before him stood over 100 zombies, rooted to the spot, as if listening to his address. Yet his underlings stood restlessly, issuing guttural roars, some even drooling. The scene was utterly bizarre. Li Xiaofeng paid it no mind, his blood boiling with fervor. Today we march forth to win glory for the zombie race. All of you are elites, but with great power comes great responsibility. The path for our race lies before us, forged through perilous journeys. But you are all warriors. Tell me, are you afraid? Li Xiaofeng bellowed with passionate intensity. From below came scattered guttural roars. Move out. Nodding with satisfaction, Li Xiaofeng deactivated ultimate disguise and reverted to his zombie form. The procession of over 100 zombies departed from the city center, accompanied by the large orange cat. Li Xiaofeng planned to start with nearby cities, purging all mutated beasts. To the north of Wanting City lies Chili City. Although the two cities are not far apart, their levels of prosperity are incomparable. Chili City boasts numerous tourist attractions, making it a renowned tourist city in China. This has also driven the economic development of Chili City. For Li Xiaofeng, a prosperous city would surely harbor more powerful mutated beasts. Now, aside from infected humans, only creatures of the same lord level could grant him evolution points. Over 100 zombies were all elite level, moving with great speed. More importantly, they never tired. In a short time, they reached the outskirts, preparing to leave Wanting City. Li Xiaofeng, wearing sunglasses, twitched his nose slightly. A whiff of fresh blood and flesh reached him. Since advancing to a lord-level zombie, Li Xiaofeng had become increasingly sensitive to the scent of flesh. He signaled the other zombies to stay put and activated perfect disguise. In an instant, his appearance changed, becoming a student. The outskirts of Wanting City, though not bustling, had cheap housing. Many chose to buy homes here, and numerous residential complexes had been built in the suburbs. One such complex was called Tranquil Residence. The original gate had been removed and replaced with a steel door. The outside of the door was welded with iron plates covered in sharp steel spikes. Inside the gate, a small lookout tower had been built, offering a clear view of the area outside the complex. A burly man with a crew cut stood atop the tower, a pistol holstered at his waist, idly gazing outside. The suburbs were not prosperous and the population was sparse. The number of zombies was incomparable to the city center, and mutated beasts were few and far between. Relying on a few pistols and ample food, this group had luckily survived for 3 months. Such small bases were common in the apocalypse. Their survival owed more to luck than to actual strength. The guard looked out casually. A few zombies came by now. Even if an occasional one or two appeared, they couldn't even breach the complex gate, posing no threat. Suddenly the guard froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Ahead of him, a student was strolling over leisurely. The student had a bulging backpack, its zipper not fully closed. The burly man caught a glimpse of its contents, a can of meat. Was it all food? The man's heart pounded. Though the small base provided basic meals, they were extremely limited. Being full was a luxury in the apocalypse. He hadn't tasted meat in 2 months. Seeing that backpack full of food, a burning desire to snatch it arose within him. Who goes there? The burly man asked, feigning nonchalance while hiding his greed. Brother, I've come to seek shelter. Li Xiaofeng waved, even hopping a few times. Slap. A can of meat fell from the backpack. In an instant, the man's eyes turned as ravenous as a wolf's, completely captivated by the can. Li Xiaofeng picked up the can as if nothing had happened, then said, Please, brother, open the gate. He could have jumped in directly, but saw no need to alert them prematurely. Letting survivors escape would be a loss. A direct assault by his zombie squad was also unwise. They had guns. He could ignore them, but his zombies couldn't. To infiltrate the complex, he had deliberately packed a backpack full of food from a distant supermarket. Once inside, everything would be under his control. Hold on, I'll open it now. Stay right there. The man's greed grew more apparent. He was determined to get that backpack of food. He casually descended from the lookout tower and opened the complex gate. Li Xiaofeng felt everything was going smoothly. The effect of perfect disguise was indeed remarkable. Bang! Just as he was about to enter the complex, his keen senses instantly detected the guard's movement. The man was shooting to kill him. Li Xiaofeng immediately activated hardened skin and battle frenzy. Though in human form, he had only 10 of his power. As a zombie lord, he still possessed the strength of a 5th-tier creature. With 2 skills activated, Li Xiaofeng stood unmoving, his defense skyrocketing. The bullet struck his abdomen, but caused no damage. Even rifles struggled to breach his defense. The power of an ordinary pistol was far from threatening. As evolution levels increased, modern weapons had become increasingly ineffective. Yui. The man was horrified, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw. Was this still human? A pistol had no effect on him. In the apocalypse, only awakened humans could gain immense power. But this man had never heard of anyone being able to withstand bullets. The leader of this small base was an awakened. The burly man had seen the awakened's power firsthand. It was indeed much greater than an ordinary person's. But stopping bullets? Impossible. What kind of being was this? Before he could think further, the student had already walked slowly into the complex. You shot me. Li Xiaofeng sneered, then corrected himself. You fired at me. Who are you? The man's face was pale. The pressure Li Xiaofeng exerted on him was immense, far surpassing even the base leader. Li Xiaofeng stepped forward, lifting him by the neck with an icy expression. Take me to your leader. The big man, struggling to breathe, his already pale face flushed crimson again as he nodded hastily. Terror gripped his heart. He had become utterly subservient to this student. The two walked directly into the residential complex. Tranquil Quarters was not large, with only 4 buildings standing within. How many people are in your base? Li Xiaofeng surveyed his surroundings, but spotted no other humans. Oh, over 100. The big man, now trembling with fear, answered the question with extreme caution. They soon arrived before the first building. A man and a woman were engaged in indecent acts in front of it, with even a few onlookers gathered around. The man, hideous in appearance, wore a lecherous grin. The woman was gaunt, clearly malnourished, yet her delicate features were still discernible. Her eyes were filled with a lifeless void, as if she were a corpse. The man, however, remained in high spirits, even greeting the big man and Li Xiaofeng as they approached. A flicker of panic crossed the big man's eyes as he responded, hoping to convey a silent plea for help. But the man ignored him completely, earning a string of silent curses. Li Xiaofeng watched all this with a cold, detached expression. As they passed the next 2 buildings, they witnessed similarly depraved scenes. Finally, they reached the last building, guarded by 2 men holding rifles. As Li Xiaofeng and the big man drew near, the guards barked, Li Wei. Who is this? Li Wei forced a fawning smile. He wants to see the boss. Anyone can just see the boss now. The guard's face showed displeasure that Li Wei had brought a stranger. Li Xiaofeng ignored the 3 men. Through his insightful eye, he had already detected an awakener inside, likely their leader. He strode straight in, paying no heed to the guards. Seeing this, the 2 guards raised their pistols, their faces a mix of warning and threat. Don't try anything. Panic seized Li Wei as he tried to stop the guards from their suicidal actions. If they angered this student, all 3 might end up dead on the spot. Li Xiaofeng's speed suddenly surged as he dashed into the building. Ignoring Li Wei, the 2 guards chased after Li Xiaofeng, their faces twisted with rage. If the boss learned they had let an outsider in, punishment would be inevitable. Everyone in the base lived in fear of the boss' brutal methods. Yet when the 2 guards burst into a room on the 9th floor, they were met with shock and terror. A lean, sinewy man lay on the floor, spitting blood and gravely wounded, having passed out cold. Both his legs had been snapped. On a nearby bed, a beautiful woman clutched the bedding, her body trembling. A student, looking pleased with the scene, addressed the arriving guards. From now on, this complex is under my command, Li Xiaofeng declared in a calm tone. Gather everyone downstairs. I have an announcement to make. Seeing their awakener leader crippled, the 2 guards dared not defy the order. No one had any loyalty to him, only fear of his bloody rule. A faint smile touched Li Xiaofeng's lips. Gathering everyone together to infect them all at once would save trouble. The woman on the bed slowly regained her composure. Once calm, she let out a seductive laugh, threw off the sheet, and approached Li Xiaofeng naked, trying to tempt him. Unfortunately for her, he was a zombie and remained unmoved. Get dressed and assemble downstairs. Li Xiaofeng cast a flat glance at the woman before turning and leaving. A chill ran through her heart. His gaze instilled an inexplicable fear in her, as if it held no trace of human emotion. Yet he looked like a mere student. The contradiction baffled her. In the end, she dressed and spat contemptuously on the former leader. For her, as long as there was food and she could survive, whoever was boss made no difference. It was just a matter of serving someone new. As the 2 guards spread the news, a stir ran through the complex. The former leader's dozen or so henchmen were shaken, but felt no grief. The ordinary people, on the other hand, remained numb and indifferent. Li Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the crowd of over 100. Li Wei collect everyone's firearms. He issued his first command. The dozen or so armed men stiffened, some instinctively tightening their grips on their pistols. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot on sight, and he'll appoint the shooter as deputy leader. That single simple sentence instantly quelled the brewing rebellion. No one looked at Li Xiaofeng anymore, instead they eyed each other warily. Yet among the crowd one person remained fierce and ruthless, who would willingly entrust their life to another. In the apocalypse one can only trust oneself. A flicker of concealed murderous intent passed through that person's eyes, and he instantly wanted to shoot Li Xiaofeng. Eliminating him would make him the new leader. But before he could raise his hand, the new leader before him vanished. A sense of dread surged within him, and he barely had time to react. A sudden searing pain erupted in his abdomen, and for a moment he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy truck. Li Xiaofeng had already sensed the man's ill intentions and charged straight at him. With a casual punch he severely wounded him. The strength of a fifth-tier creature was beyond that of an ordinary human. With a cold expression, he similarly crippled the man's legs. The ruthless methods instantly silenced everyone. This student-looking figure was even more brutal than the original leader. A deeper despair filled the eyes of the common people. Li Xiaofeng collected over a dozen pistols, then smiled at the unarmed crowd. "Follow me." The people found the new leader's actions difficult to comprehend. But since he could slay an awakened, he must be an awakened himself. Without firearms, the gap between ordinary people and the awakened was too vast. Over 100 people arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Li Xiaofeng directly ordered Wang Chang to open the gate. Everyone was perplexed, yet a nameless fear crept into their hearts. Wang Chang had no choice but to obey. Despite his intense confusion, he carried out the order. As the gate slowly swung open, the sight that terrified everyone was a sudden and rapid gathering of zombies outside. In a short time, hundreds of zombies appeared. Unlike the roaming beasts, these seemed to possess intelligence, as if awaiting commands. Yet the savage hunger in their eyes remained, filling everyone with dread. A smile played on Li Xiaofeng's face as he directly transformed into his zombie form. The crowd was filled with terror screams and shouts as they began a panicked flight, but it was all in vain. They could not fathom how their new leader, who was clearly human, could instantly turn into a zombie. The former leader's underlings were now gripped by fear. Their days of comfort were gone forever. The ordinary people, however, wore expressions of numbness mixed with confusion and even a hint of relief. Over 100 people were infected in a short time. The survivor complex, once bustling, was now deserted with only wandering zombies. Li Xiaofeng led his horde of 100 zombies onward. He was not a savior, but a zombie. The zombie squad encountered no more survivors. Wanning City had become a kingdom of the undead. Li Xiaofeng left Wanning City and took the highway towards Chili City. The number of zombies on the road drastically decreased, as if they all preferred to converge on Wanning. The road was littered with various wrecked cars, though not many. Gazing into the distance, the highway stretched out desolate and deathly silent. The wilderness seemed more like the apocalypse. The distance between the two cities was not great. With the speed of the zombie squad and their tireless nature, they could probably arrive in about 2 days. Li Xiaofeng, however, looked somewhat frustrated. Ever since he had advanced to a lower-tier zombie, the system had issued a weekly quest to advance to a second-tier zombie lord. But ordinary mutated beasts no longer provided him with evolution points. His evolution had stalled, and so had the quest. Unless he hunted creatures of the same tier. Yet such beings were hard to find in Wanning City. For rapid evolution, he might have to venture into the primordial mountain range. But given his strength, the risk was too great. For the time being, Li Xiaofeng had no choice but to head to major cities, hoping to find isolated creatures of the same tier. As early as half a month ago, after consuming a large number of crystal cores, the orange cat had also completed its evolution, and its status panel had changed accordingly. Name: mutated orange cat. Tier: first tier lord. Talents: evil evolution, 2 keen nerves, 2 fighting spirit, 2 skills: claw slash, 4 intimidation, 2 limit break, 4 potential burst, 3 berserker slaughter, 1 brutal force, 1. Since his promotion to lord tier zombie, the system's panel had changed, adding levels to talents and skills. The orange cat's evolution also resulted in 2 new skills: berserker slaughter and brutal force. Berserker slaughter: during battle, each enemy killed increases strength by 1e up to a maximum of 100. Brutal force: when activated, the next attack's armor breaking effect is doubled. Cooldown 10 seconds. These were 2 more powerful combat skills. After advancing to lord tier, the orange cat also possessed the strength to fight above its tier. However, without encountering a second tier lord, it was hard to gauge. With 2 lord tier creatures in the zombie squad, crises were rare. The journey was smooth, with only occasional mutated beasts encountered. But before he or the orange cat could act, the zombie squad would instantly overwhelm them. The squad's progress was too smooth, with no powerful enemies, which left the eager Li Xiaofeng feeling frustrated. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng's figure froze, and in his field of vision, houses appeared outside the road. After being promoted to a lord-level zombie, his eyesight had greatly improved, far surpassing what it used to be. The leap from lord level to elite level was entirely a transformation of life, levels no longer measurable by common sense. The fact that he could withstand bullets was enough to highlight the gap between the two. Rows of houses stood atop a mountain peak. It was a village built against the mountain, with plots of land at the mountain's base growing various crops. Unfortunately, with the Blood Sun's arrival, the vast majority of crops had withered, struggling to grow. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the distant village, his brow slightly furrowing. He saw no signs of humanity, not even any zombies. Filled with doubt, Li Xiaofeng led his zombie team directly toward the village. The two Lord-level beings were fully confident in exploring. Just as Li Xiaofeng approached the village, an overwhelming sense of excitement surged within him. The orange cat also let out an excited cry. It had been far too long since Li Xiaofeng had felt such a sensation. There were Lord-level beings in the mountains. Almost simultaneously, the Lord-level creature sensed Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat. In an instant, the entire mountain peak began to tremble, a scene of earth-shaking movement, causing Li Xiaofeng's gaze to sharpen. Boom, boom, boom. The many houses on the mountain began to collapse, revealing dark holes several meters in size within. The mountain before him resembled a coal pile already riddled with holes merely concealed by the houses. Li Xiaofeng's mind shook. One after another black, giant beasts crawled out from the holes, their crimson eyes fierce and frenzied. They were mutated rats. The first mutated beast Li Xiaofeng had killed was a rat, but that was just a first-tier mutated beast. Before him, hundreds upon thousands of mutated beasts surged forth, mixed with countless ordinary rats. The rat tide came crashing like a black wave, an intimidating force in this apocalypse. Li Xiaofeng now understood why the road was so eerily quiet. With so many mutated rats, who knew how many mutated beasts they had devoured? Due to the distance, Li Xiaofeng could not approach the mountain or check for information. Yet there must be a mutated rat king within the mountain. The speed of the mutated rats was astonishing, trampling countless plants and crops. All the rats seemed possessed, intent on overwhelming the zombies ahead. The sight of tens of thousands of black rats rushing was indeed terrifying. Over 100 zombies appeared, exceedingly thin, hardly a match in scale. However, all the zombies were of the elite tier. Li Xiaofeng took a quick glance. There were roughly 1,000 mutated beasts, most of which were first-tier mutated rats. The mutated rats were incredibly swift. Li Xiaofeng could no longer escape and had to engage in battle. Zombies and mutated rats instantly clashed. Li Xiaofeng possessed an attack speed aura that could enhance the overall strength of the zombies. Moreover, as elite zombies, the ordinary black rats found it hard to pierce their skin. Yet the situation remained grim, and it was almost immediately apparent. The number of mutated rats approached 10 times that of the zombies. Most of the zombies were also elite first tier. To rely on the attack speed aura to fight 1 against 10 was sheer folly. Li Xiaofeng chose not to eradicate the mutated rats, but merely to inflict wounds. The zombie virus injected into their bodies. His current virus level could only infect first-tier mutated rats, but the effect was still remarkable. In a very short time, the mutated rats became infected. Their minds grew increasingly chaotic, and in an instant they turned against their own kind. Ding! The host successfully infected a first-tier mutated rat, evolution value 20. The upgraded virus infection had its first effect, but it was not over yet. If they were scratched by the zombie rats, they too would be infected. The zombie virus within Li Xiaofeng spread like a plague among the rat swarm. In a short time, the situation stabilized. Meanwhile, the killing efficiency of the mutated orange cat was also extremely high, boosted by Little Fat's berserk skill. The speed of its claws was incredibly fast, only leaving behind fleeting shadows. Several mutated rats were directly torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. If this continued, over 100 zombies would still be utterly wiped out. But the mutated rat horde would likely face a similar fate. This would be detrimental to the mutated rat king. Without the rat horde, its strength would plummet significantly. Squeak! A hoarse and shrill monstrous cry echoed from the distant mountains. The entire rat horde seemed to receive a command and began to shift positions. Countless mutated rats no longer besieged Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat, but turned to attack other zombies. Tens of thousands of ordinary rats, as if marching to their death, madly charged at Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat, sacrificing their lives to delay them. As long as over 100 zombies fell, all the mutated rats would swarm to attack the orange cat. The rat king would then emerge from the mountain to hold Li Xiaofeng back, capable of exhausting them completely. Li Xiaofeng also perceived the mutated rat king's scheme. The ordinary rats that swarmed over were pathetically fragile. With a casual wave of his hand, he tore them apart, likewise capable of choosing to infect them. Yet there were no evolution points to be gained. Simultaneously, the mutation of ordinary rats was utterly futile, as they would be instantly shredded by the rat horde. Li Xiaofeng, ignoring everything, charged straight out of the rat tide, intent on hunting the mutated rats. But entangled as he was, his infection efficiency drastically declined. Often when he sought to infect a single mutated rat, dozens of ordinary rats would instantly block his mouth, deliberately forcing him to infect them instead. The rat king must be slain first. Li Xiaofeng had not anticipated the rat horde to be so troublesome. Even 2 lord-level creatures were ensnared. He made a decisive resolution: eliminate the rat king, and the horde would naturally scatter. Li Xiaofeng activated the hardened skin ability for his 4 controlled zombies, hoping only that this time they would not perish. Simultaneously, he mounted the mutated orange cat. The cat's claws were terrifying, instantly tearing open a gap in the black tide. At full speed, the mutated rats could not obstruct it. As long as he could approach the mountain forest, Li Xiaofeng could lock onto the mutated rat king's position. The zombie and the cat moved swiftly, directly reaching the mountain's base. Insightful eye. Li Xiaofeng attempted to locate the rat king's position, but found nothing for a moment. He urged the orange cat to continue advancing toward the summit. He constantly swept his vision, striving to pinpoint the Rat King. Soon they reached the mountainside where numerous ruins of buildings lay scattered. Countless black holes several meters in size also riddled the entire mountain forest. Suddenly, a massive red silhouette appeared in his field of vision. Name Mutated Rat King. Rank First-Tier Lord. To Li Xiaofeng's astonishment, he could not perceive the Rat King's skills or talents. This unexpected turn made him frown, uncertain whether it was due to the insightful eye's insufficient rank or the Rat King's peculiar nature. But there was no time for deliberation. Locking onto its position was enough. 2 Lord-level creatures against 1 would be a simple task. Moreover, the orange cat's formidable combat prowess allowed it to fight above its rank. The mutated Rat King's location was at the mountain's peak. However, Li Xiaofeng did not know how to reach it. The rat holes ahead branched out in countless directions, making it far too easy to get lost. Unless he could tunnel straight through an entire mountain. He could only see the Rat King's position, not the path to take. If he wasted too much time in the rat tunnels, his zombies would likely be annihilated. For the first time, Li Xiaofeng felt the difficulty of dealing with a Lord-level creature. Meow. But at that moment, the orange cat reacted, its large nose twitching slightly, its eyes brimming with intense excitement. It directly carried Li Xiaofeng into a rat hole. The mutated orange cat moved like a familiar visitor, turning left and right, without much pause, heading straight into the depths. Meanwhile, within Li Xiaofeng's vision, the mutated Rat King's position began to shift. It wanted to flee. The orange cat's expression turned ferocious, emitting a sky-shaking meow. Without Li Xiaofeng's command, the orange cat entered a berserk state. Its speed surged dramatically, charging at full tilt into the depths of the rat hole. The mutated Rat King within the tunnel was equally enormous, no different from the mutated orange cat. Yet at this moment it felt a terror that sprang from the depths of its heart. This encounter with its natural predator threw the mutated Rat King into panic, and it fled straight into the deepest recesses of the tunnel. But how could the Rat King's speed compare to the orange cat's? Having entered its berserk state, the cat's velocity multiplied several times. The mutated Rat King's figure abruptly halted, a human-like fear spreading across its rodent face. Lord-level mutated beasts already possessed a certain degree of intelligence. A pair of crimson eyes appeared before the Rat King, like floating lanterns in the darkness. Li Xiaofeng was thrown off directly. The orange cat, its expression fervent, saw its speed increase, yet again lunging fiercely at the Rat King. Damn it! Li Xiaofeng felt a bit aggrieved. After all, he was a dignified zombie lord, yet he had been unceremoniously thrown off. But looking ahead, he could not help but marvel at the orange cat's terror. In its berserk state, no creature of the same rank could contend with it. In a short time, the mutated Rat King sustained injuries, blood flowing freely and seeping into the soft earth. Squeak! The mutated Rat King let out a piercing cry, utterly daring not to fight the orange cat. Fear flickered in its eyes. It turned its gaze to Li Xiaofeng and lunged wildly, seeking to escape. Li Xiaofeng, full of pent-up frustration from being thrown off the cat, was eager for an outlet. He raised an eyebrow as he saw the Rat King charging to bite. He promptly pulled out a black frying pan. Heavy strike execution. Battle spirit surging. Li Xiaofeng's strength multiplied. He gripped the frying pan tightly. Bang! A thunderous echo resounded through the rat tunnel. A massive black figure was sent flying backward. After activating his skills, Li Xiaofeng's power was equally unmatched by creatures of the same rank. Moreover, the Rat King's strength was not its forte. Claw slash. Suspended in midair, the mutant Rat King could find no leverage. The orange cat's eyes blazed with intense light. A sharp tearing sound rang out as its claws, like fleeting shadows, swept upward unhindered. With limit burst activated, the armor-piercing power of Claw Slash surged dramatically. Blood splattered as the Rat King's entrails spilled to the ground. Even a crystal core the size of an egg tumbled out. With a single swipe, the orange cat had dismembered a Lord-tier creature. Before Li Xiaofeng could intervene, the mutated feline pounced and swallowed the core whole. This orange cat's moves were absurdly smooth, flowing like a work of art. Li Xiaofeng's heart bled. A Lord-tier crystal core gone in an instant. The mutated cat wore a look of pure satisfaction and trotted over to rub its chubby head against Li Xiaofeng. Helpless, he resigned himself. After all, the cat's growth only benefited him. Li Xiaofeng approached the mutant Rat King's corpse and began to devour. The mutated orange cat moved to another spot and started devouring voraciously. Ding! Ability extraction failed. Ding! Collection successful, obtained mutant Rat King's claw. Ding! Host is devouring the flesh of a first-tier lord. Evolution value 500. In the end, Li Xiaofeng gained 10,000 evolution points. Though lord creatures were troublesome, the evolution points they provided far surpassed those of elite creatures. The mutated orange cat's talent was evil evolution, allowing it to devour crystal cores. Combined with the evolution points from flesh devouring, the total reached 20,000. It continued to devour, but the rate of evolution point gain slowed. Li Xiaofeng quickly stopped it. The evolution points needed for a lord creature to advance were immense. It was better to let other zombies devour first. Raising more lord-tier zombies would significantly boost the group's strength. After the Rat King's death, the battle outside had also concluded. In an instant, all the mutated rats fled in every direction. They did not return to the burrow. 2 lord creatures there instilled primal fear in them. In the end, only black corpses littered the ground. hundreds of mutated rats, and countless ordinary ones. Each step felt soft with blood still oozing out. But the zombies had suffered heavy losses, leaving only a dozen survivors. The rest had been devoured entirely by the mutated rats, leaving no trace. The remaining zombies snarled, drool dripping incessantly. They eyed the mutated rat corpses. But under Li Xiaofeng's command, they restrained their instincts. Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat soon left the rat burrow. Looking at the remaining zombies, he breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 zombies under his domination were still intact. He produced the mutant rat king's corpse and ordered the 4 zombies to devour it. He gained another 10,000 evolution points, still needing over 70,000 to advance further. The ground was covered with mutated rat corpses. Unfortunately, after Li Xiaofeng advanced to a lower-tier zombie, low-level mutated beasts no longer provided him with evolution points. Even the domination talent became ineffective, offering no evolution points. He began frantically using collection and ability extraction. Most collected items were claws or hides, too mediocre for crafting weapons or armor. But ability extraction brought a surprise. He extracted 10 swift skills. They were weaker than Xiao Sis and lacked the special dodge effect. He gave the 10 swift skills to 10 zombies, including 3 under his domination. Xiao Si could not learn them, due to skill conflicts, and its own swift skill was superior. As for himself, he chose not to use them. Swift offered little improvement. More importantly, skill upgrades were entirely random. Learning too many skills was not necessarily beneficial. After the devouring, he let the 4 domination-controlled zombies consume flesh first. His aim was to cultivate lower-tier zombies first. Hundreds of mutated rat corpses lay on the ground, each enough for 3 zombies to devour. The total evolution points available reached hundreds of thousands. The 4 domination-controlled zombies began their path of advancement. Though the battle against the mutated rats had been costly, the gains were substantial. Ding! Evolution points for your domination-controlled zombie reached 320,003,2000, meeting advancement conditions. Ding! Evolution points for your domination-controlled zombie reached 320,003,2000, meeting advancement conditions. This time the advancement was swift, unlike Li Xiaofeng's. No zombies gathered around, as if Li Xiaofeng were an exception. Ding! Your domination-controlled zombie's power, speed, and all combat capabilities have significantly increased. Ding! All skills and talents of your domination-controlled zombie have been upgraded. Current tier, first tier zombie lord. Ding! Your domination-controlled zombie has learned the skill mass healing. Ding! Your domination-controlled zombie has learned Shadow Claw. Ding! Your domination-controlled zombie has learned damage reduction. Ding! Your domination-controlled zombie has learned Extreme Frenzy. Ding! Your domination-controlled zombie has learned the skill Command. Group heal, capable of healing creatures within a 10-meter radius, cooldown, time 30 minutes. Shadow Claw, claws imbued with dark energy, any creature scratched will enter a weakened state, cooldown time 1 minute. Damage reduction, passive skill that mitigates damage taken. The reduction effect depends on the enemy. The higher the enemy's tier, the weaker the reduction effect. Extreme Frenzy grants a 30 speed boost to the 10 creatures ahead, duration 10 minutes. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. The 4 zombies he commanded had all comprehended their respective skills, each fitting their unique characteristics. The newly dominated Little Fat and Little May comprehended rare supportive skills again. Such skills are even rarer than combat skills. More importantly, the 4 zombies had comprehended commanding skills. The number of zombies in the squad could soar to 500, all of which could be upgraded. As the levels of the commanding talent and commanding skills increased, the number of zombies Li Xiaofeng could lead would multiply in the future. He looked at the remaining mutated rat corpses and continued to summon individual zombies to devour. There is a significant gap between a zombie lord and elite zombies, easily allowing one to face 10. First, cultivate a zombie lord. The help provided by elite zombies is not substantial. A new zombie lord appeared again. However, its improvement seemed inferior to the 4 commanded zombies. Most importantly, Li Xiaofeng used the Eye of Insight to check. It surprisingly had not comprehended commanding skills. Can commanded zombies not comprehend them? If they could, Li Xiaofeng would be able to control over 1 million zombies in a short time, starting a massive push in the apocalypse. However, he was not surprised. He had already anticipated this outcome. After all, the zombies controlled by a zombie lord are merely a few. But if he were to advance further and become beyond a lord, the number of controllable zombies would surely surge. He could only control 2 elite zombies, but he could already command hundreds of lord zombies. With each level up, the number of controllable zombies would significantly increase. The remaining mutated rats produced 3 more zombie lords. Although they were not as powerful as Little 4 and the others, they were still significantly stronger than 5th-tier creatures. Li Xiaofeng was pleased. Even though they had not comprehended commanding skills, the zombies' intelligence increased dramatically after advancing to lord status. Apart from being unable to speak, they were nearly on par with ordinary humans capable of executing complex commands. The strength of the squad rose again. 9 lord creatures walked along the road, instantly annihilating any mutated beasts. However, after reaching lord status, ordinary mutated beasts no longer provided evolution points. They must hunt lord creatures. The number of zombies on the road was extremely limited, making it impossible for Li Xiaofeng to use commanding skills. In the end, only a little over 10 zombies continued on their journey. After reaching Chili City, they could naturally replenish their zombie numbers. The remaining zombies were all at least 4th-tier creatures. Coupled with their tireless nature, their speed of travel was very fast. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng activated his ultimate disguise, riding on the orange cat, wearing a proud expression. 9 lord creatures constituted a formidable force wherever they went. How lonely it is to be invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible. Before Li Xiaofeng could finish his off-key singing, it was abruptly interrupted. A sharp cry echoed from the sky, causing more than 10 zombies to tremble. The mutated orange cat's back arched, its eyes filled with extreme vigilance. At the same time, it suddenly shook, throwing Li Xiaofeng to the ground. Bang! Li Xiaofeng's head hit the ground, but he showed no reaction. His hands moved slightly, crushing the cement of the road and piling it on top of his head. He even stuck a beautiful little red flower into it. He kept murmuring, "Can't see me, can't see me." The other zombie lords also lay flat on the ground. Without needing Li Xiaofeng's command, they began to play dead with remarkable tacit understanding. Their fluid movements reflected Li Xiaofeng's true teachings. The mutated orange cat had long since hidden away. In the end, only a few elite zombies stood still, looking around in confusion. A massive golden eagle flew by, its wings spread wide, reaching a size of several dozen meters, truly a behemoth in the sky. The enormous shadow cast down made all the lord zombies shiver. Li Xiaofeng was unaware that the golden eagle came from the Qingtsang mountain range, residing in a city southwest of there. However, Wanning City was separated from the golden eagle by a large human settlement, Nanyu Base. It was unclear why it crossed the Nanyu Base and came here. However, the golden eagle seemed to have not noticed the zombies below, or if it did, it simply did not care. Only after the golden eagle flew far away did Li Xiaofeng slowly rise, letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, why are there so many monsters in this apocalypse? Due to the vast distance between the two sides, he could not use the Eye of Insight, so he had no way of knowing its tier. But it was surely not something his zombie squad could contend with. Did he not see that even the orange cat, capable of fighting above its tier, hid so quickly? Meow. At this moment, the fat cat slowly walked out from the surrounding woods. Its fur still slightly bristled, its vigilant stance had not completely relaxed. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the zombie squad did not suffer any losses. Each time a lord zombie died, it pained Li Xiaofeng's heart. They were incomparable to elite zombies. The zombie squad resumed their journey, with Chili City not far ahead, barely half a day's travel away. Now far more cautious, the 9 lord creatures were fully prepared to feign death at any moment. Half a day passed swiftly. The roadside scenery was no longer monotonous. Houses began to appear along with scattered villages. Li Xiaofeng kept sniffing the air, seeking any trace of a human base. On such a road with few zombies and mutated beasts, the likelihood of a human settlement was high. Li Xiaofeng abruptly halted. Ahead, he truly caught the scent of fresh flesh and blood. In the distance, a village lay nestled amid the fields. Surrounded by blue brick walls no more than 2 meters high, it sufficed to block stray zombies. He activated his human form, ordering the zombie squad to lurk nearby and await his command. Though he could have chosen to overwhelm an ordinary village, Li Xiaofeng was ever cautious. Approaching in human guise and striking by surprise, that was the safest method. Li Xiaofeng, looking like a student with a food-laden backpack, knew that greed most easily clouded judgment. To his astonishment, the village seemed utterly deserted, steeped in deathly silence. Yet his nose could not deceive him. There were living people inside. He reached the wall's gate, which was tightly locked, obscuring the view within. On both sides of the gate, the walls each bore a recess, their purpose unknown. But what truly drew Li Xiaofeng's attention was the wooden rack outside the village. Suspended above were strips of smoked meat exuding an enticing aroma. In this apocalypse, such a sight was an irresistible temptation. Survival itself was a luxury, let alone meat. Mutated beast meat. As Li Xiaofeng drew closer, he instantly detected the virus within. Though it appeared to be food for ordinary humans, it was a deadly poison. Li Xiaofeng did not consume it. This was merely the flesh of a first-tier mutated beast. As a lord creature, such meat held no allure for him. But just as his focus lingered on the rack of smoked meat, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the recess on the right side of the village wall. Those eyes, cold and detached, fixed on Li Xiaofeng with a morbid fervor. An archaic crossbow was propped in the recess. The crossbowman, dark-skinned and muscular, aimed directly at Li Xiaofeng's neck, a blind spot from the target's perspective. Whoosh! A silent bolt shot toward Li Xiaofeng. The man's face grew increasingly excited, as if he already envisioned Li Xiaofeng collapsing unconscious. He licked his lips, consumed by greed. Yet the ensuing scene would be etched in his memory forever. His morbid expression froze solid. The student, as if gifted with eyes in the back of his head, raised his right hand with lightning speed. His index and middle fingers parted slightly, then clamped tightly around the incoming bolt. The man in the village stared in shock, frozen in place. Is this how a villain should smile? Under his astonished gaze, the student slowly turned back, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The villager's eyes widened, a fear surged through his long-buried humanity. A vague sense of familiarity with the words nagged at him. Li Xiaofeng ran his fingers over the bolt, which seemed coated in an unknown liquid. He even licked it a few times. Zombies feared no toxins. Only corrosive ones could harm them. With his decayed nerves deactivated, he felt a slight numbness. Anesthetic. He smirked faintly. Meant for humans, was it? He activated his decayed nerves, rendering the toxin harmless. The villager's terror nearly overflowed. He had expected the other to be foolish enough to lick the anesthetic. Yet Li Xiaofeng showed no reaction, standing firm. "Would you kindly open the door, sir?" Li Xiaofeng said with a warm smile, rapping politely on the iron gate. "Up." The man, unable to bear the eerie scene, dropped his crossbow and fled. "Rude," Li Xiaofeng muttered, then vaulted over the wall into the village. Realizing the enemy's weapons were anesthetic bolts, harmless to zombies, he summoned the zombie squad to begin the purge. No sooner had Li Xiaofeng entered the village than numerous villagers emerged from their homes. Each wore a numb, mechanical smile, exuding a savagery akin to zombies. All aimed crossbows at Li Xiaofeng. The gatekeeper must have alerted them. Bang! The village gate was violently smashed open. Every villager stared in shock toward the entrance, their wooden faces finally betraying long-lost terror. Zombies. The indifferent faces of the crowd finally changed. The zombies forcibly broke through the iron gate. This had never happened before. The lead zombie stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a human-shaped beast that instilled great fear. This towering zombie was none other than the little beast under the command of Li Xiaofeng. Since advancing to the rank of a lord, the appearance of the zombies had undergone a tremendous change. Little Four had also become remarkably small, resembling a thin monkey. Only Li Xiaofeng's transformation was relatively minor. Roar! A dozen zombies let out a howl and directly invaded the village. The villagers were thrown into a panic and began to flee. They witnessed Li Xiaofeng transform from a student into a zombie. This unbelievable scene shattered their psychological defenses completely. Half an hour later, the zombie squad received several hundred points of evolution value once again. In light of the requirement of 100,000 evolution points, it could only be said to be a mere token gesture. After glancing back at the village, Li Xiaofeng left with more than a dozen zombies once again. The city of Chile was now within sight. The village was very close to the outskirts of Chile. The location was excellent, not only frequently inhabited by fugitives, but also greatly increasing safety. After half a day, the zombie squad stood in the city of Chile. Unlike the backwardness of Wanning City, this place appeared extraordinarily prosperous. Various skyscrapers loomed, and luxury cars were seen everywhere on the roads. Yet the former splendor now felt desolate. Countless zombies roamed, and dried bloodstains stained the ground, startling to behold. Li Xiaofeng casually touched the face of one zombie and sighed lightly. The carved balustrade and jade steps should still be there, yet the beauty has changed. He chose not to use the commanding skill, as zombies were everywhere in the city. Resuming command of hundreds of zombies would affect the team's speed, so he decided to wait until they reached the city center. He led the zombie squad directly towards the city center. Generally speaking, the probability of encountering high-level mutated beasts in the city center was quite high. With a large human population, high-level zombies could appear, attracting mutated beasts. 9 lord-level creatures rampaged through the city center without restraint. Compared to the wilderness, the city was actually safer. The zombie squad hurried forward without any delays. After half a day's time, they arrived directly at the bustling city center, but to his surprise, there were very few zombies here, at least compared to other parts of the city. The lack of a surge in numbers was completely unlike a city center. Dried bloodstains were visible everywhere on the ground. Logically, such a situation would indicate the presence of powerful mutated beasts. However, what puzzled Li Xiaofeng was that he did not find any traces of mutated beasts. Everything seemed to suggest that the city center had been cleared out by someone. He began to instruct the 7 zombie lords to disperse. The city center was vast, and the squad's efficiency was too low when acting together. Furthermore, the intelligence of the zombie lords had greatly increased, making them akin to humans capable of conducting search missions. With their proficient feigning death skills, there was no need to worry about any mishaps. Li Xiaofeng and the mutated orange cat also began searching in another direction. 2 hours later, Little Four suddenly sent back a signal. Li Xiaofeng could manipulate the 4 zombies he commanded, and they were also capable of providing feedback. So soon there was a discovery. Li Xiaofeng activated the will transfer his vision, shifting to Little Four. His extraordinary eyesight quickly revealed the situation ahead. A towering building of several dozen stories stood tall. The other entrances to the floors were completely sealed, with only one iron door available for entry. On either side of the entrance, about a meter apart, 4 openings were made. Black weapons protruded from each opening. This defensive measure was starkly different from the bases Li Xiaofeng had seen before. He returned to his original body and began gathering the zombie squad to prepare to infect this survivor base. In a short time, more than a dozen zombies had gathered at a distance from the building. Li Xiaofeng activated his ultimate disguise once again, employing the same method, which had proven effective every time. A direct assault on the base was indeed a reckless act. It was better to blend in first. Then attacking from inside and outside with the zombie squad would likely annihilate the enemy. Once again resembling a student, Li Xiaofeng slowly approached the base. When he was about a kilometer away, 4 dark gun barrels immediately turned toward him. Li Xiaofeng trembled all over. At that moment, he looked disheveled, trying his best to appear like a survivor. He raised his hands to signal that he was unarmed and slowly approached the building. A person fleeing. A voice inquired from the opening on the right. Li Xiaofeng nodded, his pale face revealing deep terror in his eyes as he looked toward the gun barrels. This performance must be said to be at least the best among zombies. The 4 people inside deliberated for a moment. Confirming that Li Xiaofeng posed no threat, they chose to open the door. Clang. The heavy iron door slowly opened. Li Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy as he was about to step inside. Bang. A gunshot suddenly echoed from behind and sparks appeared beneath Li Xiaofeng's feet. Even he had not noticed that someone was approaching from behind. His human state had his strength suppressed by 90, and all his attention was focused on the people inside the building. Never would he have expected that someone would actually come from behind. What a coincidence. Right when you're opening the door, a burly bald man with a fierce grin and a cigar dangling from his mouth exuded an air of unbridled arrogance. He held a rifle and wore a suit of armor made from black scales. Li Xiaofeng turned around, his face etched with deepening fear. Since he had to act, he knew he must make it convincing. A fundamental rule for any zombie actor. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind as he noticed the man's garments were crafted from mutated beasts. Though the craftsmanship was crude, it signaled that humanity had begun utilizing materials from these creatures to forge weapons and armor. He activated his insightful eye. Name Human Awakener. Rank Second Order. Talent None. Skill Keen Perception. His opponent was a Second Order Awakener, no wonder he was so overbearing. An ordinary person stood no chance against him. The four people inside the building paled, their eyes brimming with fear. What? Not welcoming me? The burly man slung his rifle over his shoulder and strode toward the base, showing no concern that the four inside might open fire. As for Li Xiaofeng, the student was beneath his notice. In this apocalypse, such a person was merely cannon fodder. The four men lowered their rifles, forcing stiff smiles onto their faces. How could that be? It's an honor to have Brother Chong visit us. The burly man walked straight in, and Li Xiaofeng cautiously followed him into the building. The first floor held dozens of people, each with fierce eyes and a gun in hand. If a fight broke out, they would undoubtedly be a formidable force. But what surprised Li Xiaofeng was that everyone had a firearm. Where did so many guns come from? The burly man cast a contemptuous smile at the wary, resentful gazes around him. Suddenly, the burly man turned to Li Xiaofeng. Kid, follow me. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, uncertain of the man's intentions. Yet no one in the base stopped him, all eyes fixed on Li Xiaofeng. His face a mask of anxiety, he stayed close behind the burly man. The two headed upstairs. The 36th building was ascended in no time. Not bad physical fitness. The burly man glanced back at Li Xiaofeng, who lagged behind, surprised he could keep up. As an awakener, his own physique was far beyond ordinary, so Li Xiaofeng's feat was unexpected. Li Xiaofeng, however, cursed inwardly. To avoid suspicion, he had to feign exhaustion while constantly controlling his pace. Fortunately, the 36th floor was soon reached. Li Xiaofeng noticed survivors on every level. The building housed at least several hundred people. Each person looked at the burly man with fear. After they ascended, whispers arose from below. Li Xiaofeng's keen hearing caught every word. It's the corpse hunters again. We barely have food, and they'll take at least 40%. These people are heartless. Chill. Keep it down, or they'll hear. Who else would give us weapons? The corpse hunters. Li Xiaofeng was startled. Such a brazen name. Only one person awaited on the 36th floor, the building's leader, who seemed to have been expecting them. Brother Wang here to collect protection fees. The man, about 30 years old and tall, wore a black coat and a smile. Wang Chong, still exuding arrogance, slowly raised 5 fingers and spoke without room for argument. 50%. The organization takes 40 and I take 10 as a handling fee. The man's brow furrowed, his expression freezing. The other was too greedy, demanding a personal cut of 10%. Brother Wang, the base's recent survival situation. Wang Chong cut him off impatiently, raising his rifle and aiming it at Li Xiaofeng behind him. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the entire building. No one expected a shot to be fired. Shock rippled through the crowd below. Some wanted to rush up, but were stopped. The corpse hunters were not to be trifled with. The base survived only because the organization provided weapons and had cleared the city center of powerful mutated beasts. Otherwise, how could they have lasted 3 months unscathed? On the rooftop, Wang Chong of the corpse hunters wore a cold expression. He had brought Li Xiaofeng up solely to use his life as a deterrent. Li Xiaofeng wasn't from the base, killing him wouldn't provoke a falling out. Say one more word, and you'll end up like him. The burly man stared ahead, ignoring Li Xiaofeng behind him, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Surely this was enough intimidation. Seeing the base leader's terrified expression, Wang Chong nodded with satisfaction. The man, trembling, stretched out his right hand, pointing behind Wang Chong, his face twisted in utter horror. Wang Chong frowned. Was a base leader's mental fortitude this weak? Corpses were commonplace in the apocalypse. Just a corpse, and this is a base leader. Ridiculous. Wang Chong snorted, his face full of disdain. Yet the terror on the leader's face only intensified, stirring a deep unease within Wang Chong. He turned around, his body freezing mid-motion, eyes wide with sheer disbelief. The student, who should have been a lifeless corpse, still stood in place, a gentle smile lingering on his face, his gaze fixed intently upon him. In his right hand, seemingly from nowhere, he held a massive frying pan. Wang Chong felt a chill creep up his spine, his scalp tingling with dread. You? Before he could utter another word, the frying pan appeared, as if teleported, smashing him to the ground in an instant. The burly man from the corpse-hunting organization crumpled limply. Had he struck too hard? Li Xiaofeng crouched down. He hadn't intended to kill Wang Chong outright, he needed him alive for another purpose. The base leader stood frozen, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, utterly speechless. You killed a man from the corpse-hunting organization. Profound fear gripped the leader's face. If the organization learned that Wang Chong had died on his turf, this matter would be impossible to smooth over. Yet Li Xiaofeng was someone he dared not provoke. He had clearly seen bullets strike the boy, yet they had left no injury whatsoever. This extraordinary phenomenon defied his understanding. Even a fifth-rank awakened could not achieve such a feat. For an ordinary person to even encounter an awakened was the height of fortune. Finally, a ruthless glint flashed in the leader's eyes. Seizing the moment, as Li Xiaofeng crouched, he lunged forward and bolted down the stairs. Li Xiaofeng paid him no mind. After confirming that Wang Chong was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. He still needed Wang Chong to infiltrate the corpse-hunting organization and uncover its secrets. How dare they take such an arrogant name, clearly showing no respect for him. Just as he prepared to descend the stairs, a fierce clamor erupted from below. Countless survivors brandishing sharp weapons charged at Li Xiaofeng with reckless abandon. Li Xiaofeng stood stunned. This was the first time humans had attacked him. Hadn't the leader informed them of his strength? He feared not even bullets, let alone mere machetes. In an instant, his visage underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing the ghastly form of a zombie. The charging survivors froze mid-step. Their pupils constricted violently as they stared at Li Xiaofeng in disbelief. At the same time, chaos erupted downstairs. Several lower-tier zombies forcibly shattered the iron gate. Xiao Zhuang, nearly 3 meters tall, led the charge with his immense strength. In an instant, the building was filled with desperate screams. The armed guards discovered a horrifying truth. Their bullets could not pierce the zombie's skin. In 3 months, they had never encountered such powerful zombies. In truth, lower-tier zombies were rare across the entire nation. It was only by following Li Xiaofeng and receiving special nurturing that they had advanced so rapidly. 4 ordinary zombies to annihilate an entire mutant beast clan was nothing but a fool's dream. Only a lower-tier mutant beast could lead such a clan. Ordinary zombies could only evolve by devouring low-tier mutant beasts or infecting humans. Within 10 short minutes, the entire building stood empty, inhabited only by hundreds of zombies. To his surprise, the leader had escaped. Truly a clever human. If the survivors had killed Li Xiaofeng, he could have returned safely and justified himself to the corpse-hunting organization. But if they were all annihilated, he could simply flee. Either way, he would not die. Unfortunately, his underlings failed to see the truth and rushed to their own doom. Li Xiaofeng had now reverted to human form, standing coldly on the street. At his feet lay an unconscious burly man, his face rough and menacing. Several hours passed before Wang Chong slowly regained consciousness. Rubbing his eyes, he felt an excruciating pain in his forehead. A light touch to his forehead sent a jolt of agony that jolted him fully awake. A huge swollen lump marred his forehead, giving him a bizarre appearance. This was the handiwork of Li Xiaofeng's frying pan. He had deliberately held back, otherwise one strike would have easily shattered the man's skull. Once fully conscious, Wang Chong spotted the student beside him. The student's right hand clutched a massive frying pan. A sudden terror seized his heart, an instinctive fear that nearly made him faint again. Li Xiaofeng looked down, saw the burly man awake, and offered a gentle smile. "You're awake." His voice was kind, yet it made the man want to flee. "Take me to the corpse-hunting organization." No idle words, no threats, only an unwavering command. A flicker of hesitation appeared in the man's terrified eyes, but it vanished swiftly. For a massive frying pan had landed on his head. Any more questions? Li Xiaofeng flicked the pan with his left hand, the loud clang assaulting the man's eardrums. Wang Chong shook his head frantically, signaling that there were no problems at all. As for how he had ended up on the street, he dared not ask. Li Xiaofeng slung the frying pan over his back. The backpack full of food had long been stored in his system inventory. He tilted his head slightly, signaling the man to lead the way. Curious about the corpse-hunting organization, he suspected it harbored quite a few awakened. Their speed was swift, largely due to Li Xiaofeng staying behind, while Wang Chong dared not delay in the slightest. As for the other Lord-class zombies, Li Xiaofeng ordered them to jointly cleanse the mutated beasts in Chili City. This force should be enough to dominate Chili City. Moreover, with the orange cat accompanying them, nothing would go awry. As for the corpse-hunting organization, he intended to venture in alone to investigate. The two traversed several streets. This area was no longer the city center, and they eventually entered a towering building. They reached a room deep within the first floor, which was clearly an office. Several desks and a sofa were arranged in the room, with scattered work documents on the tables. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brows and cast a hostile glance at Wang Chong. He wondered what purpose the other had in coming here. Slowly, he unslung the frying pan from his back. Wang Chong shuddered violently, a fawning smile creeping onto his face. He casually kicked away the sofa in the room, revealing what had been concealed. An alloy door suddenly appeared, looking incredibly sturdy. Wang Chong pulled a magnetic card from his pocket. Beneath one of the desks, a small card-swiping device was hidden. Beep. A crisp electronic sound rang out, and the alloy door slowly began to open. Step by step, a staircase emerged, descending into the depths of the earth. Lights began to flicker on along both sides of the staircase. Li Xiaofeng had not expected the so-called corpse-hunting organization to be built underground. Yet if they encountered a burrowing mutated beast, they might not even have time to escape. The two entered with Wang Chong leading the way. The lights on the sides blazed brightly, indicating a stable power supply that solved the electricity problem. The staircase was longer than Li Xiaofeng had anticipated, descending a full 100 meters before reaching the bottom. At the end of the stairs, another massive iron door appeared. Wang Chong again presented his card, and a green light shone from above the iron door. After scanning Wang Chong thoroughly, the light then swept over Li Xiaofeng. It seemed to be verifying their identities. Li Xiaofeng had not imagined the laboratory would be so sophisticated. After several minutes, the alloy door slowly opened. I am permitted to bring strangers into the organization. Wang Chong explained. As an awakened, he held a considerable status within the group. The two stepped inside, greeted by a long corridor stretching before them. Li Xiaofeng paused, slightly a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He caught the scent of human flesh and blood. He touched the iron door. Its surface seemed coated with a mysterious dust that masked the odor of human flesh from within. Even this dust alone could ensure survival in the apocalypse. The only issue left to resolve was the food supply. The two crossed the corridor, no longer needing identity verification, and pushed the door open. Inside, white lights illuminated the space, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of peacetime daylight. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. It had been months since he had last seen day or night. The world had been bathed in an eternal red hue, making the once ordinary daylight feel incredibly nostalgic. But Li Xiaofeng quickly composed himself, gazing at the scene ahead. This was a vast underground plaza surrounded by steel walls with over a dozen openings carved into them. Except for the central opening sealed by a tight iron door, all other openings were open. Above each opening hung a sign reading living quarters, dining area, exchange zone, arena zone, and so on. Clearly this place had been renovated after the apocalypse struck. However, the entire excavated underground space must have existed since peacetime. It would have been impossible to carve out such a space within months, while fending off zombies and mutated beasts. Even if one had such capability, there would be no need to hole up here. Yo, a newbie shows up. Wang Chong with that pale-faced kid, are you two involved? I didn't know you swung that way. No wonder you're not into women. Tables and chairs were scattered across the plaza with dozens of burly men lounging about. Seeing Wang Chong enter, they all stared at Li Xiaofeng with mocking expressions. Whistles rang out in succession. These usual jokes, however, made Wang Chong's heart skip a beat. Oh my god. Don't provoke this lord's displeasure. Glancing at the giant frying pan on Li Xiaofeng's back, the red bump on Wang Chong's forehead throbbed with pain. He hadn't seen Li Xiaofeng's zombie form and merely thought him a powerful awakened. Li Xiaofeng smiled, scanning the surrounding crowd. Lambs never recognized their place. The two went to an empty table and chairs, ignoring the others. Tell me about the organization. He was somewhat curious about this place, especially the iron door sealed opening in the middle of the plaza. The corpse hunting organization was established at the dawn of the apocalypse, and this place was a subterranean research facility during peacetime. When the apocalypse erupted, it naturally became a refuge. Over the course of several months, survivors joined one after another. Now it has grown to several hundred members, with no small number of awakened among them. The founder was a researcher from the peaceful era, but most of us have never laid eyes on him. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained impassive as he gained a basic understanding of the corpse hunting organization. After a moment, he asked slowly, how did you become an awakened? And how did you grow stronger? Li Xiaofeng had always been curious about this. He was already familiar with the evolution rules of zombies and mutated beasts, but he knew nothing about humans. Hunting powerful mutated beasts or zombies grants a chance to become an awakened. But if you use firearms, that chance drops significantly. Wang Chong concealed nothing, yet a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Could it be that this man didn't know how to become an awakened? Then where did his strength come from? No matter how hard Wang Chong racked his brain, he could never fathom Li Xiaofeng's zombie identity. As for the method to grow stronger, it lies in entering the laboratory, that sealed cave entrance. By bringing back crystal cores or the corpses of powerful creatures and earning merits for the organization, one can gain entry to receive a strengthening potion, thereby enhancing their power. I've been here a month and only just had the chance to enter, boosting my strength once. Wang Chong revealed his path to power, which was no secret within the corpse hunting organization. Oh, everyone knew it. This was also meant to motivate members. Everyone hunted mutated beasts and zombies desperately to grow stronger. Potion. Li Xiaofeng tapped the table lightly with his fingers, a contemplative look in his eyes. It seemed this organization was no ordinary human base. They had already developed potions to enhance strength. He wondered if it would work on zombies. Is there a way to meet the organization's leader? Li Xiaofeng cut to the chase, far more intrigued by the head of the organization. Not only were there potions to boost power, but the dust that masked the scent of flesh and blood was likely concocted by that doctor. Kid, you want to see the leader? Before Wang Chong could answer, a burly man at the next table turned to stare at Li Xiaofeng. He stood up, abruptly towering nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an oppressive aura. Li Qi, don't cause trouble. Wang Chong's face paled, and he immediately shouted to stop the man. Li Qi ignored him. As a third-rank awakened, he was stronger than Wang Chong. His large hand landed on Li Xiaofeng's shoulder, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ill answer for Wang Chong. Enter the arena, win 10 consecutive matches, and you can see the leader. The man's arm tightened as if to crush Li Xiaofeng's shoulder. But his expression froze. The other showed no reaction at all. There was no anticipated sound of bones cracking either. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly. He hadn't provoked this man. No matter the era, there were always fools eager to flaunt their strength. Thanks. He smiled faintly and swung his right hand sharply. Slap. A resounding crack echoed. Everyone stared at Li Xiaofeng's table, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. The nearly 2-meter-tall Li Qi was sent flying several meters. In midair, he spat a mouthful of blood, then hit the ground and fell unconscious. Is that the rule, eh? Li Xiaofeng ignored the unconscious man, turning to Wang Chang. Trembling with fear, Wang Chang stammered. It is possible, but it's best not to. The final match is against a corpse hunter, and you must last at least 2 minutes. Corpse hunter. Li Xiaofeng's brow furrowed in confusion. Corpse hunters are the organization's elites, only 8 in total. They rarely carry out missions and can freely enter the laboratory. They serve as the organization's enforcers, maintaining order. Li Xiaofeng said, nothing, rising to enter the arena. Inside was a grand hall. Dozens of people stood around while a massive platform dominated the center. Understanding Li Xiaofeng's intent, Wang Chang led him through the crowd to an elderly man. Elder Zhao, a friend of mine, wishes to see the leader. The old man with graying hair, cloudy eyes, and dressed in black showed a flicker of emotion at Wang Chang's words. This rule was designed to directly filter out the strong. Yet in the 3 months since the organization's founding, only one person had attempted it. The very man who became the 3rd corpse hunter. I'll arrange opponents for you. Go on up. The old man frowned, eyeing Li Xiaofeng's physique, which seemed frail among the crowd of burly men. Had Wang Chang not held a decent standing in the base, he would have thought the man was mocking him. News of Li Xiaofeng's challenge for a 10-win streak quickly spread through the arena. Other members who were resting or eating also rushed over. Many newer members had never witnessed a 10-win streak before. Now that the opportunity presented itself, they naturally seized it. Soon hundreds gathered in the arena, surrounding the platform in a tight throng. Li Xiaofeng activated his insightful eye, a faint smile crossing his face. This organization was not lacking in awakened individuals, with some even reaching the 3rd rank. If he annihilated the entire organization, he would not only gain evolution points, but also harvest crystal cores. More importantly, he was intrigued by the organization's enhancement serum and wanted to see if it would work on zombies. Even if he couldn't use it, enhancing his elite zombies would suffice. Under the arrangement of the elder Zhao, a man soon stepped onto the platform. The man was about 20 years old, similar in height to Li Xiaofeng, but his eyes were sharp as a hawk's. He wore a vicious grin, looking at the student-like figure before him with a flicker of disdain. You think you can achieve a 10-win streak? Li Xiaofeng did not reply. Wasting time on such small fry was pointless. His goal was to enter the lab and meet the organization's leader. He kicked off the ground and charged forward. In the face of absolute power, any technique was hard to execute. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's crude fighting style, the man realized he had no formal combat training. As the man's fist swung toward him, he sidestepped to dodge the attack. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and drove it toward the man's abdomen. Thud! But an unexpected turn occurred. Li Xiaofeng's fist suddenly shifted direction, striking the man's head. In his vision, every movement of his opponent was agonizingly slow. A low-rank awakened was as helpless as a child before him. With sheer strength, he secured a decisive victory. The man collapsed unconscious. The crowd's expressions shifted from mockery to seriousness. No wonder he dared to challenge for a 10-win streak. However, that man wasn't among the organization's strongest. To achieve 10 wins, his subsequent opponents would grow increasingly formidable. The elder Zhao in black narrowed his eyes, surprised that an awakened had been so thoroughly crushed. It seemed Li Xiaofeng was also an awakened, and no weak one at that. But the first opponent was merely a test. The old man had only heard that the 3rd-rank awakened Li Qi had been knocked unconscious by a single slap. Having not witnessed it himself, he found it hard to believe. Now he could confirm that Li Xiaofeng was more than a cut above Li Qi. Li Xiaofeng dusted off his hands and casually kicked the man off the platform. His second opponent soon ascended. A towering figure over 2 meters tall, his muscles coiled like writhing dragons. His appearance was intimidating. Kid, you're unlucky to face me. Remember my name, Han. Li Xiaofeng instantly saw through his strength, another 3rd-rank awakened. But the gap between them was still vast. He felt no interest in these people. Without waiting for more bluster, he struck, once more knocking the man unconscious. He didn't let the old man send another challenger. Fighting these people was pointless, offering no improvement. If not for his desire to meet the so-called leader and obtain the enhancement serum, he could simply transform into a zombie and infect them all. He suppressed that urge, fearing it would alert his prey. Just send out that so-called corpse hunter. I'm in a hurry. Li Xiaofeng's arrogance stirred anger in everyone, but no one dared to act. He was beyond their reach. Defeating Li Qi and Han Yu marked him as one of the organization's strong. Only a very few could overcome him now. 4th-rank awakened were rare in this organization. The elder in charge of arranging opponents frowned, surprised by Li Xiaofeng's impatience. Just as he was about to speak, a man strode in from the square, locking eyes with Li Xiaofeng. He wore black battle armor and carried a massive battle axe. More striking were his eyes, bloodthirsty yet vacant, as if he had lost all vitality, setting him apart from the others. Li Xiaofeng activated his insightful eye to examine the man. Name: human awakened. Rank 5th. Talent: power mastery. Skill: berserk. This was a 5th-rank awakened, only a step away from a lord-class creature. Such individuals should be rare, even among all of humanity. It's the corpse hunter Lu Fu. I can't believe they sent him out this time. I've seen him cleave a mutant beast in two with one swing of his axe. He's one of the strongest among the 8 corpse hunters. Lu Fu dragged his axe onto the platform. The clash was imminent. Li Xiaofeng was surprised by the murmurs. So this organization had 8 fifth rank awakened. Such strength in the apocalypse would ensure survival, at least for themselves. Without a word, Lu Fu charged at Li Xiaofeng, dragging his massive axe. The 100-pound axe swung in his hand, as if it were an extension of his own arm, closing the distance in an instant. Li Xiaofeng's expression suddenly stiffened. He could actually sense a virus within the other's body. This virus bore some resemblance to the zombie virus, yet also to the mutated beast virus. It seemed to be a hybrid of the two. This left him utterly perplexed. Could a virus also parasitize a human body? He had never sensed any virus within a human before. This Lu Fu was clearly an exception. The opponent gave Li Xiaofeng no time to think. He directly raised his battle axe, intending to cleave him apart on the spot. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained unchanged, his right hand clenched abruptly, and with a single punch he sent the man flying. Everyone was stunned. But no one noticed the drastic change in Li Xiaofeng's right hand the moment he threw the punch. His skin turned pale and wrinkled, and even his fingernails grew sharp. Yet this transformation was instantaneous. His hand returned to normal as he withdrew his fist. Even if an observant person had noticed, they would have dismissed it as an illusion. Li Xiaofeng had momentarily transformed his right hand into its zombie form. After all, with his strength suppressed by 90, he wasn't confident he could instantly kill a fifth-tier being. Lu Fu's body flew backward, a sharp pain shooting through his abdomen. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Whether it was due to sheer willpower or some other reason was unclear. He clutched his abdomen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He didn't collapse into unconsciousness, but instead slowly rose to his feet. This alone made him far stronger than others. Lu Fu's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his face as he let out a hoarse roar. He directly activated his active skill Berserk. Just as he was about to charge again, Lu Fu's face suddenly turned deathly pale, as if something had affected him. He clutched his head with both hands and slowly sank to his knees. A look of struggle appeared on his face, and the Berserk skill was directly dispelled. Li Xiaofeng frowned, slightly puzzled by the other's intention. A scam. If it were an act, his acting skills were nothing short of heaven-defying. A few minutes later, the pallor on his face faded, replaced by color, as if he had returned to normal. The look of struggle vanished, and he finally spoke in a hoarse, cold voice. You win. The leader has agreed to see you. Li Xiaofeng was somewhat puzzled. The man had directly conceded, claiming that the organization's leader had already agreed to meet him. Yet he hadn't heard any sound, and the other wasn't wearing an earpiece. Voice transmission from afar. Lu Fu ignored his confusion, disregarded the crowd below, and directly jumped off the arena. Follow me. He turned and left the place, heading toward the square. Though Li Xiaofeng was puzzled, meeting the so-called leader was his goal. As for safety, he had no concerns. He had already stationed the mutated orange cat in the building guarding the organization's entrance. If real danger arose, he was confident that Iron Door wouldn't stop the cat. After all, the organization had a full 8 fifth-tier awakened. He wouldn't be surprised if the leader was a lower-tier creature. Li Xiaofeng followed closely behind. The iron door sealing the laboratory entrance opened automatically as Lu Fu approached. It seemed to have a specialized identity verification and recognition system. What came into view was a pitch-black corridor. Unlike the entrance corridor, this one had no lights. But Lu Fu seemed familiar with the path, moving swiftly even in the darkness. The darkness had little effect on Li Xiaofeng's vision either, and he followed closely. At the end of the corridor, there was no iron door, but an elevator. An underground elevator. Li Xiaofeng was a bit puzzled, but still stepped inside. They were already 100 meters underground, and now they began descending again. The elevator had no floor display, it was merely a tool for ascending and descending. After descending another 100 meters, the two finally reached their destination. The elevator door clanged open. Li Xiaofeng stepped out, but his expression faltered slightly. This place was lit again, but with green light. Before his eyes lay a wide corridor several meters across. On both sides of the corridor were enormous cylindrical glass containers filled with an unknown dark yellow liquid. But what shocked him were the contents of those containers. They were partial remains of mutated beasts and zombies. There were massive skulls, sharp forelimbs, and even fur with bits of flesh still clinging to it. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly, discerning that these remains had been stored for a long time. This meant that at the very beginning of the apocalypse, this leader had already begun studying these flesh and blood specimens. Had he also realized that the virus was the root of evolution? Li Xiaofeng grew even more curious. He continued, following Lu Fu deeper into the corridor. The sides of the corridor remained unchanged, lined with enormous glass containers. The difference was that the original bodies of these remains grew increasingly powerful. The viruses inside hadn't died, they were likely preserved by this liquid. This liquid was essentially equivalent to the function of Li Xiaofeng's backpack, sustaining the virus life. Human intelligence was indeed not to be underestimated. The two walked another several hundred meters, and the remains stored around them were all from fifth-tier beings. Bathed in the green light, the corridor appeared utterly eerie and uncanny. An ordinary person would likely be terrified at the sight of the zombies and mutant beasts lining both sides. Yet Li Xiaofeng remained unmoved, his expression calm. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed ahead. Beneath the flickering green light, a figure clad in a white lab coat appeared. Before him lay a glass table upon which rested a zombie. What startled Li Xiaofeng was that he could clearly sense the creature had died not long ago. The man in white paid no heed to the two arrivals, continuing his experiment. His scalpel razor-sharp sliced through the zombie's skin with a single effortless stroke, excising a piece of flesh. Simultaneously, he extracted a chunk of flesh from the zombie's abdomen, where a white crystal core lay embedded. Placing both pieces of flesh under a nearby microscope, he began observing them intently. Moments later, he started recording experimental data while continuing his examination. Throughout the entire process, his face remained utterly cold, occasionally flickering with an intense fervor. Li Xiaofeng and Lu Fu waited patiently. Watching the zombie being dissected stirred no emotion within him. Half an hour later, the man concluded his experiment and let out a sigh. The viral concentration in the flesh near the crystal core is higher, yet the core itself contains no virus, only a mysterious substance. How peculiar. Li Xiaofeng's eyes sharpened. He had long known that the crystal core held no virus. Once he had attempted to swallow a crystal core, but it granted him no evolution points. The man removed his white gloves, rubbed his temples with his right hand, and turned to face the two. Lu Fu carried the zombie to the container. He commanded directly, though his gaze fixed on Li Xiaofeng. To Li Xiaofeng's surprise, the man appeared remarkably young with the look of a university student. He had assumed the organization's leader would be a gray-haired elder, or at least someone past middle age. Yet he was so youthful. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he seemed gentle and refined, a smile gracing his face that radiated approachability. But throughout, his eyes never changed, utterly cold, viewing everyone as if they were corpses. Hello, I'm Zhou Yuan. He extended his right hand, appearing exceedingly cordial. Li Xiaofeng, also smiling faintly, shook it briefly. A strange commonality emerged between them. Both seemed warm and friendly on the surface, yet their eyes were profoundly indifferent. The difference was that Li Xiaofeng's gaze held even less emotion. For he was a zombie. Greetings, Dr. Zhou. Zhou Yuan wasted no time on pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. You sought me out to grow stronger, didn't you? Li Xiaofeng, however, remained unhurried and asked instead, Doctor, you mentioned the crystal core contains another mysterious substance. I wish to know, what exactly is it? He harbored several questions about the virus and the crystal cores. Yet lacking precision instruments and the intellect, he had remained ignorant. This doctor before him could likely answer many of his doubts. The man's receding hairline suggested extraordinary intelligence. Zhou Yuan paused, taken aback that the other man posed a question rather than obsessing over power. This surprised him. Unlike every other member of the organization, he felt a flicker of resonance with Li Xiaofeng. He himself was not an awakened, yet he commanded the entire organization. This proved that wisdom outweighed strength. I have long analyzed the substance within the crystal core. It has never appeared on this planet. It is an entirely new material. Through repeated experiments, I discovered one of its functions. It heightens neural excitement and sensitivity. I initially thought it resembled a stimulant, but its molecular structure is entirely different. It also has a hidden property, the ability to revitalize life functions. Zhou Yuan's face burned with fervor. Rarely able to discuss his findings, he was exceptionally animated. The higher the crystal core's grade, the more pronounced the effect. More importantly, this life-revitalizing function can stack infinitely with minimal diminishing returns. Theoretically, with enough crystal cores, one could revive someone from the brink of death. Zhou Yuan's frame trembled. He took a deep breath, then sighed again. Unfortunately, there aren't enough crystal cores to support the experiment. Li Xiaofeng maintained a calm facade, but mentally noted this. Though useless for evolution, he now knew another purpose of the crystal core. Yet he sensed the crystal core was not as simple as Zhou Yuan claimed. Mutant beasts evolved after consuming them, so the substance must also accelerate the virus evolution. Zhou Yuan then showed him various experimental data, interspersing his analyses. The barrage of technical jargon left Li Xiaofeng utterly bewildered. Enough. Li Xiaofeng, his head throbbing, cut the man off. Dr. Zhou, let's talk about getting stronger. Though interrupted, Zhou Yuan showed no irritation and continued, speaking with a smile. The enhancement serum was something I developed within the first month of the apocalypse. I specifically studied various mutant beasts and zombies and discovered that the essence of their power lies in the virus within them. However, the viruses from the two are entirely different, yet they share certain connections. Zhou Yuan turned and walked to a nearby table where several enlarged images were displayed. The two viruses were distinct, yet their shapes were identical. At least for now, the greatest similarity is their ability to devour. By absorbing other viruses, they strengthen themselves. Zhou Yuan pulled out several other images also depicting viruses, but these were much larger. This led me to consider using the virus to empower humanity. But I failed. Zhou Yuan sighed, a trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. At the very beginning of the outbreak, I developed the first-generation enhancement serum and injected it into a physically robust individual. But the virus destroyed that person's nerves in no time. I created a zombie. I realized that the virus might not be the path to human evolution. But the emergence of awakened humans brought a breakthrough to my research. A hint of fervor and excitement colored Zhou Yuan's face as he spoke eagerly. They can actually resist the virus of beings at the same tier. This means I can inject them with the virus without worrying about it destroying their nerves. But then I encountered a new problem. The virus at the same tier had too weak an enhancement effect on them. So I began concentrating the virus, but the concentrated virus brought back the old problem. It would again destroy the awakened's nerves. Everything seemed to return to square one. My research yielded no results. With a smile on his face, Zhou Yuan looked at Li Xiaofeng and continued recounting his experimental journey. Until I discovered a chemical substance that could reduce nerve sensitivity, sounding like a weakened version of the virus. But it is highly invasive. This means that after injecting this substance, the virus will no longer destroy the nerves. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke slowly. That's merely a slow death. Though it allowed temporary survival and granted power, it was only a temporary fix. No wonder that Lu Fu seemed devoid of human emotion. Evidently, he had been injected with too much of this substance, rendering his nerves exceedingly dull. Zhou Yuan did not refute him, but shook his head, an enigmatic look in his eyes. But isn't gaining strength enough? After purification and concentration, this substance can also serve as an anesthetic 100 times more terrifying than ordinary anesthetics. A benevolent smile appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. Just like the scent you're smelling now. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly. Having deactivated his neural collapse, he did detect a strange odor. He had assumed it was just the normal smell of chemicals in the lab, but it turned out to be a neurotoxin. However, because his own nerves were somewhat dulled, he hadn't reacted immediately. Clap, clap. Zhou Yuan clapped his hands, and 8 figures emerged from the depths of the corridor, including Lu Fu. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. 8 fifth-tier awakened beings. These must be the organization's 8 corpse hunters. Their expressions were vacant like walking corpses, yet they still obeyed Zhou Yuan's commands. Unless their nerves completely collapsed. And at that point, they would be discarded, becoming a mere core in Zhou Yuan's hands. I recently had another experimental idea: inject a more concentrated virus to create even stronger subordinates. But if they receive another injection, their nerves will instantly collapse. So, I need to find a powerful individual who hasn't been injected with the virus. Lucky for me you came. Zhou Yuan's face remained benevolent, as if he were conversing with an old friend. Li Xiaofeng had originally planned to activate neural collapse and strike immediately, but upon hearing the other's words he hesitated. He also wanted to know if the concentrated virus would affect him. As for the destruction of nerves, he didn't care. He was already a zombie. Li Xiaofeng offered no resistance. His eyes grew dazed, feigning the effects of poisoning. A corpse hunter carried him onto the glass platform where the previous zombie had lain. He became the test subject. But that was merely Zhou Yuan's wishful thinking. Zhou Yuan, his face filled with fervor, didn't even bother to restrain Li Xiaofeng. He was extremely confident in the concentrated neurotoxin. He turned and walked away, heading deeper into the corridor. Under the eerie green light, several iron doors stood there. Zhou Yuan opened one of the iron doors on the right and stepped inside. Li Xiaofeng caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noting the room's location. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan emerged clad in a white lab coat. In his hand, he held a tube of blue reagent. This is a virus condensed from countless formidable mutant beasts, further refined through my special concentration process. An ordinary person would hardly be worthy of consuming it. But I need a powerful subordinate. According to my analysis, if successful, your strength will undergo a tremendous leap, and dealing with the 8 behind me will be but a trivial matter. Li Xiaofeng remained expressionless. The man was indeed a genius. Beyond the 5th rank lay the lower-tier beings, which indeed promised a leap in power. Without the system, Li Xiaofeng would have been utterly oblivious. Zhou Yuan drew the reagent into a syringe, a smile gracing his lips. Once successful after taming you, I will rely on you to deal with those cockroaches in the mall. With formidable power paired with my custom insecticide, that giant cockroach will surely provide me with new experimental materials. Carefully, he set the blue reagent aside and drew another tube of colorless liquid into the syringe. That must be the neurotoxin designed to suppress the virus damage to the nerves. Li Xiaofeng initially thought the needle would struggle to pierce his skin. Yet the needle slid into his body with ease. It was likely a specially crafted needle similar to Zhou Yuan's scalpel, capable of penetrating even a 5th-rank being's defenses. However, this was also due to his activation of ultimate disguise, which drastically reduced his defensive capabilities. The reagent was slowly injected into his body. Li Xiaofeng showed no reaction. The neurotoxin had little effect on him. Zhou Yuan, detecting nothing amiss, began to inject the concentrated virus. He injected it slowly, seemingly intent on observing Li Xiaofeng's physical response. Li Xiaofeng's calm expression flickered as an electronic chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Host injected with high concentration virus. Evolution points 500. Ding. Host injected with high concentration virus. Evolution points 500. It actually worked. Gazing at the doctor, who looked like a university student, he couldn't help but admire the man's genius. Ordinary viruses from common creatures no longer provided him with evolution points. Yet this man had achieved a breakthrough in power level through concentration. A single tube of concentrated virus granted him 3,000 evolution points, equivalent to 3 lower-tier beings. For a true 5th-rank being, this would vastly increase the probability of advancing to lower-tier. Zhou Yuan's face was now a mask of fervor and excitement, like a madman muttering incessantly. Success, success. Li Xiaofeng's nerves were clearly not destroyed. Oh, a good start was half the battle won. Zhou Yuan, now somewhat delirious, spun around and burst into laughter. But at that moment, he noticed an expression of utter disbelief on the faces of the 8 men before him. Even their numbed nerves could register such an expression. Behind him, Li Xiaofeng, who had been injected with the virus, slowly sat up. Simultaneously, he began to stretch his body. Gaining 300 evolution points for nothing made his deliberate infiltration into the organization worthwhile. Bathed in the green glow, Zhou Yuan saw a shadow rising behind him. The smile on his face abruptly froze. But he chose not to turn back. His sharp instincts instantly sensed trouble. He dashed forward, vanishing into a room. At the same time, the 8 corpse hunters encircled him. The man was indeed cautious, opting to flee the scene directly. Yet he did not choose to escape outward. Despite the unforeseen turn, Zhou Yuan believed his 8 subordinates could handle it. Li Xiaofeng immediately reverted to his zombie form. A student had instantly transformed into a zombie. The stark contrast and disparity stunned the 8 men. Though long exposure to neurotoxins had dulled their senses, they still retained some thought. They were perplexed. Why had a human turned into a zombie? What was the reason? But Li Xiaofeng gave them no time to ponder. His speed surged. He lunged at the foremost corpse hunter, his right hand thrusting out violently. He ripped the man open, tearing out a white crystalline core. The man collapsed, life extinguished. A 5th-rank being was far too fragile against his full power. Fear gripped the remaining 7, yet they charged forward fearlessly. Within minutes, 8 corpses lay on the ground. Each bore a gaping wound in the abdomen, their cores forcibly extracted. Li Xiaofeng turned, not reverting to human form, and began searching for Zhou Yuan. In a monitoring room, Zhou Yuan watched through the camera as Li Xiaofeng transformed into a zombie and effortlessly slaughtered the 8 corpse hunters. His mind reeled. How could Li Xiaofeng be so powerful? Did the experiment fail? He hadn't expected to create another zombie, yet something felt off. If the experiment had failed, some nerves should have been destroyed immediately upon injection, manifesting zombie traits. At that point, he could have stopped the infusion, and the target's strength would never have reached this level. It seemed the man had deliberately let him finish the injection. Zhou Yuan was puzzled. The experiment had taken an unknown turn. Yet he felt little fear. This room was coated in a mysterious powder enough to mask his scent of flesh and blood. The zombie must be tracking him by smell. Besides, a zombie's intelligence was severely limited. But Zhou Yuan's expression soon froze. Li Xiaofeng was approaching his room directly. Does he know my location? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. The creature was nothing like an ordinary zombie. Was it due to evolution or its inherent nature? Despite the life-threatening crisis, Zhou Yuan's professional instincts drove him to analyze. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door shattered his train of thought. But then an unprecedented chill surged within his heart. A zombie was knocking. And how had it arrived so quickly? Zhou Yuan was certain the knocker was that zombie. No one else could enter this lab besides the 8 corpse hunters. Li Xiaofeng, his expression cold, had already locked onto the man's location. When no one opened the door, he unslung the frying pan from his back. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted, jarringly loud and abrupt in the silent lab. The alloy steel door was dented into a concave shape. Zhou Yuan's heart jolted. Through the gap, he could even see Li Xiaofeng outside. This was a true life-or-death crisis. Yet his overwhelming fear vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor. Only a deep regret lingered in his heart. He still had so much research unfinished. He picked up a pistol nearby, aimed it at his temple. Bang! The deafening crash and gunshot rang out almost simultaneously. The iron door was completely shattered, and Zhou Yuan was dead. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected the man to be so decisive. The concentrated virus was incredibly useful. If it could be mass-produced, why bother with the labor of killing enemies? He could just drink potions every day. But someone like Zhou Yuan was dangerous and hard to control. If his ability to mimic humans was exposed, it would surely invite trouble. Death might be a mercy, Li Xiaofeng consoled himself. He began searching the room Zhou Yuan had entered, hoping to find more of that concentrated virus. To his delight, there was another tube. Beside the reagent sat a black canister, clearly meant for spraying. He deactivated nerve collapse and sprayed a bit of the liquid inside. Instantly, the air filled with an overwhelmingly pungent odor that nearly made him retch. More importantly, the smell spread rapidly, soon saturating the entire underground lab with its nauseating stench. Li Xiaofeng recalled Zhou Yuan's mention of a custom insecticide. Was this it? He stowed it away, planning to test it on the cockroach swarm later. He reactivated nerve collapse. The smell was unbearable. Li Xiaofeng began injecting the concentrated virus, which granted 300 evolution points, and was immensely precious. Its raw materials came from elite creatures, but the quantity required was likely enormous. Otherwise, with the corpse hunt organization's many awakened 3 months, should have yielded more than just 2 tubes. Ding. Host injected with high concentration virus. Evolution points 500. Ding. Host injected with high concentration virus. Evolution points 500. Gaining another 300 evolution points, Li Xiaofeng's total now exceeded 80000. He was just one step away from advancing again. Advancing would not only greatly boost his strength, but also complete the weekly quest that had long troubled him. Weekly quest: the birth of a second-order lord. Quest description: as a first-order lord, your power has surged, but the path of evolution continues, and the road ahead grows harder. Advance to second-order lord, and continue leading the zombie race forward. Time limit 7 days. Reward: random upgrade of a skill or talent. This weekly quest had plagued him for over a month. Though it said the time limit was 7 days, after a week passed, the next week's quest was the same. Damn quest. Fortunately, it was nearly complete. He could finally escape this torment. He just needed to hunt one more lord-tier creature to advance. An idea had already formed in his mind. The giant cockroach from the mall that Zhou Yuan mentioned. The corpse hunt organization's inability to deal with it meant it must be a lord-tier being. After all, they had 8 5th-rank awakened. Hunting a 5th-rank mutant beast would be trivial. Bang! An iron door was completely destroyed the last small room. Expecting nothing, he was instead stunned by what he saw. He had thought it would be yet another fruitless endeavor. Yet what he saw sent a jolt through his senses. Resting in the room was a white iron chest filled with a vast number of crystalline cores, among which were 5th-tier and 4th-tier ones. The total count reached several hundred. This was the harvest the corpse hunting organization had amassed over 3 months of hunting. Li Xiaofeng's face lit up with delight, never expecting such an unexpected windfall. No wonder the number of elite zombies and mutated beasts in the city center was so scarce. They had already been cleared out by the corpse hunting organization. This saved Li Xiaofeng considerable trouble. After scouring the entire laboratory, he found nothing else. Li Xiaofeng began commanding all zombie lords to return, preparing to completely infect the entire organization. There were quite a few awakened individuals inside, and crystalline cores could still provide evolution points for the orange cat, making them quite useful for now. An hour later, the zombie squad emerged from the underground corpse hunting organization. Li Xiaofeng's system space now held over 100 additional crystalline cores, though most were of low tier. For an organization of several hundred to have over 100 awakened individuals, this ratio was nothing short of terrifying. Although Zhou Yuan's research had many flaws, it was still somewhat useful. It might be a slow death, but it was still better than dying immediately. The choice between the two was obvious without further thought. Li Xiaofeng stood on the street for a moment, deciding to head first to the mutated cockroach swarm that Zhou Yuan had mentioned. According to his description, there was bound to be a lord creature there. He was now just a step away from advancing. The various zombie lords began to disperse, searching the nearby malls. With their greatly enhanced intellect, a simple description was enough for them to lock onto their destination. Their scattered search proved highly efficient. In just half a day, one zombie lord successfully found it. Li Xiaofeng immediately recalled all zombies and set off without delay. That mall was already on the edge of the city center. He wasn't even sure if the mutated cockroach swarm existed there. But since no other mall was found nearby, he had to go and check it out. A multitude of zombies stood before the mall. This nine-story structure was built in a circular shape, surrounded by various shops. Li Xiaofeng stepped inside cautiously. But the moment he set foot in the mall, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through his body, making him tremble slightly. Compared to encountering the mutated rats, this thrill was far more intense. An even stronger lord creature. Despite the excitement stirring within him, Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow and forced himself to stay calm. He immediately led the zombie squad to retreat from the mall to reconsider their plans. But suddenly a change occurred. The once utterly silent mall erupted with a violent noise. From every shop, corridor, and staircase, an endless tide of black cockroaches surged forth. The smallest were the size of fists, resembling giant insects. The cockroach swarm cascaded like a flood, overwhelming and sky-covering, intent on engulfing the zombies entirely. A chill ran down Li Xiaofeng's spine, and he immediately led the hundreds of zombies out. Though he had anticipated the swarm's terrifying numbers, the sight before him still exceeded his imagination. Looking up, he could no longer see any red light, only pure darkness. Countless black cockroaches had completely blotted out the blood-red sun. They surrounded the 500-plus zombies. Li Xiaofeng's face grew grim. Even a lord creature might be in danger. When numbers reach a certain threshold, they bring about a qualitative change. If each cockroach took a single bite, it would be enough to devour the zombies entirely. Li Xiaofeng began using the virus infection to infect the mutated cockroaches, trying to throw the swarm into chaos. But it was futile. The gap in numbers was too vast. Every zombie cockroach that appeared was instantly torn to shreds. Even the ordinary cockroach's mandibles could inflict minor damage on elite zombies. Every zombie was covered head to toe in black cockroaches. The moment the two sides clashed, some zombies were devoured completely. There must have been thousands of mutated cockroaches swarming, while the number of ordinary ones was incalculable. Even at this moment, cockroaches continued to pour in from every corner of the mall. The mutated orange cat could still kill them instantly, but it was a drop in the bucket. The number of cockroaches was horrifying. Li Xiaofeng's expression turned grave as he thought of the special insecticide in his backpack. He hoped it would work. The things Zhou Yuan had developed were usually quite effective. He sprayed the insecticide from the bottle. Instantly, a pungent odor spread through the air, expanding at a terrifying speed. In a short time, the entire mall was covered. Li Xiaofeng's spirits lifted. The cockroaches before him suddenly froze, then began to fall to the ground one after another. Countless ordinary cockroaches were killed almost instantly. The low-tier mutated ones lasted only a dozen more seconds before wobbling like drunks and dropping to the floor. Only third-tier and above mutated cockroaches could barely stay aloft, but their combat power was drastically reduced. Zhou Yuan really was a damn genius. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected it to work so well either. It instantly solved the terrifying numerical problem of the mutated cockroach swarm. At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed from the depths of the mall. Li Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed sharply as a colossal black shadow swooped down from above. His reflexes were swift as lightning. He instantly gripped the frying pan tightly. Heavy strike slash. Battle surge. Skin hardening. Activating all three skills, Li Xiaofeng's strength surged exponentially. He swung fiercely at the gigantic cockroach. However, to his astonishment, though the cockroach was knocked back, he himself stumbled several steps backward. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, barely able to hold the frying pan. For the first time, the man known for his immense strength was overpowered. The colossal cockroach shook its head, equally stunned. Only then did Li Xiaofeng get a clear look at it. It was a massive black cockroach, its wings slightly spread, its body even larger than an orange cat. It measured over 10 meters in size with two exceptionally long antennae swaying unconsciously. Inside eye. Name Mutant Cockroach King. Rank Second Order Lord. Li Xiaofeng's insight, I could only discern its rank, its talents and skills were completely obscured from his view. This left Li Xiaofeng unable to know his enemy thoroughly. He could only see its power level and lock onto its position. This was the first Second Order Lord he had ever encountered. No wonder it could command such a terrifying horde of cockroaches. The Cockroach King let out a sharp cry, its speed surging once more as it charged straight at Li Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, the mutated orange cat on which Li Xiaofeng had placed high hopes wobbled unsteadily, clearly affected by the specialized insecticide. After all, mutant beasts lacked the decayed neural talent of zombies. Fortunately, aside from the orange cat, he still had 7 Lord-level zombies. 8 Lord-level creatures besieging a single Second-Order Lord. At the same time, Li Xiaofeng activated 3 buff-type skills for 4 of his zombies. Instantly, their combat power skyrocketed. Yet the mutant Cockroach King's strength was equally formidable. The gap between a First-Order Lord and a Second-Order Lord was immense, far exceeding the rank disparity among elite creatures. After all, requiring 1/0 evolution points naturally led to a tremendous boost in power. For a time, both sides were locked in a stalemate. The orange cat still looked miserable, sneezing repeatedly. The Cockroach King seemed to grow impatient. It let out a piercing screech, its body erupting with an even more formidable aura like a black behemoth. Its strength surged instantly. Li Xiaofeng couldn't see its specific details, but guessed it was also a buff-type skill. Suddenly, the Lord-level zombies struggled to withstand its assault. Its antennae lashed out with lightning speed, binding one of the Lord-level zombies. Using its antennae to drag it closer, its terrifying maw tore into the zombie ferociously. In an instant, the zombie was severely wounded. In the nick of time, Li Xiaofeng mentally commanded Xiao Zhuang to activate swift recovery and charge forward. He attempted to rescue the zombie, but the mutant Cockroach King remained unfazed. It clearly possessed higher intelligence, understanding the principle of crippling one foe rather than lightly wounding many. Its maw tore relentlessly, and soon the zombie was drenched in blood. Xiao Zhuang reached its mouth, relying on its resilient body to ignore the attacks. Simultaneously, he pulled out the specialized insecticide from his backpack. Before the Cockroach King could dodge, a torrent of insecticide sprayed directly into its mouth. Though the insecticide lingering in the air had little effect on it, being sprayed directly into its stomach amplified its potency several-fold. Drink your fill. Within moments, the mutant Cockroach King began to convulse violently. Its antennae released the zombie, but the creature had been nearly devoured beyond saving. Even its crystal core had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, the mutant Cockroach King thrashed wildly, its antennae coiling around Xiao Zhuang, while its razor-sharp maw gnawed at him. But Xiao Zhuang's formidable defense combined with swift recovery made him fearless. He continued spraying the specialized insecticide relentlessly into its mouth. The mutant Cockroach King's strength waned steadily. Though the massive dose of insecticide didn't kill it, it left the creature in a weakened state. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaofeng surged forward. He had Xiao Pang cast Berserk on him, dramatically boosting his attack speed. His black frying pan pounded the mutant Cockroach King furiously. In its weakened state, the Cockroach King's defenses had dropped, and the blows left it dazed and reeling. The enhanced attack speed made Li Xiaofeng's strikes appear almost convulsive. Within minutes, a Second-Order Lord beast was beaten to death by his relentless assault. The surviving Third-Order and higher mutated cockroaches all staggered into the air and fled. Though slow, they were remarkably clever. Despite their panic, they chose to escape by flight. Li Xiaofeng and his companions, though immensely powerful, could not fly. Fortunately, thousands of low-level mutated cockroaches lay dead on the ground. Though he had lost 1 Lord-level zombie, the losses could be recouped. For Li Xiaofeng, it was merely a matter of weighing gains and losses. He bent down and used his ability of extraction and collection on the Cockroach King. Ding. Collection successful, obtained the mutated Cockroach King's antennae. Ding. Collection successful, obtained the second-tier Lord's core. Ding. Ability extraction successful, obtained the skill Hard Carapace. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected the ability extraction to succeed once more. Hard Carapace, when activated, it condenses a black shell on a designated part of the body capable of withstanding and reducing various physical attacks. Li Xiaofeng was unsure of the skill's potency, but since it was extracted from a second-tier lord, it should provide some resistance against creatures of that level. He gave the red orb to Xiao Zhuang to devour. This skill wasn't what he desired. He looked at the orange cat beside him, which, though staggering, was still walking over with unwavering determination. With a pleading and adorably naive expression, Li Xiaofeng still tossed the core to it. If the insecticide hadn't affected the orange cat, it would surely have achieved a decisive victory. With its terrifying attack power, it could likely also break through the Cockroach King's defenses. Ding. Host is devouring the flesh of a second-tier lord, evolution value 1000. Ding. The zombie under your command is devouring the flesh of a second-tier lord. Evolution value 250. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value skyrocketed again, gaining a total of 40,000 evolution points. Ding. Host's evolution value has reached 10000100000, meeting the advancement conditions. Advancing. Ding. Advancement complete. Host's base attributes such as strength and speed have been greatly enhanced. Current tier second-tier lord. Ding. Host has comprehended the skill Vibrational Annihilation. Vibrational Annihilation, harnessing vibrational force to bypass the enemy's outer shell and directly devastate their internal organs. The greater the strength, the more lethal the vibration. Cooldown 1 minute. Ding. Host's command skill has been upgraded. Current controllable zombie count 200. Ding. Host's skill Battle Fury has been upgraded. When activated, it provides a 150 boost to combat power. Battle Fury has reached max level. Max level bonus duration doubled. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to comprehend the skill Vibrational Annihilation. According to its description, it ignored armor, and its damage was tied to strength. For him, it was a truly perfect skill. This skill was in no way inferior to the mutated orange cat's Limit Frenzy. Its cooldown was also a mere 1 minute. Now he likely possessed the strength to fight above his own tier. At the same time, Battle Fury had reached its maximum level with the extra effect of doubling its duration. A full 4 minutes of doubled combat power combined with his newly comprehended skill made his lethality likely surpass that of the mutated orange cat. His base abilities had also been vastly enhanced, several times greater than when he was a first-tier lord. No wonder that Cockroach King could stand firm against multiple zombie lords without losing ground. The gap between each tier of lords was immense. The evolution value required for his next advancement had reached a staggering 200,000. Meanwhile, the electronic voice in his head continued to sound. Ding. Host has successfully completed the weekly quest second-tier lord. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Host's talent Mighty Strength has been upgraded. Passive effect increases strength by 4 times, 3 times. Though Mighty Strength seemed unremarkable as a passive talent, each upgrade provided a tangible boost. Combined with his Vibrational Annihilation, his lethality was further enhanced. Finally, he had completed this absurd weekly quest that had stumped him for over a month. Li Xiaofeng began to have the elite zombies devour the mutated cockroaches in an orderly fashion. The thousands of mutated cockroaches were enough to cultivate multiple zombie lords. However, the sheer number of ordinary cockroaches on the ground was overwhelming. This consumed a great deal of Li Xiaofeng's time. After a full 2 days, they had finally devoured all the mutated cockroaches. He didn't bother to collect them. The materials from these elite cockroaches were too insignificant. He only gathered the cores, which amounted to a few dozen second-tier cores. First-tier mutated cockroaches had no cores inside them. In 2 days, the thousands of mutated cockroaches had added a full 8 zombie lords to his undead army. The army's strength had exploded once more. He now had a total of 16 lord-level creatures. 1 zombie had died, including 1 second-tier lord. Similarly, Li Xiaofeng used his newly upgraded command skill to take control of another 100 elite zombies. The army's ranks had expanded further. Li Xiaofeng waved his hand grandly and strutted forward with his army ready to continue the hunt. Just then a ding sounded in his mind, but no information followed. Was the system malfunctioning? He closed his eyes, and the system interface appeared in his mind. Everything else was unchanged, but the map marker was flickering with a faint light. Was there a problem in Wanning City? Li Xiaofeng opened the map and found no other issues nor any mutant beast invasions. However, at the center of the city, a yellow light kept flickering. He tried to zoom in on the map to identify the object, but no information appeared. Previously, if there were mutant beasts, the map would display their rank. Just as Li Xiaofeng was puzzled, a towering yellow beam of light suddenly pierced the distant sky. Judging by its location, it clearly originated from Wanning City. Combined with the light on the map, he formed a certain conjecture. Something must have happened in Wanning City. The yellow beam was dazzlingly bright, visible even from Chili City with utmost clarity. According to his analysis, this beam could probably be seen across the entire province. Li Xiaofeng made an immediate decision: head back. If a fortuitous opportunity arose at his base and someone else seized it first, that would be disastrous. The zombie horde began sprinting at full speed, directly choosing to leave Chili City. They had already gained enough spoils that it was time to return to Wanning City first. Over 600 zombies embarked on the journey home, all elite zombies with more than a dozen lord-level creatures leading them. If they encountered the mutant rat swarm again, they could easily crush through them. They reached that familiar highway once more, but this time the zombie horde made no stops. They pressed on without rest, estimating that they would reach Wanning City in a day and a half. Along the way, nothing unusual occurred. But just then the cry of a mutant beast suddenly rang out. Screech. Li Xiaofeng recognized the sound instantly. It was identical to the golden eagle they had encountered on the way here. He instinctively reacted, immediately dropping to the ground. The elite zombies beside him did the same. The leading zombies suddenly played dead with uncanny coordination. However, the mutant orange cat did not retreat into the woods. Instead, it activated its ultimate berserk mode, its eyes burning crimson. Meow. It let out a thunderous cat cry, glaring defiantly at the golden eagle in the sky. It exuded an aura of fierce battle readiness. Li Xiaofeng raised his head slightly and saw the orange cat's imposing demeanor. That fat cat sure had guts. Its courage had clearly grown. Last time it had fled in panic. Whether provoked by the orange cat's challenge or for other reasons, the golden eagle suddenly swooped down to attack. A massive shadow fell over the zombie squad. The other elite zombies instinctively looked up at the sky, letting out wild roars. But Li Xiaofeng sensed something amiss. The shadow covering them seemed a bit small. He lifted his head slightly and gazed at the mutant beast diving toward them. It was indeed a golden eagle, yet its size seemed smaller than before, and its aura was not as terrifying. Could it be that this was not the same one from last time? As the golden eagle drew near, entering the range of 1,000 meters, Li Xiaofeng activated his inside eye. Name: Mutant Golden Eagle. Rank: Second-tier Lord. Just a mere second-tier Lord. Li Xiaofeng was certain this was not the same golden eagle as before. It was much smaller, and its presence much weaker. The previous golden eagle had been at least a 4th-tier lord. This second-tier lord golden eagle aimed its sharp talons at a 1st-tier lord. How dare a creature of the same rank be so arrogant? Li Xiaofeng remained still, but he was fully prepared in his mind. Heavy strike kill. Battle fervor surged. The golden eagle screeched and lunged at a zombie lord. But suddenly a wave of excitement coursed through its body. The allure of the same-tier virus made it want to retreat instantly. It never expected a second-tier lord among the zombie horde. In that split second, Li Xiaofeng exploded into action. The black frying pan appeared in his hand, and he leaped up violently. No creature shall harm my subordinates in my presence. This is an affront to my dignity. Unless it is stronger than me. Vibration lethal strike. The massive frying pan swung with ferocious force, roaring through the air with whooshing sounds due to its immense power. Bang! A violent crashing sound erupted. The golden eagle let out a pained cry as its head was smashed askew. More lethally, a strange vibration force instantly transmitted into its skull. That single strike gravely wounded it. Meanwhile, the mutant orange cat had already prepared itself. In its ultimate berserk state, its jumping ability had greatly increased. Claw slash. The sharp cat claws sliced through without any resistance. Thus, the massive golden eagle was dismembered. Li Xiaofeng had already anticipated the outcome. He spread out the huge frying pan. Thump, thump, thump. The massive corpse of the golden eagle fell into the pan, but due to its enormous size, parts of the body landed outside. The golden eagle was too big to fit in one pan. Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat's coordination was flawless. However, this time Li Xiaofeng was the main force. The vibration lethal strike's destructive power was terrifying. He was almost certain that after being struck by him, the golden eagle could barely even fly. Ding. Collection successful. Obtained the core of a second-tier lord. Ding. Ability extraction failed. Ding. Host is devouring the flesh and blood of the second-tier lord. Evolution value 1000. Ding. The zombies under your command are devouring the flesh and blood of the second-tier lord. Evolution value 250. Though the ability extraction failed, and only a single core was collected, it provided him with 40,000 evolution points. His evolution value had surged to over 60,000, yet there remained a vast chasm to bridge before reaching 200,000. However, the orange cat, after consuming that core along with a copious amount of flesh, also successfully advanced. The orange cat was not plundered of its evolution value by Li Xiaofeng, and with its ability to devour cores, its pace of evolution rivaled even his own. Ding. Your pet, the mutated orange cat, has reached an evolution value of 1000000100000. Conditions for advancement met. Advancement in progress. Ding. Advancement complete. The mutated orange cat's foundational abilities such as strength and speed have been greatly enhanced. Ding. Skill Claw Slash has been upgraded. It now possesses a greater armor-piercing effect. Ding. Skill Frenzied Carnage has been upgraded. Each enemy slain amplifies strength by 1 up to a maximum of 150, previously 100. Though the mutated orange cat did not learn any new skills or enhance its limitless rampage. Upgrading 2 skills at once was nonetheless a tremendous boon. Together, this zombie and his feline companion might now dare to attempt hunting a 3rd-tier lord creature. Just as Li Xiaofeng was exulting. From Qingbei City, nestled against the verdant Songshan mountain range in the southwest of Huaxia, a sharp and mournful cry suddenly erupted. The terrifying sound waves radiated outward with alarming speed. Countless towering buildings were shattered and collapsed, plunging all of Qingbei City into utter chaos. Zombies in the immediate vicinity had their heads explode and perished instantly, elite zombies included. Low-tier mutated beasts also met an inescapable doom. At the heart of Qingbei City, a flock of golden eagles cried out in ceaseless lament, numbering in the dozens. Each golden eagle was a lord-tier creature. The leading golden eagle's eyes held a strikingly human fury. It gazed northward, having sensed the death of its kin. The golden eagle chieftain spread its wings, spanning dozens of meters, blotting out the sky as it hurtled north with breathtaking speed. Had Li Xiaofeng been present, he would have surely recognized this golden eagle. It was the very mutated beast that had once made him tremble in fear. Of the golden eagle flock's rampage, Li Xiaofeng was utterly oblivious. After fully devouring the mutated golden eagle, he once again led his zombie legion onward. Aware now of his own strength, Li Xiaofeng was in a state of pure elation. Perched atop the mutated orange cat, he casually picked his teeth with an iron needle. The legion moved swiftly, reaching Wanning City in less than half a day. Fortunately, they narrowly missed crossing paths with the Golden Eagle chieftain. After all, Qingbei City lay a great distance from Wanning City, with Nanyu Base situated between them. Though the Golden Eagle's speed was astonishing, it failed to find the perpetrator. Li Xiaofeng remained blissfully unaware, but all of Nanyu Base was trembling in fear. Though the base had firmly established itself, it still held a deep terror of that Golden Eagle. To eliminate the Golden Eagle flock, the base had dispatched 2 waves of awakened squats. But according to the images relayed back, they were almost instantly annihilated. Not a single Golden Eagle could be slain. Nanyu Base could only do its best to avoid provoking the flock, silently focusing on its own development. When Li Xiaofeng returned to Wanning City, the towering yellow pillar of light had vanished. Yet on the system's map, the yellow radiance still glowed, making it easy for him to pinpoint the location. Back in Wanning City, the strength of all zombies had increased by another 10%. With no further delay, he headed toward the source of the yellow light. His curiosity piqued. Could it be some celestial treasure? The kind that with a single bite would let one shatter the void and ascend to immortality. Li Xiaofeng had already envisioned his new title, the Zombie Immortal. The name alone exuded an aura of dominance. He left the elite zombies far behind. Accompanied by over a dozen lower-tier zombies, he rushed toward the city center, confident they could handle any threat. The elite zombies now served only one purpose: cannon fodder. Just then a new alert appeared on the map of Wanning City. Li Xiaofeng opened it to find 4 red dots entering Wanning City from the south. A quick glance revealed their identities. Human awakened, 1/5 tier awakened, and 3/4 tier awakened. Likely dispatched by Nanyu Base. After all, the anomaly in Wanning City was visible across the entire province. As the only major human base in the province, they had no reason not to send investigators. Li Xiaofeng paid them no heed, continuing toward the city center, confident that those awakened would eventually come to him. His speed was extraordinary, and he reached the city center in no time. The yellow light emanated from the rooftop of a tall building, the very spot where he had once eaten a watermelon. Familiar with the path, he ascended cautiously, activating his inside eye. Yet no red phantom outlines appeared in his field of vision. No enemies. Perplexed, he first sent Xiao Zhuang ahead. Even if any danger lurked, Xiao Zhuang could hold out for a while, giving him ample time to decide whether to fight or flee. After transferring his will, he manipulated Xiao Zhuang to the rooftop. There were no enemies in sight, nor any rare treasures. Instead, a small yellow dog stood on the rooftop, its eyes bright, and its short tail wagging incessantly. Its body showed no signs of mutation, clearly unaffected by the virus. As delicate as a dog from a peaceful era, Li Xiaofeng grew even more cautious. Anomalies were bound to harbor danger. He retrieved a rifle from his backpack and shot the dog without hesitation. Had it been an ordinary dog, it would have been riddled with bullets. Yet the result left him utterly astounded. The bullets passed straight through the dog's body. The dog had not moved an inch. The rifle bullets merely struck empty air. This uncanny event left him hesitant. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng could not suppress his curiosity. He manipulated Xiao Zhuang to activate swift recovery and approached the little yellow dog. But as he drew near, the dog seemed to notice him. A crisp bark rang out, and Xiao Zhuang, under Li Xiaofeng's control, shuddered violently, almost turning tail to flee. Yet no danger ensued. Instead, green text projected above the dog's head. Li Xiaofeng cursed himself for his cowardice, frightened by an ordinary dog. Within Xiao Zhuang's vision, a green interface materialized instantly. The very first words left Li Xiaofeng utterly stunned. The words read, "Apocalypse Trader Novice." Below was a list of items categorized into weapons, defensive gear, support items, and survival supplies. Li Xiaofeng stood still, lost in thought. He wondered where this trader had come from, feeling its appearance was far too abrupt. He questioned the system, but received no answer. Whether the system was ignorant or deliberately silent, he could not tell. An alien civilization. It all felt like a dream, the scene before him too bizarre. Yet since the apocalypse had already arrived, perhaps anything else could be accepted. He manipulated Xiao Zhuang to extend a finger and tap on the weapons category. As he expected, it was a touchscreen. The interface shifted again, revealing an extensive list of weapons. Grade 1 battle blade, durable, razor sharp, capable of easily piercing the armor of a rank 3 elite creature. Price 5, rank 3 cores. Grade 2 battle blade, durable, razor sharp, capable of easily piercing the armor of a rank 5 elite creature. Price 5, rank 5 cores. Grade 3 battle blade, durable, razor sharp, capable of piercing the armor of a rank 1 lord creature. Price 10, rank 1 lord cores. Custom liquid cold weapon, morphable, durable, consumes core energy. The higher the grade of the embedded core, the greater the power. Price 5, rank 1 lord cores. Custom laser gun, consumes core energy, power varies with core grade. Can embed up to a rank 5 core, dealing damage to rank 5 creatures. Price 1, rank 1 lord core. Li Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. This trader's currency was none other than creature cores. Moreover, the weapons on sale were clearly not from this planet. Was this a higher civilization? Could it truly be an alien civilization? Li Xiaofeng sensed something amiss. Did alien beings need cores? And this was merely the inventory of a novice apocalypse trader. He speculated that there must be intermediate and advanced traders offering even more formidable equipment. If such weapons existed, why wouldn't alien beings simply slaughter powerful creatures to harvest cores? Why go through this trouble? Li Xiaofeng only knew that cores could evolve mutant beasts. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Could these so-called alien beings be mutant beasts themselves? Doubt consumed him. Though the apocalypse had dawned and anything was possible, he still believed that any existing phenomenon must have a traceable origin, including this apocalypse traitor. He tapped on the defensive gear category. Grade 1 battle armor, extremely durable, resistant to wear, can withstand attacks from rank 3 creatures. Price 8 rank 3 cores. Grade 2 battle armor, extremely durable, resistant to wear, can withstand attacks from rank 5 creatures. Price 8 rank 5 cores. Grade 3 battle armor, extremely durable, resistant to wear, can mitigate attacks from rank 1 lord creatures. Price 15 rank 1 lord cores. Novice liquid armor, morphable, consumes core energy. Defense correlates with the grade of the embedded core. Price 8 rank 1 lord cores. Novice flame city defense cannon, inflicts flame damage on lord creatures with a burning effect, requires a lord grade core. Price 10 rank 1 lord cores. Novice frost city defense cannon, inflicts frost damage on lord creatures with a freezing effect, requires a lord grade core. Price 10 rank 1 lord cores. Novice lightning city defense cannon, inflicts lightning damage on lord creatures with a paralysis effect, requires a lord grade core. Price 10 rank 1 lord cores. Li Xiaofeng was somewhat stunned. Was the level of this alien civilization perhaps too advanced? These were things he had only heard of in online games during the peaceful era. Could there really be physical objects? And these city defense turrets could actually inflict damage on lord creatures. In his view, lord creatures should be an extremely formidable existence, at least on land. If he had a sufficient number of crystals, he would directly purchase 1,000 city defense turrets. Then he would deliberately lure powerful mutated beasts and wait to advance. This little yellow dog required at least 3rd-tier crystals, rendering his large stock of 2nd-tier crystals useless. Just as he was sighing, his gaze caught sight of the words Crystal Exchange floating in the upper right corner of the shop interface. With a thought, he clicked on it. It turned out to be exclusively for exchanging crystals. 1st tier Lord Crystal, 5th tier Crystal 101. 5th tier Crystal, 4th tier Crystal 21. 4th tier Crystal, 3rd tier Crystal 21. 3rd tier Crystal, 2nd tier Crystal 21. Calculated 1 5th tier crystal required only 8 2nd tier crystals. But to exchange for a Lord Crystal, the ratio reached 101. However, this indirectly highlighted the power of Lord creatures. Below the crystal exchange interface, there was also a line of explanation. Note: the exchanged crystals are not physical objects, but virtual currency usable only in the Apocalypse shop. This meant using one's own crystals to convert into a string of digital currency usable exclusively in the shop. This Apocalypse shop of unknown origin placed immense importance on crystals, strictly allowing only deposits and no withdrawals. Li Xiaofeng browsed the other 2 categories, which were some auxiliary equipment. Basic communication device, usable for communication, configured with 1 main unit and 100 communication instruments. Price 10 1st tier Lord crystals. Basic zombie virus serum, can eliminate 5th tier zombie virus. Price 5 5th tier crystals. Pure water source provider, extracts moisture from underground, automatically separates impurities and viruses, providing daily drinking water for 10,000 people. 1 1st tier Lord crystal. After browsing through rows of auxiliary equipment, most were of little use to Li Xiaofeng. However, 2 items did catch his attention. City shield, can withstand attacks from high-tier mutated beasts, covering the entire city. Priced according to area. 10 1st-tier Lord crystals to 1,000 5th-tier Lord crystals. The shield consumes crystal energy. Note: the stronger the attack endured, the greater the energy consumption. Basic flying device, enables creatures to fly at a speed of 10 meters per second with difficult midair direction changes. Price 5 1st-tier Lord crystals. One was a shield covering the entire city, the other a flying device. But both were extremely expensive. This Apocalypse shop was undoubtedly a black market. Nevertheless, some items were quite practical, and Li Xiaofeng felt tempted. He looked at the space in his system storing crystals, and roughly calculated that if converted entirely into 2nd-tier crystals, the number would be around 1,600. This was accumulated over 3 months from looting the corpse hunting organization and hunting various mutated beasts, although he had wiped out 2 mutated beast hordes. But the vast majority of those mutated rats and cockroaches were only 1st-tier mutated beasts with no crystals formed inside their bodies. This meant there were no 1st-tier crystals. As for Lord crystals, he had none at all. Even the crystal of the dead Lord zombie had been devoured by the mutated orange cat. He cast a resentful glance at the fat cat. If only he had saved some. 1 Lord crystal was equivalent to 80 2nd-tier crystals. He placed 5 3rd-tier crystals, intending to try purchasing a 1st-tier combat blade. The originally ordinary yellow dog suddenly opened its mouth, wide, much larger than its own body. Little Taotai. Seeing the dog like this, Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, suddenly reminded of the ancient mythological beast. The crystal was directly swallowed into the dog's belly. Li Xiaofeng controlled Xiaozhuang to touch the dog with his hand, but it passed through. The originally solid crystal also vanished. This level of technology surpassed Li Xiaofeng's imagination. The reason he concluded it was technology was that the little dog showed no emotion, like a segment of code in a computer. In an instant, a white combat blade was spat out by the dog. The blade was about 1 meter long and 3 inches wide, its edge appearing extremely sharp. Zheng. A light flick on the blade produced a crisp, sonorous clang. Although Li Xiaofeng lacked professional knowledge, he could still tell this blade was not made of steel. Running his hand over the edge, he could clearly sense its sharpness. It would likely cut through ordinary third-tier creatures with ease. Though expensive, at least it was a genuine item. Though intensely curious about the origin of this apocalypse shop with no clues, he could not deduce anything. Li Xiaofeng began contemplating which equipment he should purchase. 1,600 second-order crystal cores were equivalent to 200 fifth-order crystal cores or 21st-order Lord crystal cores. They could be used to purchase liquid weapons and liquid armor. Though they appeared to allow free transformation and were not costly to buy, they required crystal core energy to operate. In other words, constant spending was needed after purchase, and the consumption rate was unknown. Given Li Xiaofeng's meager wealth, he could not afford such items yet. Alternatively, he could consider buying 2 city defense turrets. But even if winning city fell, it mattered little to Li Xiaofeng. At most, he would lose a fixed buff that increased combat power by 10%. As for the laser gun, it was not in his consideration either. It was expensive and not very powerful, capable of dealing with only fifth-order creatures at best, and it consumed energy. He ultimately decided to purchase ordinary battle armor and battle blades. Though they were of little use to himself or the mutated orange cat, if he chose to arm the zombies under his command, the impact would be significant. Moreover, both items were resistant to wear and tear. As the apocalypse merchant had just appeared, arming up first, hunting mutated beasts, and obtaining crystal cores would create a virtuous cycle. Though he could abandon any subordinate in critical moments, he still aimed for complete victories against ordinary mutated beasts. Constantly swapping minions would never strengthen Li Xiaofeng's zombie squad. For now, they served only as cannon fodder, but in the future they would need to play key roles. In the apocalypse, one person's strength was never enough. His mind pondered which tier of battle blade to exchange for. A first-order battle blade could only break through the armor of third-order creatures, offering little advantage. A third-order battle blade was highly effective, capable of piercing a first-order lord's armor. But its cost-effectiveness was low, allowing only 2 to be exchanged, which was hardly meaningful. He sighed, wishing the system could forge such weapons. The system's forging. Suddenly, he paused, a thought striking him about the system's capabilities. Though lacking materials to forge such equipment, what about simple synthesis? He bought another first-order battle blade. He stored it in the system's material space, and the forging interface appeared in his mind. He placed 2 white battle blades in it, added no crystal cores, and directly selected forging. A faint light flashed, and the 2 blades merged into a new one. It worked. His spirits lifted as he retrieved the new blade from his inventory. Xiao Zhuang was already a first-order lord with defense far surpassing his peers, making him perfect for testing the blade's sharpness. After a brief test, excitement surged within him. The blade's sharpness could now break through the armor of fifth-order creatures. In other words, he had forged a second-order battle blade. The cost was merely 2 first-order blades, equivalent to forging a blade worth 20 third-order crystal cores for just 10. It was an enforced discount. But his experiment was not over. What would be the cost to forge a third-order blade specifically for dealing with lord creatures? He continued testing, brimming with excitement. When the result emerged, his body trembled uncontrollably, with joy twitching in ecstasy. Only 5 second-order blades were needed. That meant a third-order blade worth 800 second-order crystal cores could be forged for just 100 cores. He had never imagined the forging feature he had overlooked could be so immensely useful. Tests showed the same applied to battle armor. In the end, using 1,600 second-order crystal cores, he forged 5 pieces of third-order armor and 8 third-order blades. This was an absolute bargain. He gave the 5 pieces of armor to himself and the 4 zombies under his direct control. Unlike the others, these 4 had immense potential, and he did not want to abandon them unless faced with life-or-death crises. As for the mutated orange cat, it couldn't wear any armor, having grown to 7 or 8 meters in size. Only liquid armor would fit, but both liquid armor and liquid weapons had to be purchased directly, and the forging feature could not replicate them. The 8 blades were given to 8 lord zombies, while he himself still had the frying pan and had no immediate need for a blade. Now the zombie squad's strength had greatly increased, capable of hunting mutated beast packs, even without him or the cat. Li Xiaofeng gazed with satisfaction at his zombie squad clad in suits and wielding battle blades, looking awe-inspiring and formidable. The other 4 zombies wore pitch-black third-order armor covering their entire bodies, revealing only their ferocious faces, a look befitting of supreme masters. Just as he was about to test the blades, Li Xiaofeng noticed several red dots on the map approaching the city center. They were the 5 awakened from the Nanyu base. He stowed his third-order armor, disguised himself as a human, and left the building first. The light pillar from the apocalypse merchant had long vanished, and he wanted to prevent other mutated beasts or humans from coming here. With enough crystal cores, this merchant was a veritable arsenal. He could eventually arm a terrifyingly powerful zombie army. The awakened squad had already arrived in haste. The leading youth wore a long coat, his hair exceptionally long, obscuring one eye. He looked like a non-mainstream figure from the apocalypse. As he ran, his coat and long hair flowed elegantly. The other 3 were 2 men and a woman, all relatively young, with one even having a somewhat childish face. Brotherly, what do you think has happened in Wanning City? Such an anomaly has appeared, perhaps the entire province can see it, one team member remarked, looking towards the long-haired man leading the way. Cannot say. The captain flicked his long hair, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. The woman behind him couldn't help but twitch her mouth. After spending so much time together, she still found it hard to get used to the captain's pretentiousness. The four quickly arrived at their destination, which was a large building right before them. However, they suddenly halted, their eyes narrowing as they gazed ahead. A student spotted the four of them, his expression flustered as he attempted to flee, looking like a thief caught in the act. The captain's face slightly changed. Could it be that the opportunity had already been seized by him? Since becoming an awakened, the boost in their strength had immersed them in obsession. They could not afford to miss any opportunity. As the apocalypse approached, one's own strength became crucial. The world was now ruled by the strong. Stop! The long-haired man shouted sharply, dashing forward to intercept the student. At the same time, one of his teammates swiftly drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at Li Xiaofeng. The shot was aimed precisely at his knee joints. Although it wouldn't kill him as long as he was incapacitated, he could carry away no treasures. In the instant the bullet flew, Li Xiaofeng twisted his body to evade. However, that delay allowed the long-haired man to close the distance. As the only fifth year awakened in the team, his strength was significantly superior. With his right hand clawed, he ruthlessly struck towards Li Xiaofeng's neck. But Li Xiaofeng retaliated fiercely. He was already a second-tier lord. Although disguised as a human, his strength was suppressed, yet his combat power lay between a first-tier lord and a fifth-tier being. The two engaged in instantaneous combat. The shadows of their punches moved with astonishing speed beyond what an ordinary person could discern. This was already beyond human capability. Li Fuguwei grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that this seemingly harmless student was actually stronger than himself. Such individuals were rare, even in the entire Nanyu base. He retreated, his expression grave as he looked at Li Xiaofeng. His teammates also gathered beside him. I am Li Fuguwei from the Nanyu base. I was impulsive just now, and I hope the young brother can forgive me. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. This non-mainstream-looking person was actually named Li Fuguwei. What a talent. Although he held back a laugh, he said nothing. The other party had not only made a move, but even fired a gun, clearly intent on incapacitating him. Now, seeing his considerable strength, he actually wanted to negotiate. First he attacked the zombies, then he wanted to negotiate with the zombie. Absurd. However, since the other party had also adapted to the rules of the apocalypse where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, it would be easier to handle. His expression grew cold as he raised his head, signaling the four to look behind. Li Fuguwei and his companions frowned, slightly unsure of what was happening, but they still slightly turned their heads to look behind. Yet most of their attention remained on Li Xiaofeng. They were not comfortable turning their backs to him. But a fleeting glance revealed a slight shock on their faces, and in an instant their expressions changed drastically. Hundreds of zombies suddenly swarmed towards them. Unlike the zombies they usually encountered, this group exhibited clear organization and discipline. The 10 or so leading zombies drained the color from their faces, despair flashing in their eyes. These zombies wore suits and wielded white battle knives, their cruel faces displaying indifference and bloodthirst. Among them were 4 zombies clad in black battle armor, exuding an imposing aura. Li Fuguwei and his companions had completely turned around, staring at the horde of zombies, with fear momentarily rendered speechless. Li Xiaofeng silently took out a black frying pan. He knew that the moment he revealed the frying pan, the outcome was already sealed. Bang! One of the youngest boys in the team was knocked to the ground, losing consciousness completely. Li Xiaofeng had become increasingly adept at wielding his strength. Actual combat power was not only related to talent and skills, combat techniques and mastery of strength also influenced the outcome. The other 3 members of the team were startled awake by the sound of the impact, regaining their senses. They turned to see Li Xiaofeng holding the frying pan, feeling somewhat confused. The life and death crisis had arrived, yet they were still fighting among themselves. But the next scene filled them with utter despair, a memory they would never forget. A student had suddenly transformed into a ferocious-looking zombie in an instant. While the 3 were stunned, Li Xiaofeng had already pounced. A day later, Li Xiaofeng once again disguised himself as a human sitting atop a car, his gaze as cold and detached as he stared into the distance. Beside him lay a person unconscious. A large lump bulged at the back of the person's head, slow to subside. That person was none other than the team member Li Xiaofeng had knocked out. From the moment he saw the 4 of them hailing from Nanyu base, an idea had already taken root in his mind. To infiltrate Nanyu base. With the Doomsday merchant in Wanning City, it was practically an arsenal. But unfortunately, he had no money. Even though he could lower equipment costs through crafting, he still needed spirit crystals. By chance, the people from Nanyu base had delivered themselves to him. As the largest survivor base in the province, its population had swelled into the millions. Among them, awakened individuals were countless. The number of zombies and mutant beasts they had hunted was beyond measure. As a nationally renowned metropolis, clearing Nanyu City would inevitably be a monumental task. Countless mutant beasts and zombies would surely perish in the process. Moreover, after the establishment of Nanyu base, powerful awakened individuals would constantly venture out to slay nearby, formidable creatures, preventing any threat to the base. The sheer quantity of spirit crystals within the base must be astronomical. For Li Xiaofeng, relying solely on his zombie squad to gather spirit crystals was far too inefficient. Most importantly, he would not exterminate zombies. That would be akin to destroying his own foundation, and Li Xiaofeng was not so short-sighted. By now, elite mutant beasts in the cities had become exceedingly rare, likely wiped out by Nanyu base. What remained were lord-level creatures ruling as overlords within the cities. Yet their numbers were equally scarce. Traveling specifically to a city just to slay one Lord-level mutant beast was far too inefficient. Chili City was already very close to Wanning City, yet it still took 2 days to travel there. Venturing to other cities would be even more time-consuming. After careful deliberation, he decided to invade Nanyu Base. Though the risk was immense, if discovered even as a second-order lord, he would not escape doom. The rewards were equally great. If he could truly steal the base's spirit crystals, he could fully arm hundreds of zombies and equip Wanning City with a multitude of turrets. Li Xiaofeng let out a low chuckle. A series of murmurs interrupted Li Xiaofeng's fantasies. The person beside him slowly regained consciousness from his coma. Rubbing his eyes, he caught sight of Li Xiaofeng and jolted in alarm. Almost instantly, he assumed a defensive posture. I risked my life to rescue you, and this is how you treat your savior. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained indifferent as he spoke slowly. The other person had no idea he was a zombie. The reason he had saved him was to gain better entry into Nanyu Base. With an awakened individual as an introduction, blending into the base would be virtually foolproof, arousing no suspicion. Though Nanyu Base had many awakened individuals, that was based on a population of millions. According to his estimate, awakened individuals must hold a respectable status within the base. If he could infiltrate, disguise himself as an awakened, and gradually elevate his standing, perhaps the rulers might reward him with a position as a guard for the spirit crystal warehouse. Then, wipe your drool first. The young boy frowned, as if recalling something. Back then their squad had been surrounded by a horde of terrifying zombies. Remembering the zombie army that seemed almost sentient, he shuddered violently. A sudden sharp pain shot from the back of his head. He touched it gently. How did such a large lump appear? You accidentally bumped into my weapon. Li Xiaofeng nonchalantly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and explained with a straight face. Though Yen Lu harbored some suspicion, he hadn't witnessed Li Xiaofeng's true form, and the fact remained that the man had saved him. No matter how hard he thought, he would never guess that Li Xiaofeng was a zombie commanding hundreds of powerful undead. Thank you. Yen Lu expressed his gratitude, solemnly feeling immensely fortunate to have escaped death. But the captain and the others. Li Xiaofeng covered his face with both hands, donning an expression of profound grief. The situation was dire. I needed one hand to hold the pan, so I could only save one person. I saw you were young and figured you'd know how to behave, so I saved only you. Yen Lu's gratitude deepened. Hearing that the other 3 team members had died stirred no emotion in him. As long as his own life was spared, that was all that mattered. How fortunate that he was young, and that was why this man had saved him. I hate this. My abilities were insufficient. I couldn't save the 3 of them. Li Xiaofeng gazed at the sky, his grief-stricken act performed to perfection. Yen Lu's lips twitched slightly. His first thought wasn't that the man was loyal and righteous, but rather that he might be mentally unstable. Who would grieve so deeply for complete strangers? Don't be so sad, to accept it and move on. You're already very strong. Li Xiaofeng's mournful expression froze abruptly. How had it come to this? The victim comforting the perpetrator. Something felt off about this scene. You're right. We have a better tomorrow to pursue, don't we? Li Xiaofeng shed his sorrowful look, brimming with positivity. I want to join the base and contribute my strength to its construction. Li Xiaofeng's expression turned fervent once more. The rapid shifts in his demeanor left Yen Lu momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that introducing someone stronger than the captain into the base could only benefit him. Big brother, my name is Yen Lu, what's yours? Li Xiaofeng. Yen Lu nodded. Little did he know this name would be etched into his memory forever. The two began their journey back to Nanyu Base. As for the zombie squad, under Li Xiaofeng's orders, they split into 3 teams to hunt powerful mutant beasts in various cities and wilderness areas. The first team was led by the second-order Lord Orange Cat, accompanied by 3 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. The second team was led by Xiao Zhuang and Xiaopeng, joined by 4 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. Xiao Zhuang possessed formidable defensive capabilities, but lacked offensive power. Xiaopeng could grant him attack speed and movement speed bonuses, and when equipped with a battle blade, most first-order lords were no match for him. The third team was led by Xiaoxi and Xiaomei, accompanied by 4 zombie lords and 200 elite zombies. Xiaoxi's survivability was low, but paired with Xiaomei's healing abilities, they formed a flawless combination. Each of the 3 teams was a carefully considered lineup. As long as no unexpected events occurred, they would not face a crisis. Moreover, each zombie lord was extremely cautious, a trait that rivaled his own. He could not always lead the teams personally. As the zombie forces expanded, he would need powerful subordinates to command them in battle. If all went well, he would obtain a large number of spirit crystals from Nanyu Base. With these, he could purchase ample equipment to arm the strengthened zombie squad. At that point, they might become a formidable force in the apocalypse rather than the rabble they were now. He hoped that more lord creatures would emerge from the zombie squad. Nanyu Base was quite far from Wanning City, and Yen Lu's team had arrived in a modified vehicle without encountering any dangers along the way. All 4 members of the team believed they were the pinnacle of combat strength in the apocalypse. In truth, it was merely because the lord creatures had no interest in the spirit crystals within their bodies. Li Xiaofeng drove recklessly all the way. The modified vehicle was fast, and with his physical prowess, even a collision would leave him unscathed. But Yen Lu remained terrified throughout the journey. Though he was a 4th-order awakener far beyond ordinary humans, a car accident would still leave him injured. After Li Xiaofeng's disguise, the virus within him seemed to fall into slumber, failing to agitate the Lord creatures. He had no desire to engage them in battle as it would require revealing his true form. He couldn't simply knock Yanlu unconscious every time. Once or twice was fine, but if it happened repeatedly, even a fool would grow suspicious. Nevertheless, he noted the locations of powerful mutant beasts and informed the 3 zombie teams confident that their strength would be enough to annihilate them. The 2 traveled swiftly, reaching the vicinity of Nanyu base in less than a day. This was entirely thanks to Li Xiaofeng's impeccable driving skills. The modified car's hood was flipped up, its 4 tires severely worn, and sparks flew when braking. Yanlu, pale-faced, looked at the distant base and breathed a sigh of relief. He swore never to ride in Li Xiaofeng's car again. It was no different from walking a tightrope over a cliff. Li Xiaofeng alighted gracefully, his sharp eyes instantly taking in the distant Nanyu base. Within a kilometer of the base, all trees and weeds had been cleared, leaving bare ground. On this vast open space, countless cars were arranged, tilted 90 degrees with their tires exposed, adding height. The numerous scrapped vehicles formed a massive rectangular pattern encircling the entire base. This defensive line, though ineffective against powerful creatures, was surprisingly effective against low-tier zombies. After all powerful beings were rare, the entire province had hundreds of millions of ordinary zombies. Thus, for human bases, ordinary zombies remained a significant threat. Behind the vehicular defense line stood a massive white wall. It was dozens of meters high, appearing majestic and awe-inspiring. On the wall were numerous embrasures, each housing a heavy machine gun, their dark muzzles pointing outward. Meanwhile, figures in specialized suits paced back and forth. They were stern, upright, and constantly patrolling. And this was merely the outer wall. Li Xiaofeng could clearly see that the entire base had 3 layers of walls. The middle wall was even taller, armed with more advanced and powerful weaponry. The innermost wall reached a height of 100 meters, making it the safest area of the base. Such construction ensured that even if the outer wall was breached, defense could continue through the middle and inner walls. As the most prosperous city in the province, the base surely housed other modern weapons, though they were not openly displayed. The base was also vast, covering the entire main urban area of Nanyu City, capable of accommodating millions of people. Such defensive fortifications would never have existed in peacetime. Building such a base in just 3 months was nothing short of a miracle. In fact, it might have taken less time considering the initial need to clear zombies and mutant beasts from the city. No wonder no humans had come to small cities like Wanning. All efforts had likely been concentrated on constructing Nanyu base, which was undoubtedly the wisest choice. If they had wandered aimlessly trying to clear the entire province of zombies and mutant beasts, it would have been impossible. Instead, as time passed and the zombies and beasts evolved, the entire province would have fallen. Phone good this way. Yanlu, observing Li Xiaofeng's stunned expression, couldn't help but feel a surge of smugness. The 2 of them drove the modified car into the city. The vehicle defense line had deliberately left several passages for humans to enter and exit the base. Each passage was formed by 2 scrapped cars supporting another, creating an arched opening. They slowly drove into the base. The city gate stood open only to be shut during emergencies. Yanlu sensed Li Xiaofeng's erratic driving skills. His expression shifted as he warned, "Feng Gu, be careful. There are landmines buried within the vehicle defense line. Don't hit them." He feared their reckless driving might trigger an explosion. The thought of being blown sky-high at the city gate was unimaginable. As the car crept forward, they spotted a ragged figure ahead, clutching a black backpack. At the gate, guards in special uniforms immediately stepped forward to inspect the backpack, opening it. The man's face betrayed pain as he spoke timidly. "Please, brother, could you lower the fee? I have 3 children to feed at home." The guard's face was cold, his gaze fixed on the man. The man flinched, quickly apologizing, realizing he had misspoken. The backpack contained only 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of beer, nothing else. The guard directly took 1 pack of cigarettes. The man's face turned ashen as he pleaded, "Brother Chen, the fee isn't that high." Li Xiaofeng watched the scene, puzzled. Fortunately, Yanlu was socially adept and quickly explained. Since the base was completed, many lost their jobs and couldn't get food, so they have to scavenge outside. But to re-enter, they must pay a portion of their findings as a toll. Li Xiaofeng gave a faint, ironic smile. The base he had built with his own hands now demanded an entry fee. The guard, expressionless, pocketed the cigarettes and tossed the backpack back to the man. Scram. He didn't bother to explain. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the approaching modified car. Though nearly wrecked, having a car in the base signified status. The guard's cold face instantly twisted into a fawning grin, the transformation startlingly swift. Bowing, he recognized Yanlu inside the car. "Brother Yan Wana Huazi." Yanlu glanced cautiously at Li Xiaofeng, seeking his approval. Li Xiaofeng shook his head. As a zombie, he had no craving for cigarettes, only smoking for show. This gesture made the guard's eyes widen, and he regarded Li Xiaofeng with newfound respect. Clearly this man outranked Yanlu. Li Xiaofeng turned to look at the man. He wore a green uniform, not the military attire of peacetime, but one embroidered with a long knife on the chest. The guard handed Yanlu a cigarette, lit it for him, and asked, "Brother Yan, where are Captain Li and the others?" "Alas, don't mention it. They're all gone. A major calamity struck Wanning City. I need to report to the higher-ups immediately." Yanlu sighed, then looked at the man. "By the way, give me a pass for the inner city. Thanks to Brother Li, I escaped alive." Hearing that Li Xiaofeng had saved Yanlu, the man froze. A flicker of shock crossed his face, followed by even greater deference. Powerful awakened beings held lofty status in the base far beyond that of commoners. Li Xiaofeng examined the red card in his hand, also engraved with a long knife. He murmured thanks and tucked the card away. The guards, seeing Li Xiaofeng's approachable demeanor, felt a fluttering sense of flattery. Brother Feng, no need to be so kind to them. We awakened beings have high standing here. Any powerful creature requires our intervention. Li Xiaofeng said nothing, instead gazing through the shattered window at the scene within the city. In the outer city, everyone was ragged, even intact clothes patched and filthy. All faces were etched with bitterness and sorrow. Their bodies were stooped, their complexions sallow, clearly malnourished for a long time. This was far from what Li Xiaofeng had imagined. He had assumed that as a large base housing millions safe from annihilation, everyone's life would be on track. Though not as good as peacetime, it should at least be survivable. But seeing the numbness of the people, he realized he was gravely mistaken. As a zombie, he had never worried about food lacking empathy, so he could hardly imagine their plight. Get lost, you little brats, or he'll run you over. Though Yen Lu was obsequious before Li Xiaofeng, he was a figure of some importance in the base. Ahead, a group of emaciated children trudged along. They all looked weary, covered in dust. Clearly they weren't playing, but had been doing strenuous hauling work. The eldest child, his dark right hand clutching a white cloth bag tightly, had a look of exhilaration, as if holding on to hope. Hearing Yen Lu's roar, they turned, saw the car, and fearfully scrambled out of the way. Li Xiaofeng's expression was cold, unmoved by the scene. But inwardly he gained a deeper understanding of this base. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, played out in stark relief. Many industries from the era of peace had vanished entirely. Within the base, only a handful of jobs remained, yet millions clamored for them. Naturally, there were far too many mouths to feed, and people starved to death every day. Yet they lacked the courage to change their plight. They knew that leaving the city to slay zombies or mutated beasts could make them awaken, but only a few dared to try. The majority merely sought to eke out a meager existence within the base. In the apocalypse, those without ability and courage were destined to be eliminated. That was the grim reality. The outer city was vast, and Li Xiaofeng drove slowly, observing the base's structure. Yen Lu occasionally cursed at the passers-by, his expression ferocious. It was as if two zombies were riding in the car. There were no high-rises in the outer city, instead newly built dwellings dotted the landscape, semicircular in shape, varying in size. Li Xiaofeng recalled a starfish's home from a cartoon of the peaceful era, except these were made of black stone. Such construction saved the most on materials and space. Each dwelling housed several, or even dozens of people. Looking out, they resembled nothing more than tombs, only lacking a headstone before them. The numerous tombs were scattered apart, leaving wide streets for vehicles. Everyone wore a numb expression, like walking corpses, blending eerily well with the bizarre dwellings. Only by enduring the apocalypse could one appreciate the goodness of peacetime. The jobs they once loathed could now only be seen in dreams. Yet there were also normal houses in the outer city, standing out conspicuously. Through the car window, Li Xiaofeng saw they were all shops. Feng Ge, most of these shops are pawn shops. You can trade all kinds of resources. Mutated beast flesh, cigarettes, and liquor from the old world, even the location of powerful mutated beasts. Anything useful can be exchanged for food. The hard currency in the outer city is grain. But although these are outer city shops, they are all controlled by big shots behind the scenes. Li Xiaofeng nodded slightly, gaining a general understanding of the outer city. Passing through at Yen Lu's reminder, they drove into the inner city. The walls here were tall, and the fortifications far stronger. Feng Ge, be careful driving in the inner city. It's where all the influential people of the base live, and many awakened reside here. Yen Lu shed his previous arrogance, becoming cautious, fearing Li Xiaofeng might speed through the inner city. The inner city. Then what's the innermost area called? The inner city. Who lives there? Yen Lu's mouth twitched at the term inner city. But he quickly composed himself, a note of caution in his eyes, as he deliberately lowered his voice. That's the core district of the Nanyu base, where the true big shots reside. The most powerful among them is the Wang family, an ancient martial arts clan from the era of peace. His voice dropped even lower. Although they were an ancient martial arts clan, they were just a group skilled with cold weapons. In peacetime, even survival was a challenge for them. But when the apocalypse came, relying on their agile physiques, a large number of awakened emerged from the family. The chaos in Nanyu City was quickly quelled thanks to them. Coupled with cooperation from the military, they soon established the Nanyu base and became the real power brokers within. But as researchers developed methods to enhance strength, the awakened grew even more powerful. Feng Ge, powerful awakened can completely ignore bullets. The Wang family's status rose again. Now the sole authority in the Nanyu base is the Wang family. The old powers from the peaceful era have been stripped of their influence, but to appease the soldiers and the masses, they still reside in the core district. Yen Lu laid out the power structure of the core district. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected that the Wang family had taken complete control of the entire Nanyu base. The two awakened he had slain in Wanning City were from the Wang family, sent to retrieve a professor. The inner city is home to various awakened and top-tier talents from all fields. With your strength, Feng Ge, you would surely hold a high status in the inner city. If you could advance further, become a pioneer, and be recruited into the Wang family's ranks, you could become one of the elite in the core district. Your status would be unparalleled. A pioneer. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, a guess forming in his mind. Yanlu knew his strength was at the peak of fifth-tier beings. But the other spoke of advancing further, implying he had seen those stronger. The only possibility was Lord-level beings. Human lords. A base this large must have Lord-level beings, otherwise it would have fallen long ago. He just didn't know how many there were. How do awakened ones improve their strength? Li Xiaofeng asked casually. He had encountered Zhou Yuan before, who chose to inject the virus. But that method was unreliable. The 8 corpse hunters were clearly dazed, and their combat effectiveness greatly diminished. However, the awakened he met from Nanyu base were all indistinguishable from ordinary humans, showing no issues at all. The other party must have discovered a safer method. Brother Feng doesn't know. Yanlu was somewhat shocked, never expecting that Li Xiaofeng was unaware. How then had he grown so strong? Li Xiaofeng cast a cold glance at him. The latter showed a trace of fear and began to explain patiently. Researchers have figured out the function of crystal cores. The substances inside allow awakened to enhance their strength and advance continuously without side effects. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly. This should be the correct method for human advancement. But soon his brow furrowed again. If the crystal cores were all used, wouldn't his trip to Nanyu base be in vain? However, he thought of the Wang family, the base's autocrats, who would inevitably control such strategic resources. They wouldn't let other awakened obtain them easily, or their own status would be threatened. Regardless, he had to try. The two arrived at the gate of the inner city, where the guards were notably cautious. After checking their cards, they were finally allowed to pass. The guards remained stern throughout, showing no flattery. As soon as they entered the inner city, the entire scene of the base transformed dramatically. It was a completely different style. Here, high-rise buildings stood in clusters, including both those from the peaceful era and many newly constructed ones. Though not clad in luxurious garments, everyone here was impeccably clean, well-dressed, and wore expressions of pride. Compared to the outer city, it was an entirely different world. Li Xiaofeng felt as if he had returned to the peaceful era, save for the blood-red sun still hanging high in the sky. In the inner city, besides high-rises serving as residences, there were still shops lining the streets. However, these shops now offered crystal core recycling. A single second-tier crystal core could be exchanged for a large amount of food, even luxury goods like cigarettes and alcohol. But even so, few people made such exchanges. The inner city was vast, at least much larger than the outer city. As a major city from the peaceful era, the main district could easily accommodate millions. Yet the reason the outer city was so crowded was that the inner city and core district occupied a massive area. The two drove a battered modified car, bypassed several streets, and finally arrived before a large building. This building stood dozens of stories high, one of the most prominent structures in Nanyu Base. This is the Awakened Guild of Nanyu Base. Every awakened must come here to register and file their information. You can also take on quests here, but you need to pay a certain number of crystal cores as a fee for the location provided. As an awakened, you hold a high status, but you must hand over 1 crystal core of the same tier every half month. This is an iron law. The higher your awakened level, the greater your status in the base. In return, once the base develops new things, they will prioritize providing them to awakened. Yanlu patiently explained to Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng hadn't expected that the seemingly chaotic Nanyu base would have a dedicated guild for awakened. After all, the Wang family rose to power through awakened, so they naturally placed great importance on them. Yanlu led Li Xiaofeng to fill out a guild application form. As an outsider, he naturally had to state his origins, but he didn't write Wanting City. Instead, he claimed to be from a corpse hunting organization in Chili City, not wanting anyone to suspect his connection to the zombies in Wanting City. But no one really cared about his background. It was enough that he was human. After completing the application, the next step was to test his awakened level. The testing process required meeting any one of the criteria for strength, speed, or reflexes to be classified as an awakened of the corresponding tier. Li Xiaofeng suppressed his power, unleashing only 5th-tier strength. Such prowess commanded high status in the base without drawing undue attention. If he had directly revealed his lord-level strength, it would likely have triggered a thorough investigation into his background. In the end, the guild rated him as a 5th-tier awakened with a guild rank of 1. Here, guild rank required continuously completing quests to earn contribution points and level up. To enter the core district, not only was the strength of a pioneer needed, but also a guild rank of 5. If Li Xiaofeng wanted to become a guard at the Crystal Core warehouse, he first needed to raise his guild rank to have a chance. Meanwhile, Yanlu immediately reported what he had seen and heard in Wanting City. Hundreds of elite zombies and over a dozen suspected pioneer-level leaders. Such news stirred a massive uproar within the guild. Even for Nanyu Base, it was a bombshell. The information quickly spread upward, and within less than an hour someone arrived from the core district. A luxury sports car from the peaceful era soon pulled up at the guild entrance. The multitude of awakened individuals murmured among themselves, their gazes toward the person in the vehicle tinged with both reverence and fear. A girl wearing sunglasses stepped down from the car. She was clad in a black form-fitting suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Her delicate face was lightly made up, and despite the sunglasses obscuring her eyes, she exuded a captivating charm. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, slightly not due to her appearance. With his zombie aesthetic, she was far less appealing than that fat cat. What made his eyes sharpen was that her rank had reached First-Order Lord. Tap tap tap. Wearing a pair of high heels, the girl walked gracefully over to Yanlu. Yanlu bowed his head slightly, his expression full of reverence, not daring to meet her gaze. Was it you who reported the information from Wanning City? The girl named Wang Yu was a direct descendant of the Wang family, holding an exalted status and possessing formidable strength herself. Yin Lu nodded slightly. Without needing Wang Ye's prompting, he began to recount his experiences truthfully. However, he concealed the part about being knocked unconscious by Li Xiaofeng. He also found it embarrassing that he had directly collided with the other's weapon. The girl nodded faintly, her delicate face turning serious. Yin Le's strength had reached the 4th Order Awakened level, and his team leader was Li Fuguei. Although Li Fugui's name was comical and his appearance unconventional, his combat prowess was exceptionally high-renowned, even among 5th Order Awakened. For someone to force him into a desperate retreat could only be a pioneer. Could it be that over a dozen zombies with pioneer-level strength had appeared? Were the zombies growing stronger too? Awakened individuals paid little heed to ordinary zombies. Even if countless zombies breached the base, they could escape with ease. Only formidable mutant beasts warranted the attention of the Awakened. But now it seemed the situation had shifted once more. Even the zombie hordes were becoming stronger. Upon hearing that Li Xiaofeng had saved Yin Lu, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Ye's face. She nodded slightly toward Li Xiaofeng, but the next moment she struck without warning. No one expected Wang Yu, a pioneer, to launch a sudden assault. A trace of panic flashed across Li Xiaofeng's face as he clenched his right fist and retaliated fiercely. Bang! Their attacks collided instantly. Li Xiaofeng stumbled back several steps, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Wang Yu, his face pale. A top-tier 5th Order Awakened. Wang Yu had not used her full strength, merely testing him. You managed to escape from over a dozen pioneers while dragging a burden. Wang Ye's expression turned sharp, her eyes behind the sunglasses boring into him. The oppressive aura of a pioneer pressed down on Li Xiaofeng. If he could not provide a satisfactory explanation, she would surely unleash her full power. At this moment, Yin Lu also sensed something amiss. In his desperation to escape death, he had not considered it carefully. But reflecting now, with over a dozen pioneers, what 5th Order Awakened could calmly flee while carrying someone? I escaped while the other 3 were entangled by the zombies. Li Xiaofeng's expression returned to calm as he explained nonchalantly. Yet inwardly, he grew wary of Wang Yu. Doubt still lingered on Wang Ye's face. Such a simple explanation was hardly convincing. Li Fuguei and his 2 companions ambushed me first, trying to use me as bait to hold off the zombie horde. But I was prepared. I wounded the 3 of them and left them surrounded by the zombies. As for Yin Lu, he was from the same team. I saved him only to prevent the zombies from chasing me. I could use him to buy time if needed. But he was lucky. Li Xiaofeng recounted the incident with an air of indifference. Wang Ye's expression remained impassive, but inwardly, she was already 70 to 80% convinced. His strength had even surpassed that of a 5th Order Awakened. With a surprise attack or a lethal technique, dealing with Li Fuguei would not be too difficult. He had not concealed his indirect role in the deaths of Li Fuguei and the others. If Li Xiaofeng had spoken with righteous indignation, it would have aroused suspicion. Explaining it this way made everything seem plausible. As for whether he had struck first or Li Fuguei had initiated the attack, it no longer mattered. Even Yin Lu, the person directly involved, showed no reaction. Regardless, he had survived. That was enough. Though Li Xiaofeng's motives were impure, he had still saved him. Wang Yu gave Li Xiaofeng a long, penetrating look and nodded. She turned to the guild staff and let out a slow sigh. To the south of Nanyu base, Qingbei City harbored eagle flocks. To the east, Rongqing City held formidable aberrant creatures. The western city of Xishan had also encountered problems, and the only safe northern route now faced a powerful zombie horde. It was clearly an organized and disciplined zombie army, undoubtedly led by an even stronger commander. The situation, which had seemed stable, was beginning to shift once more. Though Nanyu base appeared secure, undercurrents surged on all sides. Elevate the zombie horde in Wanning City to an rank mission. The girl's voice brooked no dissent, defining the nature of this incident. Apart from the Shrank Golden Eagle Swarm, there were only 2 rank missions in the entire Nansong province. Now another one had emerged. Every rank incident posed a significant threat and impact to the Nanyu base, proving to be quite troublesome. If they attempted to handle it, the Awakened at the Nanyu base would also suffer heavy losses. Even formidable teams dared not accept such a mission lightly. Wang Yu quickly drove away from the guild, intending to return to the core district to discuss the matter with the Wang family's inner circle. I am Chen Lin. Interested in joining us? A burly man stepped out of the crowd and approached Yin Lu after Wang Yu left. Yin Lu was startled, never expecting a team to take the initiative to invite him. Hearing the name, Chen Lin, his expression lit up with joy. The opposing team consisted of 6 members, 3 of whom were 5th rank Awakened. However, it seemed they had lost a member during their last mission, hence the need for a replacement. Yin Lu casually informed Li Xiaofeng of his decision, nodded in agreement, and joined them. He hadn't expected to turn misfortune into fortune and join a stronger team. With the team's strength, they could likely undertake even more challenging missions. Li Xiaofeng hadn't anticipated Yin Lu would abandon him so readily. Yet with his own abilities, he could easily handle missions alone. Ignoring the stares of others, he inquired with the staff and saw the mission board. Shrank mission: eliminate the Golden Eagle Swarm in Qingbei City. Mission difficulty: extremely dangerous. Several Awakened squads have already perished. Mission requirements: team members must have an average guild rank of 4 with at least 3 pioneers. Mission rewards: all team members receive a rank promotion and eligibility to enter the core district. Bonus reward, 31st rank Pioneer Crystals. The top-listed mission was the Golden Eagle Swarm. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but recall the 2 golden eagles he had encountered on the road that day. He had a premonition that those 2 eagles were from this very swarm. Not only could he not meet the mission requirements, but even if he could, he wouldn't dare to court death. Even leading a zombie army would likely result in total annihilation. He looked at the subsequent missions. A rank mission, the strange creature in Rongshan City. Mission difficulty, dangerous. Mission requirements, team members must have an average rank of 4 with at least 2 pioneers. Mission rewards, all team members receive a rank promotion and eligibility to enter the core district. A rank mission, the White Mist in Shishan City. Mission difficulty, dangerous. Mission requirements, team members must have an average rank of 4 with at least 2 pioneers. Mission rewards, all team members receive a rank promotion and eligibility to enter the core district. The lower tier missions were still a rank, but no detailed introductions were provided. Upon inquiry, he learned that mission intelligence was only disclosed upon confirmation of acceptance. Moreover, accepting a rank and S-rank missions required no payment of crystals. The non-U base was desperate for teams to step up and resolve these pressing threats. There were only 2 A-rank missions, both appearing exceedingly dangerous. The requirement was that the team must include a pioneer. Such a team would be an absolute top-tier force in the inner district with 1 foot already in the core district. According to Wang Yu's own zombie army, likely constituted in a rank incident as well. However, the zombie army had already dispersed across various cities to hunt mutated beasts. He instructed the zombies and the orange cat under his command to avoid the cities involved in A-rank missions. Based on his estimation, an A-rank mission either involved multiple lords or a high-ranking lord. Even if the zombie army could prevail, they would pay a heavy price. Li Xiaofeng browsed through the missions one by one, his brow furrowing slightly. Raising his guild rank to enter the core district was no simple feat. Without joining a team, he could only start with the lowest level missions, many of which required a team. According to his calculations, without joining a team, reaching guild rank 5 would likely take at least a year. He couldn't afford to wait that long. With the apocalyptic situation growing increasingly tense, he had to establish his own power as soon as possible. He needed to find a team, and one with a high average rank at that. However, it seemed no nearby teams were interested in recruiting him. Despite his low guild rank, his personal strength was evident. He should have been a highly sought-after individual. But the reality was quite the opposite. Observing the wary gazes of the crowd, he guessed the reason. It was likely because he had openly admitted to framing Li Fugui and his 2 companions. This had made everyone hesitant to take him in. Even though in such a situation most awakened would have acted even more ruthlessly. Still, stating it outright was hard for others to stomach. Li Xiaofeng sneered unperturbed and registered his information on the guild's freelancer list. If any team valued him, the guild would contact him. After registering at the Awakened Union, Li Xiaofeng was assigned an apartment in the inner city, a dwelling that all outer city residents yearned for. As a 5th rank awakened, his residence was already close to the core city. Throughout the inner city, aside from the exceedingly rare pre-enlightened 5th rank, was the pinnacle. Li Xiaofeng lived on the top floor of a high-rise building. Lying on a rattan chair on the balcony, he pondered his next steps, drawing from his own observations and discreet inquiries among the city's residents. He had concluded the Wang family had amassed a substantial hoard of spirit crystals numbering at least tens of thousands or more, enough to arm his zombie legion. With surplus crystals, he could attempt to synthesize equipment of 3rd rank and above. However, to infiltrate the Wang family, he first needed access to the core city. He could either keep completing missions until his union rank reached 5 and his strength matched the pre-enlightened, or accomplish a single rank mission. Ding! As Li Xiaofeng was lost in thought, an electronic chime sounded at his door. A small display screen was installed at the entrance of his apartment. Through the newly established local network of non-U base residents could communicate with one another, though only the inner and core cities had such devices. A message appeared on the screen. The sender's ID was 12,138. Hello, our team would like to invite you to join. If interested, we can discuss in person. Li Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly he had received an invitation. In the apocalypse, strength was truly the only passport. He looked up the address of ID 12138, which turned out to be not far from his own, just across the street. A few minutes later, he stood at the door. A slow knock echoed. Li Xiaofeng was reminded of the past, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. It had been so long since had knocked on a door. A burly man opened the door. His fierce aura was accentuated by a scar that slashed across his right eye, adding to his intimidating appearance. Hello, I'm Zhao. The man beamed warmly at Li Xiaofeng, his smile a stark contrast to his fierce look. The Awakened Union had Li Xiaofeng's identity records, so it was no surprise the man recognized him. Li Xiaofeng. The man invited him inside and poured him a glass of iced beer, a rare luxury in the post-apocalyptic world. Please wait a moment. I'm the team leader, but I need the other members to weigh in. Li Xiaofeng nodded silently and waited patiently. Half an hour later, 3 people filed in: a lean young man, a rotund fellow, and a bespectacled student. However, once awakened vision problems ceased to exist, the glasses were merely decorative. Li Xiaofeng quickly assessed the team's strength. The leader was a 5th rank awakened, and the other 3 were 4th rank. Zhao Mang explained Li Xiaofeng's potential entry to the group and asked for their opinions. The fat man and the student remained expressionless, merely nodding without a word. But the lean young man's face darkened as he finally spoke. I heard Li Fugui and his 2 companions died because of him. Would our team dare to take in such a man? Zhao Meng let out a scornful laugh and shook his head. If you were at death's door and betraying a stranger meant survival, what would you choose? Besides, Li Fugui struck first. He was simply outmatched. The lean young man fell silent. He knew that when it came to strangers, or even teammates, he wouldn't hesitate to do the same. In the end, Li Xiaofeng successfully joined the team. Apart from the leader's name, he knew nothing of the other 3. But as long as their union ranks were high enough, it sufficed. The other 3 were rank 3 and the leader was rank 4. The team's average rank reached 3 enough to accept rank missions. Although the other 3 had tacitly accepted his entry, Li Xiaofeng could still sense the youth's murderous intent, and even the other 2 harbored veiled hostility. Perplexed, Li Xiaofeng wondered why they bore him such ill will. Could Li Fugui be their father? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and left the room. 3 4th rank awakened bearing murderous intent toward a 2nd rank lord. Unless they courted death, Li Xiaofeng had no intention of killing them. He merely wanted to use this team to complete his missions. The 3 were mere minnows, utterly incomparable to the vast horde of crystals in the city. After returning home, Zhao Meng explained the team's situation, saying the others were probably just not used to a new member and hoped Li Xiaofeng wouldn't mind. A flimsy excuse. But Li Xiaofeng didn't care. Learning that Zhao Meng had gone to the Union to pick up a mission, his spirits lifted. At last he could get to work. After he returned, night fell, and the clock struck 12. The electronic voice once again echoed in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding! A new weekly quest has been released. Please check it, host. Ding! Weekly quest, 3rd tier lord. Quest brief: having reached the 2nd tier lord, your power has surged greatly. Yet the path of evolution continues, growing ever more arduous. Advance to become a 3rd tier lord and continue leading the zombie race forward. Quest duration 7 days. Quest reward: randomly upgrade 1 skill or talent. As soon as he saw the quest name, a foreboding sense stirred in Li Xiaofeng's heart. Even the quest brief and rewards remained virtually unchanged. Was the system unable to issue new quests? Li Xiaofeng felt somewhat disgruntled, yet the reward was still remarkably enticing. With each advancement, he gained 1 more opportunity to upgrade a skill and talent compared to other beings. His evolution points had already surged by several thousand. It seemed the zombie squad had reaped some gains. Through the zombies under his dominion, he also received a share of evolution points. The next day, Zhao Meng gathered the 4 members of his team to discuss the mission. Although Li Xiaofeng required no rest, humans still did, even as awakened ones. The entire conversation revolved around the 4 of them debating, with Li Xiaofeng remaining silent. With his strength as a 2nd tier lord, he could even execute an A-rank mission solo with a fair chance of success. Ultimately, the team accepted a Brank mission. Brank mission: the Giant Serpent of Ning County. Mission intel: according to scavengers, ordinary humans who venture out to gather resources, a black giant serpent roughly 10 meters in length has appeared in Ning County under Nanyu City. Furthermore, a multitude of ordinary mutated snakes lurk there. The base estimates the black giant serpent to be a 5th-tier elite creature with over 100 ordinary mutated snakes, and its brood mostly of the 1st and 2nd tiers. Mission difficulty: hard. Mission reward: 2,000 contribution points. This mission's difficulty suited the team. 2 5th-tier awakened were sufficient to handle it. Moreover, the reward was substantial. With 2,000 contribution points, Li Xiaofeng's guild rank would directly ascend to level 2. However, based on the mission intel, he quickly sensed something amiss. Could a 5th-tier creature command elite beings? From his past experience, when a large number of elite mutant beasts gathered, a lord inevitably lay at their core. Either the black giant serpent was a 1st-tier lord, or a more formidable lord lurked deeper within the serpent swarm. Only these 2 possibilities existed. This mission is not so simple. Li Xiaofeng spoke, bluntly unwilling to see the team perish on this mission. Reassembling a new team would cost him precious time. Only by staying in one team could his contribution points accumulate faster. What the hell do you know? Our team has already executed. The lean young man sneered, dismissing Li Xiaofeng's analysis entirely. He was a veteran who had completed several missions, though only at the 4th tier. But finishing this mission would grant him a crystal core enough to advance once more. Then he would be on par with the captain. Slap. Li Xiaofeng directly cut off his words, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Though not using full force, the blow sent the young man's teeth flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Li Xiaofeng shook his hand, ignoring him. Since he refused to heed the warning, so be it. This slap was merely a lesson. To taunt a zombie, truly tired of living, Li Xiaofeng had already resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate him during the mission. Let's go. A subtle gleam of delight flickered in Zhao Meng's eyes as he rallied the team in a serious tone, showing no intention of defending his veteran member. Fang Jia could only cover his face, swallowing his anger. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes toward Li Xiaofeng grew fiercer, no longer concealed as before. The team's vehicle was a modified Hummer, its performance vastly enhanced in every aspect. The driver was the bespectacled student. He was an excellent driver and proficient with firearms, serving as the team's ranged attacker. Everyone in the car introduced their abilities. Captain Zhao Meng possessed petrified skin and strength enhancement, making him the team's primary melee fighter. The student had driving mastery and firearms proficiency, responsible for combat support. The fat man had constitution enhancement and fatigue reduction. His endurance far surpassed others handling support and logistics. The young man, injured by Li Xiaofeng, had blade mastery and vision enhancement, also a main melee combatant. If he broke through to the 5th tier as an awakened, he might even surpass Zhao Meng. As for Li Xiaofeng, he merely claimed to have strength enhancement and frying pan mastery. Though it sounded peculiar when Li Xiaofeng produced the enormous meter-long frying pan, the others chose to believe him. The team drove cautiously through the inner city. But once outside the outer city, they accelerated, paying no heed to the outer city's inhabitants. Dozens of accidents occurred daily, yet awakened suffered no consequences. Though they didn't hit anyone along the way, their reckless driving still threw the outer city's populace into panic. The student driving had a delicate face, but now bore an excited, morbid smile. The others in the car wore cold, indifferent expressions. The team drove straight out of Nanyu base. Just then a modified vehicle overtook them at speed. Turning his head, Li Xiaofeng spotted Yin Lu sitting inside. It was the team Yin Lu had newly joined. Without yesterday's flattery, he merely glanced over with a cold expression before turning away. A petite girl beside him looked curious. Do you know him? Yin Lu shook his head coldly. An awakened who uses a frying pan. Zhao Meng's team recognized the other party's identity, and their fury at being overtaken instantly subsided. That was not someone he could afford to provoke. 3 5th-rank awakened were more than enough to crush them. The city gate guards quickly let them pass, not daring to show any disrespect to awakened. The team set off directly heading for Ning County. Relying on the speed of the modified Hummer, if no accidents occurred, they would arrive in about 2 days. After all, aside from Li Xiaofeng, the other 4 still needed rest. To his surprise, Yin Le's team in the distance was heading in the same direction. But he wasn't worried about duplicate tasks. The guild would screen tasks before releasing them. Yin Le's team driving faster left them completely in the dust. A trace of disappointment flickered across Zhao Meng's face. He had hoped someone would clear the way for them. The first day passed quickly with no crises on the road. They only dealt with a few wandering, ordinary zombies. After all, this was close to the Nanyu base, making it hard for powerful creatures to appear. But at the start of the second day, the team encountered several mutated beasts. The most formidable among them was a 4th-rank mutated mantis. The young man named Wang Zhuanjia displayed his prowess wielding a tang sword with consummate skill. In a short time, he slew the mantis of the same rank. Excluding Li Xiaofeng, his strength was indeed second only to the 5th-rank Zhao Meng. Along the way, everyone showcased their abilities. Li Xiaofeng simply smacked any creature with a frying pan, giving everyone a sense of his terrifying power. We should be close. Zhao Meng, holding an infrared telescope, gazed into the distance, silently calculating the distance. In his field of vision, a massive crimson pupil suddenly appeared. Zhao Meng's body trembled as he lowered the telescope. The other 3 were startled. On their vehicle's hood, a gigantic gray lizard had appeared. It flicked its long tongue from time to time, its scarlet eyes fixed on them, brimming with brutality and greed. Li Xiaofeng's face remained cold. He hadn't expected a 5th-rank creature to show up. To him it was nothing, but the other 4 were on edge. It seemed the journey wouldn't be as smooth as imagined. Prepare for all-out battle. Zhao Meng could clearly sense the aura emanating from the giant lizard. His face regained composure as he began directing. Bang! Bang! The student driving stopped the vehicle and pulled out an assault rifle from his waist, firing continuously. The rifle's bullets had little effect on a 5th-rank creature, especially with the lizard's rock-hard shell. But that man possessed firearm mastery. Each shot struck the lizard's eyes with pinpoint accuracy. If it hit, it would surely break through its defenses. The mutated lizard, clearly aware of this, moved its short, stubby legs rapidly and leaped off the vehicle. The other 4 in the team also got out, drawing their respective weapons. Zhao Meng, as the captain and the strongest of the team, wielded a giant axe and initiated the attack. At the same time, his skin took on a grayish hue resembling rock. He directly activated his skill, Petrified Skin. The giant lizard, undaunted, charged straight at him. The 2 clashed in fierce combat. Fang Jietang's sword in hand also rushed forward. His offensive power was no less than Zhao Meng's. Meanwhile, the student kept his distance, constantly seeking opportunities to shoot. Li Xiaofeng and the fat man stayed on the sidelines, occasionally launching sneak attacks at the giant lizard. Though he could kill it instantly, there was no need to reveal his true strength. A 5th-rank creature was quickly dispatched. The 3 of them alone could handle it with ease. Zhao Meng frowned slightly and glanced at Li Xiaofeng. As a fellow 5th-rank awakened, he could sense the other's power. He was somewhat displeased that Li Xiaofeng hadn't exerted his full strength in battle. But since the snake swarm ahead still needed Li Xiaofeng's help, he couldn't afford to confront him. Fang Jia had contributed greatly in this battle. His specially made tang sword could directly breach defenses. He was quite satisfied with his performance. When he looked at Li Xiaofeng, murderous intent flickered in his eyes again. He could roughly judge that Li Xiaofeng's strength was about equal to his own. If the chance arose, he could definitely ambush and kill him. The fat man stepped forward, expertly dismembering the giant lizard, placing all valuable materials onto the vehicle. Although the crystal core was the most valuable item, the other parts were also worth something. They could be turned in for contribution points. Contribution points not only raised guild rank, but could also be exchanged for various guild supplies. The 2 were not mutually exclusive. Let's go. We should reach the destination within 2 hours. Zhao Meng gathered the team, and they set off again. As they drew closer, the student driving noticeably slowed down. The appearance of the giant lizard had made everyone aware of the area's danger level. If a mutated beast with the strength of an awakener showed up, they would likely be wiped out, unable even to escape. The modified Humvee had finally reached its destination. Beneath their feet, the soft soil gave way to a concrete road. However, the surface was uneven, covered in splatters of blood. The entire county town lay empty and deathly still. Houses stood in undulating rows, yet there was not a trace of human presence. Stay alert, Zhao Meng cautioned, his expression sharpening with vigilance. Even he would face mortal peril if ensnared within a swarm of serpents. The team formed a defensive formation. Each member watched their designated direction, wary of any sudden mutant beast attacks. After all, the four of them had collaborated for a long time. Li Xiaofeng, however, seemed out of place. He strolled casually down the street, his insightful eye piercing through the entire county town in an instant. Mutant pythons coiled within the surrounding houses. Every single one of them had its gaze fixed on the 5 intruders, clearly aware of their presence. Yet they did not strike first, as if following orders. Possessing such intelligence, Li Xiaofeng immediately deduced the existence of a lord-tier creature here. As they advanced further, the mutant pythons lurking in the houses grew in rank. According to his estimation, there were at least hundreds of mutant pythons along with countless ordinary mutated snakes. Zhao Meng and the others remained oblivious to the impending danger. He noticed Li Xiaofeng's casual stride and his lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. The four maintained their formation, pushing deeper into the heart of the town. Li Xiaofeng sensed the mutant pythons behind them beginning to stir restlessly. Countless serpents slithered, emitting faint rustling sounds audible only to the keenest ears. Only then did Zhao Meng detect something amiss. Logically, even without encountering the python leader, ordinary pythons should have attacked by now. The crystals within their awakened bodies held an irresistible allure for mutant beasts. Could the intelligence be wrong? Fang Jie also sensed the anomaly. The town was far too quiet, an unsettling stillness. Zhao Meng shook his head. The guild's missions were rarely erroneous, always verified before release. Hiss! Just as they paused to think, a colossal black python burst forth from the wall beside the road. The student could smell the foul wind from the giant serpent's maw, nearly making him retch. Its amber pupils were cold and merciless, poised to swallow him whole. But the team members were battle-hardened veterans. Though startled, they did not freeze. The student swiftly drew an assault rifle from his waist and unleashed a barrage into the gaping maw. Bang! 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 Bullets rained out, yet they barely wounded it. However, the pain enraged the python, its speed surging as it shot forward. The student barely managed a roll to dodge the attack. By then, the rest of the team had reacted. A faint smile even crept onto Zhao Meng's face. This giant python was actually at the 5th rank, likely the leader of the serpent horde. He had expected a trap, but the leader had simply revealed itself. Facing a single 5th rank beast was far simpler than confronting the entire swarm. Zhao Meng hefted his battle axe and charged forward. The other two also grasped the situation, their spirits lifting as they rushed in. Eliminating this one mutant python would complete the mission directly. The remaining pythons would surely scatter after their leader's death. The mission's difficulty had suddenly plummeted. Li Xiaofeng joined the fray with his frying pan displaying a fraction of his strength as he dealt excruciating blows to the python. The other four unleashed their skills in a frenzy of output. They had to slay this python in the shortest time possible, denying the swarm a chance to gather. Though mighty, the 5th rank mutant pythons soon began to suffer injuries under the relentless assault. Fang Jie wielded his tang sword, feeling his blade technique grow ever more masterful. Just then his gaze flickered. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a vast shadow on the path they had come from. As the giant python recoiled, he turned his head and his face instantly drained of color. Behind us! He cried out in alarm, nearly bolting from the scene. The others looked back in confusion, and their faces all turned ashen. The once clear concrete road was now swarming with countless serpents. Of varying sizes, they writhed together, surging forward like a sea of snakes. Under their stunned gaze, more pythons kept crawling out from the houses on both sides. Among them were even 5th rank mutant pythons 10 meters in length. Damn it! The intel was wrong. Zhao Meng's face was pale as he cursed. Zhao Meng reacted with lightning speed. The countless pythons behind him had completely blocked the narrow and cramped path ahead. Although more pythons kept crawling out from the front, the way forward remained unobstructed. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his teammates and lunged forward. The other three quickly composed themselves, exchanging glances and nodding in agreement. The student immediately raised his rifle and aimed at Zhao Meng. The rifle unleashed a furious barrage of bullets, more ferocious than when fighting mutated beasts. Zhao Meng's expression shifted again. He never imagined his former comrades would open fire on him. What made matters worse was that Fang Jie was also charging at him with a blade. In no time, Fang Jie caught up to Zhao Meng, whose speed had been slowed by the gunfire. Without hesitation, he slashed at Zhao Meng's vital points. While the two were locked in combat, the fat man and the student rushed forward. If you want to survive, use Zhao Meng to hold off the snake swarm. The fat man shouted at Li Xiaofeng. They, as 3 5th rank awakened, couldn't take Zhao Meng down quickly and hoped Li Xiaofeng would intervene. Once Zhao Meng was dealt with, Li Xiaofeng would be at their mercy. You dare betray me? Zhao Meng's face turned icy. The three had clearly conspired beforehand. He only knew that Fang Jie had some friction with him over the distribution of crystals. But the other two had always stayed neutral. Captain Zhao, blame your own damn greed. Fang Jie's face was cold, each strike aimed at a vital spot, while the other two also attacked with fierce precision. What made it worse was that as the highest rank awakened mutated snakes kept tearing at him. You take nearly half the crystals on every mission, so we have no choice but to eliminate you. Li Xiaofeng had no interest in their quarrel, but a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Even if they killed Zhao Meng, they wouldn't get the crystals. Was it really necessary to fight to the death at this moment? He shot forward like an arrow, intending to seek out the Python Lord. The four of them paled, stunned by Li Xiaofeng's speed. Don't let him escape. Fang Jie, seemingly the ringleader, barked out. Just then another fifth-rank python lunged from the side, sinking its fangs into Zhao Meng. Up! Zhao Meng let out a desperate, agonized scream. Seeing Zhao Meng trapped, Fang Jie and his two companions rejoiced. They charged forward, redirecting their assault toward Li Xiaofeng. They were determined to slay him here. Maybe there are crystals in his dwelling too. Kill him, and we'll make a fortune. Li Xiaofeng, who had been about to shake them off, suddenly halted, a look of shock on his face. Kill me, and you'll get the crystals in my dwelling. As Li Xiaofeng found himself besieged by the three, and Zhao Meng was also surrounded by the snake swarm, Fang Jie felt victory was within his grasp. He sneered, his face full of mockery. What do you think? Why else would we go to such lengths to kill Zhao Meng? Once you two are dead, half the crystals go to the guild, and the other half is ours. Li Xiaofeng gripped his frying pan tightly, no longer charging forward. Instead, he erupted in sudden fury, cursing. Damn it, why didn't you say there was such a rule earlier? The Wang family, rulers of Nanyu Base, had truly gone to great lengths. To hoard strategic resources like crystals, they had subtly encouraged infighting among awakened. A reduction in the number of awakened likely also served their rule. And more crystals would allow their clansmen to surge in power again. Bang! A frying pan smashed the fat man's head like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. The other two were frozen in shock, their murderous intent turning into sheer terror. No one had expected Li Xiaofeng, who had been coasting along, to possess such strength, surpassing even Zhao Meng by a wide margin. They only knew he was a fifth-rank awakened, but they hadn't anticipated such overwhelming power. Rat-a-tat-tat. The student quickly recovered and opened fire with his assault rifle, but the bullets merely sparked off Li Xiaofeng's body. He completely ignored the rifle's damage. His inhuman defense left them aghast. The snake swarm had already engulfed Zhao Meng and was about to spread toward them. Li Xiaofeng hesitated no longer. He had to reach the Lord first. If the snake swarm entangled him, even he would find it immensely troublesome. With another brutal strike, he killed the student, leaving only the trembling Fang Jie. Gone was his former arrogance. Now he stared at Li Xiaofeng in terror, his face pale at the sight of the blood-dripping frying pan. The weapon he had once mocked now seemed like a scythe of death. Brother Feng, wait. Li Xiaofeng sneered, not killing him, but using the pan to shatter both his legs. He grabbed Fang Jie by the neck, dragging him like a dead dog. He dashed forward at breakneck speed, once again outpacing the snake swarm. He knew the Python Lord must be deep in the county town. Fang Jie's body trembled uncontrollably. His legs were useless, dangling limply as they scraped against the ground. He knew he was doomed. Yet he still wondered why the man hadn't killed him, but instead dragged him along. Li Xiaofeng's expression was cold, paying no heed to Fang Jie in his grasp. He activated his insight, continuously scanning for the Python Lord's location. The surrounding mutated pythons were growing in number, but posed no obstacle to him. Even burdened with a dead weight, few pythons could catch up to him. Any that attacked were swiftly dispatched with a single swing of his frying pan. If the Python Lord didn't show itself, soon he might actually escape. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several houses in the distance collapsed, one after another, kicking up clouds of dust. A spine-chilling rustling sound emerged. Li Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy as he activated his insight eye once more. Just as he had anticipated, a colossal red phantom materialized before him. Name: Mutated Python King. Rank: Second-tier Lord. Its rank exceeded his expectations. It was actually a second-tier Lord. Had he not come, even the elite teams from the inner district of Nanyu Base would have been utterly annihilated. The massive black python emerged, its body stretching tens of meters, resembling an ancient behemoth. Pythons were already enormous by nature, and their evolutionary path only magnified their size. Fang Jie tilted his head up, utterly awestruck by the scene before him. A python tens of meters long toppled several buildings like a monster from a peacetime movie. A profound sense of despair washed over them. But soon an extreme exhilaration took over, and he burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, faced with such a mutated beast, you can't escape either. Die with me. Fang Jie's face was a mask of madness and excitement. Idiot. Li Xiaofeng grabbed Fang Jie and charged straight at the giant python. This was exactly what he was waiting for, its appearance. The Python Lord never expected such an insignificant ant to dare seek death. It let out a hiss. Though its body was massive, its speed was astonishing. Closing in from nearly a kilometer away, they were about to collide in an instant. Li Xiaofeng hurled Fang Jie toward the serpent's mouth, while simultaneously shedding his human form. The python was momentarily stunned by the gesture, but it didn't refuse the meal delivered to its maw. Fang Jie's face twisted in terror despite his earlier frenzy. But when death truly looms, who wouldn't be afraid? Fang Jie turned his head slightly, wanting to etch the face of his killer into memory. He would wait for him down below. Yet as he glanced behind, his expression froze, and confusion replaced fear. A zombie with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious visage stood behind him. It wielded a massive frying pan and wore black battle armor. Li Xiaofeng was nowhere to be seen. But when his eyes fell on the frying pan in the zombie's hand, sheer horror dawned on his face. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Yet it was too late. The enormous serpent's maw lunged forward, swallowing him whole in a single gulp. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaofeng leaped into the air. Heavy strike kill, battle frenzy, tremor annihilation. He unleashed 3 skills simultaneously, bringing the giant frying pan down on the python's massive head. The python lord simultaneously sensed the virus within Li Xiaofeng. The virus of the same rank excited it immensely. It paid no heed to his attack, confident in its immense size and formidable defenses. Hiss! It flicked its tongue and opened its maw again to devour him. Bang! Li Xiaofeng's frying pan struck the serpent's head first. The impact was not loud, but the python lord let out a pained roar. Tremor annihilation bypassed its tough defenses, damaging the inside of its skull. Roar! It bellowed skyward, summoning countless mutated pythons from across the town, their speed surging. Black pythons swarmed from all sides like a mountain flood, collapsing buildings in their wake. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained unchanged as he gripped the frying pan tightly. Tremor annihilation was on cooldown, but his strength was still formidable. He relentlessly pounded the python lord's head. The serpent's head, already dazed from injuries, grew more disoriented, its body swaying. Boom! At last, the massive serpentine form crashed to the ground, crushing walls of cement. Li Xiaofeng charged forward, striking it repeatedly. The countless mutated pythons finally closed in, but protected by his third-tier battle armor, he feared them not. The python's fangs couldn't breach his defense. Crushing him with raw power was equally impossible. As a second-tier lord, Li Xiaofeng's strength was already immense, and with skill enhancements the gap between them was too vast. Finally, Tremor Annihilation's cooldown ended. Li Xiaofeng struck again with ferocity, the black frying pan slamming into the python lord's groggy head. Bang! The terrifying vibrational force pierced the python's defenses, once more shattering the nerves inside its skull. Thus the python lord, with its outer shell barely scarred, met its end. The panicked mutated pythons fled in all directions. Li Xiaofeng alone couldn't stop the horde, and only a dozen or so mutated pythons perished. A fellow lord-tier beast had been slain by him, with absolute dominance right in its own lair. Ding! Collection successful, obtained mutated python king scale. Ding! Collection successful, obtained second-tier lord core. Ding! Ability extraction failed. Ding! Host is devouring the second-tier lord's flesh, evolution value 1000. Li Xiaofeng harvested 2,000 evolution points, bringing him closer to the next level of advancement. Meanwhile, he stored the corpse of the python on the ground into the system's backpack. He activated the will transfer. He transferred the corpse of the python king to the 4 zombies he commanded. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the second-tier lord, evolution points 250. Once again, he harvested 2,000 evolution points. He transferred the remaining mutated python corpses as well, allowing the elite zombies to devour and evolve. Li Xiaofeng removed his third-tier battle armor. He fused the scales of the Python King he had just collected with his armor, enhancing its defensive power once again. These scales were of high quality, and merging them with the armor would only enhance it. If he fused materials from elite creatures, it could backfire. He casually severed the head of a 5th-tier python and brought it back to the modified Hummer. This counted as completing the task. As for reporting truthfully, he had never even considered it. At that time, it would be difficult to explain how he had slain a lord-level creature. Moreover, there would be no extra contribution points as a reward. He wouldn't do something that offered no benefits, only exposing his strength unnecessarily. In the human base, everything was still based on caution and prudence. I need to find other teams again. Li Xiaofeng sighed. He had never thought of slaughtering everyone. To him, a few crystal cores were hardly worth his attention. However, if the other side insisted on clashing, he had no choice but to reluctantly deal with it. Li Xiaofeng arrived at the Hummer, preparing for the return journey. Just 10 minutes after he left, a black modified vehicle arrived in the county. It was the team where Yen Lu was. 3 5th-tier Awakeners and 3 4th-tier Awakeners. Such a team was already considered very strong in the inner city. Only a few teams with early Awakeners could surpass them. Team leader Chen Lin glanced at the black python corpses around him, his expression sharp. Surrounding them were ordinary mutated pythons, but there were also 1st-tier and even 2nd-tier pythons. Not wanting to waste time, Li Xiaofeng did not search for these low-tier mutated beasts. It must be Zhao Meng and his team who came through here. A petite girl in the team had a thoughtful expression on her face. Her analytical skills were strong, and she deduced the general events from just a few clues. Most of the corpses around were killed by heavy weapons. From the wounds, it should be the newcomer who entered the base with Yen Lu. His strength is formidable. He killed them with just 1 strike. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to a giant axe that had fallen to the ground in the street. The axe still bore fresh blood. It's Zhao Meng's weapon. Chen Lin had a certain understanding of Zhao Meng, who was also a 5th-tier Awakener. Hurry up. The absence of other people's weapons and the corpses of high-tier mutated beasts indicates that there are still survivors. Chen Lin's expression was cold as he analyzed the battle's course. There must be survivors in Zhao Meng's team who took away the corpses of high-tier mutated beasts. The black modified vehicle sped forward like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng was also moving at an incredible speed. They were racing all the way, not fearing any danger or accident. However, the distance between the two sides was still being shortened. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly as a rumbling sound suddenly emerged from behind. He activated his inside eye and casually looked back, not paying much attention. Fifth-tier creatures posed no threat to him. Yet he had no intention of provoking anyone. It was just that someone actively sought death. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out, accurately hitting Li Xiaofeng's rear tire. Bang bang bang. Gunfire continued to sound, each shot precise, as though it was preemptively predicted. Squeak. The vehicle was damaged, and Li Xiaofeng abruptly braked, coming to a stop. Hand over the crystal cores on the vehicle, and you can leave. Chen Lin's expression was cold. Seeing only one fifth-tier awakener in the car, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Captain, the other members of their team should be dead. We can use him to obtain the crystal cores. A short man whispered ominously. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow, clearly recalling this matter. Li Xiaofeng could obtain half of the crystal cores from his deceased teammate's dwelling. Inject this reagent yourself. We can grant you a chance at survival. Chen Lin took out a vial of reagent from the vehicle and tossed it to Li Xiaofeng. In his eyes, the opponent was already a fish on the chopping board. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile as he caught the thrown reagent. Don't worry, it will only numb your nerves and won't endanger your life. As long as you cooperate, we won't make things difficult for you. Li Xiaofeng ignored him, looking at the reagent in his hand, and directly drank it down. At the same time, he smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste of the reagent. The 6 people saw Li Xiaofeng cooperating so well, and their faces lit up with joy. They did not expect that a fifth-tier awakener would choose to surrender so easily. Yanle, go tie him up, Chen Lin said with a cold smile. It seemed that the strength of their team had made the opponent lose the courage to fight. Yanle frowned slightly. He had some understanding of Li Xiaofeng. In his view, the opponent would not surrender so easily. But everyone saw him swallow the potion. Even if an awakener is powerful, they still possess a nervous system and cannot be immune to potions. Although he felt uneasy, he still approached, his face full of vigilance. If the potion took effect, the opponent would collapse directly to the ground. Yanle stood in front of Li Xiaofeng, waiting for the potion to take effect. The two stared at each other with wide eyes. The other 5 members of the team stood still as well. For a moment, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. If a flock of black crows flew by, it would suit the scene even more. You. Why haven't you fallen yet? Yanle finally couldn't hold back and broke the silence. Li Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. So everyone was waiting for the effect of his potion. Unfortunately, he had immediately activated his broken nerves after swallowing it. Xiaole, look behind you. Li Xiaofeng pointed with his left hand, signaling the other to turn around. Yanle was a bit dazed by what he saw and obediently turned his head. Bang! A familiar sound of collision echoed. Yanle didn't even have time to think and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Li Xiaofeng flipped him over again with the frying pan. Chen Lin and the others finally reacted, a terrifying thought appearing in their minds. The opponent is immune to the potion. Something that even a progenitor could not achieve. A fifth-tier awakener actually did it. Prepare for full combat. Chen Lin realized the opponent was extraordinary. No wonder he could remain so calm in front of the team. It turned out he never took them seriously. Li Xiaofeng, holding the black frying pan, charged out like a bolt of lightning. As the captain, Chen Lin was naturally the strongest, not far from being a progenitor. But what happened next left everyone in shock and panic. Bang! Chen Lin's tense body suddenly froze. His head shattered, leaving behind a headless corpse. A spray of blood splattered against the car window. A top-tier fifth-tier awakener was killed in an instant. No one noticed that Li Xiaofeng's right hand had changed its appearance at the moment of the strike. A pale, veiny right hand only appeared for a brief moment. For Li Xiaofeng, a second-tier lord's strength could easily obliterate a fifth-tier awakener. Run. Run fast. The petite girl in the car turned pale, her lips trembling. Even now she found it hard to accept this reality. Li Xiaofeng had already stepped in front of the black modified car. He held the frying pan, dressed in a suit, with an expression of complete indifference. Just crash straight through. The remaining 4 members of the team were pale and panicking. The driver wore a fierce expression and shifted to the highest gear. The impact from the modified car was something even a progenitor would find hard to stop. He did not believe that the opponent could keep the people in the car safe. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar continued as the entire modified car behaved like a black beast full of frenzy. In an instant, the modified car surged forward. With incredible speed, it charged straight towards Li Xiaofeng. The 4 people wore fierce expressions, not expecting the opponent to dare to be so bold. Li Xiaofeng had a hint of a mocking smile as his body began to undergo a tremendous change. His originally handsome face became ferocious and bloodthirsty, his eyes turning blood red, as if looking at a corpse. The people in the car had their pupils dilate in terror, their expressions frozen. What did they just see? A human transformed into a terrifying zombie in a short time. The people in the team almost instantly sensed the opponent's terrifying might. A progenitor. And not just any newly ascended progenitor. The petite girl in the car had the sharpest mind. She vaguely recalled Yanle's description of him. Li Xiaofeng had saved him from a group of organized progenitor zombies. Could the leader of that group of zombies be him? The girl immediately took out a communication device about to record her shocking discovery. But it was too late. Bang! A piercing sound of collision rang out. The black frying pan smashed violently against the front of the car. The front of the modified car was completely wrecked, and the vehicle flipped rolling sideways for dozens of meters. At the same time, a strange force of vibration surged. The girl felt as if her body was being torn apart, and her hand, which was about to record, suddenly froze. In the next second, her breath ceased entirely. What kind of monster had Yin Lu brought to the base? The 4 fragile bodies were shattered into pieces. The entire black modified car was covered in blood, looking utterly horrific inside. Li Xiaofeng ignited the car's fuel tank, completely destroying it. He only wanted to quietly gather crystal cores without provoking any so-called awakeners. But someone had to go and seek death. Li Xiaofeng sighed and approached Yin Lu, directly carrying him into the car. What a lucky person to have survived my hands twice. Li Xiaofeng sped along the road. Though the vehicle was slightly damaged, it was still drivable. Within just a single day, he could already see the non-Yu base in the distance. He needed no rest, and his driving speed was astonishingly fast. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed from the sky. Li Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He slammed on the brakes, refraining from any rash movements. It was that flock of golden eagles again. Though the distance was vast, he could still sense their formidable presence, at least third-tier lords. The golden eagles were visibly enraged, circling endlessly above the non-Yu base. Within the base, all ordinary people, including the awakened, wore pale faces as they retreated into their shelters. In the core district of the base, an elder looked up at the golden eagle, his eyes blazing with intense killing intent. Yet he dared not act recklessly. While the base could handle this single eagle, it could not contend with an entire flock. The rampaging golden eagles eventually flew away from the base. But this incident had undoubtedly left a shadow in everyone's hearts. Scavengers venturing out for supplies would dwindle drastically, and the frequency of awakened carrying out missions would likely decrease as well. Li Xiaofeng drove back again, feeling little fear toward the golden eagle. Even if it attacked, he could hold his own. Yin Lu, lying in the back seat, regained consciousness once more. He touched the back of his head, a sharp pain surging through him. The scene was all too familiar, except last time he was on the car roof, and now he was inside. Yin Lu felt a wave of disorientation. But when he recognized the driver, he shuddered violently. Feng Ge. Li Xiaofeng smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Look at you, so careless. You've hit my frying pan again. Yin Lu's mouth twitched. He strongly suspected that last time Li Xiaofeng had also knocked him flat. By the way, your teammate sacrificed himself to save us, dying together with the mutated beast. Such heroic spirit is worth learning from. Li Xiaofeng said lightly. Yin Lu, however, narrowed his eyes, his face growing even paler. He had already anticipated the fate of Chun Lin and the others. As for dying together with the mutated beast, only a fool would believe that. Yin Lu had never imagined Li Xiaofeng could be this powerful. He even suspected that Li Xiaofeng had already broken through to the pioneer stage. Feng Ge. Remember to hand over your teammate's inheritance to me. Li Xiaofeng cut him off directly, leaving him with a clear instruction. That was the sole reason Yin Lu was allowed to live. Why choose him? The reason was simple: he was terrified of death. Though Yin Lu was somewhat opportunistic and ungrateful, he feared death more than most, and his intelligence was utterly average. Yes, Yin Lu understood the reason for his survival. In his heart, he had fully submitted to Li Xiaofeng, daring not harbor a single trace of malice. With a screech, Li Xiaofeng executed a perfect brake, stopping directly at the base's city gate. But the already damaged tires, due to intense friction, completely detached from the vehicle. A piercing grinding sound followed, and the tire rolled into the nearby vehicle defense line. With a bang, an explosion erupted, sending the tire flying into the air. Li Xiaofeng was startled, not expecting to have triggered a landmine so casually. The base's mine trigger weight was surprisingly light. The guards at the city gate, initially tense at the thought of an enemy attack, were taken aback to find it was just a tire. The guard's mouth twitched as he recognized Li Xiaofeng in the car. He was an awakened, so the guard dared not question him. However, he was curious to see Li Xiaofeng and Yin Lu returning together again. Hadn't they joined different teams? Where were the others from both teams? But regardless, an awakened was not someone a mere guard could interrogate. He could only let them pass without trouble. A day later, Li Xiaofeng sat in a tavern in the inner district with wine and a platter of fruit on the table. This was the only tavern in the entire non-Yu base, and its owner was undoubtedly a major figure in the base. Only awakened could afford to patronize this place. Li Xiaofeng sat by the window through which he could clearly see the gate of the core district. Unlike the inner and outer districts, the gate was guarded not only by 2 awakened, but also flanked by 2 tanks. These steel behemoths were enough to intimidate even awakened. Whether this heavy weaponry stationed at the core district's entrance was meant to deter mutated beasts or the city's residents remained unknown. A boy in a black short-sleeved shirt walked in. His right hand tightly clutched a black bag. Li Xiaofeng turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly. Did you bring the goods? The person was Yin Lu, who had just completed the procedures. He had obtained half of the crystal cores from the rest of the team. The other half had been taken by the Wang family. Awakened needed time to digest the energy within the crystal cores and couldn't absorb them in large quantities. Thus, most awakened had surplus crystal cores. Li Xiaofeng counted the crystal cores in the black bag and then said calmly, I hope you're not lying to me. As he spoke, he tapped the black frying pan beside him. Yin Lu's body trembled violently. He could almost feel the ache in the back of his head. His face filled with fear, he shook his head repeatedly. Li Xiaofeng pocketed the bag and stood up to leave. Oh, and remember to settle my bill.